Chapter 1781 Steel Man. A ray of light appeared in the darkness. The light that appeared in the darkness was not necessarily hope, but also death. Boom! When the light flashed, a corner of the low house where the black boy was standing suddenly exploded. And then the black boy was blown away and fell on the street. The black boy on the street immediately ran over to care about his companion. The light gradually dimmed, but the next moment, it suddenly lit up again. "Fire at me!" Yisha was about to attack, but Minghai rushed out fearlessly, rushing towards the incoming light. With a bang, Minghai's body flew out. Blood splashed on the ground, and a hole as big as his head was opened on Minghai's chest, directly penetrating his body. If it were someone else, such a wound would definitely kill him immediately. But because it was Minghai, it hurt so much. It hurt so much. Minghai kept rolling on the ground, and the sound was miserable. However, Yisha knew that this guy was just screaming. As he rolled, the blood hole on Minghai's chest began to heal. Every time he saw Minghai like this, Yisha also sighed that his ability was abnormal. Even super speed regeneration could not bring a person back to life when his heart was shattered. At the same time, a figure appeared on the street. Yisha raised his eyebrows. It's really someone from Compu. What appeared in front of Yisha was a steel man. Or rather, a man wearing full cover steel armor, with his head, body, and limbs all covered. As for how Yisha knew that the other party was from Compu, it was because there was a Compu logo on his chest, and on his left shoulder, there was a skull with two cross tubes underneath, and on his right shoulder was written, ZT-1510. At the same time, in a research base, in a truncated control room, there are hanging monitors on all sides. A researcher in a white coat pushed his chair away and suddenly stood up. "Captain Julius, an unknown target was found, suspected to be two humans." A man in a military uniform stood in front of the largest monitor and nodded. "I saw it. But a guy who was hit by a photon energy cannon and is still alive and well." "You call him a human?" The researcher spread his hands and looked at the data on his own display screen, at least according to the life scan. Both of them have human life characteristics. Julius thought for a moment. "I want them alive. Let ZT-1510 capture them alive. These two people seem to be worth studying." The researcher nodded. "So, what about the original goal?" "Julius, of course. We have to complete it. Capture Experiment 27 and Experiment 47. As for the other hidden experiments, we can talk about it later." The researcher nodded. "Understood." "Julius, in addition, I remind you that such a major accident of experimental subjects escaping should not happen again. Do you understand? Otherwise, it will not be over after catching them." The researcher's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he stammered, "I understand. I understand." On the other side, Yisha looked at the steel-armored man in front of him, and felt that it was another humanoid weapon made by Computech. He kicked Minghai, who was still lying on the ground. "Get up if you are alive. Don't pretend to be dead." Minghai climbed up. "It hurts a lot. You have to give me a buffer." "Yisha, stop talking nonsense. Go and watch those two little ghosts. Don't let them run away." Minghai nodded. "I will try." After Yisha finished instructing Minghai, he walked forward and quickly approached the steel-armored man. Suddenly, the steel-armored man's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he raised his right hand violently. Red and white colors appeared on the steel-armored man's right hand, as if overflowing from the inside of the steel armor. And then the light seen before appeared again. Photon energy cannon. Yisha's figure flashed immediately, and he quickly disappeared from the spot, using the ghost step to close the distance with the opponent. The light hit a low house behind Yisha, and with a loud bang, the low house collapsed in half, and countless rubble collapsed. At the same time, Yisha appeared behind the steel-armored man and punched him hard. However, at this moment, a spiral cover suddenly opened on the back of the steel-armored man, and underneath was a turbine. With a bang, the turbine ejected airflow, blasting Yisha away, and at the same time, the steel-armored man suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. With a kick of his legs, the steel-armored man leaped into the air, floating 3 or 4 meters above the ground, and stretched out his arms towards Yisha again. Continuous firing of photon energy cannons. Boom, boom, boom. As the light continued to emerge, the street continued to explode. Yisha bent his body and ran forward to avoid the explosion, while cursing in his heart. The opponent's structure looked mechanical no matter how you looked at it. Even if there was a person inside, the outer shell must be mechanical. Yisha had an advantage against this kind of thing. However, the reason for adding the word once is very simple. Thunder Emperor cannot use it at present. Thunder Emperor's electric current can easily destroy mechanical structures, overload the opponent's cables, or burn circuit boards. And now, Yisha can only do it by force. Coming to the bottom of the steel armor man, Yisha suddenly jumped up, and directly jumped to the same height as the steel armor man by bouncing alone, and then punched out. With a bang, the steel armor man was hit on the head, and was directly blown away, smashing through the outer wall of the building. But he stood up again quickly. So hard. Yisha shook his hand and looked at the armored man. The outer shell was not damaged at all, just slightly dented. Obviously, the material of the armored shell was very unusual. Ordinary metal shells could not survive Yisha's punch without any damage. The next moment, the armored man raised his arm again. However, this time it was not a photon energy cannon. The outer shell kept popping open around the armored man's arm, revealing a circle of gun barrels, shooting at Yisha. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the gunfire was particularly obvious in the quiet night. But Yisha didn't care much about the gunfire and rushed forward directly. When the bullets came, the red flame armor started automatically, and the crystallized flame appeared in front of Yisha. Then, when the bullets hit the crystallized flame, they all fell to the ground with a clang. Ordinary guns could not break through the defense of the red flame armor. When he came to the steel armor man again, Yisha suddenly stretched out his left hand. Chapter 1782 Destroy. Snake Bite. Yisha raised his arm and stretched it out. The shadow of a purple-scaled python was wrapped around his forearm. Then Yisha grabbed the head of the steel-armored man. Crack, crack. As Yisha continued to exert force, some cracks appeared on the head of the steel-armored man, like a spider web. However, this level obviously did not satisfy Yisha. Yisha was now more curious about the material of the steel-armored man. The crushing effect of the snake bite could not completely break the shell of the steel-armored man. At the same time, the armored man's turbine started to rotate again, dragging Yisha backwards. Yisha frowned, and suddenly thrust the twin serrated swords into the ground, forcing his body to stabilize. The next moment, Yisha shouted, lifted the armored man up, and then smashed him to the ground. With a loud bang, the ground broke, and the armored man's body completely sank into the ground. At the same time, the armored man's arms flashed again. Photon energy cannon. With a loud bang, a crystallized flame appeared in front of Yisha, but it was shattered immediately, and then Yisha was blown away, lying on the ground. Before Yisha could get up, the steel-armored man quickly approached, floated in the air, and fired the photon energy cannon at Yisha again. Yisha quickly rolled on the ground, quickly avoided the attack of the photon energy cannon, and then threw the twin serrated swords out. With a bang, the twin serrated swords hit the steel-armored man, knocking him staggering. Yisha jumped up, and with a clang, the sword fell out of the sheath, leaping in front of the steel armor man again. Yisha raised the sword and slashed forward. This time, the sword finally split the steel armor man's body. Wishwang, this sword can cut through any armor. The metal shell is considered armor anyway, so it can't resist the sword of Jian Luo Nanjiang. What surprised Yisha was that a crack was cut in front of the steel armor man. Looking through the crack, Yisha saw dense cables of different colors and some mechanical parts. However, no body was seen. There was no one inside this steel-armored man. Robot? Yisha was a little surprised. Although Compu had created things like biological mechas, he had never seen a robot that could perfectly fit in combat. The birth of biological mechas was originally based on the defects in the structure of robots. No matter how flexible the mechanical structure is, it is difficult to surpass the human body structure. Therefore, biological mechas were born, using the bodies of mutant zombies for transformation to make up for the defects in mobility, thus creating biological mechas. So-called combat robots also exist, but they are basically not humanoid, and cannot be used in combat modes under the human body structure. They are usually remote-controlled machines or vehicle forms, and then loaded with weapons. And now, what Yisha saw in front of him seemed to be a pure humanoid robot. Has Compu's technology manufacturing technology made progress again? Yisha couldn't help thinking. But his hands were not slow, and he approached the steel man again, although a cut was made on his chest. The internal structure of the steel man did not seem to be affected, and he was still able to operate normally. He raised his arm towards Yisha, intending to fire the photon energy cannon again. At this moment, Yisha suddenly threw out large pieces of A4 paper. Under Yisha's control, those pieces of paper quickly rolled towards the steel-armored man and stuck firmly to his arm. The next moment, with a loud bang, the sound of the explosion sounded again. But because the arm was sealed by the paper, the photon energy cannon had just been fired, and an internal explosion occurred directly. The explosion did not affect Yisha, but blew the steel-armored man himself away. After 2 somersaults in the air, the steel-armored man fell to the ground. His entire right arm was broken, and a section of it was broken. The cable that was dragged out was arcing. Yisha came to the front of the steel-armored man, raised his sword and stabbed it hard, piercing through the steel-armored man's body. With a strong twist, the steel-armored man's body was completely destroyed. In the eyes of the steel-armored man, the flickering light quickly dimmed and fell into silence. However, at this moment, Yisha saw a bright red liquid seeping out of the gap in the neck of the steel-armored man. Yisha reached out and touched it, then rubbed his fingers, showing a surprised expression. It was actually blood. Yisha took the sword and fell to Nanjiang, drew a circle on the edge of the steel-armored man's face, removed a piece of metal plate, and then his surprise became even stronger, because Yisha saw a human face. The other party was dead, and there was blood at the mouth. Yisha frowned, then began to cut the other party's head, stripped off the outer metal shell, and then Yisha saw a head. There is a metal disc at the bottom of the head, and many cables are connected to the bottom of the disc, which are then connected to various parts of the body. Simply put, this steel-armored man is really controlled by a human, but this human only has a head, and the rest of the body is mechanical. The metal shell is not a shell, but the body of this human. Weird research. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. His mechanical skills are not that advanced, so he can't see too much. He just roughly understands the structure of the thing in front of him. However, for Yisha, there is still a significant gain. That is, energy source. There is a rectangular energy source on the waist of the steel-armored man, with a shell on the outside and a crystal emitting light inside. This kind of thing containing a lot of energy has never been heard of before the end of the world. But after the end of the world, although it is rare, it does exist, such as those that Yisha once found in the nuclear power plant. In fact, it is precisely because of the appearance of such things after the end of the world that the technological level of compu has been greatly improved after the end of the world. Many people thought that before the end of the world, compu had mastered a lot of world-class technological power, which led to compu using these to gain a firm foothold after the end of the world. In fact, this is not the case. It was because of the end of the world that compu obtained these technological powers. Every destruction represents every progress. Maybe that's what it means. Yisha curled his lips. Destroy and then establish? Yisha shook his head and didn't dwell on this issue too much. For Yisha, the biggest benefit of getting an energy source is that he can try to convert these energies into electrical energy, so that he can replenish the power in the Thunder Core. Of course, conversion is also a problem. But first of all, there must be an energy source. After collecting the energy source, Yisha began to look for Minghai's traces. Chapter 1783, Looking for the Plane. Yisha walked to the side of the street, crossed the alley, and came to the other side of the street. Then he saw Minghai lying on the ground. Yisha, where is he? Minghai said bitterly, he ran away. How could I stop him? Those 2 little ghosts were so powerful. Yisha sighed, besides being able to take a beating. What use are you? Minghai suddenly took out a map from the pocket behind his buttocks. Is it useful to find this? Yisha took the map and looked at it. Okay. It's still useful. Let's go to the airport. Minghai got up from the ground. Just leave like that? Yisha, what else do you want? Minghai, those 2 little ghosts. And the iron shell thing that suddenly appeared just now. You just ignore it. Yisha, do you think you are the savior? You care about everything? Minghai, isn't this just curiosity? Yisha flipped through the map and said, those 2 little ghosts may not be human, but experiments made by compu. The metal thing is also compu's. Maybe those 2 little ghosts ran away from the laboratory, and compu is chasing them. Minghai, then what? Yisha then? What else is there? Half of the reason I chased those 2 little ghosts was because I was as curious as you, and the other half was because I wanted to know how to get to the airport. Now that I have a map. Those two little ghosts ran away again. So of course forget it. Ming Hai, an experimental subject. Very inhumane. Yi Sha, I remember when I first met you. You were going to hand me over to Computech. Now you're talking about humanity? Ming Hai scratched his head. I'm not that great. It mainly depends on the fact that they are just two little ghosts. Yi Sha, put away your sympathy. There are Comput's research bases all over the world. They use live bodies for many experiments. Can you handle them all? Ming Hai shrugged. Let's go to the airport. Yi Sha, go and see if there is a car that can be used. The two walked along the street for a while, checking the vehicles on the street. Most of the vehicles were broken. After walking for a while, Yi Sha and Ming Hai finally found a usable car. The next thing is easy. With the map and the route to the airport, we can just drive forward. The trouble is the zombies lurking on the road. It's okay in scattered areas. But if we encounter a dense area of zombies, Yi Sha can only be a coolie and kill a group of them before moving on. Yi Sha was also wondering, are the people from Compco too lazy? Since they have built a base here, they don't know how to clean up the zombies. While thinking, Yi Sha raised the destroyer and fired bullets continuously from his fingertips, blowing up the head of a zombie that rushed towards him. Blood mixed with flesh suddenly exploded. Yi Sha sat back in the passenger seat and motioned Ming Hai to drive. After driving through the street, they turned into a long highway. This place was far away from the city, but the airport highway. At the end of the highway was the airport. After about 15 minutes, Ming Hai stopped the car. This airport is actually not bad, but it's a little small. Yi Sha waved his hand. Let's go in. There were also zombies in the airport, but not as many as imagined. However, Yi Sha thought it was normal. After all, the utilization rate of the airport in this place was not high. Why? Because of poverty. In Modi, airports and airplanes belong to only a very small number of people. For most people, they never expect to take a flight to travel in their lifetime. This is of course not a bad thing for Yi Sha, and he entered the apron smoothly. There are indeed very few airplanes. There are only 4 airplanes in such a large airport, and one of them has been destroyed. It probably fell when it just took off and hit the ground, slanting to the ground, and one side of the wing was completely broken. On the other side, an area was planned, where some small planes and helicopters were parked. There is a private helipad, and all the planes parked there are private planes. It is really ironic that there are more private planes than civilian planes. Yi Sha, 1 plane per person. Go and take a look. Ming Hai, what can I see? I can't tell whether the plane can be used or not. Yi Sha sighed. You are really useless. Follow me. Yi Sha came to the side of a plane, and without the need for an elevator, he jumped directly onto the wing and climbed to the top of the plane by stepping on the wing. Ming Hai shouted, what should I do? Yi Sha, wait down there. The shadow on Yi Sha's body kept squirming, and then the Archon came out of Yi Sha's shadow and came to the position of the plane door. The Archon fiddled with it and opened the plane door. At this moment, countless zombies rushed out from behind the cabin door, falling down one after another, falling to the ground, and their heads were smashed into a bloody mess. Yi Sha grabbed the edge of the cabin door, then turned over and jumped, kicked a zombie with both feet, kicked the zombie out, and entered the cabin. Poof! The next moment, Yi Sha suddenly drew his sword. There were many zombies in the cabin. Most of them were passengers. Apparently, when the plane was about to take off, a zombie virus broke out in the cabin, and the whole plane was destroyed. This was not good news. Although zombies only became crazy and attacked continuously when facing living creatures, they would only wander around randomly at other times. But they might destroy the cockpit. Yi Sha quickly rushed forward, cleared the zombies in the cabin, and came to the cockpit. Roar! Roar! Entering the cockpit, 2 zombies jumped out from the pilot's seat and opened their mouths to bite Yi Sha. Bang! Bang! Yi Sha pushed the 2 zombies' heads to the wall, and then stabbed the 2 zombies' heads with his sword. Damn it! After killing the 2 pilots, who turned into zombies, Yi Sha looked at the cockpit. He didn't need the governor to judge, and Yi Sha knew that the plane should be unusable. The cockpit was charred. A cover fell to the ground, and the wires and electronic boards inside were completely black. Yi Sha said to the Archon, it should be impossible to fix this? The Archon nodded. Yi Sha waved his hand. Let's go to the next plane. Since this plane could not be used, Yi Sha was not so gentle. He kicked the cockpit glass and broke it, then turned over and climbed out of the plane. Hey! Yi Sha called to Ming Hai, go to the next plane. This plane can't be used. Yi Sha jumped off the plane, and the two continued to walk towards the next plane. Chapter 1784. A bunch of steel-armored men. Yi Sha and Ming Hai walked to the next plane. But at this moment, the sound of propellers suddenly appeared. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes, feeling a bad premonition, and looked up, and the two saw several armed helicopters coming quickly in their direction. Oops. Yi Sha had already guessed what the other party was going to do. Took out a stack of A4 paper and threw it forward. At the same time, the missiles loaded on the armed helicopters were launched at the same time, dragging white smoke tails and falling downwards. Boom! 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 The sky was soon filled with loud explosions, and huge fireballs exploded in the air. Yi Sha put his hands in front of his eyes. After a moment, the impact of the explosion gradually weakened. Yi Sha looked to the side and had the urge to curse. The wing of the plane on the side had been completely blown off and fell to the ground, completely deformed. These bastards. The helicopter was suspended in the air, and then the door opened. Countless armored men rushed out of the cabin, suspended in the air, and slowly landed. Those armored men were no different from the ones Yi Sha had seen before. The logo of Compu and the skull were the only difference. The number of the armored men was independent. Or in other words, they had their own number. Ming Hai poked Yi Sha with his elbow. What should we do now? Yi Sha, shoot at you. Aren't you afraid of death? Ming Hai, it hurts. Yi Sha, if you can't even die, what's the point of you? Ming Hai gritted his teeth. Let's die. Ming Hai's face turned fierce, and he rushed forward. If one of me dies, there are still thousands of me. Boom! A steel-armored man fired a photon energy cannon forward, and then with a loud bang, Ming Hai's body was blown into two pieces. Yi Sha glanced at his feet, and a piece of bloody intestines fell to the side. That? Ming Hai shouted. Can you pick up my intestines? If you put them back directly, they may recover faster. Yi Sha moved his feet in disdain, and then said to the Archon, Go and see if the last plane can be used. I don't need your help here. The Archon nodded, took back the black chain that emerged from his palm, and quickly ran to the last plane. Yi Sha unbuttoned his coat and threw it aside, looking at the steel-armored men. A bunch of rubbish. I didn't bother you. You should be happy secretly. But you dared to come to my door. Then, suddenly, the corpse flower vines emerged from Yi Sha's shadow, bringing with them a large number of paper pieces. Sweeping forward, Yi Sha snorted coldly. Then, all of you go to hell. The flying paper pieces were like a large snowflake, covering the sky and the sun, rushing madly forward. Those steel-armored men raised their hands quickly. There were 11 steel-armored men in total, and 11 photon energy cannons. Photon energy cannons were not within Yi Sha's cognition. They were technological weapons born after the end of the world. Generally speaking, their power was quite impressive. The point is that the photon energy cannon can obviously fire continuously. Boom! Boom! The next moment, accompanied by the humming sound of the photon energy cannon, explosions occurred continuously in the air, and large balls of fire emerged in the air. At the same time, Yi Sha disappeared on the spot. If the Thunder Emperor's ability is used, it will be much easier to deal with these steel-armored men. But even if not, Yi Sha can deal with them, especially when fighting against the enemy before. Yi Sha has already determined that those metal shells are protective gear, and the unparalleled effect of the sword falling in Nanjiang can play a role. When Yi Sha appeared again, he was already below a steel-armored man. Then he jumped up and stabbed out with the sword in his hand. Crack! The sword easily penetrated the armor on the opponent's back, and even pierced directly from the turbine. Bang! A ball of fire appeared behind the steel-armored man, and then he fell from the air. However, Yi Sha did not land on the ground, but stepped on the steel-armored man's body at the moment of his fall, and jumped up again. The next moment, the fluttering pieces of paper quickly came towards Yi Sha, forming paper wings behind him. Flying in the air, Yi Sha quickly flew through the air, and pieces of paper kept gathering around him. Then followed Yi Sha and passed through the steel-armored men. Ice and snow seal the sky. Ice and snow seal the sky. Shoot a large number of pieces of paper into the sky, forming a paper snow seal. During the duration, you can manipulate the paper snow to continuously attack enemy targets. The duration is 15 minutes. And the interval between uses is 24 hours. Yisha shouted softly. And the pieces of paper continued to rotate, wrapping the armored men. The armored men kept raising their arms and bombarding the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The photon energy cannon kept hitting the flying pieces of paper around. But it was completely useless. The sound of explosions continued to sound. And the fireballs burst. But they could never break through the coverage of the paper. Yisha snorted coldly. Collect? Yisha's 5 fingers closed. And the rotating pieces of paper quickly tightened, constantly forcing the armored men closer. Soon, the sound of cutting continued to sound. And the paper kept cutting through the steel armor man's body, making a harsh sound, as if metal was thrown into a meat grinder. In a moment, the wind dissipated and the paper fell to the ground. At the same time, piles of completely broken steel parts fell from the sky, and all fell to the ground with a clanging sound. Yisha walked towards the pile of broken steel armor man parts, and then dug out the opponent's energy blocks. Some habits must be changed, because everything can be exchanged on the Doomsday train. Yisha doesn't care much about things that are not valuable. However, now it is different. Yisha must consider this aspect. These collected energy blocks are his own Thunder Core reserves. Hey, are you stupid? Yisha came to Ming Hai and stretched out his palm in front of him. Let's go. Ming Hai sighed. Why didn't I draw something powerful in the Gashapon machine? Ming Hai drew 3 pieces of paper, one of which was immortality, and the other was the ability to teleport with coordinate positioning. With these 2 abilities, there are really few people in this world who can do anything to Ming Hai. The former can prevent Ming Hai from dying, and the latter can prevent Ming Hai from being easily imprisoned. His ability to run away is also first class. However, as for attacking, he can only laugh. At this time, the Archon also jumped off the last plane and shook his head at Yisha. Chapter 1785 Breaking In. Yisha frowned. Is it possible to repair it? The Archon shook his head again. Yisha cursed again and looked at the private parking area. That area was severely damaged. It was obvious that most of the planes could not be used. But there was still some hope. Yisha asked the Archon to take a look. And the news he received was not encouraging. Ming Hai, what should we do? If we can't find the plane, we can only continue to go to sea. No. Yisha, I know a place where we can definitely get a plane. Ming Hai, what place? Oh, you mean the hotel? There should be a helicopter there. No. Yisha walked out of the airport. It's the base of Compu. Wow. Ming Hai followed Yisha. You don't want to kill your way to Compu's base? Yisha, since those bastards can cause trouble for me, then why can't I cause trouble for them? Yisha returned to the pile of broken steel armor parts, and then said to the Archon, there should be communication equipment inside, and we can try to use the signal of the communication equipment to locate it. The helicopters that brought the steel armored men here have already run away. Otherwise, we can just capture a helicopter. The Archon squatted on the ground, fiddling with the parts, quickly found some devices, and then put them together. Ming Hai on the side, is it okay? Yisha, he is much more useful than you. Go and inform Imoshi. Ming Hai, let her help us collect the bodies? Yisha, if beating you is useless, I will really beat you until you can't take care of yourself. Ming Hai laughed, just kidding. Isn't it just telling her about Compu? I know. Ming Hai went to contact Imoshi, and Yisha was left alone. After about a quarter of an hour, the Archon connected a cable to Yisha's PDA, and then an electronic map appeared with a red dot on it. Yisha, where is the Compu base located? The Archon nodded with certainty. Yisha, let's go. Yisha called Ming Hai, and then walked out. In addition to the map, there were also some information. Looking at the information, Yisha was a little surprised. The base of Compu was actually a medical aid station. Strictly speaking, it was originally a medical aid station. However, thinking of this ghost place of Modi, Yisha understood it. This is a place with long-term civil war, poverty and misery. It has always relied on international material support, and medical aid stations are not uncommon here. Of course, there are many twists and turns in it. Some are purely charitable investment support, and some have some tricks. The most typical example is that they support the war in public, but secretly make money from the war. This place is indeed poor and has no money, but it has mines. They secretly provide weapons to the warlords here and exchange them for minerals. On the surface, they also provide some protection, set up relief stations, or transport arms to this place under the banner of transporting support materials. This kind of thing is not uncommon. As for Compu, Yi Sha felt that he could guess some of the situation. In a country with a civil war, human lives are worthless. Compu set up a medical relief station on the surface, and the scale was large, but the investment was also huge. Then, because Compu's medical aid station has indeed saved many people and often distributes medicines for free, no one would suspect that Compu is doing something privately. Even if someone guessed it, they would not say it out loud, because many people have indeed benefited from it. The medical aid station is located in the suburbs. In fact, it is not correct to call it a medical aid station. Compu has built many aid stations in this land, but Modi, as the capital city, is still relatively peaceful. There is no need for any aid here. It is mainly Compu's medical aid station office. After leaving the airport, Yi Sha spread out his paper wings. You drive down and follow. By the way, what did Emoshi say? Ming Hai, it's up to us to get the plane back. She has found fuel. Yi Sha, then speed up. Yi Sha spread out his paper wings and flew forward quickly. As for whether Ming Hai could keep up, Yi Sha didn't care. Anyway, he could keep up. Ming Hai was still useful occasionally, such as if there were minefields or traps. Ming Hai could go there. In short, you go and die. I will enjoy the good life, and let Ming Hai be cannon fodder. As for Ming Hai's driving and not being able to keep up, it doesn't matter. Yi Sha believes that he can handle it alone. Flying all the way out of the city, Yi Sha quickly found the so-called Compu medical station service point. It was a very ordinary house, not very luxurious. Yi Sha entered it. There was only a service hall, and there were several offices on the second floor. It looked nothing special. Yi Sha looked at the Archon, and then retracted his gaze. Yi Sha was still relieved when the Archon was doing things. Since the Archon said that the other party's base was here, it must be here. Yi Sha took a deep breath, spread his paper wings again, flew into the air, and pulled out the sword. Luo Nanjiang, I don't have time to play with you, so let's be direct. Buzz! The sound of the sword suddenly rang out. Yi Sha raised his sword and slashed it hard at the building below. 6 dragons flew into the sky. Yi Sha swept his sword downwards, and the blood-colored sword light spread, quickly turning into a dragon shape and charging downwards. With a loud bang, when the first blood dragon fell, the building collapsed by more than half, and Yi Sha did not hold back, and the second blood dragon charged immediately. Boom! Boom! Continuous loud noises appeared, and the building was crushed to pieces almost instantly. After the fourth blood dragon landed, Yi Sha finally achieved his goal. Under the building, a piece of the ground was blown up, revealing a large hole. The walls of the hole were made of metal. It was obviously a secret passage, but the exit was blasted apart by Yi Sha. Yi Sha didn't waste any words. He blasted out the last 2 blood dragons, and they flew down along the hole. Then Yi Sha swooped down and entered the hole. Boom! Boom! A huge noise was heard, and a piece of the cave was blown apart, including the extremely thick metal door. And then Yi Sha entered. In front of Yi Sha were dozens of fully armed comp company armed personnel. When Yi Sha appeared, the other party raised their guns. Yi Sha was not surprised. It would be strange if such a big movement was not discovered. Moreover, there must be monitoring equipment installed on the ground. When Yi Sha appeared, the other party should have known it. But, Yi Sha, can these guys stop me? Chapter 1786 Kill. Yi Sha walked forward, not taking the armed men seriously at all. 2. 2. 2. The sound of rifle fire suddenly rang out, and then bullets were continuously fired in the direction of Yi Sha. But when those bullets came in front of Yi Sha, they were blocked by the crystallized flames of the red flame armor. Get out of the way! Yi Sha shouted, and then stretched out his hand to wipe forward. Shock wave. Invisible power surged forward, and then the armed men who were blocking Yi Sha were blown away one after another, and hit the walls on both sides. Yi Sha walked forward, turned the corner, and came to the second corridor. Crack! Crack! The walls on both sides suddenly made a sound, and then they kept opening, and those steel-armored men appeared in front of Yi Sha again. Yi Sha sneered, looked around, and suddenly punched the wall. Yi Sha's fist pierced through the steel plate embedded in the wall, and pierced into the wall. Yisha raised his lips, and quickly grasped a few cables. Since the other party had built such a mechanism on the wall, they must have powered it. The next moment, Yisha raised his fist and punched forward. With a crackling sound, a current shot forward, and the lights in the corridor flickered. Yisha absorbed electricity while launching attacks. When the current passed, those steel-armored men didn't even have time to launch an attack. The arcs of electricity surrounded their bodies, and they fell into a silent state, completely unable to move. Yisha continued to move forward. This place was not big. Yisha quickly found a circular hall, which was also the end of the corridor. There were many computers here, and it felt like a scene of chaos. There were no researchers. They probably evacuated as soon as Yisha entered. However, there was still a man left, wearing the uniform of the armed forces of Compu. Yisha, everyone else ran away. Why are you still here? Julius smiled. Because I found an experimental sample that I was very interested in, and I was going to capture him alive. I see. Because I destroyed your iron lumps? That's a good reason. But, Yisha raised his fist, if you want to capture me alive, you have to be alive first. Yisha didn't take action the moment he finished speaking. The first to attack was the Archon. A black chain appeared in the Archon's palm, dragging on the ground, making a clang sound, and then rushed forward like a snake. Ha! Julius growled, and his body suddenly swelled up. Corpse transformation. Julius' skin quickly turned purple. His height of 1.8 meters was not considered tall, but it suddenly swelled to more than 2 meters. Hiss! Hiss! Julius' clothes suddenly tore apart, and his muscles continued to swell like inflated air, becoming extremely strong. The swelling of the muscles at Julius' shoulders was particularly obvious, and then 2 cracks suddenly appeared at the shoulders, slowly opening, revealing 2 orange-yellow eyes as big as a baby's head. The cleanup team. The corpse sample is the pupil arm giant? Yisha curled his lips. Not bad. When Julius entered the corpse state, the Archon's attack did not stop. 2 black chains quickly climbed onto Julius' body, and then quickly tightened. The chains tightened very hard, and you can see that Julius' muscles are obviously sunken. But in the next moment, ah! Julius raised his head and roared. And then his tense muscles expanded again, and his arms spread to both sides, breaking the Archon's chains abruptly, turning into a black halo and falling down. Yisha casually pulled out a chair and sat down, his arm hanging on the back of the chair, with an expression of watching a good show. This action was naturally regarded as a provocation by Julius, who roared and rushed towards Yisha. However, at this moment, the figure of the Archon flashed and blocked Julius again. Fist to fist. Bang! The Archon's fist collided with Julius's fist, and a layer of air waves was pushed around their fists, shaking the surroundings, and those computers and chairs were blown away. The metal console embedded in the ground made a click sound and kept twisting and deforming. Oh! Yisha, it seems pretty good. The next moment, the Archon suddenly changed his fist into a palm, grabbed Julius's fist, then jumped up and kicked Julius on the head. Ah! Julius roared, and the 2 pupils on his shoulders emitted red light. And then Julius' body temperature rose wildly, and his arms turned red. Bang! Julius took a step forward, raised his fist, and punched hard. With a bang, as the Archon quickly dodged the attack, Julius' fist hit the console. The metal console continued to emit white smoke, and then was quickly dissolved by Julius' fist. This is Julius' ability, or in other words, it is Julius's corpse sample. The ability of the pupil arm giant. The pupil arm giant is a mutant zombie stuck at the level of the king. It may enter the level of the king, or it may be a step away. There is no absolute conclusion. Even if it is a mutant zombie, there will be deviations in the mutation process. However, the pupil arm giant is usually considered a king-level mutant zombie because of its outstanding strength and difficult mutant ability. If you touch the arm of the pupil arm giant, you may be melted. However, the problem is that Julius is now facing the Archon. Then there is really nothing to worry about. Deal with him, Yisha said. I don't want to waste too much time. The naked provocation made Julius even more angry, and he raised his fist and blasted forward again. This time, the Archon did not dodge. Bang! Julius's fist hit the Archon's chest head-on, and hot white smoke continued to emerge from the Archon's chest, and Julius's arm became even redder. Julius roared, "Burn you to death." But at this moment, Julius's red arm suddenly dimmed again, and the temperature dropped sharply. Julius's face showed a look of astonishment. Yi Sha was not surprised. The Archon also absorbed the flesh and blood of the Son of Flame. Using high temperature to deal with the Archon? It was simply courting death. The next moment, a black ball of light condensed in the Archon's hand, full of a chaotic feeling. And there was nothingness inside the ball of light. Boom! The Archon stretched his hand forward and pressed the ball of light on the pupil of Julius' shoulder. With a bang, the pupil suddenly exploded. Chapter 1787 Old Acquaintance. Ah! Julius kept getting terrified and turned around to run away. Unfortunately, the Archon would not give him such a chance. Clank! Clank! The black chain dragged across the ground, quickly wrapped around Julius' neck from behind, and then pulled Julius back. The Archon stretched out his hand forward, and a fist-sized fireball rushed forward. Apostle power. The fireball looked very small, but when it fell on Julius, boom! A huge roar sounded, and then the fireball exploded and expanded, engulfing Julius, and in the blink of an eye, it burned Julius to ashes. Let's go! Yi Sha stood up. Go find a plane. There must be a parking spot here. Since armed helicopters had transported those steel-armored men before, there must be planes here. At least helicopters. But at this time, Sha. The screen in front of Yi Sha suddenly flickered, and then a picture appeared. Long time no see. A familiar voice sounded. Yi Sha frowned. What the hell is this? What appeared on the screen was a strange machine, with an iron barrel in the center, and cables, and some pipes connected to it. And above the iron barrel, there was a glass cover, and inside the glass cover, there was a human brain, connected to some transparent tubes, and some liquid was transported into the human brain. Hee. The voice sounded again. I think this may help you remember me. The scene suddenly switched, and Witzel's voice appeared on the screen. But it was not his real body. Just a picture. Yi Sha, so it's you. The old man. You don't seem surprised? Dr. Witzel laughed. By the way, you killed the new Virgo, so you should have heard that I'm alive. Yi Sha, are you here to reminisce about the past? You're talking nonsense. We don't seem to have any friendship. I just want to see you. Dr. Witzel, I still think you are the best experimental material. As long as I get you, I can create the strongest constellation monster. Yi Sha gets angry when he hears about constellation monsters. If it wasn't for that crap, why would he be hunted down? Come on. Yi Sha raised his fist. I'm waiting for you to take my body. Bang! Yi Sha's fist fell, smashing the monitor to pieces. On another monitor, Dr. Witzel appeared again. Don't worry. I'll find you. The next moment, the screen suddenly went black. Yi Sha waved to the Archon. Let's go. Julius was dead. The defense system was unmanned, and those who had to run had already run. Yi Sha easily found the parking platform. Unfortunately, there were no large aircraft like civilian aircraft. Most of them were armed helicopters, and there were 2 transport aircraft. However, 2 transport planes are enough. There are not many people on Yi Sha's side. Yi Sha, Emoshi, Ming Hai, and then there are those silver robes following Emoshi. So 1 transport plane is enough. The rest are Ming Hai sailors, who can take another plane. Or not. They can take the ship back. Just prepare enough fuel, food and fresh water. As for the dangers at sea, this is more troublesome, because no one can predict. But Ming Hai has additional deep-sea radars on the 2 cruise ships. So if there are any ancient marine species approaching, they can actually be discovered in advance and avoid them. Yi Sha asked the Archon to fly the transport plane to pick up Ming Hai and return to the port. It's convenient to have a plane. Emoshi, we have food, fresh water, and fuel. You can decide. Do your sailors want to go with us? If they leave together, I will arrange for them to go to the nearest survivors' human camp when they arrive in Valen City. If they want to return, they will be responsible for escorting my apostles. You can follow them until they are escorted back to the port city. Let me ask. Moshi was obviously asking Ming Hai, who scratched his head. I guess they will all choose to return. Many of them have families in Hong Kong City. Some of them were together before the end of the world, and some after the end of the world. Moshi, then you decide. Let me know when you have a decision. But it's better to be unified. They can't go where we go. Ming Hai understood. I'll let them move their things first. Yi Sha was just watching the show from the side, and sighed at the benefits of being alone. there are not so many troubles. Soon, after Ming Hai made the arrangements, everyone started to board the plane. Yisha patted the Archon on the shoulder. Are you sure everything is okay? Fuel? Instruments running? The Archon gave a thumbs up directly to show his attitude. Yisha nodded, then returned to the cabin and sat down. And then the transport plane began to take off. Yisha, how long will it take? Moshi, about 10 hours. It's much more convenient to take a plane. 10 hours is not a long time. Yisha fell asleep, played a game of chase with those nightmares, and arrived at Valen City. Valen City is bordered by the sea to the east, and has a vast plain behind it. It is evergreen all year round, and has a pleasant climate. Of course, these adjectives only apply to the period before the end of the world. Nowadays, it is a dead city everywhere. Yisha, is this the headquarters of your Apostles' Walk? Not the headquarters. Moshi, the headquarters is in the Fog City. But this is also one of our major bases. Moshi pointed to the cockpit while speaking. Moshi, let him go directly to St. Valen Cathedral. Yisha nodded and called to the Archon, who then began to fly at low altitude. When they were about to reach St. Valen's Cathedral, Yisha opened the cabin door and felt the wind sweeping around. Looking down, he could already see St. Valen's Cathedral. The area around the cathedral had obviously been cleaned up, and there were no zombies. At the same time, Yisha also saw the other party's vigilance. There were both open sentries and hidden sentries. Yisha found many apostles walking and standing on the roofs of the surrounding buildings, and his eyes naturally fell on the transport plane. In addition, there are obviously hidden sentries, alert and ready to fight at any time. Don't be too nervous. Moshi patted Yisha's shoulder. They won't do it. Yisha sneered. Do you think I care if they do it? Moshi hesitated. You are no longer a member of Doomsday Train. If you want to integrate here, you need to change your attitude appropriately. Yisha, you think too much. You have been saying that I am an apostle, but I have never admitted it. Chapter 1788 Arrival. When the transport plane landed, Yisha saw an old friend again. Nanrong Jishur stood in a square in front of the cathedral, watching the transport plane land, with the sword case beside him, staring at Yisha. Yisha smiled. You look like you want to eat me. So why don't you pull out your sword? Nanrong Jishur slapped the sword case angrily. Do you think I don't dare? Enough. Moshi walked to Yisha. I didn't bring him back to fight with you. Where is the great sage? Nanrong Jishur took a deep breath. He is still in the basement. He said that if you are tired, you can take a rest first and go to see him in the afternoon. Moshi nodded. And then, withdraw the people. These are all meaningless actions. Nanrong Jishur looked at Yisha. Do you know how many of us he killed? I know. Moshi said seriously, but it was the great sage who asked me to bring him back. Nanrong Jishur gritted his teeth, glared at Yisha, and turned to walk towards the cathedral. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something first. Moshi glanced at Yisha, also. Can you not take the initiative to provoke me? Very interesting. Isn't it? Yisha, some people want to kill me, but they don't even dare to do it. With a bang, the door of the church made a loud noise. But it was Nanrong Jishur who heard Yisha's voice, and kicked the door aside. Moshi patted her forehead and said helplessly, Let's go! The apostles around her retreated, and Moshi led Yisha and Ming Hai into the Cathedral of St. Valen. The Cathedral of St. Valen is quite large, and has a long history. Although it has been renovated several times, it can still be seen that the ancient rhyme is preserved. Except for the hall, other places have been transformed by the apostles. Currently, a large number of apostles use this place as their residence and live in the cathedral every day, passing through the corridor full of stained glass windows. Moshi pointed to the front. That's the canteen. Yisha was puzzled. Canteen? What's the problem? Moshi looked at Yisha. The apostles also need to eat and drink water. Is this strange? Don't you need to eat and drink on the Doomsday Train? Yisha, I just didn't expect that such a real word as canteen would appear in your mouth. Canteen? Yisha murmured again, and then imagined some scenes in his mind. A group of apostles holding rice bowls and queuing for food, then chewing steamed buns, and suddenly spitting out a cockroach from his mouth. It always felt a bit weird. While thinking, Moshi took Yisha and Ming Hai into the cafeteria. It was not what Yisha had imagined, but a self-service cafeteria. There were various foods on the long table in the middle, and there were plates on the side. You could just take the food and find a place to sit. Ming Hai whistled. The food looks good. Moshi, just take what you want. You're welcome. Yi Sha curled his lips. The food at the Apostles' Walk looked good. With salads, fruits, and barbecue. But it was not comparable to Doomsday Train. The salad was made of pure potatoes, with no fresh vegetables. The fruits were dried fruits for easy preservation. The roast meat was not pork, beef, or mutton, but meat from ancient species. Simply put, with the ability of the Apostles, it is impossible to say that they cannot survive because of food. But basically they are self-reliant, which is completely incomparable to the life on the Doomsday Train before the end of the world. The reason why Yi Sha thought of these things was not because he missed the life on the Doomsday Train, but because such details can actually show strength and ability. The three of them took the food and sat down at a table. However, at this moment, an apostle walked by the table and bumped into the corner of the table, causing the plate in front of Yi Sha to fall to the ground. The apostle turned around and looked at Yi Sha provocatively without any apology. Yi Sha ignored him and looked at him. Oh, isn't it me who took the initiative to provoke you this time? In fact, I usually don't provoke you. Suddenly, Yi Sha stood up abruptly, grabbed the apostle's head, and pushed his head down to the dining table. With a bang, the apostle's head hit the dining table, breaking it in two. Almost instantly, all the apostles around stood up. Yi Sha looked around with contempt. If you want to kill me, please pick up your weapons. And then, I will respond to you in my own way. She slapped her forehead again, feeling a headache. Sit down. She looked around. Do you want to make trouble? After she finished speaking, she pulled Yi Sha out. This meal could not be eaten. Ming Hai sighed and put a piece of meat into his mouth. Who did I offend? After she pulled Yi Sha away, she said, forget it. I'll just take you to see the great sage. Yi Sha, what is a great sage? A guide. But he is the oldest guide at present. Even other guides don't know how many years he has lived. So everyone calls him the great sage. While talking, she took Yi Sha to the depths of the church and came to a corridor leading to the underground. Sorry, she said to Ming Hai. You can't go in. Ming Hai spread his hands. Okay. I'll wait outside. She nodded, and then walked down with Yi Sha, and soon came to an old wooden door. Pushing the wooden door open, they entered a basement. Yi Sha looked around curiously. There was a huge table in the center of the basement, filled with all kinds of things. There were many ropes hanging from the ceiling, and at the bottom of the ropes, there were many glass bottles hanging. The bottles seemed to be filled with light, with various colors: red, green, purple, and these glass bottles were scattered throughout the basement. Child, welcome back. At this time, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. She immediately said respectfully, Great Sage. A white ball of light fell from the sky and floated in front of Yi Sha and She. Great Sage? Yi Sha looked at the white ball of light in front of him, and always felt strange, as if the other party could see through Yi Sha's thoughts. He suddenly laughed. If you think this image can make you feel more natural, then it's fine. The ball of light slowly grew larger and stretched continuously. And then an old man with white beard and white hair, who was radiating light all over his body, appeared slowly in front of Yi Sha with a cane. Let me introduce myself. I am the great sage Tyraius. The old man smiled. Welcome back again, my child. Chapter 1789 Origin. Don't call me so affectionately. Yi Sha, I don't think we are one family. I understand your wariness. Tyraius smiled. Please sit down. Tyraius reached out his hand. And then behind Yi Sha and She, the light suddenly gathered and turned into two chairs. Tyraius sat down on the other side. Child, I will tell you what you want to know, and then you can make your own decision. No, it should be said that after you listen, you must make a decision. Yi Sha, that's my own business. Tyraius nodded. First, you want to know how the apostles came about? Right? Yi Sha nodded. Tyraius, this is a long story. We must trace back history. First, let's talk about a well-known story. Do you know the Ark? Yi Sha frowned. Genesis? Correct answer. Tyraius smiled. Chapter 6 to Chapter 9 of Genesis records the story of Noah's Ark, and saw God, who created the world, saw that the earth was full of corruption, violence and lawless evil. So he planned to use a flood to eliminate the evil people. She, but God also chose a good man among them. His name is Noah. God asked him to build an ark, take his family, and clean animals, 7 males and 7 females, unclean animals, 1 male and 1 female, and finally 7 males and 7 females of birds in the sky. Teratus, when the end of the world came, all life died, but Noah survived. Those animals mated and began to reproduce again. As the only human who survived, Noah was hailed as a new human. It was because of his existence that humans did not completely perish, but began to reproduce again. Yisha, although I am not familiar with Western mythology, I know this story because it is very famous. So it is better to be direct and not talk so much nonsense. Teratus laughed. Do you really think this is a story? Yisha, are you trying to tell me that the ark really exists and the world was really destroyed by a flood? Teratus, I don't know if there is a person named Noah, nor do I know if there is an ark. But this world has indeed been destroyed countless times. And the end of the world is not just coming now. Yisha, cylindrical tower? Teratus smiled. Yes. The end of the world is coming. And civilization is destroyed. There are many reasons. Sometimes it is war. Sometimes it is natural disasters. And sometimes it is simply a decline after prosperity. Just like the flood in the story of the Arkansas. Who can guarantee that it has not happened? Yisha, what does this have to do with the Apostles' Walk? Child, don't be impatient. Teratus, next is the part about the Apostles' Walk. In these stories of the destruction of civilizations, there are always some people who survive. Or in other words, these people are the chosen ones. Yisha, who chose them? Teratus pointed to his head, maybe just like Noah in the ark story. It was chosen by the so-called gods? Or something else? Sorry, I don't know much about that either. Yisha didn't dwell on this question, but nodded. Teratus continued, maybe because the ark story is too famous. Maybe because they think Noah is the first person chosen. So they regard Noah as the ancestor. So those people call themselves Noah's apostles. Yisha raised his eyebrows and thought of limos. Teratus continued, next is the Apostles' Walk. As for the origin of the Apostles' Walk, you can think of it as the eliminated of Noah's apostles. Yisha, eliminated? Teratus nodded. Let's put it this way. Every time the end of the world comes and civilization is destroyed, there will be some people who survive. But not all of them are chosen. Only people like Noah are qualified to become Noah's apostles. And what about others? If there are other survivors in the flood, then they are the Apostles' Walk. Yisha, is there any difference between the two? Teratus, of course there is a difference. The former is recognized, while the latter is not. In other words, the latter should have been dead, but survived due to various accidents. Therefore, in ancient history, some people also called us people abandoned by God. Yisha disdainfully, but the question is, are there gods in this world? Recognized? Who is qualified to recognize me? Destiny should belong to oneself. Teratus, I agree with your last sentence. No one wants their fate to be controlled by others. That's why the apostles exist. As for the previous question, I'm sorry, I can't answer it. I don't know if there is a God in this world. Nor do I know who is in charge of everyone's fate. But, Teratus suddenly spread his palms. In the basement, many things suddenly floated up. Yisha looked up and was surprised. Those floating things were all relics of ancient civilization. Teratus, you are from China like Mashi. Right? Yisha nodded. Teratus, I really can't answer your question or explain the reason. But I can't ignore it. There is an invisible force that dominates everything. To use a phrase from you Chinese people, there is a will of heaven. After Teratus finished speaking, a white light appeared in front of Teratus. And then a picture appeared on the light. It was a land of lush vegetation, which seemed to come from a very ancient era. Then, the battle broke out. In the mountains, on the grasslands, in the canyons, humans could be seen fighting everywhere. Those humans were dressed very anciently, with clothes and pants mostly made of animal skins. But in fact, it could be seen that those humans were obviously not savages from ancient times, because their weapons were extraordinary. Although it was unknown what metal the weapons were made of, they were definitely not made in ancient times. Humans wearing fur in ancient times could never have made such metal weapons, whether it is technology or science. In fact, the people fighting not only hold metal weapons, but also some very magical things. A man covered his body with a fur cloak and then disappeared. The edge of the other man's shield seemed to be able to support an invisible barrier, and the defense range was much larger than the shield. Suddenly, the scene came to a canyon. Yisha looked at the two people fighting and couldn't help but, the one holding the spear. Is it you? Chapter 1790 Noah's Apostle. Taratus, it's me. You may understand after reading this. The battle continues. Taratus' opponent is a very strong man. No. Strong is not enough to describe the opponent. The man is extremely powerful and strong. Obviously, judging by human standards, the man's biological structure should be ahead of the biological evolution of humans. Every punch the man throws can break monuments and crack rocks. Of course, at this level, Yisha can also do it easily now, and can even create more terrible destruction than the man in the picture. But what if it was before the end of the world? Yisha can't do it, and no human can do it. If a human slaps the wall, it must be the human's palm that will rot. In fact, Taratus is not weak in terms of body. He can easily smash a rock as high as a person. He should be from the same tribe as the opponent. The battle between the two lasted for several hours. And finally Taratus failed, and fell to the ground covered in blood. The man did not give Taratus the final blow, but chose to leave. Finally, the scene came to a mountain. Bare. With nothing. 3 men appeared here. They were the final winners of the battle. And the man who fought with Taratus was among them. They came to the mountain. The sun was rising, and the light was shining, warm and soft. Then, the three disappeared. Taratus waved casually, and the light and shadow in front of him dissipated. Taratus, this is my hometown, my homeland, my civilization. The last battle before the destruction. At that time, everything we had was destroyed. And then on that day, Palia gave a prophecy, telling us that if we want to be reborn, we need to destroy. Completely destroy. And then the battle began. Yisha, what is Palia? Taratus, an extinct bird. Also very rare in our time. My civilization worships Palia as the incarnation of a god walking on earth. Yisha nodded, motioning for Taratus to continue. Taratus, I don't know how to describe it. Palia's prophecy exists and is respected in our civilization, just like your myths and legends. But, how should I put it? Yisha, do you Chinese have gods? Yisha nodded, yes. There are many. Taratus, so? If those gods suddenly told you that you must commit suicide in order to exchange for world peace, would you be willing? Of course not. And I won't believe it. Yisha, I believe that most people won't. Taratus nodded. It felt the same to us at that time. Although the Palia prophecy appeared, no one really believed it. But as I said, there seemed to be an invisible force pushing us. Some of us started to attack others like crazy. It felt like a plague. 1 person spread to 10. 10 spread to 100. And finally everyone started fighting. In the end, you saw that the dead died, and the living disappeared. Yisha, Noah's apostles? Taratus, yes. Those 3 people became Noah's apostles, became new humans, and continued to live as the continuation of everything. But no one knows where they went. And the defeated people should have died. In fact, I was the only one who survived in the end, because the one who fought with me was my brother, and he didn't kill me. Taratus' face showed nostalgia and grief. So, Taratus, people like me who have been eliminated and should have died, but are still alive, are the apostles. To be more direct, they are losers who survived in the end of the world and failed to become Noah's apostles. Yisha closed his eyes, pondered for a while, and then said, the principle of survival of the fittest. When the end of the world comes, those who die in the end of the world are the most worthless. But those who survive still need to be tested. And only those who stand to the end will become Noah's apostles. Taratus, this summary is more general and not absolute. But it is almost like this. Yisha, is there a basis? This may just be your speculation. This is the speculation of many people. Taratus, but the problem is that speculation can also be the truth, as long as there is enough evidence. Yisha, do you have it? Taratus pointed to the relics of ancient civilizations. It's all recorded here. Yisha was surprised. Can you understand the text above? Taratus smiled, lived longer. Naturally understand more. Cannot be said to understand completely, but at least can understand some of it. And what is recorded above are the birth and destruction of different civilizations. This is the basis of all speculation. Yisha, You mean these relics of ancient civilizations are actually from different civilizations? However, the text and patterns are of the same style. No, they are from the same civilization. Teratus, I don't know the true origin of these things, but after the collapse of every civilization, these things will appear, such as... Teratus stretched out his hand, and a broken inscription flew over and fell into his palm. Teratus, what is recorded above is exactly the birth of my civilization. However, my civilization was actually just a small tribe at that time. The ruler of the land was not human. Our population at that time was probably only 20,000 to 30,000. We have never built ruins or made such stone tablets. The text on it is not our text. However, the content recorded above is completely correct. She interrupted. The origin of these relics left by ancient civilizations has always been one of the secrets explored by the apostles. Teratus, anything else you want to ask? Yisha, I understand your origins. But it's just your origins. What's the meaning of your existence? And since you are called apostles, I want to know what apostles are. Teratus smiled. Regarding the meaning of existence, the original intention is not that complicated. Why do you work hard to complete the mission on Doomsday train? Yisha, to live. Teratus spread his hands. It's the same for us. The original reason is so simple. Just to live. Yisha, you are living well now. According to the words on Doomsday train, you have probably lived for thousands of years. And for this you. Yisha shrugged. A ball of light? Chapter 1791 Son of God. Teratus smiled, not seeming to mind Yisha's words, but said, I think if it were you, you would understand the desire to live at all costs. Yisha nodded. Teratus, so, the birth of the guide was indeed like this at first. A wise man of a certain civilization invented this method of biological transformation and turned himself into a light source creature. However, the guide is not immortal. It just lives longer. Teratus waved his hand, and the relics of ancient civilizations around him fell back to the ground. Teratus, then, over the long years, the original guide discovered many things and had many questions. Why did the civilization of this world continue to be built and destroyed? And the end of the world came again and again? Many questions puzzled the guide at that time. Of course, there were some other small secrets, such as the relics of ancient civilizations. So, the guide began to rescue some creatures that survived the civilization. This is the birth of the guide. Yisha, then. Teratus, despair. Unwillingness. You should have clearly experienced it in the cylindrical tower. No one can remain indifferent when seeing the destruction of civilization. Yisha thought for a while, then. Fight? Yes. Teratus, no one is willing to be at the mercy of fate. Especially most people do not think they have done anything wrong. Everyone's world is beautiful. Why should it be destroyed? Why should we accept destruction? So, starting from the guide, the Apostles' Walk was born. As for the origin of the Apostles' Walk, I have just said that in addition to those who survived by chance, it was also because of the guide's rescue and promotion behind the scenes. Yisha nodded. Teratus, so, back to your question. The meaning of the existence of the Apostles is this. No one is willing to watch civilization reincarnate again and again. We want to be immortal. And we can't accept the feeling of being played by fate. As for the Apostles, this is another secret. Or discovery. Like the relics of ancient civilizations. Yisha made a gesture of listening attentively. Teratus, first of all, before talking about the Apostles, I want to ask you, do you think this world has been destroyed? Yisha, I think this is a meaningless question. Isn't the world bad enough now? Teratus said seriously, yes. It's not bad enough. Teratus, how can it be considered the destruction of civilization if there are still people alive? Yisha was stunned for a moment, then understood what Teratus meant, and then took a breath of cold air. Does this mean that all human beings must die? Teratus, based on past experience, each civilization can never leave more than 3 Noah's apostles. Most of the time, a civilization will only have 1 Noah's apostle. So, do you think the end of the world has come? No. The end of the world has just begun. Yisha, what does that have to do with the apostles? Teratus, that's exactly what I'm going to say next. Every time the end of the world comes, the apostles will appear. That's why I said the end of the world has just begun. Because when the zombie virus began to spread, the apostles had not yet appeared. However, now they are starting to appear. And you have seen a lot of them. Yisha asked again, What exactly are the apostles? Teratus: I can't answer this. No one knows what the apostles are. We only know that every time the end of the world comes and ends, the apostles will appear. Or, you could understand that the apostles are the representatives of the will of God. Yisha: so, the reason you are looking for apostles is to hunt them? If so, why do you want to fight with Doomsday Train? Doomsday Train also wants to kill apostles. Teratus: no. Not just to kill. Because every apostle can create a son of God. Which is why you are standing here. She explained. Those who have the ability to absorb the power of the apostles can become sons of God. Teratus nodded, and according to past experience, anyone who can absorb the power of the apostles may not necessarily become a Noah apostle. But those who become Noah apostles must have obtained the power of the apostles. She, however, being able to absorb and absorbing are two different things. She was silent for a moment. Then, you killed some saints' sons, right? Yisha grinned. Not bad. She, in fact, there are a total of 11 saints' sons who have died in battle. If it only corresponds to the apostles, then it would have exceeded the number long ago. Because every time a saint's son dies, there are still others who can replace him as long as they are able to absorb the power of the apostles. Teratus: you can understand that there are some people who can absorb the power of the apostles, like the battles I have fought before. They are all candidates for the saint's son. There may be dozens, hundreds, or even thousands. The number is not too large. Among all the survivors, they only occupy a very small part. However, you can understand that this is an opportunity. Not everyone can make it to the end. She, of course. You are special. Teratus smiled and stroked She's head. Child, you are also special. Yisha showed doubt. Teratus: because you too have absorbed the power of the apostles. Other sons of God can be replaced. But you too cannot. You are the supreme sons of God. Which means that you are qualified to compete for the quota of becoming Noah's apostles. You are the most precious wealth. Of course, I don't want you to compete, but to unite. Yisha: what's the intention? Teratus: you have already seen how powerful Noah's apostles are. Like the apostles, Noah's apostles will also appear when the end of the world comes. The reason for their appearance is not clear. But according to speculation, they are the terminators of everything. Or the end. Yisha: in other words, we need to deal with Noah's apostles? Teratus: yes. Absorbing the power of the apostles is something we have discovered in the long history. This is the only way to fight against Noah's apostles. Because only Noah's apostles can defeat Noah's apostles. So we need to rely on you to end it all. Yisha: that's not right. Teratus: oh. What's the problem? Yisha: the train conductor can also deal with Noah's apostle. In fact, I think the train conductor is stronger. Teratus' tone became deeper. Doomsday Train. Yisha asked another question in his mind. Doomsday Train. What is it? Chapter 1792 Uncertainties. Teratus: this is another question I can't answer accurately. Yisha: you are the oldest guide. You have lived for countless years. But you don't know? Teratus: in fact, the Doomsday Train existed before me. There are many related speculations. We once thought that the Doomsday Train is actually Noah's Arkansas. Yisha thought for a while. It's interesting. Noah survived because he boarded Noah's Arkansas. Although some people who boarded the Doomsday Train died because of the mission. Many people did survive because of the Doomsday Train. Teratus continued. As for the conductor, there are even more speculations about him. We have speculated that he is a guide. But he looks like a human. Not the same life form as us. So we have also speculated that he is actually a Noah's apostle. But he attacked the Noah's apostle again. And the Noah's apostle seems to disappear after each civilization collapses until the next apocalypse. While the conductor is always there. Yisha: so, in the final analysis, there is no answer? Teratus: yes. But what is certain is that Doomsday Train is on the opposite side of us. Because what we are trying to do, the other side seems to be blocking, robbing, destroying, and constantly conflicting. Teratus' face was obviously worried. Teratus: Doomsday Train is an uncertain factor. The only uncertain factor that changes the world. Because we don't know what Doomsday Train is like. And we don't know what the train conductor wants to do. Yisha thought for a while. So, it's right to fight. Since it's an uncertain factor, then eliminate it. Teratus: your words are unreasonable. But actually very reasonable. Although there are many factors for the continuous war between our two sides. The point you said is also one of the main reasons. Yisha pondered for a moment, but I have fought with limos. And I am not Limos' opponent at all. Taratus, don't worry. You still have room for growth. And the same goes for Emoshi. After all, you are just the son of God. Not the real apostles of Noah. But I believe that everything will come to an end. Then, is the end destruction or rebirth? It depends on you. And before reaching the end, there is no answer. Yisha nodded. Taratus smiled. How is it? You already know everything. Now it's time to make a choice. Yisha, if I say I'm leaving, will you let me go? Taratus shook his head. I don't want to lie to you. I won't kill you. It's bad for you. Because you are already the Son of God. You have the power of the apostle in your body. This is an unchangeable fact. But if you refuse, I can't let you go. The power of the apostle in your body can't be used by others. More importantly, you have the power of the apostle in your body. Now or in the future. Every decision you make may have a huge impact. I can't let you become an uncertain factor like the Doomsday train. Yisha, so? Imprison me? Taratus said seriously, yes. But I sincerely hope, or even beg you to stay. Only unity can bring hope. If you don't want to fall into darkness forever, you can only turn your heart to the light. Yisha, so? I don't really have much choice. But let me be frank. I don't intend to believe whatever you say. Nor do I intend to do whatever you say. I have my own way of doing things. Taratus smiled, of course. I didn't think of forcing you to do anything. I just wanted to give you a destination and a choice. After Taratus finished speaking, he suddenly sat down. Mashi stepped forward, great sage. You? Nothing. Just a little tired. Taratus waved his hand. If there is nothing, you can go back first. He just came. Please take care of him. Mashi nodded, okay. Mashi and Yisha left the basement and walked back along the stone steps. Yisha thought for a while. Ask you something. Mashi, is there anything else you haven't asked the great sage? Yisha, it has nothing to do with that. What I want to ask is, how did you get your abilities and your things? In Doomsday Train, these things were exchanged from the dining car. So what about the apostles? Emoshi, the guide has been around for countless years and has collected a lot of civilized things. Of course, more of them are directly robbed. Yisha rob? Emoshi, the people in Doomsday Train can rob the apostles. So why can't it be the other way around? Yisha suddenly realized that this rule also applies to the apostles. Mashi, let's go. I'll take you to the mask room. Yisha was puzzled. Mask? The kind you always wear? Mashi, yes. Everyone has to wear it. But most people just find a random mask to wear. Usually only those whose strength is recognized, or those who are qualified to become the son of the saint, can go to the mask room to order it. Yisha, what's the meaning? Mashi, customized masks usually have some special effects. But it's more important to say that the symbolic meaning is more important than the effect. As for what the symbolic meaning is, I'm not sure about it. Anyway, everyone does it. So it's always right to follow suit. As they talked, Mashi and Yisha walked up the stairs. Mashi smiled and called out to Minghai, who was bored and drawing circles in the corner. Come on. I'll take you to make a mask. Yisha, didn't you say that ordinary apostles are not qualified to make custom masks? Mashi, do you think he is an ordinary apostle? Yisha, anyway. Except that he can't be killed. I don't think he is anything special. Mashi, the fact that he can't be killed is already special enough. By the way, does he really have this ability? Can't be killed no matter what? Hey, that's enough. Minghai, you don't have to smear me as soon as you come back? Don't you think people who can't die have human rights? Emoshi smiled. Come on. Come this way. Yisha fell behind and whispered to Minghai, the matter of the gas-upon machine has been rotten in my stomach. Minghai glanced at Yisha, not knowing why Yisha suddenly said this, but nodded. As for Yisha, he has always had questions about the gas-upon machine, but he didn't ask it in front of Taratus. There are two reasons for not asking. The first is that from the current situation, the apostles don't seem to know about the gas-upon machine. The second is that Yisha discovered something. Chapter 1793 Mask Making. Yisha didn't know whether Taratus was hiding something from him, or Taratus' speculation was wrong. Of course, it was also possible that neither of them was true, but that something unexpected happened. The unexpected thing was Minghai. The reason was simple. Only the Son of God could become an apostle of Noah. And only an apostle of Noah could survive to the end. Because of Ming Hai's appearance? It was obviously an incorrect answer. Because Ming Hai couldn't die. Of course. Emoshi knew this. And Taratus might also know it. But they probably didn't take it too seriously. Perhaps in the eyes of Moshi and Taratus, Ming Hai's ability is probably just beyond the ability of super speed regeneration. In the final analysis, it is probably a more powerful regeneration ability. And the speed of flesh and blood reorganization has reached an incredible level. As for not dying? Impossible. At least in the eyes of Taratus and Moshi. It is definitely impossible. That transcends the law of life. So, perhaps from the perspective of Taratus and Moshi, it is not that Ming Hai is immortal, but that the person who can kill Ming Hai has not appeared. Or, Ming Hai's immortality must have some weakness. And as long as they find it, they can kill Ming Hai. Of course, they did not deny that Ming Hai was a potential stock. Because that immortality was really abnormal. Otherwise Moshi would not have brought Ming Hai back. After all, Ming Hai was qualified to become an apostle just for that immortality. Only Yisha knew that the two were wrong. Because Yisha had seen Ming Hai's ability to resurrect from the dead too many times. Ignoring those cases where his heart was blasted through, and his head was smashed, and he came back to life. Yisha saw it with his own eyes. This guy turned into a pile of meat paste. But he stood up again from the pile of meat paste. Even the Archon injected with the U2 type A-level mutant virus was not so outrageous. Secondly, because of the gas-upon machine. Ming Hai's ability was obtained from the gas-upon machine. Taratus and Moshi had no idea how magical that thing was. And even terrifying. The gas-upon machine can allow Yisha to return to the origin of everything after death and live again. Then, it is possible to make Ming Hai immortal. Yisha actually felt that it was unlikely that Taratus would deceive him. The problem was that there were too many mysteries in the world now. And an old guy like Taratus could not see through everything. As for the secret of the gas-upon machine, it belonged to Yisha and Ming Hai. As for not telling, Yisha did not think too much, but instinctively felt that he should not tell. Just take a step back. The apostle walk needs Yisha. If Yisha overturned everything, it would be hard to say. Yisha believed that if he had no value, many apostles would be happy to kill him to avenge their dead companions who died at Yisha's hands. In this case, let's keep this secret in our hearts. Passing through the corridor of the cathedral, Moshi quickly brought Yisha to the front of a door and pushed the door open. The light in the room was a little dim. Yisha looked around. There were some cabinets piled up in the room. And all the cabinets were filled with masks. Even the ceiling was covered with a mask. Moshi came to a counter and knocked. Mess. Wake up. Huh? A voice came from behind the counter. And then a sleepy man suddenly sat up. And the mask on his face slipped to his chest. Mess. Moshi, help them make masks. Mess yawned. Then looked at Yisha with interest. Are you the one who got on the Doomsday train? Interesting. You know that many people want to kill you. Right? Yisha, wanting to kill and being able to kill are two different things. Yisha sat down at the counter and looked at the masks around him. The weak can only think. Yisha pointed to his head and then clenched his fist. The strong take action. Uh-huh. Interesting. Mess, what kind of mask do you want to make? You can have a ready-made template. Or you can draw it, and I can make it according to it. Of course. I have some ready-made ones here. You can choose if you like. Ming Hai, I want a dragon. The kind from the east. Is that all you want? That's easy. Mess nodded. Then looked at Yisha. What about you? Yisha looked at the masks around him, as if in deep thought. And then, Abaddon. Mess was stunned. Abaddon? Yisha, yes. Give me a mask that symbolizes Abaddon. Mess smiled. Do you want everyone to be afraid of you? Yisha, nothing wrong with that. Right? Abaddon. One of the oldest demons in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Lord of the Land of Destruction. The King of the Bottomless Pit. Represents destruction, death, and fear. Mace, I have no problem. As long as you like it. Yisha, then let's do it. Mace stretched out his hand. It will be finished in about a week. Bring out all the materials. Yisha was puzzled. Materials? Mace smiled. I don't even charge for labor. I'm working for nothing. You can't ask me to provide the materials. Right? Moshi explained. Mess has special abilities. The masks he made will have some abilities. But fundamentally, It still depends on the materials. The better the materials, the better the masks. Mess smiled. That's it. Moshi, you have been on the Doomsday train for so long. And you are the chief conductor. You can't be without some materials. Right? Mess doesn't need specific materials to make masks. Anything will do. Ming-Hai grabbed Moshi's cloak with tears in his eyes. Can you take me back to Hong Kong? I am very rich. I am not a poor guy. I am just very poor now. Besides, you didn't tell me that I needed these when I came here. Yisha glanced at him and said, I'll pay for your share. Yisha snapped his fingers as he spoke. The corpse flower emerged from Yisha's shadow. The huge corpse flower almost filled the room, pushing the surrounding cabinets to the wall. Then the flower bud slowly opened and spit out a lot of things, all of which were obtained by hunting ancient species or mutant zombies. Yisha was originally short of such things. He was not very interested in making things in the workshop. At present, the only thing he made was the twin sawtooth sword. Of course, on the other hand, because the blueprints are not easy to obtain, Yisha doesn't think it is necessary to trade with others and then make them. It takes time to collect materials, and there is a possibility of failure, which is not worth the loss. If the production is successful, of course you will make a lot of money. But if the production fails, the loss of materials is a small matter, and the huge amount of time is what Yisha cannot accept. However, because of making constellation monsters with Dr. Davis, Yisha also began to deliberately collect some precious materials, which just came in handy now. Chapter 1794 Order and Rules. What a generous sum. Mess smiled and flipped through it. There are actually quite a few materials obtained from the extraordinary ancient species. Yisha, you can do whatever you want with these materials. Mess, you don't need so many. But it's naturally best to have so many choices. Come pick up the mask in a week, and I will return the extra materials to you. Yisha nodded. Moshi, let's go. Leaving Mess's mask room, Moshi said as she walked, now we can talk about your future life. Yisha, I think, most of the time, it won't be much different from Doomsday Train. Right? You apostles are not a charity organization that only supports idle people. Moshi was stunned for a moment, then nodded, okay. You are right. Regarding what you said before, where the things of apostles come from. If you want to enter the treasure house of the guide, of course you need to make contributions. Ming-Hai, it's so troublesome. Why not just give it directly, so that everyone's strength can be improved? Yisha looked at Ming-Hai with disdain, because order and rules. Moshi looked at Yisha and nodded again. Very correct. Order and rules are one of the most important things Yisha learned on the Doomsday Train. Ming-Hai said it too beautifully. Everyone has selfish and self-centered ideas. Indeed, if the guide takes out everything, then the combat effectiveness of the Apostle Walk will be greatly improved. But how can we distribute it so that everyone has no objection? Some people get more, some get less, some get good, some get bad. Some feel that they are at a disadvantage. Some feel that others take advantage. So, contradictions, chaos, everything follows. Order and rules are the best and only way to maintain balance. The law of equivalent exchange applies to any era, whether before or after the end of the world. Establish reasonable order and rules, and then conduct equivalent exchange. How much you pay, how much you get. In this way, everything depends on your ability, and no one can be dissatisfied. Do you think you get less? That's because you pay too little. It's that simple. It's the same as performing tasks on Doomsday Train. If everyone else performs tasks in exchange for the opportunity to stay on Doomsday Train, and some of them don't need to do anything to stay, then there will definitely be people who are dissatisfied, rebellious, and angry. But if everyone needs to perform tasks, then no one will object. The same principle applies to rewards from dining cars based on the completion of tasks. The situation is similar in Apostle Walk. Similar order and rules must exist. Otherwise it will be completely chaotic. However, the method of distinguishing them is different. Apostle Walk divides the guide's treasure house into different levels and distinguishes them by colors. There are 5 basic colors: white, green, orange, yellow, and red, corresponding to different guides' treasure houses. There are also special treasure houses for stars, suns, and moons. The 3 treasure houses of stars, suns, and moons will only be opened under specific circumstances. The so-called specific circumstances are almost the level of battles when the deputy train conductor, or the train conductor, the apostle, and the no apostle appear. According to Yesha's understanding, there are differences between ordinary tasks, designated tasks, crew tasks, chief crew tasks, deputy conductor tasks, and conductor tasks. Anyway, the principle remains unchanged. How much you pay, how much you get back, and nothing else matters. Moshi, however, you should not consider these for the time being. You have other things to do. Yesha, for example? Moshi, nightmare? Yesha slapped his forehead. I forgot to ask about this. Moshi, the great sage looks a little tired. I will ask for you later. Of course. The nightmare issue must be resolved. Right? Yesha nodded. Moshi, secondly, you can't control your own power. I can. Yesha thought for a while. It's just that the apostle's power is too much of a burden on the body. I can only use it for a short time. And then it will cause some adverse reactions, such as weakness and exhaustion. I think as long as I improve my physical fitness and continue to strengthen my body, there will be no problem. Moshi, this is an uncontrollable phenomenon. Don't forget. I am the same as you. But I have been using the power of the apostles. You can first tell me how you use the power of the apostles. Yesha thought for a while. Call out fatal at the critical moment. Moshi was puzzled. What? A large amount of black liquid suddenly gushed out of Yesha's body. After wrapping Yesha's body, Fatal suddenly opened his mouth towards Moshi, revealing jagged teeth. Oh! God! Moshi's hand immediately showed a white light, and she took several steps back. Hey! Don't get excited. The black liquid quickly receded, and Yesha stretched out his hand. It's me. A parasitic alien creature. Haven't you seen it? Of course. Fatal should also have the apostle power you mentioned. But you can also understand it is mine, because it is in my body. Moshi retracted the light and pinched her nose. Don't scare me. Yesha, just let you know what Fatal is more intuitively. Moshi, okay. But I want to say that what you are doing is wrong. Do you think the power of the apostles is something you pick up at random? Anyone can give it to you. Yesha, I just don't want to eat corpses. It can help me integrate the power of the apostles. Moshi, I don't eat the corpses of the apostles either. Okay. Okay. I probably know why you are considered an outlier. Yesha, why? Moshi, there are methods to absorb the power of the apostles. It's not like you think. Just eat the apostles directly. But not everyone can do it. So, whether it can be the standard for judging the candidates for the Son of God, and the method you use is obviously different from the apostles' walk. Not everyone is like you. What's that called? By the way, use fatality to absorb the power of the apostles. However, no matter so much, you have absorbed the power of the apostles. Even if the method is different, the result is the same. Yesha shrugged. Moshi continued, so, you need to learn how to use and control the power of the apostles. Don't worry. I will help you with this. In addition, you need guardians. Yesha, guardians? Those silver robes? Moshi, yes. Yesha, I don't need those guys. You do? Moshi said seriously. The existence of every son of God is precious. Even if there are candidates. Becoming a son of God is a kind of recognition. The value of the existence of a guardian is to keep you alive at all costs. Chapter 1795 Two Methods. Yesha waved his hand indifferently, indicating that as long as Moshi is happy, it's fine. Moshi, in the near future, these are what you have to do. After saying that, Moshi pushed open a door. This is where you rest. Moshi, rest first, and go to dinner in the evening. I will talk to the great sage about the nightmare problem, and find you tomorrow. Ming Hai, what about me? Moshi spread her hands. Only the Holy Sun has a separate room. Damn. Ming Hai pointed at Yesha. This guy is so annoying. Everyone here wants to fight him. Now it's obvious that I'm in the same group with him. You let me live with others. Aren't you afraid that I will be beaten to death? Moshi, the key is, are you afraid of being beaten to death? Ming Hai, I'm not afraid. I'm just afraid that they will tire themselves to death while fighting. Moshi, you are not afraid yourself. How can I be afraid that you will be beaten to death? Let's go. Moshi took Ming Hai away, and Yesha walked into the room. Very ordinary furnishings. The furniture is a bit worn out. Bed, cabinet, sofa, Yisha stood by the window, looking out. A new place. But it does not mean a new beginning. Is he really going to become an apostle? Yisha himself felt a little ironic. He had killed so many apostles. And now he was going to turn enemies into friends? In the end, Yisha murmured, when people are alive, they can only rely on themselves? Apostles? Yisha curled his lips. Even if he wore a mask, a cape, and a red scarf on his arm, Yisha would not consider himself a member of the apostles. Just like when Yisha was on the Doomsday train. Even if he became the chief purser, Yisha was always on guard in his heart, and never considered the Doomsday train as his home. Whether it was the Doomsday train or the apostles, they were just because of need. She seemed to want Yisha to have a sense of belonging, and repeatedly used the word home to describe it. Unfortunately, Yisha would not recognize it so easily. Home? That kind of thing had already disappeared when the end of the world came. Or, even earlier, when Yisha's parents passed away, home had already disappeared. Yisha has always been alone. And it will be the same in the future. No words were spoken that night. When night fell, Yisha and the nightmare started a chase game again. And the intensity of the nightmare was obviously increased. The most important thing was that tonight, there were 3 giant nightmares. About half a month ago, when Yisha had just left the Doomsday train, only 1 giant nightmare appeared every night. Of course, this level was not a big threat to Yisha, but it was not a good sign. When he woke up, Yisha's back was sweaty, and his mental state was not very good. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yisha looked up. Come in. She pushed open the door. It looks like you didn't sleep well. Yisha, try being chased by those damn things for a night. Will you feel good? She spread her hands. I have already asked the great sage about this matter. Yisha, what was the result? There is no definite answer. But the great sage gave some solutions. Yisha, tell me about it. Dreams are just dreams. If dreams can affect reality, then it means that everything is a kind of ability. And this ability is undoubtedly a spiritual ability. Yisha nodded. Continue. First of all, you have left the Doomsday train. So how did those nightmares get to you? There must be a way to lock it. Find it, and cut off the lock. Yisha, don't consider this method. Compu has helped people who left the Doomsday train get rid of nightmares. The method used was to change the structure of the body. From all basic aspects. Artificial cells, artificial genes, etc. However, our bodies have been transformed by the power of the apostles. You probably won't agree with me doing this. It's useless even if I agree. This method works for others, but not for you. Even if you implant artificial cells and genes, they will be devoured by the cells and genes of the apostles. Yisha, so, let's talk about other methods. The first method is to find the 9 Nether Guide, who is a master of mental power. Or, you can think of her as a superhuman. She may also be the oldest superhuman in existence. If the nightmare is caused by mental power, she should have a solution. Yisha, so, go visit her now. She shook her head, not now. She is in Fog City, not in Valen City. I will arrange it. Yisha, what other methods? Finding the apostle related to spiritual power does not necessarily require you to absorb the apostle's power. Others can also, and then use the apostle's power to resolve it. The great sage said that this method can ensure at least 90% success rate. Yisha, no one knows where the apostle is. Don't worry. This is our job, isn't it? The main task of the apostles' walk is to find the apostles, and find the relics of ancient civilizations. Yisha, are there no other methods? The methods given by the great sage are only these 2 at present. But if you go to see the 9 Nether Guide, you should be able to think of more methods. She is an expert in this area. Yisha, then do it as soon as possible. I will contact Wudu. You can try to integrate the power of the apostles first. And also about your guards. Yisha, what's the problem? Helplessly, to be able to become the guard of the Holy Sun. Generally many people are willing. In some ways, it is a responsibility and honor. Yisha smiled indifferently. No one is willing to guard me. Right? Embarrassed. There is one. And you know him. Yisha, who? Ming Hai? Yisha almost choked to death on his own saliva. Rolled his eyes. That guy guards me? What can he do? Keep standing in front of me and die for me. As long as you are not an idiot. Knowing his rubbish fighting ability, no one will care about him at all. She spread her hands. At least there is one. Isn't there? Yisha, I'd rather be alone. Don't be too picky. She, anyway. This is the current situation. Let's go! Today's main task is to help you try to get used to and master the power of the apostle. After She finished speaking, she stretched out her hand and gestured for Yisha to follow her. Chapter 1796 Son of the War Flame. Yisha followed She. Where are we going? She, training room. Yisha, before that, I have some small questions. She, what's wrong? Yisha took out the energy block of the steel man. This is an energy ore, which was converted into an energy core by Compu Corporation and supplies many machines as power. She nodded. Yisha, I need a device that can convert pure energy into electrical energy. She, to put it simply, you need a generator. And then use this thing as energy. Right? Yisha thought for a moment. You can understand it that way. She, it's not a big deal. I can help you with it. As they talked, the two came to the back of the cathedral. And Yisha was slightly stunned. The houses in front of Yisha looked a bit strange. All of them were made of some kind of crystal. And the color was pale white, which was out of tune with the surrounding buildings. Yisha, did you build this? She, yes. This is the place for daily training. Come on. Follow me in. She took Yisha into a room. The room was very empty, without any furnishings. 4 walls, no windows, only one door. She, the material of the room is a special material, which will not be easily damaged. So everyone will train here, test some abilities, weapons, props, and the ability to control the training ability, etc. As She spoke, she stood in front of the wall and heard a rumbling sound. The wall on the side was shaking. She, what are you doing? Yisha, try it out and see if it is as strong as you said. She rolled her eyes. First, let's see your apostle power. She said as she signaled Yisha to start. Yisha, attack randomly? She, don't worry. This place can't be damaged. Yisha nodded. Then let's give it a try. Yisha spread his hands. And soon, a fist-sized fireball appeared in the palm of his hand. And then Yisha threw the fireball forward. 2 fireballs floated forward. And suddenly, boom, boom, the fireballs swelled wildly, becoming larger and larger. And in almost an instant, they engulfed the entire room. I am here. And there is light. She shouted softly. Holy blessing. White light enveloped She's body, isolating the flames. The madly surging flames lasted for about 10 minutes before slowly dissipating. At the same time, the crystal walls around seemed to absorb the attack and quickly absorbed the scattered flames. She, was the power of the Son of Flame the only means of attack just now? Yisha spread his hands. I have not deliberately developed the power of the apostle, because it is rarely used, and it is not used lightly. She nodded. Because of the side effects? Then, how many times can you perform such an attack at most? Yisha thought for a while. About 10 times should be no problem. If you play recklessly, you will be exhausted after about 10 or 20 times. She nodded. I understand roughly. Then, the next step is to help you adapt and learn to use the power of the apostle. Yisha spread his hands. Tell me, what should I do? She took something out of her pocket and threw it to Yisha. First, let me show you how the Son of Flame fights. How about it? Yisha caught what She threw over. It was a stick-like thing, but it was made of stone, with different patterns carved on it. Yisha, what is this? She, something dug out from the ruins of an ancient civilization. Unlike the people on the Doomsday train, we prefer some antiques. The moment She finished speaking, Yisha suddenly found that the space around him was distorted. The walls, ceiling, and ground seemed to be covered with a layer of film. And then everything began to change. Oh, damn. Yisha looked at the ground, and his feet turned into a large piece of magma. Yisha couldn't help but jump back, and then found something wrong. Yisha found that he could actually stand on the magma, and Yisha couldn't feel the heat of the magma. On the contrary, there was a warm feeling. She pointed to the side. That's because the temperature of the flame released by the Son of Flame is much higher than that of magma. In this case, why should we be afraid of magma? Yisha looked in the direction pointed by Emoshi, and was surprised. Is this the son of flame? The dead son of flame was right in front of Yisha. But his appearance was somewhat different from the son of flame in Yisha's impression. Humanoid, with flames under his feet, and crystal feathers condensed from red crystals behind him, which was very similar to the Archon. After all, the Archon also absorbed the power of the son of flame. At the same time, the son of flame in front of him had long fiery red hair. But if you look closely, you will find that those hairs are not real hair, but some kind of energy material, or silk thread. Emoshi, this is the complete son of flame, or the Lord of Flame. You can try to fight him. As for how to get it, we'll talk about it after it's over. After Emoshi finished speaking, the son of flame suddenly moved. The energy hair behind him kept dancing, and then the crystal feathers spread out, and then a large number of red crystal cones were launched towards Yisha. Yisha was very familiar with this move. The Archon often used it, and Yisha knew the characteristics of those crystal cones very well. The first is to attack in a short range in a straight line. The second is to explode. Therefore, if you think of barely avoiding the attack, you will definitely suffer a great loss. And you should dodge in a large range. Bang, bang, bang. As Yisha quickly moved to the side, the crystal cones kept hitting the magma behind Yisha. And then, there was a roar, and the magma kept exploding. While running, Yisha shouted to Emoshi, since we are going to fight, you should tell me in advance. I need to prepare some things. Moshi, it's just a fight. You don't need to win. Yisha, I just don't want to lose, Yisha said as he waved his hand forward. And a wind blade appeared. But it disappeared after flying only 2 meters. Damn it! Yisha cursed. Although the surrounding environment looked like a large magma pool, it was essentially still in the previous building, and the environment was just simulated. In a closed space, the air flow was slow, and the wind flow was naturally even more pitiful. Yisha was completely unable to condense a wind blade of sufficient strength. Chapter 1797 I-83. Use the power of the apostles as much as possible. Mo, she shouted, you need to learn the attack method of the Son of Flame. Secondly, the special nature of this space can help you activate the power of the apostles better. But you must respond actively. Although you are not allowed to fight only with the power of the apostles, you must use it as much as possible. While Emoshi was speaking, the body of the Son of Flame suddenly split, and the same phantom appeared on both sides, and then ran towards Yisha quickly. Yisha was stunned for a moment. There is also the ability of clones? This ability has never been seen before. Clang! Yisha drew out his sword and fell to Nanjiang. He met a Son of Flame who rushed over and swept out with his sword. Puff! The sword rose and fell. The clone looked much weaker than the main body. Yisha slashed with his sword, and one of the clone's arms was chopped off and flew into the air. But at this moment, boom! A huge roar appeared, and the clone exploded directly, turning into a huge fireball, blowing Yisha away. Damn it! It actually exploded? Yisha cursed, rolling on the magma, and then watched the next clone rushing towards him. This time, Yisha didn't dare to get close to him. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Yisha swept forward with a sword, and 24 sword lights appeared, leaving 24 sword holes on the clone's body. Then, with a bang, the clone exploded directly, and a huge ball of fire swept around. The Son of Flame raised his hand, and a ball of fire shot out from his palm and flew towards Yisha. Yisha could use the power of the Son of Flame himself, and he knew very well that although the fireball was not big, it was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. Okay, the power of the apostle. Right? Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. I can do it too. Yisha opened his hands and condensed a fist-sized fireball in his palms, pushing it forward. Boom! Boom! The fireballs collided with each other, making a loud noise, and continued to push around. The air became extremely hot, and the impact force blew on his body, and he could feel the heat. Yisha felt that his skin was about to crack, with a red flush, as if the temperature of his blood was rising crazily. In contrast, the impact on the Son of Flame was obviously not as great as that on Yisha. When the flames came, the Son of Flame waved his hands casually, and the flames in front of him suddenly cracked and swept past both sides of the Son of Flame's body. The Son of Flame stretched out his hands forward. Puff! Puff! Puff. The sound of the flames jumping appeared continuously. In front of the son of flame, a row of fireballs emerged and connected in a line. Obviously, this attack was much more terrifying than before. If compared by number, it was several times more powerful. I'd never seen such a stupid fight. Yisha shouted at Emoshi, "This guy is playing with fire. But you asked me to use fire to deal with him. Emoshi, I told you not to care about the result. The process is important. Yisha, for me, the result is usually more important than the process. If you are destined to die, then the process has no meaning at all. So, there is only one result I can accept." Yisha's expression became ferocious, and he stretched out his hand forward. Yisha said in a low voice, "Live. Since we have to activate the power of the apostles, then activate it. At all costs." Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, those fireballs kept flying forward, spinning continuously, entangled with each other, and after merging, they came towards Yisha. Emoshi also became focused at this moment. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the last blow. Can Yisha resist? Or how long can he resist? Although Yisha cares about the result, Emoshi doesn't care. Emoshi hopes that Yisha can feel and learn something from the confrontation of the apostles' power, so that his body can better integrate the apostles' power. Because Emoshi also came through this. After absorbing the power of the apostles, it is impossible to use it for a long time in battle. Emoshi was also like this before. Only by constantly using, trying, and feeling can you slowly control the power of the apostles. But the fact is that because of the huge sequelae, it is impossible to carry out normal battles. Therefore, Emoshi also fought in this space and improved herself through countless battles. The next moment, the blazing flame came to Yisha, flying and rolling up Yisha's body. Yisha felt that his body was about to be burned, and completely turned into ashes. Suddenly, Yisha raised his head and sank down. Under Yisha's feet, a black shadow spread out. Yisha's body was completely immersed in the shadow. When Yisha disappeared, the shadow suddenly rose from the ground and moved forward directly along the flying flames. The speed was terrifying. And then it came in front of the son of flame. The black shadow quickly rose and became huge, with a huge crack in the middle, like a huge mouth, biting down on the son of flame. The black shadow turned into a huge black sphere, wrapping the son of flame inside. And then the black sphere became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. The world suddenly became quiet. Emoshi was stunned. The son of flame was killed? The most important thing is, how was he killed? Emoshi could feel the strong apostle power from Yisha. But what happened to the black shadow? After a moment of stagnation, Emoshi came back to her senses and quickly removed the space around her. The air around her quickly twisted and then changed back to the inside of the building. Yisha sat on the ground not far away, panting constantly, his chest heaving, his whole body sweating, obviously consuming a lot of physical strength. Emoshi quickly came to Yisha. "How did you do it? Yisha, how did you do it?" "Just as you said," constantly urging the apostle's power. "And then it was like this." Emoshi, no. I mean, I know you used the power of the apostle, but that is not the power of the son of flame. Yisha thought for a moment, although I was unconscious. It seems to be the case. But is it something worth making a fuss about? Emoshi, isn't it worth being surprised? Yisha, I ate more than one apostle. Emoshi was astonished. Besides the son of flame, what else is there? Yisha, water spirit. Don't you know? Nan Rongjishir watched me do it. Emoshi, we only know that you took the corpse away, but we don't know that you absorbed it yourself, because you never showed the power of the water spirit before. Only the power of the son of fire. So we thought you only absorbed the son of fire. No. Wait a minute. Emoshi slapped her head halfway through her words. That's not the power of the water spirit. Emoshi, even if you absorb the water spirit, it's still not the power of the water spirit's apostle. Of course. Yisha, because I ate 3 apostles. Chapter 1798 Shadow Demon. Emoshi showed a look of horror. Besides the son of flame and the water spirit, what else is there? Yisha spread his hands. I'm not sure. It's still an embryo. I can't tell what it looks like. And it can go in and out of the shadow. In the shadow? Emoshi murmured. Let's go find the great sage. Yisha, is there a problem? Emoshi, of course there is a problem. This is the first time I know that someone can fuse the power of 3 apostles. You know, even the apostles, the power they contain is completely different. I have never heard of absorbing it at the same time. After leaving the training room, Moshi took Yisha to the basement where Teretus was again, and then asked Teretus for advice. 3 apostles? Teretus frowned. Have all the apostles' powers been displayed? Before, there was only the Son of Flame. Yisha spread out his palm. Now there seemed to be 2. Something like a shadow emerged from Yisha's palm, quickly covering Yisha's body. And then Yisha sank into his own shadow and disappeared in an instant. The next second, Yisha slowly emerged from a shadow on the ceiling and hung upside down there. Yisha, that's probably it. Teretus, it's a shadow demon. Moshi, son of shadow? Teretus nodded. This is rare. Yisha jumped down from the ceiling. Rarely means it has happened before. Teretus nodded. There are relevant records on the relics of ancient civilizations. According to the records I have translated so far, this situation has occurred 4 times in total. Yisha, can you tell me about it? Teretus, there were 2 similar situations. 2 people who absorbed the power of the apostles fought each other. The victorious party took away the apostle power of the other party. However, you should not have any reference for these 2 situations. Yisha, why? Teretus, the apostle power obtained by those 2 people came from a very strange apostle. There are very few such apostles in the records, because they appear very rarely. Generally speaking, the ability of this apostle is to plunder everything for its own use. So I call it devouring. Wait a minute. Yisha, you just said that the number of appearances is very small. Is it possible that the apostles that appear are not fixed? Teretus, according to records, the number of apostles that appear each time the apocalypse comes is fixed. But there are many types of apostles. As many as more than 30. And these are just the records. Moshi, let me put it this way. The Son of Flame appeared in the last apocalypse. The Son of Flame may appear again in this apocalypse, even if the Son of Flame has been killed before. Of course, it is also possible that the apostles that appear this time are completely different from those that appeared in the last apocalypse. It is also possible. Yisha, the Son of Flame I just fought? Moshi, of course not the one you have encountered before, but the Son of Flame that appeared when a certain civilization was destroyed. People at that time used special means to record the battle scenes of the Son of Flame. And then the great sage used some methods to reproduce these battle scenes and simulate battles for training. Teretus, so, the records about devouring are of no use to you. Because the ability to absorb the power of other apostles itself comes from the power of devouring apostles. Yisha, what about the remaining 2 situations? Teretus, the 3rd record is that the man used the body of the apostle. Yisha was stunned. Eat it. Teretus shook his head. His body was destroyed in the battle. And then, he used medical means to transplant his remaining brain, blood, and some organs into the body of the apostle. After that, he obtained the power of the apostle, and then began to hunt other apostles. And each time he implanted the blood and some organs of the apostles into his body for replacement. In the end, he mastered several apostle powers. Yisha, I have never done such a thing. I know. Teretus, however, the way you absorb the power of the apostles is to eat them directly. So there may be some similarities. And this record is still of reference value. Yisha shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. Then, what about the last record? Teretus, to be honest, the last record is actually even less of a reference. It was a very distant civilization called Tashib. During the heyday of their civilization, their population was just over 10,000, and their technological level was very average. They had some electrical appliances, but they had not yet invented computers. It was probably equivalent to the level of technological level that had regressed 200 years before the advent of this apocalypse. Yisha, generally speaking, civilizations that can be destroyed are worth destroying. Teretus, yes. The Tib people are huge and powerful. They are natural warriors, the strongest species on land at that time, and the most perfect fighting organisms. Their appearance is similar to that of humans, and they are considered to be the same biological evolution, although their development in wisdom and technology is limited. They are even centuries ahead of humans in biological evolution. One of them can destroy a human city. They can be said to be the strongest humanoid creatures throughout history. Yisha, then what? Teretus, then, they not only killed the apostles, but also the returning apostles of Noah. Damn. Yisha couldn't help but curse. This is too perverted. Moshi, is the end of the world? No. Taratus, the people of Taiheb are extremely obsessed with strengthening their own power. They selected the most powerful warriors, and tried to obtain the power of the apostles, and even the power of the apostles of Noah, so as to strengthen themselves. As for how they did it, I'm sorry. The stone tablet that records Taiheb is broken, and this paragraph is missing. Yisha, what was the final result? They succeeded. Taratus spread his hands. The chosen person merged all the apostles' powers, and then the Taiheb people were destroyed, because that person became the new Noah apostle. And the Taiheb civilization seemed to be the only civilization that was forcibly destroyed by the Noah apostles. Moshi, you will suffer for your own sins. Yisha, those things are not important. Are we talking about my problems now? Taratus smiled. I tell you this so that you don't worry too much. This situation has happened before, where one person has mastered several apostles' powers at the same time. Although the way you did it is different from what is recorded, it is not a big problem. Chapter 1799 Compu Company Attacks. Yisha, still have a problem? I don't need euphemisms. You can just say it directly. Taratus smiled. It's really not a big problem. But it contains 3 kinds of power, and it is very difficult to control it if it is not integrated into one. To be honest, you are very strong, but you have such strength and will. But you have not mastered the power of the apostles to a great extent. It's because there are too many apostles. Yisha, solution. Taratus, one is to let nature take its course, and see if you can control all 3 apostle powers through hard work and the improvement of strength. The other way is to abandon the other 2 and merge the apostle powers into one. You can choose the ability of the Son of Fire, Water Spirit, or Shadow Demon. Yisha, what's your suggestion? Taratus, the latter. First of all, being able to control the 3 apostle powers is definitely stronger, but the difficulty is very high. Although the latter will be a little weaker. It is like putting liquids in a water cup. If the 3 liquids are stacked, it will look more beautiful. But if they become one color, it may not be so beautiful. But the capacity is unchanged. You are destined to be much stronger than other saints. Don't listen to him. A fatal voice suddenly sounded in Yisha's head. Stick to yourself. Yisha didn't hesitate at all and said directly, I choose the former. Taratus' expression was a little awkward. From his tone and words, it can be heard that he tends to Yisha to choose the latter. Moshi, the great sage is doing this for your own good. Yisha, it doesn't matter. I think I can do it. Taratus smiled. It's good that you have such a will. Let's do this. Moshi, take him to the origin. Maybe it can help him. At least, he can now use 2 kinds of apostle power. And maybe he can stimulate the power of the water spirit. Moshi nodded. Okay. Taratus patted Yisha's shoulder. Child, believe in yourself. You can do it. Self-confidence is always a good habit. Yisha nodded, and then said goodbye to Moshi. After leaving, Yisha asked Fatal in his mind, why don't you accept his advice? Fatal, he didn't lie to you. But the problem is that you can control all the apostles' power at the same time. Or even more. Yisha, why? Fatal, because you have me. This answer is really annoying. But it gives Yisha great confidence. Since Fatal said so, why doesn't Yisha give it a try? On the other side, Moshi said to Yisha, the original training plan has to be cancelled. After I get the answer from the 9 Nether Guide, we will go to the Origin Land first, and then take you to the Fog City to solve the nightmare problem. Yisha, what is the Origin Land? Moshi, I don't know the details. It is a very ancient ruins. There will be a response to the power of the apostles. I went there before. Anyway, it is good. Yisha nodded. So, how long will it take you to contact the Fog City? Moshi, that will be quick. But we should wait until your mask is finished before we set off. Is that okay? Yisha, okay. The 2 of them talked and returned to the cathedral. An apostle hurried over and said to Moshi, Holy Son, it's a bit troublesome. Moshi, what's wrong? The apostle said, a large number of armed personnel from Com Corporation appeared in the city, and they seemed to be searching for something. Comscope? Yisha raised his eyebrows. When I came, was the transport plane still there? The apostle glanced at Yisha, but looked at Moshi, and did not answer. Moshi, go ahead. The apostle, yes. Yisha smiled and walked forward. Go and take people to check. There should be some gadgets like trackers on the transport plane. Hurry up, Emoshi said to the apostle. And then caught up with Yisha. What's going on? Yisha, an old pervert who likes to dig out his brain and transform his body into a constellation monster, has always been interested in my body. So those people from Compu should be coming for me. However, I think the old guy miscalculated this time. Because this is the base camp of your apostles. Isn't it? Emoshi, regarding the apostles. You should now call yourself. Yisha shrugged. My mask is not yet made. Right? Well, after 2 days of idleness, I think I should go and relax. You can go and do your own thing. Emoshi, you want to find those people from Compu? Yisha sighed. Beauty. Do you think if the people from Compu want to catch me, they will only send some armed men? Of course. This is your base camp. And there are guides here. No matter what, the other party can't succeed. But if you want to kill fewer apostles, you shouldn't talk nonsense to me now. Emoshi thought for a while. I'll go with you. Yisha smiled. You're not my babysitter. Emoshi, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. You're too restless. Yisha didn't care. Let's go. After leaving the cathedral, Yisha asked Corpse Flower to throw out the A4 paper, and then spread his wings and flew away, not caring about Emoshi, and quickly flew forward. About a quarter of an hour later, Yisha fell from the air and landed on top of an art gallery. Looking down, a team of armed personnel were walking on the side street. A white light flashed by Yisha's side, and Emoshi walked out of the light directly. Those armed personnel were airdropped directly, entering the city from the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast at the same time. There are about 300 people. You really caught up with me. Yisha smiled. It's okay. We can kill them all soon. Emoshi frowned. The apostles have already been dispatched. I believe they will soon give up. Yisha turned his head. Are you dissatisfied with my style? No. Emoshi, it's just that killing those armed men is meaningless. They are not much different from ordinary people to you and me. I don't reject killing, but I reject killing for pleasure or for killing. Others can handle this level. What is your purpose in running out? Yisha smiled. Okay. Let's see whether you are right or I am right. While speaking, Yisha pointed to the other side of the street corner. 2 apostles were walking in this direction. About half a minute later, they would meet the armed men of Compu. Chapter 1800 Mass-produced Gemini. While Yisha was talking, the 2 apostles had already met the armed forces. Almost immediately, the armed members of Compu Company spread out to both sides, with their guns at a horizontal position. It can be seen that they are well trained and have good combat skills. However, combat skills are not strength. Compared with ordinary people, this team is elite, and may even be members of the 3 Dragons team. However, for the apostles, there is not much difference from ordinary people, which is why Emoshi does not intend to participate. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of bullets being fired continued to sound, and they flew forward. An apostle sneered and drew a soft sword from his waist. The soft sword was very long, at least 3 meters long, and it was incredibly soft. Although it was in the shape of a sword, it was like a whip. The next moment, silver light lingered. The apostle kept waving the soft sword, which kept dancing in the air, bringing out countless silver lights to cover the front. And then the sound of ding-dong kept ringing, and countless bullets fell to the ground. Another apostle raised his hand and took out a funny weapon, a slingshot with infrared aiming. However, the attack of the apostle was not funny at all. Explosive bomb. The apostle put a silver metal ball on the slingshot and shot it forward. The silver metal ball entered the crowd and suddenly exploded, with countless shrapnel flying around. Screams rang out instantly, and several armed men fell down, their bodies pierced by shrapnel. At the same time, 2 apostles walked forward and approached each other. Yisha looked at Emoshi. I should have taken action, but because of you, I didn't move. So the 2 apostles died because of you. Emoshi's heart skipped a beat. But at this moment, an apostle came to the fallen armed man, raised his sword to help him end his pain. But at this moment, the armed man's right arm turned purple and black, and his nails kept growing longer and sharper than a knife. Puff! The apostle had never expected such a change. His chest was pierced by a blow, and the opponent's arm directly penetrated his body. On the other side, another apostle was horrified and immediately raised his slingshot to rescue him. However, at this moment, An armed man suddenly came behind him, bringing a strong wind, blowing through the apostle's hair at an astonishing speed. The next moment, 2 armed blades grew on the opponent's arms, and after sweeping forward, the apostle's head flew into the air. Emoshi's eyes widened. And then, cleaning troops? Yisha, 9 out of 10. Emoshi was angry. If you knew, why didn't you say it earlier? I don't know. Yisha, the other party disguised well. But I always believed that Witzel would not be so stupid as to send some ordinary armed personnel and expect to capture me. You don't believe my inference, but believe the information passed back by other apostles, Yisha said as he stood up on the roof. Yisha, facts tell us that people should believe in themselves, Yisha said as he jumped down. Those armed personnel were not all members of the cleaning team. They were just mixed in with the armed personnel. When they saw Yisha falling, 2 members of the cleaning team attacked at the same time. Clang! The sword was unsheathed, and Yisha suddenly swung the sword downwards. The sword light was cold. The flow of time seemed to stop at this moment. Everything was like a slow-motion playback. And then suddenly, time flowed. Yisha appeared on the ground, and the member of the cleaning team leaned forward and froze in place. One glance lasted for 1,000 years. Puff! 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 Suddenly, blood flowers continued to burst from the body of the member of the cleaning team, and bloody wounds continued to appear. Then the body fell down and turned into a pile of corpses. Yisha did not stop and quickly went to the next member of the cleaning team. Roar! Roar! A whimpering roar came from the other party's throat, and then he reached out to grab Yisha. Clang! Yisha swung his sword quickly and collided with the opponent's claws. After a crisp metal sound, Yisha blocked the opponent's claws. The next moment, the paper wings behind Yisha suddenly spread out and continued to surge forward. Puff! The member of the cleaning team widened his eyes, and the flying paper pieces formed a line, directly passing through the opponent's chest and cutting the opponent's chest. Die! Yisha shouted, jumped up, and swept the sword in his hand to the front, cutting off the opponent's head. The flying pieces of paper quickly gathered in the air and then shot down. Boom! Boom! In the stirred smoke and dust, the remaining armed personnel kept screaming, and then slowly, completely lost their voices. Emoshi was contacting other people. There were actually members of the cleaning team mixed in the armed team. This information must be passed on. For ordinary apostles, encountering the cleaning team is also a fatal threat. When Yisha was a flight attendant, he was almost killed by the cleaning team. Although Yisha encountered at captain level, it could also reflect the degree of trouble of the cleaning team to a certain extent. Boom! At this time, a loud noise suddenly came from the distance, and a large amount of smoke and dust continued to surge, which seemed to cover the sky. Emoshi, it's the direction of Nanrong. There may be trouble. While speaking, Emoshi stretched out her hand to the sky, and a beam of light fell from the sky, and then Emoshi disappeared in the light. Yisha shrugged his shoulders, and then the flying paper fell back behind Yisha, and after turning into paper wings again, Yisha flew into the air. It quickly flew over the city. After a moment, Yisha came to the place where the loud noise was made, and then a look of astonishment appeared on his face. This is... Yisha was surprised. Gemini? A group of Gemini. Looking down from the air, you can see that the apostles are fighting with a large number of Gemini. The number of Gemini is at least more than 30. The area surrounded by the apostles is densely packed in the center. Yisha felt like he was going crazy. When can the Gemini be mass-produced? If this can really be done, then everyone should just honestly welcome Compu to rule the world. If the level of constellation monsters can be mass-produced, and thousands of constellation monsters appear, even if the train conductor arrives, I am afraid he will not be able to handle it. Chapter 1801. Goodbye Gemini. The scene was a bit chaotic, and the battle continued. Suddenly, 3 apostles attacked a Gemini. The next moment, the Gemini's long knife pierced the chest of an apostle. But at this moment, the Gemini's head was directly cut off by the apostle's companion. Huh? Yisha showed a look of astonishment. When did Gemini become so useless? In Yisha's opinion, among the currently known constellation monsters, if Scorpio, a semi-finished product, is not counted, Gemini is the strongest. Virgo is the weakest. Leo should be ranked second, and Taurus is ranked third. Of course, it is a fact that Yisha was beaten the worst by Leo. Even when fighting against Gemini and Virgo at the same time, Yi Sha did not lose. However, this has nothing to do with the strength of the constellation monsters themselves. It is mainly because Yi Sha has become stronger. However, those mass-produced Geminis below look a bit weak. How could they be beheaded by 3 apostles? How is this possible? Yi Sha landed from the air and looked around. After getting closer, Yi Sha finally found that these mass-produced Geminis in front of him looked similar to the Geminis in his impression. But there were still some differences. The 4 hands and 4 legs have not changed. And the limbs have mechanical parts. But the weapon is obviously wrong. It is a silver long sword, which looks like a replica of the Gemini's black sword. The head is a triangular iron cage. But there are no eyes and mouth. The most important thing is that the physique is wrong. The height of these mass-produced Geminis is about the same as that of ordinary people. They are relatively uniform. About 175 to 180. Not tall. While the height of Geminis is more than 2 meters. Of course, the difference in height is not very meaningful. Geminis are still Geminis even if they are shorter. The main thing is strength. These Geminis are obviously stronger than the apostles. Each Gemini can fight against 3 to 5 apostles without losing. As for death, both sides have died. But the death rate of the apostles is obviously much higher. But the problem is that if the real Gemini appears, it should be a massacre. Damn it. Yi Sha cursed. It seems that old guy Witzel has made some trouble again. The mass-produced Gemini is definitely not a real constellation monster. The strength is far behind. But according to the strength of the apostles, a mass-produced Gemini can fight against 3 to 5 apostles. And the strength is definitely not weak. At least it is the captain level of the cleaning team. But the problem is that the captain level of the cleaning team cannot be mass-produced. The mortality rate during the experiment is very high. Now, there are at least 30 mass-produced Geminis here. From this point of view, the production rate is probably much higher than that of the captain level of the cleaning team. Puff! Yi Sha was thinking. A mass-produced Gemini chopped the body of an apostle into 2 pieces. And then strode towards Yi Sha. Raised the knife and chopped down on Yi Sha's head. Split Huashan with force. There is no fancy. Just a vertical chop with a knife. But the power is extraordinary. And the whistling wind can be clearly heard. Clang! Yi Sha drew his sword fiercely and placed it horizontally at his side, colliding with the opponent's long sword, making a crisp sound. The next moment, the other 3 arms of the Gemini raised their swords at the same time and chopped down at Yi Sha. Get out! Yi Sha's left hand pushed forward fiercely, and the invisible force pushed forward, directly pushing the mass-produced Gemini out. Boom! At this time, a loud noise came again in the front. And then a tower-shaped building had a huge crack, tilted to the side, and finally collapsed. It seems that the real boss is over there. Yi Sha spread his paper wings and flew towards the collapsed tower-shaped building, quickly arriving above the collapsed ruins. Yi Sha looked down and saw that the 2 sides fighting were Nanrong Jishur and Gemini. This time it was the real Gemini. The Gemini that Yi Sha had seen before, fighting against Nanrong Jishur, facing Nanrong Jishur's attack. Gemini's body suddenly flashed and disappeared. When it appeared again, it was already behind Nanrong Jishur. Dang! A pale purple long sword with strange patterns flew out of Nanrong Jishur's sword box and collided with Gemini's black knife to defend himself. However, the long sword obviously couldn't withstand the power of Gemini and was knocked away. The huge impact force swept forward and pushed Nanrong Jishur away. Gemini opened his 4 hands to both sides at the same time, then crossed the black knife in front of him and jumped towards Nanrong Jishur again, not giving Nanrong Jishur a chance to breathe. However, just when Gemini was about to kill Nanrong Jishur, a large sword condensed by blood light suddenly fell from the sky, and Gemini immediately stopped and quickly jumped back. With a loud bang, the blood-red sword fell to the ground, cutting a huge crack in the ground. Yi Sha folded his paper wings and fell from the sky. He looked at Nanrong Jishur with a little sarcasm. I never thought that one day I would need to save you. Nanrong Jishur gritted his teeth. I never thought that one day I would fight with you. Besides, I don't need you to save me. As Nanrong Jishur spoke, his mind moved, and the red sword flew out of the sword box, spinning in the air and slashing towards Gemini. Clang! Gemini suddenly swung his sword and slashed the red sword away. But the red sword turned in the air and suddenly went behind Gemini like a boomerang. Puff! Blood splattered. The red sword slashed into Gemini's body, and Gemini staggered, but quickly stood firm, then pulled out the red sword and threw it aside. The next moment, Gemini took a step forward and his figure suddenly disappeared. Yisha took a step forward before Nanrong Jishur, and then fine dragon scales appeared on his body, and Yisha's body began to change. Dragon transformation. With the appearance of dragon horns and dragon tail, Yisha quickly entered the dragon realm state, and then began to use the dragon realm ability to perceive everything around him. Yisha and Gemini had met several times and understood some of Gemini's characteristics. On the surface, Gemini, Leo, and Taurus seem to be of the same lineage. To put it more directly, they are the types of people whose physical fitness has evolved to the extreme. The only difference is that Leo and Taurus do not use weapons, while Gemini uses 4 black knives. However, Yisha knows very well that this is only on the surface. The physical strength of Gemini is not higher than that of Leo and Taurus, but it is not far behind, and it is only a step away from the degree of physical fitness enhancement. At the same time, Gemini has unique abilities that Leo and Taurus do not have. Chapter 1802 Evacuation. The ability to hide. Gemini has a unique ability to hide. When Yisha entered the dragon realm, he could not feel the existence of Gemini at all. Perception and hiding, the two-way ability of the dragon realm, has never failed so far. This is the first time. However, Yisha was not surprised, because he knew that Gemini's movement speed was very strange. Faster than the ghost step. It was said to be instant movement, but it didn't feel like it. Moreover, Gemini also used hiding to sneak attack Dongfangyu. Yisha entered the dragon realm state, just to give it a try, to see if the dragon realm could find Gemini. Although the result was not good, it was not good. It was enough to think of other ways to deal with Gemini. Hey, Yisha said to Nanrong Jishur, stay away. Nanrong Jishur said coldly, do you think I will hold you back? Yisha, whatever you think. Anyway, I have reminded you that I don't care if you are affected. While talking, Yisha walked to the side, and walked into the back of the ruins, and Yisha's presence completely disappeared without a trace. Dragon Realm's concealment. Since we can't find each other, then we can't find each other. Don't we like to hide? Then let's hide together, and see who can endure the most. The originally noisy battle suddenly became silent, except for the occasional sound of the wind. It was extremely quiet. Yisha was behind the ruins, but Dragon Realm eliminated Yisha's presence. Looking at the periphery, Gemini never appeared. Yisha guessed that Gemini had obviously lost his trace. Otherwise he would not be indifferent. Hiding is for sneak attack. Yisha is currently in a static state. Although he is alert, it is undoubtedly the best time for a sneak attack. But Gemini did not appear. Time passed by. It seems that some special means are needed. Yisha took a deep breath, took out the Emperor of Time, and moved the hour hand to the 3 o'clock position. Time prediction. The space in front of Yisha twisted, and then a picture appeared. Suddenly, Gemini appeared in front of Yisha, but he did not attack Yisha. But, Nanrong Jishur. Yisha raised his eyebrows. He had indeed miscalculated. Although he asked Nanrong Jishur to stay away, the woman did not listen to Yisha. Therefore, Yisha's only target was Gemini. However, Gemini had 2 targets. Yisha. Follow. Nanrong Jishur. Be careful. Yisha immediately ran out from the back of the ruins and rushed towards Nanrong Jishur. At the same time, behind Nanrong Jishur, Gemini suddenly appeared, holding 2 black knives crossed in his hands, and chopped down at Nanrong Jishur. Nanrong Jishur's reaction was also very fast. He turned his body around in a flash. But when Nanrong Jishur turned his body around, Gemini had already raised his knife. Obviously, Nanrong Jishur was still a step too late. Go step. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly shouted, and his figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared, and he came directly to Gemini's side, suddenly jumped up, and kicked the blade of the black knife. Bang! The black knife in Gemini's hand fell. But because Yisha suddenly appeared, it was cut a little crooked, and the blade brushed Nanrong Jishur and fell, and directly cut the ground with one knife. Roar! Gemini roared, and without putting away his sword, his other 2 arms suddenly grabbed Yisha's ankles, and threw Yisha out with force. Boom! Yisha's body flew backwards like a cannonball, hitting the ruins hard, and then smashed a hole in the ruins. Nan Rongzhisher quickly came to his senses and immediately raised his sword to chop at Gemini. But at this moment, Gemini's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was above the ruins. Gemini let out a low, sad howl like a wild animal, then raised his arm and threw a black knife towards the ruins. Boom! The black knife stabbed into the ruins, and then made a loud noise, smashing a piece of the ruins. But Gemini did not stop attacking, and immediately raised the second black knife and threw it. I am here, and I am the light. At this critical moment, Moshi's voice suddenly sounded, Judgment. The incandescent light formed a huge cross of light and shadow in the air, blasting towards Gemini, hitting Gemini's body hard, and blasting Gemini away. Damn it! Yisha crawled out of the ruins and pointed at Nan Rongzhisher. Woman, you owe me one. Moshi smiled. You owe me one too. At the same time, Gemini moved quickly, and then in the process of moving, Gemini hit again, and his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared like a distorted picture. Yisha, be careful. This guy is in the assassination form, and his stealth level is very high. In Yisha's opinion, Gemini's battle is not as violent as Taurus and Leo's, nor as destructive as Virgo, but it is the most troublesome guy. This hiding ability, combined with Gemini's own impressive strength, is too difficult to assassinate. Moreover, Gemini is currently only in the first form. Yisha and the other two stood in different directions, constantly looking around, alert to the appearance of Gemini. The flaws of the Dragon Realm were revealed at this time. The Dragon Mirror was a special way of hiding that used the environment to eliminate the sense of existence. When Yisha entered the Dragon Realm and a battle occurred again, it would be difficult to use the environment to eliminate the sense of existence. Whether it was Gemini, Moshi, or Nan Rongzhisher, they had seen that after Yisha left the hidden state, as long as some of their mental power was allocated to Yisha, they would not be able to hide again. This was a major drawback of the Dragon Realm. The hiding effect was indeed very good, but therefore, only the first time was completely effective, and the second time, the effect was severely weakened. Of course, if you encounter a foolish guy, or the environment is very suitable for hiding, it's another story. Meanwhile, Gemini is still nowhere to be seen. This time, he is very patient and hasn't shown up for nearly 10 minutes. About 10 minutes later, Moshi suddenly picked up the phone and said to Nan Rongzhisher and Yisha, the people from Compu have retreated. Since the people from Compu have retreated, then Gemini should also retreat. No. Wait a minute. Yisha, don't let your guard down. Yisha did not waver at all. He still held the sword Luo Nanjiang in front of him, and looked around without relaxing his vigilance. Nan Rongzhisher and Moshi quickly understood what Yisha meant, and continued to be vigilant. About a quarter of an hour later, Moshi said, You are too vigilant. We did not pursue them. The people from Compu have really left, and have completely evacuated the city. Chapter 1803 Mandu City. It is because of my caution that I have lived long. Yisha, for example. Like now. Yisha seemed to have relaxed his vigilance. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly grabbed the sword with both hands and slashed it hard towards the back. Clang! The air suddenly twisted. And then the figure of Gemini suddenly appeared behind Yisha, and the black knife in his hand slashed at Yisha's head. After the crisp sound of the clash, Gemini quickly jumped back, jumped onto the ruins behind, and then jumped down from the other side of the ruins. This time he really disappeared. Yisha watched Gemini disappear and couldn't help licking his lips, which were a little dry. It is unknown what kind of constellation monsters Witzel can create, but if nothing unexpected happens, Gemini will probably be the most difficult to kill among the 12 constellations. It has nothing to do with strength. But even if the strength is sufficient, the characteristics of Gemini are destined to make this guy difficult to kill. You can win, but it's not easy to kill. Moshi stepped forward. How did you find this guy? This guy's stealth is very terrifying. Even his breath can be completely hidden. Yisha, I was just being vigilant. Anyway, the sword missed, and you guys just laughed at me. What's the big deal? Let's go. I have to leave here. Humph. Nan Rongzhisher sneered. You are really afraid of death. Yisha, really? Do you want this place to be targeted by Compu, and come to harass you whenever you want? Then I am happy to stay here and hide behind you to watch the show, and see how many apostles will die. Nan Rongzhisher gritted his teeth. You. Moshi had a headache again. slapped his forehead. Don't argue. He makes sense. I'll go ask Mace. How long it will take to make the mask? 4 days. This is the answer Mace gave after working overnight. And then Yisha boarded the plane. Mask, a mask made based on Abaddon, the Lord of the Land of Destruction. One of the oldest demons in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Demon body, illusion ability. A random part of the body becomes a demon body. Lasting 15 minutes. With a 12-hour interval between each use. Abyss, illusion ability, mental ability. Create an abyss, and pull the target into it. The effect depends on the target's mental strength and will. Each use is 90 minutes apart. The mask that Mace made for Yisha was very simple. But it was so simple that it was unbelievable. Because it was completely invisible as a mask. Because the mask was actually a ball of black mist. The black mist flowed. And in Yisha's palm. It was as if it was real, and could be grasped in his hand. Then, on the forehead, there was an extremely long horn, which was crescent-shaped and tilted upwards. Then, there are the eyes, which are flashing with a faint blue light, and have a very deep feeling that will suck people in. When Yisha put on the mask, his face was completely covered, and only the faint blue eyes and the horn could be seen. His face was completely covered by the black fog, and with the hood of the cloak, he looked a bit sinister. She shook her head. This is the most abnormal mask I have ever seen. Yisha, I am quite satisfied with it. It is better than your white one. Moshi's mask is pure white, with crescent-shaped holes at the eyes and mouth, which looks unremarkable. Moshi, this is a symbol of my ability. Under the light, there is nothing else. Yisha shrugged his shoulders, then looked at Ming Hai from the side. I want to know why this guy is here too. Ming Hai, I am your guard now. Of course I have to come. Don't worry. I will definitely protect you. Yisha rolled his eyes. You should protect yourself. Ming Hai, do I need protection? Yisha was choked by this. A guy who can't die doesn't need any protection. Hey, are we going to Mandu City? Ming Hai suddenly said, I can see Mount Everest. Yes, that's right. Moshi, however. Although we are going to Mandu City. You just said the real destination. Ming Hai was stunned. No way. Mount Everest? Moshi, correct answer. Yisha, the origin is on Mount Everest? Moshi, is it worth making such a fuss? Do you know how many years that snowy mountain has stood there? How many civilizations are buried under the wind and snow? Yisha shrugged his shoulders, not commenting. Just a little surprised. Ming Hai smiled. The dog-legged scimitars here are very famous. We can get a few to play with. Yisha, the zombies here will probably be more famous. Ming Hai disdainfully. Stop talking nonsense. Where are the zombies not famous nowadays? Zombies are a global specialty. A treasure of all mankind. A material cultural heritage. And the first of the 10 wonders of the world. As they were talking, the helicopter had already started to land. The landing point was located in a custom market in the city. Because this was the only relatively empty place. The propeller kept spinning, blowing away everything around, and then slowly stopped on the ground. When Yisha and the other two landed, zombies kept appearing in the alleys around the market. They were wearing local ethnic clothing and staggered towards the 3 people. It was obvious that the loud noise of the helicopter landing attracted all the zombies. Yisha, how do we go? Moshi pointed to the side. Go this way. We just need to make a gap, and the remaining zombies will be attracted and taken away by the helicopter. Yisha nodded, and the shadow behind him suddenly squirmed, and a corpse flower vine suddenly rushed forward. Boom! The corpse flower vine went straight into the house on the side, and with a strong sweep, the whole house collapsed, just crushing the zombies passing by on the side. The corpse flower vines quickly retracted, and Yisha said, Let's go! Yisha and the other two quickly moved forward on the ruins. The zombies in other directions wanted to chase them. But at this moment, the helicopter took off again and flew low in the opposite direction. The zombies were attracted by the sound of the helicopter and immediately chased after it, completely forgetting about Yisha and the other two. On the other side, Yisha and the other two jumped over the ruins, and seeing that there were no zombies chasing them, they naturally slowed down. Ming Hai picked up a decorative scimitar in front of a stall, blew on it, and then dust flew everywhere. Cough, cough. Ming Hai coughed and pulled out the knife. The knives here are really good. Yisha, nonsense. That's their national sword. And the natural minerals in this place are very rich. So metal craftsmanship is very popular here. And knives are just one aspect of it. Minghai nodded, then hung the knife on his waist. This one belongs to me. Chapter 1804 Dream. Don't look at it. Emoji urged in front. Go this way. Everything in Mandu City is full of obvious ethnic characteristics, with decorations and peculiar buildings everywhere. In addition, Mandu also has many temples. There is a saying that there is a temple every 10 steps. In fact, many people are more accustomed to calling it the City of Temples. Emoshi's destination is a small temple. She knocked on the shabby wooden door. Soon, the wooden door opened and a man poked his head out. The man had dark skin, a sturdy body, and looked a bit old, with a burly and tough aura. Yisha, Sherpa? Emoshi nodded. And then, he is Gainuo, a local Sherpa, responsible for guarding the origin land. Gainuo, everything is ready. Come in with me. Gainuo led everyone in, through the small courtyard, and came to the hall of the temple. The center was full of things. Yisha saw warm clothes and a large number of oxygen cylinders. Yisha was not surprised when Emoshi said that the origin was on Mount Everest. He guessed that these things needed to be prepared in advance. Gainuo, if you can't do it, I can help you carry the oxygen cylinders up. Before the end of the world, there was definitely no mountaineering in extreme sports. But climbing Mount Everest was definitely an extreme sport. However, with more and more people climbing Mount Everest, many people did not climb Mount Everest on their own. There is such a saying in the local area that as long as you have money, the Sherpas can carry you to the top even if they have to. Of course, this saying is exaggerated, but the most common method is to hire a large number of Sherpas to carry oxygen cylinders for you. Yisha, no. I can do it myself. Gato said seriously, this is not a joke. This is not before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, climbing Mount Everest was still very convenient, such as ropes. Climbing Mount Everest is not a random climb. Just choose a direction and climb up desperately. But there are fixed routes. There are ropes. But after the end of the world, these are gone. Moreover, the mountain roads will be more difficult to walk now. This is very simple. It does not only apply to Mount Everest. Any mountain road, the one that is traveled more is definitely easier than other mountain roads. Secondly, Yisha and the other two are not just going to climb the mountains this time, but to cross several mountains. Yisha, I insist. I don't think I can't even do this. Gainuo, okay. Let's talk about the arrangements. We will rest tonight and set off tomorrow. First, we will go to the place at 5,700 meters. There is a camp there. It is well preserved after the end of the world. We need to repair there. Yisha has no objection to this. In addition to being responsible for guarding the origin land, Gainuo's other role must be a guide. In this case, the matter of planning the route will naturally be done by Gainuo. At night, the starry sky gradually sank. It is very difficult to see a night sky full of stars in the city sky because of the serious pollution. But since the end of the world, you can often see a night sky full of stars. It is really ironic. Yisha took a short rest against the back of the bed in the guest room arranged by Gainuo, and slowly fell asleep. Damn it. When Yisha closed his eyes, he couldn't help but curse, this place again. In front of Yisha, there was a rushing river. The river water hit the huge rocks on the shore, and the splashing waves covered Yisha. Another dream world. Another nightmare. Yisha looked around. The nightmare hadn't appeared yet, but Yisha knew that it wouldn't be long before those guys would appear, walking along the river. Suddenly, a loud roar suddenly appeared, and the river's surface suddenly exploded. Huge water splashed up, and then a huge blue nightmare emerged from the river. The nightmare opened its mouth and roared, making a cry like a baby's cry, and then raised a huge palm and slapped it in the direction of Yisha. You are really polite today. Yisha looked at the huge nightmare. Is the giant nightmare the first one to appear? Yisha said as he jumped to the side. Boom! The blue nightmare's huge palm fell on the ground, shaking the earth. The ground kept shaking, and after the blow, the blue nightmare immediately turned its arm sideways and swept towards Yisha again. Bang! Yisha pushed his palms on the blue nightmare's arm, and his body kept moving backwards, leaving 2 mud marks on the ground. After retreating about 7 or 8 meters, Blue Nightmare's arm was finally blocked, and Yisha immediately let go and drew his sword. Blood Boundary Sword Slash. With a clang, Yisha drew his sword and cut a tiny wound on his arm. And then blood mist spread, and turned into a blood-colored giant sword. With a puff, along with the blood sword slashing down, Blue Nightmare's arm was chopped off by Yishaw's sword. The next moment, Yishaw quickly charged forward, then jumped up, stepped on Blue Nightmare's body, and continued to run upwards, reaching the position of Blue Nightmare's head. The sword came out, and the sword light flashed. Yishaw directly opened a big hole on the head of the Blue Nightmare. And then the huge body fell backwards and hit the river's surface heavily. Like a bridge, Yishaw stepped on the body of the Blue Nightmare and reached the other side of the river. At the same time, at the moment when Yishaw crossed the river, black smoke appeared in all directions, and more nightmares suddenly appeared at this moment, wrapping Yishaw in the center. Yishaw took a deep breath. He had seen such scenes countless times, and even got used to it. Yishaw quickly replaced the sword Luo Nanjiang with the twin sawtooth swords to sustain his physical strength, then raised the sword and chopped forward with force. The heads of 3 nightmares flew into the sky, and then fell down. Kill! 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 Yishaw's eyes were red, and he rushed forward without any hesitation. Puff! The twin sawtooth swords chopped forward again, cutting another nightmare in half. Charge! Run! Slash! Yishaw was already quite used to the rhythm in the dream. He was like a bulldozer, running forward quickly, not daring to slow down at all, swinging the sword, running, repeating it countless times. Yishaw slowly slowed down, because, fortuitously, the number of nightmares around him gradually decreased. Then, a house. A huge house. Yishaw came to the house, surrounded by a wilderness, with only this house standing alone, which looked extremely weird. Chapter 1805 Werewolf. Crack! Yishaw pushed open the door and stepped into the house. At this moment, Yishaw's eyes suddenly became clearer, and he turned around and planned to leave the house. But at this moment, the door suddenly closed by itself. With a bang, Yishaw hit the door, then bounced back and fell to the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Yishaw kept cursing, and then punched the ground with his hand. A wilderness, a house, and the nightmares around it suddenly disappeared. Weird, eerie. Even an idiot would know that there must be something wrong with this house, because everything seemed too abnormal. If Yishaw were to choose again, he would definitely choose to bypass this house and continue to move forward. Or because there were no nightmares around this house, Yishaw would choose to rest near the house. In any case, entering the house was not an option in Yishaw's mind. But at that moment, Yishaw, as if controlled by someone, entered the yard, pushed open the door, and entered the house. With a somersault, Yishaw turned over and got up from the ground, then came to the door and clenched his fist without hesitation. Heavy punch. Electric arcs continued to appear on the edge of the destroyer, accompanied by white gas gushing out. And Yishaw punched the door heavily. Bang! As Yishaw's fist hit the door panel, the door continued to shake, but it was just shaking. There was not even a crack on the door, and it was obviously impossible to blow it open. Yishaw took a deep breath and looked back at the house. This house was European style and quite large. After entering, there was a hall in front of him, covered with red carpet, but probably because no one had cleaned it for a long time. It had turned dark red. On both sides of the carpet, there were 2 corridors leading to both sides, and there was a staircase in front. Yishaw walked slowly forward, stepped on the carpet, hesitated for a moment, and chose to go up to the 2nd floor from the front staircase. Duh, 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 duh. It was so quiet all around that Yishaw could hear his footsteps clearly as he walked up the stairs. When he reached the middle of the stairs, Yishaw suddenly felt his legs become heavy, as if he was grabbed by something, and then the pain slowly appeared. Yishaw looked down and saw a pair of black, hairy hands that appeared out of thin air on the stairs and grabbed his ankles. The sharp nails pierced into his legs. Yishaw immediately raised his sword and chopped down the hands with all his strength, cutting them off. Then, Yishaw quickly ran up the stairs. Every time Yishaw took a step forward, 2 hands would grow on the stairs, trying to grab Yishaw and pull him down. Get out of here! Yishaw shouted, and the twin serrated swords kept sweeping across, cutting off the hands on the stairs. And then he jumped and came to the stairs on the 2nd floor. Yishaw breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to look around. But at this moment, in the portrait hanging on the wall, the man in the portrait suddenly moved, and a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from the portrait and grabbed Yisha's neck from behind. Yisha felt suffocated in an instant. The strength of those hands was unimaginable. It seemed that they did not want to suffocate Yisha, but to directly break Yisha's neck. Bang, bang, bang. Yisha kept waving his arms and elbowing backwards. But Yisha's hitting on the oil painting had almost no effect, and it was obviously extremely difficult to swing the knife backwards in this posture. Suddenly, in Yisha's shadow, corpse flower vines suddenly emerged, quickly wrapped around the painting, and pulled it off the wall. With a snap, when the painting fell from the wall and landed on the ground, the hands that emerged from the painting turned into black smoke and disappeared, and the painting also turned into a normal painting. Yisha touched his neck and still felt uncomfortable. He stood there for a while, waiting for the sequelae of suffocation to disappear before continuing to move forward. After walking forward for a while, Yisha did not encounter any more troubles, but found something strange. The walls are made of stone. Those walls are like the wall structure in a medieval castle, old and vicissitudes. Although they are ordinary walls, they have some charm in them. This is very strange, because the outer structure of this huge house is made of wood, but the walls are made of stone. Moreover, even if Yisha does not understand architectural design, he can see that the outer structure of this house is very inconsistent with the inner structure, and it is completely like two different architectural structures. After walking forward for a while, after passing a corridor, a door appeared, and Yisha pushed it open. It was a very ordinary bedroom, still with a resurrection-style design, including the furniture that was full of ancient atmosphere, and the carpet was also a retro pattern. Yisha took a quick look and was about to leave, but at this moment, boom, there was a loud noise from the side wall, and then a piece of the wall cracked, and a huge palm fell on Yisha's head. Yisha reacted very quickly, leaping backwards quickly, and the palm passed by Yisha's eyes. A closer look revealed that it was not a palm, but a furry claw. Then the wall on the side was completely smashed, and a huge monster smashed the wall and rushed in. Yisha was stunned for a moment. Werewolf. The wolf howled, and the werewolf broke into the house and attacked Yisha without hesitation, slapping Yisha with a pair of claws. The furniture around was constantly damaged by the werewolf, and everything was destroyed. Yisha kept retreating until he came to the corner of the wall, and then suddenly drew his sword. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. The sword light was cold. Yisha swept his sword forward, and then blood flowers splattered. The red blood flowers scattered around, and a lot of blood holes appeared on the werewolf's body, and he fell straight to the ground. However, there was no corpse left. When the werewolf fell to the ground, his body suddenly turned into black smoke, and then turned into a nightmare, and finally disappeared completely. This place. Yisha frowned. What's going on? Yisha looked around and found the broken photo frame on the ground, and picked it up. Yisha raised his eyebrows. So that's what happened. The person in the photo is Duke Reinhardt, Duke Vampire. The moment he saw the werewolf, Yisha had such a feeling and thought. After all, the Doomsday train has gone through so many stations, and that is the only place where Yisha has encountered werewolves. Of course, there are also vampires. Chapter 1806 Mount Everest. Huh? Yisha sat up suddenly from the bed, sweating profusely. Yisha pinched the bridge of his nose, then looked around. It was a very simple room, with a wooden bed and not even a table. Yisha returned to the temple. A slight knocking sound was heard, and Yisha looked up and found Moshi standing by the door, knocking on the door frame with her hand, expressing her politeness in this way instead of entering the room directly because the door was not closed. Yisha slapped his forehead. Get ready to go. Moshi, your condition looks a little bad. Yisha stood up and put on his cloak. It's a little bad. The dream has changed again. I no longer see only nightmares, but also other things. Moshi, for example? Yisha, some things that I killed before. I don't know how to explain it, but I can feel that they are back and want to drag me into hell and let me pay for my life. Moshi was silent for a while. Then, I have contacted the 9 Nether Guide. When we return from the origin, we will go to the Fog City. I believe she will help you. Yisha, I hope so. Otherwise I can only use the worst method. Moshi was puzzled. Huh? Yisha smiled and put on the mask. It's very simple. Kill those things I killed before again. After leaving the temple, everyone was ready to set off. Ming Hai stayed in the corner, fiddling with some guns. Hi. Ming Hai excitedly. How are these? Yi Sha, not bad. I suggest you get more bombs. Ming Hai's immortality is really hard to describe. In some ways, it may really be the most terrifying ability in the world. But it is only in some ways. If the immortality is classified as a defensive ability, then Ming Hai's ability in attack is just the level of a relatively strong ordinary person. Well, without considering the ability of immortality, Ming Hai is just a strong ordinary person. Yi Sha thinks that joining the Apostle Walk is not without benefits for Ming Hai, if he makes some contributions and gets some abilities from the guide's treasure house. Ming Hai's strength will improve quickly. After all, this is the same as if you have a good physical foundation. You will get twice the result with half the effort through exercise. This guy can't even die. Is there a better foundation than this? Ming Hai fights with anyone, whether he wins or not. First of all, it is a fact that he is already invincible. Of course, this is a matter of the future. Or in other words, it is his own development path. Before this, Ming Hai is just a waste. In this case, it is obviously a good idea to use external forces to improve his attack ability. For example, guns and bombs, especially the latter. Ming Hai can completely hug the opponent and die together. At this time, Ganyo came out with something. It's actually useless. Those guns will mostly be a pile of scrap metal after reaching Mount Everest. Emoshi nodded. Besides, we don't need to fight anyone this time, but go to the origin land for trial. And the object of the trial is not you. Ming Hai complained. Can you not hit me? I got it back with great difficulty. Yi Sha was curious. How did you get it back? Please. Ming Hai, this is Asia after all. And my influence in Asia is still very good. There is a survivor human camp here, and I have contacts with them. I made a phone call, and they helped me airdrop the stuff. Yi Sha, so? You owed them a favor, and got back a pile of scrap metal. Ming Hai cursed, and gave Yi Sha the middle finger. After the preparations were completed, everyone left Mandu City, and headed for Mount Everest. It was not easy to enter Mount Everest. Before that, you had to cross a lot of frozen soil and glaciers, and then start climbing. While leading the way, Ganyo said, we can't walk too fast to prevent altitude sickness. We have to pass through 2 camps and rest for a few days. The journey into the mountain was not as desolate as Yesha had imagined. Near Mount Everest, there were Sherpas living there, and there were many small towns. Of course, even if there are people, there are few zombies in this place. After all, the population is small. Moreover, the terrain is open in the mountains. Even if there are zombies running out of the town, they basically run away. Almost every long distance, a zombie can be vaguely seen. This level is naturally not a problem at all. Soon, the car could not be used, and Yi Sha and his friends began to climb the mountain. There are many dangers in climbing Mount Everest, and the most basic trouble is altitude sickness. Theoretically, altitude sickness will occur at altitudes above 3,000 meters. But people who exercise regularly will not feel sick so quickly. Generally, people may feel a little uncomfortable at altitudes above 4,000 meters, and they will need to enter the adaptation period at around 6,000 meters. Yi Sha and Mo-shi certainly have no problems with their physical fitness. And Ganyo, as a strong Sherpa, certainly has no problems at all. Ming Hai at altitude sickness. Aren't you immortal? Yi Sha sneered. You're still in such bad shape. Ming Hai panted. What does immortality have to do with physical fitness? Your fist can punch through the wall. Right? But can you survive? Kano, hold on. We'll reach the camp in an hour. Actually, Ming Hai is pretty good. Normally, it takes a week to reach the height of about 6,000 meters on Mount Everest. But they only took 3 days. And it wasn't even a full 3 days. If Ming Hai's body is compared with that of an ordinary person, it is definitely considered strong. The so-called camp is a few houses made of stone and wood. This was built by Ganyo to guard the origin land after the end of the world. Before the end of the world, even a madman would not build a house here, because it was purely seeking death. Ganyo, we need to rest here for a few days to adapt to the altitude and environment. Yi Sha, I feel good. Not too uncomfortable. Ganyo shook his head. Believe me. Keep going. It's not that easy. Mount Everest is called the Forbidden Zone of Life. It is not counted from the foot of the mountain, but from more than 6,000 meters. It will be very troublesome later. Yi Sha, then I'll listen to you. Yisha didn't force it. In fact, Yisha had been to many places known as life-forbidden areas. For example, the Death Valley is no less famous than Mount Everest. However, the two are completely different dangers. When you come to Mount Everest, you can experience how terrifying the power of nature is. The environment is the most deadly thing here. In Gainer's words, under normal circumstances, after climbing to 8,000 meters, even normal breathing will feel difficult. So he prepared so many oxygen cylinders. Chapter 1807 Spider Bear. Gainer lit up the camping light. Most importantly, what I said is just the normal situation when climbing Mount Everest. And we must also face special situations. Yisha, for example? Gainer, battle. Think about it. It's difficult to breathe under normal circumstances. So what should we do when fighting? Yisha did not comment. He did not feel much discomfort. Just a little chest tightness. Yisha admitted that the environment of Mount Everest was terrible. But he did not think it could threaten him. However, the battle that Gainer mentioned was indeed worth noting. Suddenly, a bear roar suddenly sounded, and the snow on the surrounding cliffs began to fall down. Damn it. Gainer stood up suddenly. It's what I said. Behind the snow slope on the side, a huge gray bear suddenly appeared. The grizzly bear was 3.5 meters tall. On the surface, it looked no different from an ordinary grizzly bear. But the key was that there was something beyond the surface. The back of the grizzly bear was torn, with countless bones piercing out, like the legs of a spider, one section after another, supporting the body of the grizzly bear. Gainer, spider bear. And it's a corpse. Yisha smiled. It's a good time to see if what you said is correct. After Yisha finished speaking, he jumped and quickly rushed towards the direction of the spider bear. Gainer was anxious. Come back. You have to fight with an oxygen tank on your back. Gainer wanted to chase him, but was held down by Emoshi. Emoshi smiled. People who are too confident should be allowed to suffer a little loss. Only after they get a lesson. They will learn from it. Minghai, what about me? Moshi, what's wrong with you? Minghai, I'm too tired. I want to help. Moshi was confused. Is there a normal connection between being too tired and helping? Minghai, if I die, my strength will be restored. Oh! Moshi, it's better to make things more complicated for him, so that he won't be able to handle it easily, and won't learn any lessons. Minghai's face suddenly turned black. What does it mean to make things more complicated? Does it mean that he is a hindrance? On the other side, Yisha has already arrived in front of the spider bear. In its normal form, the spider bear is actually a normal ancient bear species. It got its name because of the color of its fur, and the extremely sticky saliva. The saliva left behind by the licking is very similar to the twisted spider silk. In fact, the nickname of the spider bear has nothing to do with spiders. But now it looks different. After the corpse, the spider bear really looks like a spider. There are a total of 8 spider-like bony legs supporting the ground. The spider bear's bulky body is not on the ground, but hanging in the air, constantly swaying. There is also a huge tear on the chest. Yisha licked his lips. The spider bear was an ancient species at the peak of platinum, even if it was transformed into a corpse. Its strength growth across a stage was only barely at the level of 1-star Venerable King, and it was already overestimated. Yisha naturally didn't think he couldn't defeat such an opponent. Coming to the front of the spider bear, Yisha attacked without hesitation. Spider? Right? Yisha sneered. Then let's see how this move works. Killing gun. Yisha stretched out his hand forward, and countless thin lines shot out from the string ring, quickly condensed into a stream, and after turning into a gun shape, flew towards the spider bear. The spider bear opened its bloody mouth, which split into 4 pieces like petals, and roared wildly at Yisha. Then, a bone foot suddenly lifted up and knocked the piercing gun away. Boom! The piercing gun hit the side of the mountain wall, making a loud noise, and then it broke apart. The thin wires loosened, and Yisha shook his wrist upwards, and the thin wires went up to the sky. Rain of guns. The thin wires were stretched straight in the air, and then fell down. The spider bear looked huge, but it was more flexible than expected. Its 8 bony legs kept waving, constantly knocking away the falling thin wires. Although those thin wires were falling madly, they could not hurt the spider bear at all. Yisha's eyes were stern, and he punched forward. Zila! Electricity quickly condensed between Yisha's fists, the energy block given to Emoshi before. She had someone make an energy conversion device, converting it into electrical energy and injecting it into Yisha's thunder core. However, the energy contained in those energy blocks is lower than expected. Yisha used up all the energy blocks, but only replenished the thunder core to about 75%, considering that it will be more troublesome to replenish electricity in the future. Unlike on the Doomsday train, where it is very easy to replenish electricity, Yisha is now considering using the Thunder Emperor ability sparingly. It is obviously a very troublesome thing to use up the electricity in the thunder core frequently. However, the spider bear in front of him is obviously a worthy opponent. Boom! Looking at the electric current coming, the spider bear still wanted to use its bone feet to block the current. Unfortunately, this purely physical defense method could not withstand the attack of the electric current. After a muffled sound, the electric current hit the spider bear's chest fiercely. The spider bear was blown away by the blow and fell to the ground, rolling continuously, bringing out pieces of snowflakes flying. Ghost step. Yisha did not have any intention of holding back, and continued to attack. At the moment when the spider bear fell to the ground, Yisha's figure flashed and approached the spider bear at high speed. After coming to the side of the spider bear, Yisha raised his sword and chopped it down with all his strength. Clang! The spider bear lay on the ground, and its 8 bony legs suddenly retracted inwards, closing together, blocking Yisha's slash. However, at this moment, Yisha's left hand reached out and pressed directly on the spider bear's head. Shock wave. Invisible power surged out from Yisha's palm, pressing down continuously. The ground made a cracking sound, and then the spider bear's head was embedded in the ground. Yisha retracted his sword, and then slashed downwards again. The tip of the sword avoided the spider bear's bony feet and slashed towards the spider bear's chest. But at this moment, the crack on the spider bear's chest suddenly opened, and a bright red tongue covered with barbs suddenly stretched out, wrapped around the sword, and then swung it hard, throwing Yisha out. Bang! Yisha hit the cliff, and then slid down along the cliff. At the same time, the spider bear climbed up from the ground, and its 2 bony feet suddenly stretched out, stabbing towards Yisha. Yisha held the sword horizontally and was about to counterattack. But at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. "Let me do it!" Minghai shouted, and then blocked in front of Yisha. Chapter 1808. Finish the fight. Poof! Yisha's long sword pierced Minghai's chest, piercing through his body. Minghai turned his head and looked at Yisha. Yisha spread his hands. "I was the first to strike." Bang! At this time, the spider bear's bony foot suddenly flew over, and after a bang, it smashed Minghai's head. Minghai's body fell to the ground with a thud, and then it squirmed rapidly. And so, Minghai's broken head grew out again. "Huh. It feels good," Minghai said to Yisha. "You guys continue. I'm just passing by." Minghai ran away, and at the moment Minghai dodged away, the spider bear's bony foot shot out again. The front end was extremely sharp, and it rushed straight towards Yisha. Clang! Yisha casually swung the sword and smashed the spider bear's bony foot with one blow, and then stepped out. Ghost step. Yisha used the ghost step to forcibly close the distance with the spider bear, came in front of the spider bear, raised the sword and was about to chop down the spider bear. But, at this moment, a dizzy feeling. Yisha's body shook involuntarily, and a severe dizziness swept through Yisha's head at this moment. Even the scenery in front of him suddenly shook, as if something was blocking his chest. Yisha began to gasp for air, still feeling short of breath. Gainer looked at Yisha and said, "It started." With his physical fitness, he should be able to hold on for a long time before any adverse reactions occur. However, the speed of his move just now was too fast. He needs to inhale a lot of oxygen when moving at high speed, at an altitude of more than 6,000 meters. The oxygen is already very thin, no matter how good his body is. It can't withstand this kind of battle. Moshi nodded. "Gainer, you won't help?" "Moshi, I just want him to learn a lesson." "But it's just a lesson. If this level could kill him, he would have died many times." Bang! The spider bear's claws fell and hit Yisha's chest, knocking Yisha away. It rolled continuously on the ground, constantly rolling up snowflakes. The next moment, the spider bear did not stop at all, and the bone feet behind it flew forward again, making a semi-arc in the air, and then fell towards Yisha. At the same time, A bloody red tongue suddenly spit out from the crack on the spider bear's chest and came towards Yisha. Boom! The next moment, a loud roar suddenly appeared at Yisha's position, accompanied by a loud roar. The ground continued to shatter, and a large amount of smoke and dust emerged. Then, the surroundings fell into silence. Is it over? Suddenly, the smoke and dust that were drifting around suddenly cracked, and several corpse flower vines suddenly emerged, quickly drilling out of the sand and dust, entwining the spider bear's body, and throwing the spider bear out with force. With a bang, the spider bear's body completely smashed onto the cliff. Yisha walked out of the sand and dust, stroking his head. Kill it! The little ancient cat followed and jumped out of the sand and dust, jumping into the air, facing the flying bone feet of the spider bear. The little ancient cat twisted its body strangely, and then passed through the gap between the bone feet, then bit the spider bear's neck fiercely, and then tore off the spider bear's head. You have killed spider bears. Cumulative number 1. With the appearance of a mysterious voice announcing the death of the spider bear, Yisha staggered back, and Ganyu immediately delivered the oxygen cylinder to Yisha. Moshi, have you learned your lesson? Lesson? What lesson? Yisha, the main reason for feeling uncomfortable in this place is because of the oxygen. Right? Ganyu, about the same. Low air pressure and low oxygen are the main reasons. Yisha, in that case, it has no effect on me. Ganyu, don't be so stubborn. You just, are you alright? Yisha, gather the wind flow. Form a ball around the body. Maintain the degree of air circulation. Simulate the plane environment, and make the area centered on the body have enough oxygen. The hypoxic environment is a low oxygen concentration in the air. By gathering the wind flow, the oxygen content around the body can be increased. This, Ganyu smacked his lips, if it can be achieved. It is indeed possible. Yisha, but you'd better stay away from me. If the oxygen content in the area around me increases, the oxygen concentration in the outer circle will definitely decrease. She slapped her forehead and comforted herself in her heart. Forget it. This guy will never learn his lesson. Yisha, the most troublesome problem has been solved. Do we not need to stay in the camp for long? Can we go directly to the origin land? Gano looked at Moshi. He had no problem. It was mainly the others. Moshi, let him be. I don't have to fight anyway. Minghai raised his hand. I have a problem. But don't worry about me. I'll get used to dying. If I feel uncomfortable, I'll commit suicide. If I live, I'll be a hero again. Gano, okay. We'll set off in half an hour. Let's take a short rest. After solving the most troublesome environmental factors and resting for half an hour, Gano continued to lead the way. The origin is not on the top of Mount Everest, but needs to cross the mountain, which takes about 2 or 3 days. Yisha said as he walked, we are already here. Can you tell me what the origin land is? It is a battlefield. Moshi, you can think of it as the gathering place of the sons of God. Well, that is not right. You should know that the sons of God is the name of the apostles. Right? Yisha, yes. Moshi, so. You can understand it this way. It is the place where people who have absorbed the power of the apostles gather. Yisha, I don't understand it even more. In other words, people who have absorbed the power of the apostles besides those who are inside the apostles. However, there are only a few apostles. From your tone, it seems that there are many such people. Moshi, I didn't say it was from this era. Yisha tilted his head. Puzzled, huh? Moshi, it's hard for me to explain it clearly. At that time, the great sage came to the origin land to investigate and came to 2 conclusions. The first is an illusion. Just like asking you to fight the Son of Flame. The Son of Flame is just the Son of Flame that has appeared in the past. He used special power to seal the image, and then materialized it with special power. You said it was an illusion. Right? To a certain extent. It is true. But in fact there is a difference. Because the projection actually existed. Yisha, is it the same in the origin land? Moshi, according to the great sage's speculation. It is like this. But there is another speculation that it is a space node. Chapter 1809 The Land of Origin. Yisha, what is a space node? Moshi, time and space have inherent rules that cannot be changed or shaken. For example, can you make time faster or slower? I can. Yisha took out the Emperor of Time. I can also predict the future. Moshi was speechless. You got the law prop from the Doomsday train. This is an accident. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible to do it. Yisha, yes. Moshi, however. Since you have a prop that can change the law of time, it is easier to explain. You can understand that the origin land is a place that can change the laws of space. It is not affected by the laws, including the laws of time. In other words, in the past or in the future, all people with the power of apostles will exist in the same space after entering the origin land. This space is the origin land. Yisha, so? I understand a little bit. Then, what should I do? Fight. Moshi, keep fighting. Yisha, reason? Moshi, do you mean the inferred reason or the actual reason? Yisha, is there a difference? Moshi, according to the great sage's inference, if it is the latter, then the origin land is likely to have props related to the laws of space, just like your emperor of time. So there is a place like the origin land, and entering there is to find that thing. Yisha, what about the actual situation? Moshi, even if you don't want to fight, you can't, because other people will attack you. Yisha, the latter reason is more realistic. Moshi, fighting is also beneficial, because you are fighting with people who have the power of the apostles, and you can constantly feel the power of the apostles. It is a very good thing for improving your own apostle power. I stayed in there for more than a year and thoroughly learned how to control the power of the apostles. Yisha was surprised. More than a year? Don't worry. Moshi, because it is not bound by the law. The space and time of the origin land are static, or independent. Your age and lifespan have indeed increased by 1 year. But after you come back, the time node you are in is still the time you entered, and there will be no impact. Yisha was relieved. The main thing was to solve the nightmare problem. If the time was calculated in years, his dreams might become horrible. Moshi, don't worry. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you to the land of origin first, but to the fog city first. Minghai on the side, can I go in? Moshi, people with the power of the apostles can go in. You can try. Minghai, why are you being so euphemistic? I just can't do it. The journey of 2 or 3 days is not long. Soon, Yisha saw the so-called land of origin. A little disappointed. It's not as magnificent as imagined, or it doesn't have the same powerful feeling as Moshi said. To put it bluntly, it's just a cave. The outer part of the cave was covered with snow. After entering, there was a large space with many ruins standing around, all incomplete and scattered throughout the cave. When they reached the end, Moshi pointed ahead, just jump down from there. Yisha reached the end, where there were several ruins embedded in the wall. There was a crack in the middle, not very deep, about 2 meters, and you could see the bottom by sticking your head out. Minghai was really not afraid of death. Of course, mainly because he really couldn't die. He raised his foot without hesitation and jumped down from the crack. Nothing special. Minghai looked up. There's nothing below. Moshi, come out and let him jump. Minghai crawled out of the crack and gestured to Yisha. Yisha didn't have any scruples. If the apostle wanted to harm him, there was no need to go around in circles and make so much trouble. With Yisha's current strength, if the apostle really wanted to kill him, they could just send 2 guides to deal with him head-on. Yisha raised his foot and fell into the crack, which was completely different from Minghai's fall. When Yisha's feet landed on the ground, he felt a huge suction force under his feet, and then Yisha's body sank directly into the ground and disappeared in an instant. Minghai was surprised. It's really a bit magical. Moshi, so only those with the power of the apostles can go in. On the other side, Yisha now feels like he is in a dream and facing a nightmare. The world is different with a black and a bright light in front of his eyes. Yisha looked up and saw a building similar to a pyramid in his eyes. But it was not a pyramid, but a huge triangle with a similar appearance. But I don't know if it's missing a piece or it's just this structure. The top is not pointed, but flat. There is a stone staircase on the front that leads to the upper level, and the building is surrounded by a wasteland, with only a building standing there, looking lonely. Yisha thought about it, and then walked towards the building. Maybe there is something strange about the building. Maybe not, but after climbing up, you can see farther, so Yisha can explore the surrounding environment. But at the moment when Yisha was about to climb the stone steps, Yisha suddenly felt something and looked up. In the middle of the building, a figure appeared and suddenly jumped down in the direction of Yisha. Yisha narrowed his eyes and watched the other party come in front of him. It was a half-naked man, with a battle skirt made of iron sheets around his waist, holding a trident in his hand, and fell in the direction of Yi Sha. Yi Sha swung his shoulders, and after determining the position of the other party's attack, he immediately jumped to the side. With a loud bang, the opponent's trident hit the ground, immediately cracking the ground. After the attack, the opponent had no intention of communicating with Yi Sha. Yi Sha felt the fighting and killing intent from the opponent. The trident was raised again and pointed in the direction of Yi Sha, and a water ball appeared at the front of the trident. Yi Sha showed a little surprise. Apostle power. It's really the apostle power. When the water ball appeared, Yi Sha could clearly feel the apostle power. This is an indescribable feeling. Only those who also possess this power can clearly feel the existence of this power. The opponent's apostle power is very familiar. Yi Sha has not only felt it before, but also has it in his body, because it comes from the water spirit. Chapter 1810 The Power of the Water Spirit. Boom! On the opponent's trident, the water ball surged forward and turned into a water column to attack Yi Sha. Yi Sha quickly jumped up, and the water column rushed from below, hitting the ground in the distance, making a loud noise and crushing the ground. Yi Sha looked back, showing a bit of solemnity. It was not a simple collision of water. Of course, just from the perspective of collision, the destructive power was already very amazing. The ground was hit, and a deep pit with a radius of about 10 meters, and a depth of 2 or 3 meters was created. Such an impact was terrifying enough. But it was not that simple. There were no scattered gravel. So, the opponent did not just use the water column to attack. High-speed flow of water? While the water in the water column rushed in, it kept swirling and flowing wildly, like a meat grinder, crushing all the broken stones into powder. The destructive power of this attack was far greater than what was seen. I just arrived at this place, and I'm facing this level of opponent. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes. Interesting. She's woman can stay here for a year and a half. There's no reason why I can't. At the same time, the man holding the trident came up again. The trident swept forward, and a stream of water appeared in the air on the trident, passing towards Yi Sha. Clang! Yi Sha quickly drew his sword and collided with the trident. The next moment, Yi Sha felt a huge stirring force. The water surrounding the trident kept flowing, tearing the sword falling on Nanjiang. And the sword falling on Nanjiang kept trembling, making a crackling sound. Bang! The man suddenly slammed forward with his palm. But it did not hit Yi Sha's body, but hit the water on the trident. And the water suddenly exploded. Yi Sha immediately felt the impact, like the impact of an explosion, which shook Yi Sha back and forth. The man did not stop and continued to move towards Yi Sha. At this moment, Yi Sha raised his hand, and a fireball rushed forward. The power of the Son of Flame. Boom! Although the fireball was only the size of a fist, it began to expand crazily the moment it hit the opponent, forming a hemisphere, more than 10 meters high, completely covering the opponent. The air instantly became scorching hot. The ground began to crack, and a large number of cracks appeared, spreading in all directions. But, bang! In the flames, there was a loud explosion, and the surging flames cracked a gap, and the man came out holding the trident. The power of fire. The man looked at Yi Sha. It's powerful. But it's a pity that you are so unlucky to meet me. This was the first time the man spoke, with pity and contempt, and seemed a little disappointed. Yi Sha could understand what the other party meant. No matter how you look at it, Yi Sha is the one who suffers the loss in terms of fire and water. The ability of the water spirit obviously has a restraining effect on Yi Sha. At this time, a fatal voice suddenly sounded in Yi Sha's head. Recall. Fight. Learn. And become stronger. Yi Sha was stunned. Recall? Is it referring to the simulated battle between himself and the Son of Flame? Yi Sha raised his eyebrows and watched the other party turn the trident horizontally again, aiming the trident at Yi Sha. And the water flows surrounded his body again, charging towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha closed his eyes and recalled the Son of Flame's fighting style. Suddenly, a flame appeared in front of Yi Sha, and the flame quickly rose and turned into Yi Sha's appearance. Puff! Puff! The next moment, two sounds of flesh and blood tearing appeared. The opponent pierced Yi Sha's chest, and the sword in Yi Sha's hand fell to Nanjiang, only scratching the opponent's shoulder. However, the Yi Sha who was pierced in the chest was just a clone condensed by the flame. Boom! The clone suddenly exploded, and the flames pushed forward, engulfing the opponent again. This explosion was obviously more violent than before. But the opponent's body suddenly turned into liquid and scattered on the ground. It's also a clone. I can do this trick too. The opponent's voice appeared behind Yisha. And at the same time, the liquid in the air was stripped out and condensed into a human form. The man appeared again in this way, raised the trident, and stabbed it towards Yisha's back. Goodbye. Goodbye seems too early. Yisha did not look back, but smiled. No. Maybe I should say goodbye to you. Puff. 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 The man's trident had not yet fallen, and he suddenly widened his eyes and looked down. In the shadow behind the man, the shadow suddenly surged, and 3 spikes formed by the shadow appeared, piercing the man's body from behind. You? The man showed an incredible expression, then swung the trident fiercely, cutting off the spikes formed by the shadow, and then shouted, stabbing the trident towards the shadow behind him, and the elongated shadow quickly retracted. At the same time, Yisha leaped forward and began to counterattack. The fatal reminder was not to let Yisha recall the fighting style of the Son of Flame, but to tell Yisha that Yisha had more than one kind of apostle power. Clang! The weapons intersected, and the crisp sound of the collision was heard again. Then, at this moment, Yisha spread his left hand, and the bronze pocket watch fell down. The hour hand had been moved to 6 o'clock by Yisha. Time froze. The next moment, the man raised the trident, and the water was swirling around the trident again, constantly rotating. However, at this moment, the liquid suddenly stopped moving and just hung in the air. At the same time, the man's body stood there motionless, like a wooden sculpture. 6 points. Time freezing can freeze time for 3 minutes. Cannot interfere with the future during the freezing time. Must keep the freezing time normal. Forcibly change. The Emperor of Time is broken and cannot be used again. Time freezing seems to be a rather useless ability of the Emperor of Time, because it cannot be used in normal combat. After freezing time, Yisha can't do anything, such as killing the opponent, which is a change of the normal time trajectory, which is absolutely not allowed. The result is that not only can the opponent not be killed, but even the Emperor of Time will be destroyed. To a certain extent, the effect of the Emperor of Time can transcend the law of time, but it cannot destroy it. So, on the surface, this trick can only be used to escape. However, it is only on the surface. Yisha moved the hour hand to the 8 o'clock position. Time memory. 8 o'clock. Time memory. Read the target's memory for a maximum time of no more than 600 hours. Yisha stretched out his hand and pressed it in front of the opponent's forehead, and then began to read the opponent's memory. Yisha wanted to know what kind of place the origin land was. Judging from the current situation, it would definitely not work to ask directly, and the opponent would definitely not pay attention to him, so he could only use additional methods. Chapter 1811. Dreams come again. A strange light appeared in Yisha's eyes, and then pictures appeared in front of him. Those pictures were the memories in the man's head. But, damn it, is it still fighting besides fighting? After a moment, Yisha couldn't help but curse. The pictures Yisha saw were all pictures of the man walking in this space and fighting with different people. There were wins and losses, chases and escapes. Apart from this, there were no other pictures at all. In other words, there was no useful information at all. 600 hours of memory is obviously too short, unless you can trace it back to when the man entered the land of origin. You will not get any useful information. Seeing that the 3 minutes were about to end, Yisha gave up reading the other party's memory. This time he miscalculated. However, the time freeze can not only take the opportunity to read the other party's memory. Yisha stepped back a few steps, then raised the sword Luo Nanjiang, aimed at the other party, and then focused all his attention on the Emperor of Time. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Suddenly, the 3 minutes ended, and the Emperor of Time made the sound of the second hand moving, which also meant that time started moving again. At this moment, Yisha suddenly made a move. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Yisha swept his sword forward, and the sword light overflowed from the sword of Jian Luo Nanjiang, turning into 24 rays, stabbing at the opponent's back. At the same time, the man's shadow stretched again, and countless black thorns appeared from the opponent's shadow. Then, blood splattered. The man had no chance to react at all, and blood holes were pierced all over his body. At the same time, a total of 6 black thorns that were materialized from shadows pierced into his body. Ahem. The man's eyes widened. His mouth opened. And blood gushed out continuously. In the state of time freezing, Yi Sha was indeed unable to attack. But Yi Sha could use the time freezing to put himself in a favorable position and a favorable attack state. In other words, it is a state where you must attack first. This is an absolute advantage. Die! Yi Sha leaped forward. And the sword fell to the south of the border and swept forward. Then the man's head flew up. And the wound on his neck gushed blood crazily, spilling all over the ground. Bang! The headless body fell forward and fell to the ground. Yi Sha stood there, quietly for a while. The other party was already dead. Not the water clone. But there was no mysterious voice prompt. So, the man in front of him. Is this space an illusion? Yi Sha felt that it was not the case. The body did not disappear. And the trident was also there. Yi Sha bent down to pick it up. And it was actually held in his hand. It didn't look like an illusion at all. Maybe the mysterious voice doesn't care about this? Yi Sha shrugged, speculated casually, then took the other party's trident and walked towards the building. Climb up the stairs. Yi Sha felt tired, both physically and mentally, but not seriously. However, this battle only lasted about 5 or 6 minutes at most. In a normal battle, such a long battle time would not make Yi Sha feel tired at all. The only reason is that the use of the apostle power consumes the body in an unimaginable amount. When Yi Sha uses 2 apostle powers at the same time, this consumption becomes more obvious. Yi Sha frowned. To deal with such a situation, the only way Yi Sha could think of was to reduce the frequency of fighting and prolong his recovery time. However, whether or not to encounter other people is not up to Yi Sha. Going to the top of the building, Yi Sha did not think of any good method. At the same time, he looked at the building and found no entrance, which means that the building should have no internal space. After thinking about it, Yi Sha looked at the sky and simply sat down and prepared to rest. The situation at night was unclear, and Yi Sha did not want to move rashly. At the same time, in order to rush to the origin, Yi Sha had not closed his eyes for 3 days. Leaning against a hidden corner, letting the corpse flower be alert, Yi Sha slowly fell asleep. The space around him twisted, and when light appeared in front of Yi Sha's eyes again, he came to the dream again. It was still the same room, and there were traces of fighting. Yi Sha left the room, returned to the junction of the first and second floors, and shouted to the hall, "Get out. If you want revenge, get out." Thinking carefully, although Yi Sha was sure that he had never seen the structure of the outside of the house, the structure inside was still very familiar. That is, the structure inside the Duke Reinhardt's castle. There is no point in continuing to explore. The other structures are misleading. The important thing is the central hall. If you think about it carefully, the hall with red carpet is where Yi Sha met Duke Reinhardt. At the top of the hall, a slight sound suddenly came out, and then a circle of black smoke condensed, and it exploded with a bang, turning into countless bats flying. After flying 2 circles at the top, the bats quickly fell down and came to the bottom of the hall. In the hall, Duke Reinhardt suddenly appeared, wearing a black suit and cape, with bloodshot eyes. Duke Reinhardt grinned, revealing 2 fangs on both sides of his mouth. The next moment, Duke Reinhardt waved his cape, and countless black bats emerged from under the cape, rushing towards Yi Sha. "Although I was beaten badly by you at the beginning," Yi Sha sneered, "but that's all in the past." Seeing the bats flying in front of him, Yi Sha suddenly drew his sword, and the sword fell to the south of the border and swept forward, cutting off the bats. "Ah!" Duke Reinhardt bent over and kept making low growls. The next moment, Duke Reinhardt's skin gradually turned gray. Vampire's skin is pale and bloodless. But now Duke Reinhardt's skin is not just bloodless, but as white as a corpse. Lifeless. Corpse transformation. Yi Sha was not surprised. Duke Reinhardt did have the ability to transform into a corpse. Yi Sha had seen it before. Not only had he seen it, but he almost died. Then, at the moment of corpse transformation, Duke Reinhardt suddenly leaped forward, his sharp nails shining with dim light, and he grabbed Yi Sha by the head. But Yi Sha suddenly clenched his fist and punched forward. "Didn't I say that it was all in the past?" Bang! Yi Sha's fist hit Duke Reinhardt's face, knocking Duke Reinhardt to the ground. The wooden floor collapsed. The stairs continued to shatter, and Duke Reinhardt was knocked back to 1 floor by Yi Sha's punch. Chapter 1812. Sudden Attack. Crack! When Yisha killed Duke Reinhardt, the closed door opened automatically. The moment Yisha walked out of the house, he suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted, "You want to kill me by bringing out some defeated generals? Forget it. I will live forever." Yisha didn't know who he was talking to, nor did he know if anyone could hear him. Yisha was just venting the resentment that he had accumulated every time night came, and he would be trapped in this damn place when he closed his eyes. After shouting, Yisha let out a long sigh, prepared to leave the courtyard and move forward. However, at this moment, Yisha suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. There, a black light spot appeared. The light spot was only the size of a fist, but it was getting bigger and bigger because it was approaching at high speed. Yisha's face showed surprise. Apostle power. In the black light, Yisha clearly felt that it actually contained the power of the apostle. Not a nightmare, but an apostle? The next moment, Yisha moved quickly, ran forward, and quickly rushed out of the courtyard. Boom! The moment Yisha left the courtyard, the black beam hit the house behind Yisha, and then a huge roar appeared. Under the bombardment of the black beam, the huge house collapsed. The walls were completely shattered, tilted, and continued to collapse. Almost in the blink of an eye, it completely turned into a pile of ruins. Yisha's pupils contracted. He looked back, and then rushed forward. Countless pieces of paper flew out, gathered behind Yisha, forming paper wings, and then Yisha flew up and quickly headed forward. Suddenly, the black light spot appeared again, forming a beam of light, coming to Yisha, and bombarding again. "Open it for me!" Yisha's speed did not slow down. He raised his head and shouted angrily. The veins on his neck jumped violently, and then he punched forward. Zila! The current surged, and as Yisha's fist blasted forward, a current also flew out at this moment. Boom! The current collided with the black beam. The world seemed to tremble at this moment, shaking continuously, and cracks appeared in the sky and the ground at the same time. And countless cracks began to spread densely around. In the scattered light, Yisha did not stop at all and rushed forward again. The power of the apostle became clearer and clearer, and the closer he got, the more obvious the power became. A moment later, Yisha saw an irregular sphere. The sphere was black and floated in the air, as if it was made of plasticine, with an uneven surface. Is this thing an apostle? Yisha paused for only a moment, then slashed forward with a sword. 6 dragons flying in the sky. The dragon roar suddenly appeared, accompanied by Yisha's sword slashing forward, and the blood-colored sword light overflowed from the sword body of Jian Luo Nanjiang, forming the shape of a blood dragon, and then charged forward. The irregular sphere floated in the air, seemingly unable to move, just watching the blood dragons flying towards it. 1, 2, 3. The blood dragons flew forward continuously, bearing their fangs and claws, quite ferocious. The next moment, the first blood dragon hit the huge, irregular sphere. On the surface of the black sphere, just like a lake water with a stone thrown into it. When the blood dragon hit it, circles of ripples continued to appear. And then, Yisha's blood dragon was actually swallowed. In the center of the ripples, there seemed to be a huge suction force, pulling and swallowing the blood dragon. Did the blood dragon hurt the irregular sphere? Did the irregular sphere tear the blood dragon apart? Nothing was known. When the blood dragon drilled into the irregular sphere, it suddenly disappeared without any reaction. Yisha gritted his teeth and swung the sword forward. The blood dragon continuously launched collisions, continuously entered the irregular sphere, and then completely disappeared. Even the 6th blood dragon with the greatest power was not spared, and was completely swallowed. Yisha frowned. Even if he was a fool, he should have understood at this moment that there was something strange about the irregular black sphere. Sizzle! Yisha clenched his fists and planned to try a way of attack. But at this moment, buzz! Yisha suddenly heard a ringing sound in his ears. And then a harsh sound appeared beside his ears. Ah! Yisha immediately raised his head and roared. His facial features twisted in an instant, and his appearance became extremely terrifying. And then he fell from the air and fell directly to the ground. Ah! 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 Yisha roared, pounding his head against the ground. Mental force shock. Yisha felt as if his head was about to be torn apart. In great pain, from inside to outside, his mental will was suffering from a crazy shock. Yisha was not unfamiliar with such attacks. Because this was not a rare ability. This was the mental force shock ability that all superhumans had. Yi once used a glance to make a zombie's head explode. Using mental force shock. This ability is the basic ability of superhumans. There is no question of whether it can be learned. Instead, as long as the brain evolution is completed, it can be used. However, the flaw of this ability is obvious. Because it is a frontal impact. It consumes a lot of brain space. But the power is not as great as imagined. It only works on some weak creatures. Therefore, in the eyes of superhumans, mental impact can only be used to kill ordinary zombies. However, Yi Sha does not think so at all. Too painful. The mental impact was extremely powerful. Far more powerful than any mental impact used by any superhuman that Yi Sha had ever encountered. It even felt irresistible. Puff! Yi Sha opened his mouth and felt a sweetness in his throat. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. And his face turned pale instantly. Yi Sha clenched his teeth and suddenly understood something. A spiritual apostle. Since it is the power of an apostle. Yi Sha roared into the air, then used the power of an apostle to deal with it. Yi Sha endured the pain that seemed to split his head. And suddenly opened his hands. Ah! Yi Sha roared at the irregular black ball. And then along with Yi Sha's roar, fireballs appeared in front of Yi Sha. Floating in front of Yi Sha. Forming a line. Die! The next moment, those fireballs kept flying into the air, and came in front of the irregular black sphere. Then, explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the explosion sounded one after another. And huge fireballs exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, the flames spread out in all directions. Like an endless fire cloud, covering the entire sky. Chapter 1813 Confrontation. When the flames from the explosion covered the sky, the feeling of mental shock subsided a lot. And Yi Sha finally felt better. However, everything was not over. Yi Sha ran forward quickly. He could feel that the power of the apostle still existed, which meant that the other party was not dead. Yi Sha closed and opened his hands. And then flames appeared in his palms, which were quickly stretched and turned into a gun shape. Then, with a sizzle, electric currents appeared in Yi Sha's palms and quickly wrapped around the flame gun. Bang! Yi Sha took a step forward, crushed the ground, and threw the flame spear in his hand into the air. When the flame spear flew into the air, the flame was torn apart in an instant, and the irregular sphere appeared again, becoming more distorted. In fact, it could no longer be called a sphere. It had been blown up by the explosion and almost lost its accurate shape. At this moment, the flame spear arrived and hit the irregular sphere, piercing it with one blow. At the moment of being penetrated, the irregular sphere twisted rapidly, squirmed rapidly, and then began to compress continuously, and finally turned into a black dot and suddenly disappeared. Who? Yi Sha suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. He seemed to have left the dream and returned to the origin. The place where Yi Sha was still the huge building. Pa! Yi Sha opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Then, without any hesitation, the paper wings spread out behind Yi Sha. And then Yi Sha quickly flew forward. Apostle power. That irregular sphere did not come from the dream. That was not the power of Nightmare. If Nightmare really had such a level and ability, Yi Sha would have died long ago when it appeared continuously. It was an invader. Someone invaded Yi Sha's dream. There is no doubt that from the point of being able to feel the power of the apostle, the apostle power obtained by the other party must be the apostle of spiritual power. Only such ability can invade Yi Sha's dream and attack. Find him out. We must find him out. Such a guy is too dangerous for Yi Sha. At present, encountering nightmares and dreams is a major flaw of Yi Sha. If the other party takes advantage of it, it will be extremely dangerous for Yi Sha. On the other hand, finding the guy may be a way to solve the nightmare. Since the other party can invade his dream, it is possible to help him eliminate the nightmare. Yi Sha turned into a residual image in the air and quickly passed by. Soon, Yi Sha suddenly looked down. Found it. Yi Sha licked his lips. The wasteland below had turned into a large rocky mountain. In the canyon between the mountains, Yi Sha saw a running man. Yi Sha fell from the air and quickly landed in front of the other person, blocking his way. The man was very young, probably only about 20 years old, with beautiful golden curly hair, a high nose bridge, and deep green eyes. It was a very handsome face. But at this moment, the face was full of fatigue and pale. Although there was no injury on the body, it could still be seen that the other party was in a bad state. Without any pause, the next second, begin the fight. The man's eyes flashed with 7 colors. And then the gravel in the canyon floated up and quickly smashed towards Yisha. Yisha glanced at the stones around him. Superhuman? And then he has the power of a spiritual apostle? If you think about it carefully, it is very normal. If you want to absorb the power of a spiritual apostle, your own spiritual power must be strong enough to be qualified to absorb it. When it comes to spiritual power, there is no doubt that the first thing that comes to mind is definitely superhuman. Boom! Boom! At this time, the flying stones have already fallen in the direction of Yisha, bombarding continuously, and huge roars continue to sound. Continuous ghost steps. Yisha's figure keeps flashing, shuttling between the flying stones. No matter whether the opponent obtains the power of the apostle, the flaw of the superhuman is definitely unchanged. That is, its own strength, or to be more precise, its physical weakness. In this case, catch the thief and the king. Yisha approached the opponent at high speed. But at this moment, the opponent clasped his hands together, and the rock walls on both sides suddenly squirmed, condensed and transformed, and 2 stone pillars grew out and crashed towards Yisha. Bang! Yisha was hit on the back, staggered, and stumbled forward. The flying rocks took the opportunity to surround Yisha and hit him again. Ah! Yisha raised his head and roared, and electric currents kept flying out of his body, surging around, and the moment he collided with the rocks, he kept breaking them. The man bit his lip, and suddenly stretched out his hand and clenched it. Binding! This is also a basic ability that superhumans often use. Almost every superhuman has it. However, the power of binding is effective, and most of the time it can only deal with ordinary zombies. However, it turns out that even basic abilities depend on who uses them. What Yisha feels now is not the feeling of being bound, but crushing. An invisible force wrapped around Yisha's body, like a circle of cloth strips, wrapping Yisha up. At the same time, the force was constantly pressing and tightening Yisha, as if to crush him completely. This was not something that ordinary restraints could do. Ordinary restraints could keep the target still for 1 or 2 seconds, which was already very good. At the same time, the man's eyes were cold, and he stretched out his finger and hooked it upwards, and the surrounding stones flew up again. The next moment, boom, 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 as the other party pointed his finger forward and pressed forward. The stones quickly fell towards Yisha and piled up like a small mountain. The man breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the pile of rubble like a small mountain, and then turned around to leave. But at this moment, the temperature of the air suddenly rose. The man turned around suddenly, and then he saw a large amount of flame suddenly emerge from the cracks of the rocks, spreading wildly around. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded suddenly, and the rocks were shattered and scattered around. The man showed a vigilant look and looked at the direction where the rocks were broken. But there was no Yisha. The man was stunned. The movement was obviously that the crushing could not completely control Yisha, allowing Yisha to break out of the stone. But where was the person? Where did the person go? At this moment, in the shadow behind the man, circles of ripples slowly spread out. Chapter 1814 Fierce Fight. Yisha suddenly emerged from the opponent's shadow, then grabbed the back of the opponent's head and pushed it down to the ground. Bang! Blood and flesh. Red blood flowed from under the opponent's head. Yisha raised his fist and prepared to hit it downwards. But at this moment, the opponent suddenly said, "What are you most afraid of?" Yisha paused, and suddenly jumped forward. At the moment when Yisha jumped away, a strong wind suddenly blew up where Yisha was, and a huge sickle swept across where Yisha was just now. Yisha looked back and saw a shadow behind him, wearing a black cloak, with his entire face hidden under the cloak, so his face could not be seen clearly, and holding a sickle in his hand, the image of the god of death. The man got up from the ground and wiped the blood off his face. "So you are most afraid of death?" Yisha said disdainfully. "Aren't you afraid?" The man did not answer, and the Grim Reaper leaped towards Yisha, swinging the sickle again and slashing at Yisha. "Get lost!" Yisha shouted, punching the Grim Reaper. The sharp edge of the sickle passed in front of Yisha, and with a hissing sound, a hole was cut in the clothes in front of Yisha. But at this moment, Yisha's fist hit the Grim Reaper. The electric current surged wildly, spreading all over the Grim Reaper's body, tearing the Grim Reaper apart, and turning into a phantom and disappearing. At the moment when Yi Sha was struggling with the god of death, the man took out a piece of paper. The man's hands were extremely fast and very dexterous. He kept folding the paper. Soon, he folded it into the shape of a dragon. At the moment when Yi Sha saw the phantom of the god of death, he threw the paper dragon on the ground. The paper dragon landed on the ground and began to change rapidly. It kept expanding, and its surface gradually turned black. A black dragon. A huge black dragon with a body length of 15 meters and a height of more than 5 meters. The Western dragon looks like a giant lizard with huge wings on its back. Roar! The black dragon roared. Suddenly raised its head. Roared at Yi Sha. And then a mouthful of black flame sprayed down at Yi Sha. Yi Sha immediately stretched out his hand. A ball of fire appeared in his palm, and threw it forward. Boom! The ball of fire collided with the black fire and spread rapidly. And then the sound of an explosion suddenly sounded. One red and one black. The two flames kept pushing each other, and the flames kept making explosions. The man took out a new piece of paper again and folded it quickly. Soon, the second paper dragon was folded out by the other party. When the man threw the paper dragon on the ground, the paper dragon began to expand and quickly became huge. This time, what appeared in front of Yi Sha was an emerald dragon, with a green body and skin shining like emerald. Boom! The emerald dragon waved its tail and smashed down towards Yi Sha. Then there was a loud noise, and as the dragon's tail hit the ground, a huge crack appeared on the ground. Yi Sha jumped to the side, avoiding the attack of the crack, and looked at the man. Is this the other party's unique brain ability? Anything folded out of paper can be phantomized. Yi Sha watched the other party take out the third piece of paper, and was sure that he could not let the other party continue. Although he didn't know how many times the other party's brain ability could be strong enough to materialize. The more times he continued, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Quick fight. Quick decision. Feeling the user's determination to fight to the death. The Death Determined feature is triggered. Death Determined LV5. I am not afraid of death. So how can I be afraid of you? Death Determined feature randomly improves ability. Dragonization. Dragonization ability is improved to Descendant of the Dragon Clan. The Descendant of the Dragon Clan ability is matched with the mythical Dragon Clan. And the target of this match is Brute Force Dragon. Beside Yi Sha's ears, because of Yi Sha's will, a reminder sound of the Death Determined effect was suddenly heard. Juesi seems to prefer Dragon Transformation. It may also be that after Dragon Transformation is upgraded, more abilities can be enhanced. Therefore, according to the number of times Juesi is activated, Dragon Transformation is the most enhanced. The next moment, Yi Sha felt the body being torn apart. Intense pain. Yi Sha's body began to become huge, and his body continued to stretch, and blood continued to flow from his body. No dragon scales. Scaleless dragon. Yi Sha's hands turned into dragon claws, and several dragon horns grew on his forehead, crisscrossing. With a puff, a pair of huge golden dragon wings opened from Yi Sha's back and spread to both sides. The muscles of Yi Sha's body continued to expand, full of explosive power. Yes, power. Yi Sha clenched his fists, and his joints crackled. Yi Sha felt that his body was filled with unprecedented, explosive power. This is a feeling that Yi Sha has never experienced before, belonging to the body of people with extreme physical fitness evolution. This feeling. Yi Sha grinned. It's really good. The dragon wings behind Yi Sha spread out, and he suddenly flew forward, meeting the black dragon. Roar! The dragon roared, and the black dragon opened its mouth, spewing out a large piece of black flame. Yi Sha did not retreat, but rushed forward directly. This is the fighting method of the ultimate evolution of physical fitness. Simple, direct, straightforward, everything. One punch smashed it. Bang! As Yi Sha's fist blasted forward, the fist force brought by the fist moved forward, and the surging black flame was smashed in an instant. The next moment, Yi Sha came in front of the black dragon. Die! Bang! Yi Sha punched hard, and his fist landed on the horn of the black dragon. The dragon horn was broken by Yi Sha's punch, and then Yi Sha's fist landed on the head of the black dragon. Bang! A huge crash sounded again, and the huge body of the black dragon fell to the ground. And then the ground began to collapse, and the huge body was embedded in the ground. Countless cracks appeared, and even spread wildly around. even passing through the ground and spreading to the cliffs on both sides. Yisha landed on the ground, without any pause, and rushed towards the Emerald Dragon again. The Emerald Dragon was obviously a strong type, and it was a pure physical attack. The huge dragon tail swung and came towards Yisha. But it was not enough. Bang! Yisha's fist collided with the dragon's tail. And then the Emerald Dragon's tail kept making crackling sounds. And finally with a snap, it completely shattered. The Black Dragon and the Emerald Dragon died, and their bodies shrank rapidly. Soon, they turned into paper dragons again, but their bodies were completely torn to pieces. Yisha turned around, looked at the man, and then stepped forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, slowly approaching. Chapter 1815 Blood Rain. The man seemed to feel a sense of fear and began to retreat involuntarily. His Adam's apple throbbed. The man looked at Yisha. You want to fight to the death? This will not benefit anyone. And you may die? Yisha ignored the other party's intention and continued to move forward. With every step, the ground under Yisha's feet would continue to break, and spiderweb cracks would appear one by one. Huge power. Even, it can be said to be uncontrollable power. Yisha felt that all the strength in his body was about to overflow. Just like a cup full of water. If you continue to pour water into it, the water will naturally flow out. Yisha needs to vent his strength. Otherwise, Yisha feels that his body will explode. The way to vent is very simple. Punch. Punch. Punch non-stop. The man kept retreating, looking at Yisha with no intention of stopping. His eyes once again emitting 7 colors of light. And then, the invisible force that bound Yisha appeared again. Crush! Yisha could clearly feel that an invisible big hand was tightly squeezing his body, as if to crush it into mud. But it didn't work this time. Ah! Yisha suddenly raised his head and roared. The veins on his arms jumped violently, and he kept exerting force. And the invisible force was torn to pieces. The next moment, Yisha punched forward. Boom! As Yisha's fist blasted forward, the other party felt like he was standing in the center of a storm, with strong winds blowing around him, blowing his hair and clothes. In a moment, the surging energy dissipated. Hey! 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 The man was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed at Yisha. Nothing more than that. The moment the man finished speaking, boom! A huge noise came from the cliff behind him, followed by a large number of cracks. The part of the cliff that protruded forward suddenly shattered, turning into countless rolling stones that rolled and fell into the canyon. Puff! The man suddenly covered his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground as if his body was completely shattered. Yisha, it's really nothing more than that. Yisha raised his fist again while speaking. The man gritted his teeth and roared, You want to risk your life? I'll play with you. Apostle power. The man became a little hysterical, roaring angrily at Yisha. And then Yisha felt the emergence of the apostle power. Something like mud appeared under the man's body, quickly wrapped around the man's body, and kept twisting, forming an irregular sphere. It's you. Yisha, since you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. That's fair. Yisha raised his fist again. But at this moment, the irregular sphere suddenly squirmed, and then a black beam suddenly shot out and came towards Yisha. Yisha punched again. When two men meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. Bang! Yisha collided with the black beam again, and then felt a violent pushing force. Instead of tearing the beam apart, his fist kept retreating. The man growled, Do you think it will be the same as before? It was just a shadow. This is my real strength. Bang! The beam quickly swept forward and blasted Yisha onto the cliff behind, embedding Yisha's entire body into it. The next moment, Yisha's expression twisted. Compared to the physical damage, the greater damage comes from the mental level. The brute force dragon ability triggered by the death struggle is a pure physical quality improvement ability. The brute force dragon's form is the type of extreme physical quality evolution. Strength, speed, stamina, and the body's ability to withstand blows will all be greatly improved, but only in terms of physical fitness. Apart from that, the brute force dragon cannot bring anything else to Yisha. However, it is enough. Just having fists is enough. The problem is that fate always plays tricks on some aspects. Superhumans, mental attacks, happen to be the most restrained type of physical fitness evolution. Because no matter how strong the body is, No matter how strong the ability to withstand blows is, it cannot be used to resist mental shocks. The feeling of his head being torn apart reappeared, making Yi Sha feel extremely painful. The man's low voice came again. Spiritual pollution. Ah! Yi Sha screamed again, and the pain in his head became more severe. At the same time, Yi Sha had hallucinations and auditory hallucinations. Even the phantom dragon gull had no effect, because it appeared directly from Yi Sha's spiritual level, and from Yi Sha's memory. On the Doomsday train, the wind was cold and chilly. Yi Sha stood on the roof, looking at the guys who betrayed him. Li Xuana's ferocious face appeared in front of Yi Sha. The train conductor looked at Yi Sha coldly, then raised his right hand. You will die! You will die! You will die! In Yi Sha's ear, there was a voice constantly muttering, making Yi Sha look even more painful. He held his head with both hands and kept crashing into the cliff. Bang! 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 Blood kept flowing down from Yi Sha's forehead. The man yelled at Yi Sha, Die! The black sphere began to wriggle again, and then a black light spot appeared, and the black beam slowly condensed into shape. At this moment, Yi Sha suddenly turned around and looked at the irregular sphere. Yi Sha, you seem to have forgotten that I can also use the power of an apostle. Yi Sha suddenly raised his hand forward, and at the moment the beam was launched, a fireball flew out of Yi Sha's palm. Boom! When the fireball collided with the black beam, a violent explosion sounded again, and the flame spread out like a wave, filling a large area. Behind the black light ball, elongated shadows suddenly surged up, like chains, quickly wrapped around the black light ball and kept tearing it apart. The man's scream suddenly sounded, and the irregular sphere was constantly torn apart and then kept closing. The two forces were constantly competing, and it seemed that neither could do anything to the other. At this moment, Yi Sha's figure flashed, and he came to the front of the irregular sphere and punched hard. Bang! As Yi Sha's fist blasted out, the irregular sphere suddenly exploded. The man's face was pale, and he looked at Yi Sha, who appeared in front of him, and he was extremely frightened. You can't kill me. The man suddenly thought of something and shouted loudly, Your mental state is problematic. I can help you. I know. And I believe you can really help me. Yi Sha raised his hand. Unfortunately, I don't trust you. The next moment, Yi Sha's fist fell. The moment the man's head was hit, it exploded directly. Blood rained. Chapter 1816 Akaji. I heard that Farmar is dead. The guy who controls the spiritual apostle? He is not easy to kill. His spiritual power impact is very strong and very difficult to deal with. Well, do you know Yui? Of course I know him. He is the strongest in the South District, and is said to be the oldest hunter in this space. Yui wanted to kill Farmar before but failed. After suffering a spiritual power impact, he was unable to chase Farmar. After struggling for half a month, Farmar still escaped. Therefore, the guy who can kill Farmar must be very special. I heard he's a new guy, and he looks like a tough guy. Sure, he's said to be active near the South Valley Canyon, so you'd better avoid going there recently to avoid running into him. The information in the origin land is not completely blocked, and after staying here for a long time, there will always be some communication. However, Yi Sha, who has been the topic of discussion recently, doesn't know how to communicate. Yi Sha now feels like he's back on the Doomsday train, killing others or being killed by others. This feeling is good. No need to think too much. Simple and pure. Just like now, Yi Sha felt that he was about to start killing again. Standing on the top of the rocky mountain, the wind was very strong. Yi Sha turned around and saw some people. Yes, not one, but some. A total of 6 people, standing behind Yi Sha. So, Yi Sha looked at those people. Will the people here also gather together to fight? Forget it. It's not worth being surprised. Weak guys always gather together to make themselves look strong. Yi Sha's contemptuous look made the other party feel angry. But the man in the lead did not speak, and the others did not dare to speak. The man in the lead walked forward and looked at Yi Sha. I am Akaji, from the Boya civilization, an eternal warrior, and a descendant of the Single people. Yi Sha, don't talk nonsense. Akaji smiled. You killed Farmar, right? Who was that? Yi Sha, I have killed too many people recently, and I don't remember clearly. Akaji, a superhuman. Probably the strongest superhuman in the South. Yi Sha, it seems to be the case. Akaji, you can kill Farmar. which means you are very powerful. So join us. And only by uniting together can we gain stronger power. Only by uniting together can we survive. As long as everyone works together, we can become the final winner. What do you think? Yi Sha turned around and looked at the bottom of the rocky mountain. It's a very good suggestion. Akaji smiled. Well, welcome to join us. I don't know your name yet. And where you are from. Yi Sha interrupted. Did you misunderstand something? Akaji raised his eyebrows. What did I misunderstand? Yi Sha, your suggestion is very good. Strong people will become stronger when they are together. However, have you ever seen a tiger and an ant together? The man behind Akaji widened his eyes and shouted at Yi Sha, How dare you say I am an ant? No, I'm not talking about you. Yi Sha, I'm talking about all of you. The man wanted to jump out of the crowd, but was stopped by Akaji. Akaji, I came to you this time without any bad intentions. Even if you don't plan to join us, there's no need to be rude. Don't you care about angering us? Or do you think you can deal with us alone? Yi Sha curled his lips and said disdainfully, A bunch of trash. Akaji's face finally darkened completely. Looking at Yi Sha, it seems that we have to try to challenge the guy who can kill the master of spiritual power. What kind of person is he? It's also a good opportunity to test the strength of the team. Yi Sha, come on then. Akaji did not attack directly. Although he was very angry, he could not let his anger get to his head. Akaji chose to coordinate in the middle. He quietly made two gestures, and the two people beside him rushed forward. Just right. Yi Sha grinned. I also hope someone can let me check the quality. Looking at the two people rushing towards him, Yi Sha waved his hand casually, and a circle of flames appeared around Yi Sha, forming a circle. Be careful. Akaji, he got the power of the Lord of Flame. Yi Sha didn't care that the other party knew what his apostle power was, because if they were going to fight, they would have to show it sooner or later. Secondly, Yi Sha had more than one apostle power. Snap! Yi Sha snapped his fingers, and two phantoms of Yi Sha rose in the fire circle and rushed towards the other party. Akaji shouted, Retreat! It will explode. Oh! Yi Sha, you know it very well. Boom! Boom! The two phantoms suddenly exploded, and the fireballs pushed out in all directions. At the same time, Yi Sha suddenly raised his right hand. The air became hot. In the sky, the clouds kept gathering and pressing down. But the clouds were red, the color of fire. Akaji looked up and was surprised. What a strong power. Yi Sha, how about you try this trick again? In the fire cloud, there was a sudden tremor and a loud noise. And then, one after another huge fireballs fell from the sky. Meteors fall from the sky. Boom! Boom! As the fireballs continued to hit downwards, huge holes were constantly smashed out on the rocky mountain. Akaji led his men to retreat continuously, avoiding the positions hit by the fireballs. At the same time, Yi Sha took out the Emperor of Time and quietly moved the hour hand to the 7 o'clock position. 7 o'clock, time slow flow. The flow of time in the consciousness is slowed down by half, lasting for 30 minutes. Although the time of Akaji and others did not change, in Yi Sha's eyes, their speed became extremely slow, and every movement was clearly imprinted in Yi Sha's eyes. The next moment, Yi Sha rushed forward. Akaji said in a low voice, Defense? A man stepped forward and blocked the crowd. He opened his arms. It was hard to tell what he did, but Yi Sha felt the power of the apostle. It's just, Yi Sha sneered, too slow. Almost in an instant, Yi Sha's body swung, and he easily passed by the other party, continued to run backwards, and then punched again. The flame surged out from Yi Sha's fist, turning into a pillar of fire and rushing forward. A person beside Akaji shouted, took a step forward, and also punched out. But what came out of the opponent's fist was a large amount of liquid. The power of the water spirit. The opponent wanted to extinguish the flame with liquid water. In theory, the flame of the Son of Flame cannot be extinguished by ordinary liquid water. But if the opponent has the power of the water spirit, it is another matter. But, Chapter 1817 Question and Answer Time. When the fire column and the water column were about to collide, Yi Sha suddenly stretched out his hand and wiped forward, and the fire column in front of Yi Sha suddenly split into two halves. A stream of electricity rushed out from the fire column and rushed forward. Sizzle! As the current passed along the surface of the water column exploded. With a bang, the man was directly blown away and fell to the ground. And then, puff! In the shadow under the man, a spike formed by the shadow suddenly rose up and pierced through the man's body. Die with eyes wide open. The man stared at Akaji's direction with an unwilling look on his face. Damn it! Akaji roared, kill him! Accompanied by Akaji's roar, everyone rushed towards Yisha. At this moment, the shadow behind everyone suddenly stretched out, like a rope, tying everyone up. At the same time, Yisha's body radiated red light. His skin continued to crack, and red flames continued to seep out. Die together? Akaji widened his eyes. You are crazy. Boom! The next moment, the roar of the explosion sounded, and the violent apostle power surged out crazily. And then the flames surged out, flowing down the cliffs of the rocky mountain like a waterfall. In a moment, the flames gradually dissipated. The rocky mountain collapsed. The rocky mountain that was 100 meters high actually collapsed completely, turning into countless rocks, piled up together. Akaji pushed away the rock that was pressing on him, climbed out, looked around and murmured, crazy. Crazy. That guy is a lunatic. Akaji had the urge to cry. He had finally gathered so many people, but now they were gone. All gone. Dragged to death by a madman. How great was the hatred that he was willing to drag them to death even if he died himself. Angry. Akaji was extremely angry. Die together? You think too much. It's just a clone. Yisha's voice suddenly sounded behind Akaji. You are not worthy of me doing this. Akaji turned around suddenly, looked at Yisha. Surprised you? Yisha grabbed Akaji's head, pressed him to the ground, and then sat on Akaji. Yisha, I'm curious. Why are others dead? But you are still alive? And it doesn't seem to be hurt. Are you that strong? Akaji moved his Adam's apple, but he didn't dare to resist. The guy in front of him was too strong for him to deal with. Akaji hesitated. I also have the power of Yenjun. Oh, so you are not afraid of fire. Yisha nodded. Then I will kill you in another way. Yisha's shadow suddenly surged up and turned into a guillotine, pointing at Akaji's neck. No! Akaji roared. I don't want to leave here yet. Let me go! Afraid of death? Yisha laughed. I like people who are afraid of death. So answer me a few questions. Akaji, okay. Yisha, what are you doing here? Akaji, to win you over. Yisha, I'm not asking about the ground under my feet. I'm asking about this place. The origin? Akaji wondered. What is the origin? Yisha frowned. It's this space. All places. Akaji, that's the name used by your civilization. We, Boya civilization, call this place the God-chosen space. Yisha, then call it the God's chosen space. It's just a name anyway. You can call it anything. Why are you here? You and others? You don't know? Akaji, if you don't know, why are you here? Yisha, you seem to have made a mistake. Who is the questioner? Akaji, looking for something. Yisha, what? I don't know. Akaji took a deep breath. Is your homeland also destroyed? Is your civilization on the verge of destruction? The end of the world has enveloped the earth, and everyone is homeless. Yisha said coldly. You are asking questions again. Akaji, you don't need to be angry. Nor do you need to answer. Because I know it is definitely so. Or to put it this way, everyone who comes here faces the same problem. All the people in the God-chosen space. Their tribes have reached the end of the road. Yisha murmured, the end of the world? Akaji, yes. The word you used is also completely correct. It is the end of the world. Yisha, then what? Then? The God-chosen space is everyone's hope. Akaji, I don't know what to look for here. And most people don't know. But everyone knows that only by finding that thing can their civilization and tribe continue. Why fight each other? Because if someone finds that thing and takes it away, the hopes of others will be completely shattered. Yisha, where to find? Yisha didn't ask any more, but slapped his forehead. His question was too stupid. If the other party knew, he could still sit under his butt. Yisha continued, how do I leave here? Akaji, it seems you have strayed in? Yisha, answer the question. Akaji, you can leave if you want to. At the same time, if you are killed here, you will not really die, but return to your original world. However, you need to pay attention to 2 points. First, if you are killed, you can indeed leave. But if you are killed, you can never come back. The God-chosen space refuses to let the dead come back again. Or in other words, it refuses losers. Yisha, what about the second point? Akagi, although you can leave if you want to, you can't leave when the apostles' powers collide and sense each other. I guess, or everyone guesses, it should be to prevent someone from cheating in this way and running away when they can't win. I see. Yisha knew the first point. She lived in the origin land for a year and a half, and finally died in the battle and left. She also told Yisha that when Yisha wanted to leave, he could just commit suicide. But now it seems that this method is not feasible, because that is not a way to leave, but a way to get out. Yisha, I mean, if I want to leave, I can leave as long as I think about leaving here? Akagi, yes. But you have to avoid other people. Even if there are other people fighting around, you are not a participant. But there is a fluctuation of the apostles' power. You can't leave. Yisha, what about coming back? Akagi, you must enter from the designated entrance. Each world is probably different. Where is the entrance to your world? Of course, you have to ask yourself. Yisha nodded and stood up. Go away. Chapter 1818 Dark Night. Yisha did not kill Akagi. For a person who has lost the will to fight, death is no longer important. Watching Akagi leave, Yisha clenched his fist and felt pretty good. 2 months. Yisha has been in the origin land for 2 months. These 2 months have not been wasted. Fight. Wander. Fight again. Wander again. Emoshi's method is indeed effective. Constantly experiencing battles in the origin land. Because facing guys with the power of apostles can indeed greatly improve one's own strength. Yisha can now use the power of the apostles more often, and has learned a lot of ways to use it, all from his opponents. However, he is still tired, and the use of the power of the apostles consumes a lot of energy. Of course, there are some good news. The power of the apostles with spiritual attributes can indeed help him. However, this kind of apostles are called spiritual angels, and their number is very rare. Moreover, absorbing the power of spiritual angels requires strong spiritual power, which is to say, superhuman, or a strong superhuman. This is quite demanding. There are not many superhumans, and they must be strong enough. Therefore, Yisha has only encountered one such guy so far. Farmar. Moreover, even if he encounters him, how to get him to help him is also a problem. Yisha can't trust the person who wanted to kill him the previous second. So this matter naturally needs to be considered carefully. In addition, he got useful information from Akagi. After Akagi left, Yisha tried to think about the origin of the place in his mind. Soon, the space around him was distorted, and Yisha found himself back to his original world. Damn, it really works. Yisha cursed in his heart, secretly thinking that Emoshi had tricked him. No wonder the guys he met were full of energy, and didn't look too tired at all. They could have left to recover and then come back in. You came out? At this time, Emoshi's voice sounded. How long have you been in there? For Emoshi and the others, Yisha disappeared and suddenly appeared again. Because the time in the origin land does not apply to the original world, Yisha jumped out of the crack. A little more than 2 months. So short? Emoshi frowned. You shouldn't have persisted longer than me. Yisha, never mind that. Let me ask you a question. When you first entered the origin land, why didn't you think of leaving? Leave? Emoshi was stunned. The great sage told me that the experience in the origin land can help me better control and learn to use the power of the apostles. This is indeed the case. In this case, of course I should stay in there longer. The longer the better. Why should I leave? Yisha thought to himself. Sure enough, no wonder Emoshi didn't find such a simple method. However, from the side, this woman is indeed strong enough. Others can lead to recover. But Emoshi stayed in there for a year and a half. Yisha, let's go. I'll come out in a while. As Yisha said this, he jumped into the crack again and disappeared without a trace. Emoshi was surprised. You can still go in? Before Emoshi finished asking, Yisha had disappeared without a trace. After returning to the origin land, Yisha seemed to be much more relaxed. Since he could leave and come back, there was no need to be so cautious. As long as he didn't die, he could come back again. Yisha didn't plan to stay in the origin land for too long. He would come back when needed. The reason why he didn't leave directly was that Yisha wanted to try to see what he could do now. Thinking about it, Yisha took a step forward, then spread the paper wings behind him and flew forward. The origin land is very big. The people here divide the origin land into 4 areas: east, south, west and north. The south area is mostly wilderness. In the center of the wilderness is a mountain. A black mountain, as black as ink, with no plants, bare, and surrounded by cliffs. This is the restricted area of the south area. No one dares to come near the black mountain, because they will die. This is the territory of Yui, the oldest hunter in the south area and the strongest in the south area. In the whistling wind, Yisha landed on the top of the black mountain, looking at the back in front of him. He was surprised. Woman? Yui is a woman. She is wearing a brown hunter outfit. Her jet black hair is tied into a ponytail. She is wearing shorts. A crossbow is hung on her waist, revealing 2 slender and strong thighs, and wearing a pair of black hunter boots, which makes Yui look heroic. Yui looked at Yisha and said coldly, "Do you look down on women?" "No. Yisha, it's just a little unexpected that the dreaded Yui is actually a woman." "That's contempt." Yui's voice became even colder. "If I were a man, you wouldn't feel strange, right?" Yisha licked his lips. "Whatever you say. I didn't come here to get entangled in such issues." "So, Yui, what are you doing here?" "Yisha, I want to try to see if I can kill you." Yui stared at Yisha for a long time, and suddenly laughed. "I know you. You have been very popular recently. From human civilization. It is said that you can use more than one apostle power, and your own strength is also very strong. The number of people who died in your hands is almost reaching 3 digits. Yisha, I am honored that you have heard of my name." Yui turned around and looked at the wilderness in front of him. Every once in a while, there are always some ignorant guys trying to challenge me. Some are because they are new here and are not afraid of tigers. Some are like you, who think they are strong enough and are arrogant. Yisha was not angry, and smiled. "Then, do you accept the challenge?" Yui suddenly turned around again, and his eyes became extremely deep, like an abyss that can suck everything in. "Yui, you seem to be qualified to challenge me. Then, I accept your challenge. As long as you can survive for 30 days, I can let you go and save your life." 30 days? Hey, I've heard about your habits. You like to hunt and kill, and even deliberately let go of your target for this. So everyone calls you a hunter. Yisha spread his hands. "But if you want to hunt me, you have to let me escape first." Puff, puff. 2 fireballs emerged from Yisha's hands. The next moment, Yisha shook his hands vigorously, and threw the fireballs in the direction of Yui. Chapter 1819 Battle. Facing the flying fireball, Yui had no intention of moving. He let the fireball come to him, fall, expand, burn, and become extremely huge. The top of the black mountain was almost instantly engulfed by the surging flames. The flames kept shaking, burning, rolling up, and spreading to the surroundings. A direct attack. Yui completely took the attack. However, there was no joy on Yisha's face, and his face was solemn. The reason for his solemnity was precisely because of the direct attack. Yisha looked solemn. Yisha certainly didn't expect to kill Yui with 1 strike. The first strike was usually just a test. However, even if it was a test, Yuya's attitude of not dodging or evading meant that this strike could not cause any harm to Yui. Sure enough, a moment later, a figure emerged from the flames, and Yui stepped out. The flames could not get close to Yuya's body at all, being blocked by an invisible force. The power of the elemental apostle. Yui looked at Yisha. "Not bad. But if it's only this level, it's not good enough. Show some real skills." "Yisha, as you wish." "Pa!" Yisha suddenly closed his hands, then opened them to both sides, and a row of fireballs appeared in front of Yisha, forming a line, and then flew forward continuously. Continuous bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs kept falling around Yi, making an explosion sound, and the flames rolled up into the air, tumbling, and spreading continuously. But at this moment, an arm suddenly stretched out from the flames. Yui raised his arm and swept forward, and the flames were swept open by a crack, like a hurricane, blowing the flames aside. Yisha frowned. "Is this power useless? At least it should bear some damage." He walked out of the flames again, and then took off the crossbow hanging on his waist. "Yui, I heard that you have more than one kind of apostle power." "So do I." Yui raised his hand forward, and the crossbow fired forward. But it was not a crossbow arrow that shot out, but the same fireball. Boom! The fireball came to Yisha and exploded immediately, turning into a huge hemisphere that wrapped Yisha up. Yi continued to attack, and took the crossbow from his waist with his left hand, shooting forward. A huge wind blade flew out from the crossbow, directly cutting through the flames and heading towards Yisha. Boom! A loud noise came from the flames, and then a huge crack appeared above the flames. The paper wings behind Yisha spread out, and he flew out directly from the flames. Yui looked at Yisha. I have the power of 4 elemental apostles. The power of Yin Jun is useless to me. If this is all you have, then you can start preparing your last words. Yui raised his hand again, and this time, a stream of electricity shot out from the crossbow. A purple lightning like a long dragon. Yisha looked at the purple lightning coming and straightened his chest to meet it. When the purple lightning hit Yisha's chest, the thunder core suddenly started and sucked all the purple lightning into his body. Yui, your second apostle power is Thunder Saint? Yisha smiled. Yes. Yisha raised his hand, and a thunderbolt suddenly struck from the sky, and fell towards Yui. Yui quickly moved to the side, avoiding the thunderbolt. Without the apostle power, it seems that you still have some special abilities. Yisha's hands did not stop, and blasted forward again. Z-Law. The electric current surrounded Yisha's arm, surging, and it was extremely harsh. 2 lightning bolts blasted downwards, entangled with each other, and surrounded, forming a huge lightning column, bombarding Yui. Bang! When the lightning pillar came to Yui, Yui still had no intention of dodging, but waved his arm forward. After a muffled sound, as Yui's arm swept across, the lightning pillar was directly shattered and turned into countless arcs falling. Yui looked up at Yisha. Not enough. Yisha grinned, as expected of the strongest in the South District. It is indeed not so easy to deal with. Then, Jioshu. Yisha raised his hand high, and thunder continued to sound above Yisha's head. The Jioshu domain opened, and large thunderclouds began to fall from the sky, pressing very low, revealing a heavy and oppressive feeling. Lightning flashed continuously in the clouds, and electric currents kept rolling in the clouds, like wandering dragons and snakes. Zila! Yisha spread his hands, and 2 golden thunder balls appeared in his palms. Die! Yisha shouted softly, throwing 2 divine thunder balls downwards. Yui opened his hands, and it seemed that he still did not intend to dodge, and even did not intend to launch an attack, and just faced the 2 divine thunder balls, confident, even to the point of arrogance. Ah! When 2 divine thunderbolts fell on Yui's body, the intense pain made Yui feel as if his body was torn apart. He raised his head and kept roaring. His beautiful face became distorted in an instant. His healthy bronze complexion now had a blush and a large area of blackening. Very good. After the pain, Yui was excited and looked at Yisha. Can you be stronger? Yisha, as you wish. Zila! Yisha spread his palms and condensed 2 more divine thunders, which fell downwards. Yui still had no intention of dodging, and chose to continue to withstand the bombardment of the divine thunders. This time, the power of the electric current was more intense than before. The intense stinging and the feeling that his body was about to be torn apart made Yi roar like a beast. Yisha did not hesitate at all and condensed new divine thunders again, although he did not know why Yi did not fight back. And this one-sided attack did not make Yisha feel refreshed. But since the other party was looking for death, then of course he would help him. Zila! The 5th, 6th, 7th. Yisha kept sending the divine thunders downward until the 8th divine thunder fell. A blood mist suddenly exploded on Yuya's body. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the surface of his skin, and blood kept seeping out. Yuyi raised his head and roared, then aimed his crossbow at Yisha. You're thinking of counterattacking now? Yisha said grimly. It's a pity it's too late. The 9th divine thunder. The last divine thunder. Yisha raised his right hand high and threw the divine thunder fiercely downward. Almost in an instant, the divine thunder suddenly made a sharp explosion at the moment of falling, and then suddenly exploded, turning into countless golden arcs falling downward. Chapter 1820 Fierce Fight. It seems like the Milky Way is falling from the sky. The falling golden arc was like liquid water, pouring down like a waterfall, covering the entire Black Mountain. Crack, crack. The surrounding rock walls kept making crisp sounds, and countless pieces of broken stones began to roll down. Under the impact of the golden thunder, a piece was cut off. Yisha looked down, and after a moment, He suddenly punched down again. The flame swept down and fell into the golden thunder, stirring constantly, forming a piece of thunder and fire. Ha! At this time, a sharp whistle suddenly appeared, and then Yui rushed out from the thunder and fire, holding 2 crossbows, shooting at Yisha. Wind and thunder came suddenly. Yui shot a hurricane from the crossbow in his left hand, and lightning from the crossbow in his right hand, coming into the air, entangled with each other, forming a piece. Damn it! Yisha cursed in a low voice. Yisha's thunder core is not full yet. So if it is just thunder and lightning, Yisha is not afraid. But if it is wind and thunder, the thunder core cannot absorb it. Yisha closed his hands, and a large piece of flame emerged in front of him, forming a fire wall in front of him. Boom! The next moment, the wind and thunder arrived and hit the fire wall fiercely. Yisha felt the violent impact, and then the fire wall shattered, and the bombardment of wind and thunder fell directly on Yisha's body. Yisha felt the extremely huge impact force, and then his body fell downwards. The arcs kept surrounding Yisha's body, and the violent arcs kept running on the surface of Yisha's skin, faintly showing a golden color. Damn it! This is divine thunder. Yisha gritted his teeth. You absorb my divine thunder. Not absorb, but simulate. Yui curled his lips. You actually have the ability to control thunder and lightning, which is quite surprising. However, no matter how powerful your thunder and lightning are, it can't be purer than the apostle power of Lei Jun. The apostle power can control the origin of thunder and lightning, so any type of thunder and lightning can be simulated. Yisha licked his lips. Does that mean that after feeling it once, the other party can also use divine thunder? The next moment, Yui raised his crossbow again. You can start running now. Yisha, that may not be the case. Suddenly, the shadow behind Yui surged and rose from the back, like a huge curtain, suddenly covering Yui and completely wrapping him up. Yisha stretched out his hand and pressed forward, and the sphere formed by the shadow began to tighten continuously, as if to crush Yui to pieces. However, in the process of tightening, crack! The shadow ball was like a broken glass, with countless cracks, and countless liquids poured out of the shadow ball, completely breaking it. Yui, so your second apostle power is the shadow demon, which is a difficult thing. But unfortunately, it is too weak. Yisha said nothing, but stretched out his fingers and gently moved them. The broken shadows moved again, coming quickly from all directions, like black ropes, constantly rushing towards Yui. Wind gushed out from under Yui's feet, and then he moved very fast, moving backwards, avoiding those shadow ropes, and then raised his crossbow and kept pulling the trigger forward. Wind, fire, lightning. The crossbow in Yui's hand kept firing these 3 elements, shooting forward, breaking the shadow ropes. At this moment, Yisha suddenly closed his hands. Close! The broken shadows suddenly closed together, turned into a long spear and shot forward, passing over Yui's shoulder, leaving a wound. Yui looked at the wound, which was so deep that the bone was visible. But Yui seemed to feel no pain and didn't care at all. Yisha, it's about time to show your real ability. Right? I came all the way here to see how much I have grown in the origin land. If you don't fight with all your strength, it will be meaningless. Yui smiled. I am fighting you very seriously. Yisha, but you didn't use the apostle power. Yui, I have been using it all the time. Yisha, I mean your own apostle power, not the apostle power stolen from others. It's the 2 crossbows. Right? Yui suddenly laughed. Not bad. You are the first person to see through this. I am curious. How did you know? Yisha, you used the wind flow to speed up, and first pull the trigger of the crossbow towards the ground. If you used the crossbow to attack, it would be understandable. But using the wind flow to assist, you can just gather the wind flow directly. Why use the crossbow? Moreover, you don't feel the power of the apostle. Yisha actually felt something was wrong. There was no apostle power on Yi. He could only feel the apostle power when attacking. Therefore, some guesses appeared in Yisha's mind. It was true that Yi was using the apostle power, but the apostle power did not come from Yi himself, but from the 2 crossbows. After confirming this, he could roughly guess something. The 2 crossbows probably had the effect of absorbing the apostle power, and the apostle power was left by those who had fought with Yi before. Yui, so, you want to see my apostle power? Yisha, why do you think I'm standing here? Unfortunately, Yui smiled, I refuse. If you want me to use the apostle power, then show me your ability. Yi Sha took a deep breath. As you wish. Feeling the user's desire for power. The demigod characteristic is triggered. Demigod LV2, as long as you want. You are a god. Demigod's characteristics randomly acquire abilities. Shock Wave. Shock Wave, temporary, natural ability, fantasy ability, destruction ability. Demigod ability causes all objects to vibrate and destroy them. Lasting for 15 minutes. Yi Sha's eyes suddenly became sharp. And the prompt sound of the demigod triggering rang in his ears. Click. Click. Yi Sha clenched his fists. And his knuckles snapped. Yu Yi frowned. She felt that something had changed in Yi Sha. But she couldn't tell what the change was. There was obviously no fluctuation of the apostle's power. But suddenly, Yu Yi felt that Yi Sha had become dangerous. Almost instinctively, Yu Yi raised the crossbow. And then pulled the trigger in the direction of Yi Sha. A flame appeared in front of the crossbow, carrying a rolling heat wave, and flew towards Yi Sha. Chapter 1821 The Dark Night arrives. Looking at the flames coming, Yi Sha punched forward without hesitation. Crack! The sound of something breaking came from the air. And then the flying flames seemed to crack, and were directly cut into pieces, and then scattered and fell downwards. The rain of fire fell suddenly. Yi Sha smiled grimly and raised his fist again. I will destroy your nest first. What do you think? While speaking, Yi Sha punched the ground below. Shock! With a bang, Yi Sha's fist hit the ground, punching a hole in the ground and sweeping away a cloud of dust. Yu Yi curled his lips. Are you here to show your humor? There is a special mineral in this black mountain, which is extremely strong. Do you want to? Crack! Before Yu Yi finished speaking, his pupil shrank suddenly, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. There were violent noises around the black mountain, and then the whole black mountain began to tremble. A crack rose from the foot of the black mountain and spread all the way to the top of the black mountain. Almost in an instant, the black mountain split into two halves. And then, as if it had been chopped countless times, it broke into pieces and then collapsed downwards. Yi Sha spread his paper wings behind him and flew up to the sky, watching the black mountain completely shattered and collapse downwards. The deafening sound and the falling rocks looked extremely spectacular. When those rocks fell to the ground, deep pits were smashed into the ground, like a group of meteors falling from the sky, constantly hitting the earth. The smoke and dust rolled up and surged upwards, reaching hundreds of meters high, like a gray-brown cloud, covering the sky. The paper wings behind Yi Sha flapped and floated in the air. This is just the beginning. Boom! Yi Sha's fist fell downwards again, and a huge sound came out again, above the ruins made of countless black stones. Along with the vibration, the black stones above were crushed into powder, turning into black fine sand and falling all around. Under the ruins, a huge black stone was lifted up, and then rolled down from the top of the ruins. And Yui stood up again from under the ruins. Yui looked at Yi Sha in the air with deep eyes, and then raised his crossbow again in the air. Wind and thunder moved together. The blue wind and purple electric current appeared at the same time, entangled together, and attacked Yi Sha. In the sky, Yi Sha spread his hands. The sun and the moon compete for glory. In Yi Sha's open hands, the sun and the moon appeared and flew into the sky. Bang! Yi Sha's fist blasted downwards again, and the wind and thunder that swept over were smashed into pieces when they collided with Yi Sha's fist. At the same time, the ground kept making crackling sounds. Yu Yi quickly looked around, and a large piece of frost appeared on the ruins, freezing the entire ruins. However, Yu Yi did not feel the slightest bit of coldness, but rather scorching heat. Extremely scorching heat. The sun was shining, and Yu Yi felt as if his body was about to be scorched. Every part of his body began to sweat, soaking his clothes. Yu Yi even smelled a burnt smell on his body. But in the next moment, the bone-chilling cold seemed to come from the frost under his feet, and quickly penetrated into his body. Yu's face changed, showing obvious pain. It was a very difficult feeling to describe. It was not the exchange of two feelings of cold and hot, but two obviously conflicting feelings that emerged in his body at the same time. Half of his body was extremely hot, and the other half was like falling into an ice cave. Ah! Yui suddenly raised his head and roared, then stomped hard on the ground. The frost covering the ground shattered into pieces, and then the ruins roared again, and then a large piece collapsed downwards. You want to see my apostle power, right? Then I'll show you. Yui raised his head, Dia Shinya. This is my real name. From a lost civilization. My people live in the legendary Lost Tower. So why do others call me Yui? Yisha raised his head in surprise, and looked at the sky. The sky was originally cloudless and clear. But now it was gray, and the whole world was dark. Even Yisha's sun and moon became dim at this moment. The dark night covers everything. Yui looked up. I am this night sky. Apostle power. Yisha felt the extremely strong apostle power, which was stronger and more terrifying than the apostle power he had felt from other people before. And Yisha had a familiar feeling. It's Emoshi. Yisha once felt a similar apostle power in Emoshi. Light? No. The apostle power that Yui possessed was exactly opposite to that of Emoshi. These were two opposite and similar apostle powers. If Emoshi symbolizes light, then Yui symbolizes darkness. King of the night. Yuya's eyes became extremely deep, like the abyss, and he reached out to Yisha. Cover this place. Night falls. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be darkened and entered the low night. Everything was quiet. The noise around seemed to stop at this moment. All creatures were dead, and only loneliness remained. Yui whispered to Yisha, judgment. In the sky, the night sky seemed to collapse and fell towards Yisha. The black light enveloped Yisha's body, forming a huge black light cross. The sky and the earth were enveloped by the black light cross at this moment. Ah! Yisha raised his head and roared in pain. And the paper wings behind him were torn in an instant. And then Yisha fell from the air and hit the ground hard. Boom! The ground cracked. And the ground under Yisha kept making loud noises, and began to collapse piece by piece. Unable to withstand a single blow, Yui stepped forward, came to the edge of the collapse, and looked at Yisha, who was kneeling on one knee and panting. You have seen what you want to see now. And then? Do you feel your weakness? No. Yisha raised his head suddenly, looked at Yui, and grinned. I am very excited. Suddenly, the shadow under Yisha's feet suddenly surged, like a giant beast opening its mouth, quickly wrapped around Yisha's body, and swallowed Yisha in. The next moment, Yisha disappeared without a trace. Yui quickly looked around, and then asked, where can you hide in this dark night? Yui turned around and pressed in a direction to the side. Ugh! Yisha's muffled groan suddenly came from that position. And then the shadow retreated, and Yisha reappeared. Chapter 1822 Chase. Yui looked at Yisha, death struggle. Yisha gritted his teeth. That's not necessarily true. Yisha spread his palm, and the Emperor of Time suddenly slipped out from his sleeve and fell into Yisha's palm. Yisha quietly moved the hour hand to 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, time clone. You can summon 2 clones from the past time period to fight, which lasts for 15 minutes. The space around Yisha began to twist and rotate continuously, and then formed 2 vortices. 2 Yisha walked out of the vortex. A total of 3 Yisha, looking exactly the same, without any difference, because one Yisha came from 1 second ago, and the other Yisha came from 1 second later. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of the flames jumping sounded at this moment, and then one by one, fireballs appeared around Yisha and kept floating in the air. Yisha looked up. If there are 3 of me, the power of the attack will be 3 times, but the consumption will remain the same. The 3 Yisha simultaneously stretched out their hands forward, and the fireballs floating around were pushed towards Yui. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs kept pushing forward, and then kept exploding, and the hot flames rolled and rushed towards the sky. The night was no longer dark, because the flames illuminated all directions. In the sky, the little sun was madly waving its brilliance, making the surroundings even hotter. Yuya's face finally became solemn, and then, pointing to the sky, the dark night sky collapsed again, collapsing downwards, like smoke, fog, and water, like mercury leaking out of the ground. The black night completely enveloped the surroundings, swallowing up the dark night. At the same time, the fireball shot by Yisha exploded completely. From a distance, you can see that the wilderness is like being bombarded by missiles continuously, with huge fireballs appearing one by one, up to 100 meters high and stretching for 1,000 meters. Burning fiercely, the flames formed a sea of fire, burning madly, pushing madly in all directions, and the earth was completely submerged. Above the flames, a night curtain stretched out horizontally, stacked with the flames, one above and one below. extremely bright, madly pushing each other. The next moment, 3 Yisha jumped out of the flames at the same time. And in the sky, the night curtain suddenly gathered together. And Yi also showed up at this moment. It's not over yet. The 3 Yisha shouted at the same time. And then the shadows behind them surged forward, quickly wrapped Yisha's body, and then crashed into Yi. Yuya's eyes became deeper, and he stretched out his hand and pushed forward. The night was like a tide. The night around Yi quickly rushed forward and collided fiercely with the 3 shadows. Bang! It was as if something exploded at this moment, and the surrounding darkness quickly receded. The sky was clear again. Like the sky after the rain, it became extremely clear and refreshing. Yui's figure appeared and stood on the ground. Suddenly, Yui's face turned pale and bloodless. And then he opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood, which fell on the ground. Bang! 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 Yisha also appeared at this time and fell heavily on the ground. Countless cracks appeared on the bodies of Yisha's 2-time clones, just like cracked pottery figurines. The 2 Yisha raised their hands and looked at them. Then their bodies began to fade, and finally turned into a piece of light and shadow, drifting away with the wind. Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yisha. You are the first one who can force me to this point. You should be proud of it. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I should run away. Yisha did what he said, without any intention of dragging his feet, and turned around and ran. Continuous ghost steps. After several flashes of his figure, Yisha came directly to a distance of 100 meters, and distanced himself from Yi. Yi suddenly laughed and looked at Yisha's back. Then, my favorite hunting begins now. The origin land. The South District is shaking. All the people active in the South District of the origin land became insecure. Many people looked at the sky, which was sometimes dark and sometimes bright, and they shrank their necks unconsciously, then sighed and left quickly. I really don't know which lunatic is going to provoke the female devil again. It's harmful to others and yourself. People are so panicked recently that they dare not move around casually, for fear of being implicated. It's already been implicated. A few days ago, several guys from the Titan civilization suffered an unexpected disaster. They were either swallowed by the dark night or burned to charcoal by the flames. The death was miserable. Titan giants? Those guys are quite strong. But they can't resist? No wonder many people have left temporarily recently, and dare not stay here any longer. Hey, it's been more than 10 days, and I don't know when it will end. Run, run, run. Perhaps because he has been chased by nightmares too many times. Yisha now seems to be very experienced in running. He quickly shuttles through the woods, avoiding the surrounding trees. But Yisha's speed does not slow down. But at this moment, the sound of wind suddenly sounded behind Yisha. And then the big trees in the forest kept making loud noises and fell down one by one. Yisha immediately turned around and stretched out his hand to sweep behind him. Wind and rain started from all directions. The wind blades that attacked him quickly dispersed and turned back into airflow to dissipate. However, at this moment, a stream of water followed behind the wind blades and suddenly attacked, hitting Yisha's chest fiercely. Puff! Yisha opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. He took 2 steps back and leaned against a big tree. Not far in front of Yisha, a knight suddenly fell from the sky, and Yi walked out of the night. Yisha gritted his teeth. You bitch! Are you done yet? It's been 18 days. You still have 12 days. Yi looked at Yisha and teased. Hold on for another 12 days, and I'll let you go. Yisha gritted his teeth, then elbowed the tree behind him and broke it. Then hugged the trunk and threw it towards Yi. Yi raised his crossbow, and a purple lightning shot out forward, smashing the tree to pieces. Then he looked up and saw that Yisha had turned around and continued to run forward. For hunters, the happiest moment is not the moment of hunting the prey, but the process of chasing. Yi raised his lips. So, I like prey that can run, are tough, and have strong willpower. Only in this way can I get the greatest sense of accomplishment at the moment of hunting. Chapter 1823. See you next time. Yi chuckled, and his body turned into a large knight again. Chasing Yisha frantically. Chasing. Running away. Chasing again. And running away again. For 18 days, Yisha and Yi started a chasing game, running day and night. Yisha could feel that Yi enjoyed this state very much. The state of a hunter chasing prey. Otherwise, Yisha would not be able to run for so long. In fact, The stronger the opponent, the shorter the time of the confrontation, and the easier it is to determine the winner. It's just that Yi enjoys the feeling of chasing. Yi Sha crossed the mountains, crossed the grassland, came to the stream, squatted down, and washed his face with the stream water. Yi Sha was extremely tired, even to the brink of collapse. On the 25th day, Yi Sha didn't close his eyes. In this situation, closing his eyes and entering the dreamland was simply seeking death. Of course, Yi Sha ran with the twin serrated swords most of the time, which could make up for the physical consumption. But the mental fatigue could not be erased. Only will. This is a pure contest of will. However, just at this moment, a knight appeared in front of Yi Sha, and Yi stepped out and stood on the other side of the stream. Yi Sha wiped his face. Aren't you tired? Of course Yi was tired. Extremely tired. And Yu's face was obviously tired. But she enjoyed the process of chasing prey and also enjoyed this tiredness. 5 more days. Yu looked at Yi Sha. Try harder, and you can survive. As Yu spoke, he raised his crossbow and pulled the trigger towards Yi Sha without hesitation. A wind blade flew forward, swept across the stream, cut the surface of the stream, rolled up a lot of water, and then came towards Yi Sha. Wind and rain from all directions. Yi Sha's face was turned, and the wind blade dissipated on its own. But at this moment, the splashing water suddenly fell towards Yi Sha. The attack of the wind blade was just a feint, and the real attack was the water. Bang! Yi Sha was drenched by the liquid, but he felt like he was hit by a huge hammer, and was hit hard and flew out. Lying on the ground, Yi Sha felt a dull pain in his chest bones. He looked at the sky. Because of the night, the sky was clear and transparent. Why? Yu teased, the blow was not that heavy. It should not have seriously injured you. Why didn't you stand up? Why didn't you keep running? Yu was not surprised. Hunting and chasing, in addition to the physical test, are more importantly a huge mental pressure. During the chase, you feel powerless. Every time you stop, you may be chased and die. That feeling will completely break people down, or even drive them crazy. Yu has seen too many people like this. Yi Sha was able to hold on for 25 days, which is considered an outstanding performance in Yu's eyes. Most people can't hold on for more than a week, and some weak-willed people are even faster. They start crying and begging for mercy after only 2 days. That kind of guy makes Yi feel bored and makes hunting boring. However, even if Yi Sha is determined, Yu thinks that he will reach the critical point of his spirit sooner or later. 25 days is already an excellent result. At this time, Yi Sha took out a twisted cigar from his pocket, held it in his mouth, lit it, and then blew out smoke rings. Yu, you can still maintain a leisurely look. Are you so afraid of death? Yi Sha, to challenge you. I want to test how much I have grown, and let you catch up. I want to test where my limit is. That's all. Yu, so? You actually want to tell me that if you want to run, you can run away at any time, right? Yi Sha sat up. Yes. Yu, it seems that your collapse is different from most people. Most people will go crazy, hysterical, and beg for mercy from me. But you are starting to have delusions. Yi Sha laughed. You are not using the power of the apostle now, right? Yu narrowed his eyes and felt something was wrong. He immediately wanted to activate the power of the apostle. But at this moment, Yi Sha spread out his palm, and the bronze pocket watch lay in his palm, and the hour hand had been turned to 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, freezing time can be frozen for 3 minutes. And the future within the frozen time cannot be disturbed. Everything must be kept normal during the frozen time. If it is forcibly changed, the Emperor of Time will be broken and cannot be used again. At this moment, time solidified again, and everything around was still. There were some bird calls around, but at this moment, they suddenly disappeared. The surroundings were terribly quiet, and there was not even the sound of the wind. Next time we meet. Yi Sha looked at Yu. I believe I won't run away again. After Yi Sha finished speaking, he thought about leaving the land of origin, and then his figure gradually faded. The land of origin actually has restrictions on this deliberate way of avoiding battle. But in front of the Emperor of Time, the effect of this restriction is infinitely weakened, as long as both parties do not activate the power of the apostles. The 3 minutes of time is frozen, allowing Yi Sha to leave calmly, even because of the time freezing. The opponent wants to activate the power of the apostles at this moment to interfere and prevent Yi Sha from leaving. After a while, Yisha returned to his own world. For Emoshi and Minghai, Yisha was only gone for a moment. But Emoshi's face was a little more anxious. She really couldn't understand how Yisha could re-enter the land of origin. Fortunately, Yisha appeared again the next moment. Although Yisha spent nearly a month in the land of origin. You are back? Emoshi, why can you re-enter the land of origin? Yisha, because the method you told me is wrong. Yisha told Emoshi the information he had obtained. Of course, he still kept some reservations. He didn't mind sharing the methods of entering and exiting the land of origin with Emoshi. And death was the wrong way to leave. However, Yisha chose to keep it to himself about what everyone was looking for. Anyway, the great sage had some guesses in this regard. And Yisha didn't know what that thing was. In this case, he didn't elaborate. Regarding the Apostles' Walk, Yisha still kept 70% trust and 30% vigilance. Even though Yisha was now considered an apostle, Emoshi pondered for a moment and said, So, you could enter and exit the land of origin at any time in the future? Yisha nodded. Yes. I originally wanted to stay here for 10 or 8 years. Anyway, it doesn't affect the time in the outside world. But if I can enter at any time, I don't think it's necessary. I can just go in when I need to. Chapter 1824 Fog City. Yeah. Emoshi nodded, agreeing with Yisha's statement. And then, did you gain anything? Yisha, not bad. The power of the Son of Flame and the Shadow Demon has been used quite well. And it lasts a little longer than before. However, the power of the Water Spirit has never been awakened. I also specially found a few people with the same apostle power to try. But it didn't work. Don't worry. Take your time. Emoshi, after all, you have 3 apostle powers. The more you awaken, the more difficult it will be. Yisha nodded, and then said, I have fought with people who have spiritual apostles. They can enter my dreams. I think this ability can really help me. But I can't trust the people inside, so I can't expect them to help me. Emoshi, it doesn't matter. Let's go to the Fog City to find the 9 Nether Guide. She should have a way. Yisha, then let's go. Minghai muttered, It's so boring. I finally got here. But I only stayed for half a minute, and then left. Yisha grinned. He had been here for almost 3 months. After resting for a night at the entrance of the origin land, Yisha and his friends went down the mountain and left. The next destination is Fog City. Of course, it is impossible to walk there. But you need a plane. Emoshi has already arranged this. Yisha was not satisfied with this. Can you only rely on airplanes as a means of transportation? You are also an apostle now. So don't use words like you to describe you. Moshi, you mean the space interlude. Yisha, what is that? Moshi, when you leave the platform of the Doomsday train and arrive at any place. It is called a space interlude. It is a kind of space law. Let me explain it to you. Give me a piece of paper. Yisha casually touched an A4 paper and gave it to Moshi. Moshi, the straight line distance is the shortest. Right? Yisha, nonsense. Moshi, theoretically, the straight line distance from one end of the paper to the other is the shortest. But what if the paper is twisted at this time? Emoshi said, as she gathered the paper into a U shape. Is the distance between the 2 ends getting closer? Naturally. The time required is getting shorter. Yisha, the question now is why the apostle walk cannot be done. Emoshi, of course we can do it. But something happened to the Terran guide. Yisha, the one who was originally going to pick us up from the port city? Yes. Emoshi sighed. In fact, the situation has been very bad recently. No one can leave the base at will. And those companions who left the base cannot come back. What's more troublesome is that the Doomsday train has issued a new mission. Yisha, hunting down the apostles? Emoshi, how did you know? Yisha, even a fool could figure it out. Although the original intention was to stop me from escaping. Since the train conductor had taken action and caused such a situation. Why didn't he kill more apostles? You regard Doomsday train as a great enemy. And in the eyes of the people of Doomsday train, you are also mortal enemies. Emoshi sighed again. Yisha, what should we do next? Emoshi, it will be solved. It is not only the Terran guide who has mastered the technology of space interlude. In fact, it is not an ability, but a device that has been managed by the Terran guide before. Yisha, whatever. Emoshi thought about it. And then said seriously, can you not have such an attitude? Yisha, what attitude? Emoshi, You are now an apostle, the Son of God, and you are no longer a member of Doomsday Train. Yi Sha, then what? Mo-shi, so. What we are discussing is also related to you. But you look like it has nothing to do with you. Yi Sha stretched. I work for Doomsday Train. And Doomsday Train makes me stronger and able to survive in today's world. I work for the train conductor. And he also gives me benefits and makes me stronger. Apostle? What's the difference? You need me. I will help you work. And then you have to give me benefits. It's fair and simple. For me, Doomsday Train is no different from Apostle. It's just a mutually beneficial relationship. You don't have to worry about me not working hard. Even if I go to war with Doomsday Train, with people who have fought side by side with me, I have no problem at all. I will not show mercy. Mo-shi, I hope you can feel the feeling of home. Even in such a dilapidated world, there is still a trace of warmth. I don't need that kind of thing. It will only make me weak. Or rather, I have already abandoned that kind of thing in order to become stronger. Yi Sha stood up. We are almost at Fog City. Right? It's time to prepare to leave. Fog City is the most famous city in the world, and one of the most influential cities in the world. Of course, it is also a thing of the past. Before the end of the world, this city was extremely glorious. But no matter how glorious it was, that was before the end of the world. In addition to the economy and other things, the most famous thing about the Fog City is of course the fog. The bad weather here is also world famous. Because of the small temperature difference, it is either rainy or foggy all year round. And the environment is quite bad. After the end of the world, because there is no one to govern, the environment of the Fog City is even worse. You can no longer see the sky here. The sky above the entire city is always shrouded in thick rain and fog. The base camp of the apostles in Fog City is much bigger and no longer looks so old. It is in a huge modern technology building. But the treatment Yi Sha received did not change much. After entering the building, all the apostles who looked at Yi Sha were not very friendly. But they did not dare to do anything. It was obvious that they had received orders from the guide. Mo-shi, let's go to the top floor. The guide is already waiting there. After getting on the elevator, Mo-shi took Yi Sha to the top floor. The top floor was a large empty space. Before the end of the world, this floor was the residence of the owner of the building. The entire floor was built into a huge split-level villa, which was quite luxurious. Now, Yi Sha looked up and saw a long and huge conference table. Around the table, there were a total of 12 light ball life forms. Or, guide. Mo-shi stepped forward to salute, and Yi Sha followed behind indifferently. Suddenly, a strong voice suddenly sounded from one of the white light balls. Don't you have anything to say? Chapter 1825 Jiuyo. Me? Yi Sha pointed at himself with a smile. What should I say? The guide. What did you do before? Do you want me to repeat it? We saved you and accepted you regardless of the past. Shouldn't you be humble and express your gratitude? Yi Sha couldn't help but laugh and looked at Mo-shi. It turns out that living too long is not a good thing. You have become old and confused. What did you say? The guide's voice suddenly became angry. Boy, do you really think I won't attack you? Yi Sha, just because you are a half-human, half-ghost thing? The white ball of light suddenly surged and floated to the position below the ceiling. Yi Sha snorted coldly, spread his hands, and 2 fireballs appeared in his palms. Come on. Yi Sha, I want to see if you have lived for thousands of years and have lived like a dog. Enough. At this time, a female voice sounded in a purple ball of light. The next moment, Yi Sha felt that his body could not move. The restraint of the superhuman. No. The level should be higher than this. It should be the crushing used by the superhuman that Yi Sha encountered in the origin land. However, it is not only Yi Sha who is restrained, but also the guide before. Jiuyo. The white light ball said, What do you mean? Jiuyo guide, he is right. You are living like a dog at your age? Why are we gathering together? Why bring him back? White light ball, look at his unruly appearance. Do you think he will really listen to us? Yes. Yi Sha suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the white light ball. This makes sense and represents my attitude. I can join the apostles and do what you say. But it does not mean that you can tell me what to do. What to do and what I am willing to do are all my business. So don't talk to me in a commanding tone. Otherwise don't blame me for killing you. The purple ball of light was trembling, and it could be seen that its emotions were obviously fluctuating. Surprised? Unbelievable. Yisha actually broke free from the crushing state. Wise. Let's stop here. At this time, a golden ball of light made an old voice. And then, little friend, you should have learned something from the great sage. I only ask one question. Do you agree with our idea? Are you willing to end it all? Are you willing that the end of the world will never come again? Yisha, of course. I don't reject this aspect. No one likes the fragmented world we have now. Golden light ball, that's enough. We don't need to have the same beliefs, the same will, or the same ideas. We just need to have the same goals. White light ball, but... Wise. I said. That's it. Golden light ball interrupted. Leave this to Joyo. Everyone else go away. The golden light ball disappeared first, and the other light balls quickly dimmed. The white light ball shook violently. But in the end, it didn't speak again and disappeared without a trace. Emoshi, the wife and son of Weiss the guide, died at the hands of the deputy train captain. One of them you have seen is in the new third city. Yisha, what does that have to do with me? Emoshi, you are on the Doomsday train after all. Yisha, I think he should thank me and take some good things out of the guide's treasure house. After all, I helped him kill an enemy. Donfang Yu has been killed by me. Emoshi, you are really bold. Okay. 9 Nether Guide, let's get down to business. The purple ball of light swayed. And soon, a human shadow was formed. A gray-haired old lady wearing strange clothes that Yisha had never seen before. Obviously, although the other party appeared in the form of a human shadow, it was not a human, but from an ancient civilization. 9 Nether, you have some troubles and need my help. Right? Yisha, yes. Joyo, then let's start. Close your eyes and go to sleep. Yisha looked at Emoshi. Emoshi smiled. Joyo guide has always been like this. Likes to act decisively. Joyo, are you afraid that I will harm you? Yisha spread his hands. There are many ways to harm me. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Since you want to sleep. Okay. I'll try it. Yisha sat down casually on a sofa next to him and closed his eyes. After walking for about a quarter of an hour without any thoughts, Yisha barely entered a state of half sleep and half wakefulness. Joyo came to Yisha and stretched out his dry right hand, which seemed to be just skin covering bones. And then a spiritual force entered Yisha's brain. On the other side, Yisha entered the dream again. But this time the dream was different. The space around him kept shaking and twisting. And there were cracks everywhere. It felt like a world was being built. But it didn't seem to be completed. Countless nightmares appeared in front of Yisha. But only for a moment. Those nightmares didn't even have time to attack Yisha. And their bodies were suddenly torn apart, turning into a mass of black mist, and quickly disappeared. Then the nightmares began to appear and disappear continuously. And the roar of nightmares was everywhere. But the nightmares had difficulty even taking a step forward. After a while, Yisha heard Joyo's voice in his ear. Wake up. Yisha suddenly opened his eyes and returned to the real world. Yisha, how is it? Joyo, a kind of mental power ability. Very powerful. Directly built a world in your head. Due to my intervention, that world has collapsed to a certain extent. Or it is not complete. You should have seen it. Yisha nodded. Joyo, it would be much easier if you were a woman. Yisha was puzzled. Woman? Joyo, the mental power is always entangled with you. It should be entangled with your biological characteristics. If you are a woman, you can get pregnant. New life characteristics will appear in your body. And the ability cannot be recognized. So it will naturally be cracked. Yisha's face is dark. The problem is that I am not a woman. And I can't become a woman. Joyo, technology is so advanced. Just do surgery. Yisha's face darkened. And he gritted his teeth. Is there any normal way? Joyo, because of the power of the apostle, it is impossible for you to change your body genes. I think you are reluctant to give up the power of the apostle. Moreover, even if you are willing to give it up, I'm sorry, I won't allow it. Yisha, any other way? Chapter 1826 Method. Joyo thought for a moment. It's not that there is no method. And there is more than one method. But they are all quite troublesome. Yisha, tell me about it. Since there is a method, there is always a way to complete it. Even if it is troublesome. Joyo sat down on the sofa on the other side. The simplest and most direct method is to use mental interference. Yisha, like what you did just now. Joyo, yes. You also saw that my mental interference is useful. Yisha, How long will it take? Jiuyu, this is the trouble. I can have an impact on that spiritual world. But the spiritual power that can build a spiritual world must be extremely strong. I don't know how long it will take. Secondly, whether this spiritual power is strong enough to automatically repair the collapsed world is also a problem. Yisha, if it can automatically repair, it will be difficult to destroy while you destroy it. Right? Jiuyu nodded, yes. But if the spiritual power of the spiritual world cannot be replenished, it can be destroyed after all. But the time required is difficult to calculate. It may take a year, 10 years, or even 100 years. Yisha, why don't you just say that you can't destroy it until the day I die? Jiuyu, the second method is to find a spiritual apostle. Since you have absorbed the power of 3 apostles, why can't you absorb the 4th one? Or there is a saint who absorbs spiritual apostles and is willing to help you. However, this method is also troublesome. No trace of spiritual apostles has been found so far. Yisha, what's more troublesome is that we don't know if there will be spiritual apostles coming in this apocalypse. If not, then everything will be in vain. Yeah. Jiuyu nodded, that's why I said it's troublesome. But there is still a way. After all, your dream is a world constructed by spiritual power. As long as there is a strong enough spiritual power, it can be destroyed. The power of spiritual apostles is needed. This is the fundamental reason. Yisha, the problem is that you are the oldest superhuman. If even your spiritual power is not strong enough, who should I go to? Jiuyu, Noah's apostle. Yisha rolled his eyes. What's the difference between this and an old hen asking a weasel for soy sauce? Jiuyu, just telling you. There are still some options. In addition to looking for Noah's apostle, you can also look for things such as relics of ancient civilizations. Yisha held his chin. Are there any spiritual powers in those things? Jiuyu, of course. And the number should not be too small. Yisha, you apostles should have collected a lot during your travels. Jiuyu, I know what you are thinking. I can tell you clearly that I did find it. But I have used it. I used it by me. I tried to explore the origin of the relics of ancient civilization through the spiritual power contained in it. But failed. I also broke a stone tablet and a stone tablet. If those 2 things were there, I would be 80% sure to deal with those nightmares. Yisha clenched his fist and had the urge to beat someone. Jiuyu, but no matter what, at least it proves the possibility. Moreover, the mysterious power contained in these relics of ancient civilization is not unique. It is entirely possible to find them again. Yisha nodded. Anything else? Jiuyu, you can also start from the Doomsday train. There should be powerful spiritual items on the Doomsday train. If you can get them, there is also a considerable possibility. Yisha's eyes suddenly lit up. Eye of Jormungandr. Jiuyu, what? Yisha, a spiritual power item. I don't know if there are more powerful spiritual power items than it. But if it is something that can be purchased in the treasure list, the Eye of Jormungandr is the best. Moshi, the legendary giant snake that can surround the world. Yisha, yes. In the legend of Ragnarok, Jormungandr woke up from his sleep, churning in the seabed, causing huge waves, and came to the land of Asgard. The origin of the Eye of Jormungandr refers to the fact that Jormungandr opened his eyes and woke up, and was able to create a spiritual world and the land swallowed by the sea. This, Jiuyu thought for a while, that thing may really be useful, because it is also a spiritual world construction. If the spiritual world created can destroy your dream world, you can get out of the dream, and then you can cancel the effect of the props, and you should be able to completely get rid of the nightmare. Moshi, the question is how can you get it? Even if you want to rob it, you have to have a target, and the premise is that at least someone has it. Yisha, so? It's still a problem. Jiuyu, the last method. Some places filled with powerful spiritual power may also help you, such as the cylindrical tower. Yisha, cylindrical tower? Jiuyu, the reappearance of the civilization of the cylindrical tower is not an illusion fabricated out of thin air, but it is not a real world. In fact, it is also a kind of spiritual world construction. So simply measure how many such worlds the cylindrical tower has constructed. Although the cylindrical tower is not aggressive, if you can find a similar place filled with huge spiritual power, you should be able to solve the nightmare problem. Yisha nodded. I will go find it. Jiuyu, before that, what I can do is to help you delay time. Although I can't completely destroy the dream world, my mental power still has an impact on the dream world. According to the speed of rebuilding the destroyed mental world, I can probably keep you safe for a few days. However, this is a temporary solution. The destroyed dream will recover. And I can't stay with you forever. Yi Sha, what I'm worried about is that I don't have that much time. The nightmare has been getting stronger. And recently some things that I once killed have begun to appear. Of course, since I was able to kill them before, it's easier now. But I'm worried whether they will become stronger. Jiuyo, you can rest assured about this. Nightmare has not become stronger. But it is an inevitable process. Yi Sha was puzzled. Jiuyo, have you been to places like forests? Yi Sha, of course. Jiuyo, when you are at the outermost part, you can only encounter small things like rabbits and deer. But as you continue to go deeper, you will encounter some beasts. Tigers, leopards, and other things. Chapter 1827 Test. Yi Sha understood immediately. It means that as I continue to go deeper into the dream, the nightmares are getting stronger. If I stay where I am, the nightmares won't move? Yi Sha understood Jiuyu's meaning. It was probably similar to an area. The strength of the ancient species in the central area must be different from the strength of the ancient species in the outer area. Jiuyu, that's what I mean. However, if you stay where you are and face a group of rabbits, it will also be troublesome. Secondly, it is not certain that the nightmares will not move. Moreover, this may also be a way to crack the dream. Yi Sha, how to crack it? Jiuyu, if you come to the deepest part of the dream and see the thing you fear the most, which is also the most terrifying nightmare in your heart, but you still kill the other party, then what will be the result? The result is that you will not be afraid. And your state of mind will be improved unprecedentedly. If you are a superhuman, you can even be called a demigod if you reach this step. And you will get unprecedented strength improvement. Because on the spiritual level, you have nothing to fear. Of course, this is very difficult. Very difficult. Unless it is a dead end. It is best not to try. Especially if you are not a superhuman. The cost is not proportional to the gain. Yi Sha nodded. Jiuyu hesitated for a moment. Then said, of course, if you can absorb the spiritual power of the apostle, I suggest you try it. Because then, you will be qualified to become a superhuman. Yi Sha, I understand. Jiuyu, take a good rest for the time being. I will find a way to suppress your dream for a short time. As you said yourself, as long as there is a solution, there will always be a way. Then, let's talk about another thing now. Yi Sha, you say, don't hit a smiling person. Yi Sha has limited recognition for the apostles, and naturally limited recognition for the guides. But Yi Sha's attitude is also relatively friendly to those who are relatively friendly to him and can help him. Jiuyu, whether you agree with your current identity as an apostle or not, you are already an apostle after all. You can't deny this, right? Yi Sha nodded. Jiuyu, in this case, whether you care or not, it is necessary to let others recognize your identity. At the same time, you can also understand that this is an opportunity to prove yourself, or even a requirement for you to prove your decision. Yi Sha smiled. It seems you have something for me to do. Jiuyu sighed. I remain neutral on whether to bring you back. The great sage advocates bringing you back. You will become an indispensable force for the apostles. But, Yi Sha, but some people don't think so. For example, the one just now. Jiuyu, that's right. We discussed it several times. But there was no clear answer in the end. The current result is that you must accept the test to prove yourself. That's a nice thing to say. Yi Sha curled his lips. I know exactly what you are planning. You just want me to stand on the opposite side of Doomsday train. Only in this way can you feel at ease with my joining. Right? Jiuyu, it would be best if you can think it through yourself. Some words coming out of my mouth are not very nice after all. Besides, you are more rational and calm than I thought. I originally thought you would get angry. Yi Sha, it doesn't matter. As long as you can pay enough, I can do things for you. But if you just want to use me, that's another matter. Jiuyu, of course. The principle of fairness and justice will not change. The decision of the guide is never decided by one person. Especially the great sage's belief in wanting you to join is very firm. Moreover, as long as you can complete the tasks assigned, no one can say anything more. Yi Sha, so, we have reached a consensus. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Jiuyu, do you know the Nordic pirates? Yi Sha, Vikings? Jiuyu nodded. Since the 10th century, they have been traveling all over the world. They are the strongest on the sea. Moreover, many stories in Norse mythology are related to Vikings. Yisha, I have a general understanding of the deeds of the Nordic Vikings, so I can get straight to the point. Jiu, the Vikings were adventurers on the sea. And the sea is the most mysterious area, where many unknown secret places and relics are hidden. Yisha, relics of ancient civilizations? Jiu, yes. I won't go into the details, but we found an ancient Viking manuscript that recorded an island called Vik, where they found an ancient relic. Except for the first mate who recorded the manuscript. Everyone else died in the relic. According to some descriptions, there are probably relics of ancient civilizations in the relic. Yisha, my mission is to bring the things back? Jiu, yes. But your mission is not easy. Because we were not the first to discover the place this time. Yisha nodded. Doomsday train. No. Jiu, it was Compu. In fact, the note was obtained from Compu. However, you are right about Doomsday train. There were also people from Doomsday train at that time. So people from Doomsday train may also appear. And you should know what level of people Doomsday train will dispatch when it comes to the relics of ancient civilizations. Yisha, at least he is a train attendant. And he may be accompanied by many members of the death carriage. The train purser. Yisha suddenly thought of Gonlin. Yisha, the train purser will probably go out too. But if it is not confirmed that it is an important relic of ancient civilization, the deputy train conductor should not appear. Jiu, so? You should know what kind of competition you will face. The most important thing is that in this kind of thing, it is uncertain who will succeed. Success or failure can be understood. But if it is you, it belongs to the category of incomprehension. Understand? Yisha certainly understood that some of the guides were not optimistic about his joining, and even opposed it. Most of the apostles were hostile to Yisha, and even hated him. Even if a few did not have such emotions, they all responded with indifference because Yisha came from Doomsday train. If Yisha succeeded, there would be no problem, because Yisha proved his worth, proved that the great sage was right, and even made some people change their minds. But if Yisha failed, no one would think about whether Yisha had tried his best, because Yisha was originally an unpopular person. Failure would make him even more unpopular, and the hostility and indifference would become more serious. Chapter 1828 then. I don't care. Yisha didn't care. When do we set off? Jiu, it will take some time because there were some accidents. Yisha then. Find me when you need me. Please tell other guides that when I bring the things back, please give me a satisfactory result. Yisha waved his hand and walked out the door. Hey, wait a minute. Emoshi shouted, then quickly bowed to Jiu and caught up with Yisha. Arriving at the entrance of the hall, Emoshi suddenly felt the atmosphere was extremely solemn and oppressive. Looking up, Yisha was in an extremely alert state of combat readiness. Not far from Yisha, on the other side of the corridor, stood a man, or a woman, about 1.8 meters tall, different from other apostles, wearing a white cloak, with silver hair, and a delicate face, like a girl's face, but a bit neutral. Probably a man with a rather gentle appearance. Are you Yisha? Suddenly, the other party turned his head and looked at Yisha. Weak things make people weaker, and strong things make people stronger. The apostle's walk is really getting more and more useless. After the other party finished speaking, he suddenly pushed open the glass window in front of him, jumped casually, and then jumped out of the window. Yisha quickly ran forward, came to the window and looked down. But there was no one. Yisha looked at Emoshi who was walking over. Who is that guy? Emoshi thought for a moment. Maybe 1,000 faces? Yisha, holy sons? Yes. Emoshi, there are currently 6 holy sons. You, me, Nanrong, and Noi. You should have met them. Thales is out. And there is 1,000 faces. Yeah. 1,000 faces is not easy to get along with. You'd better not provoke it. Yisha looked at Emoshi strangely. This woman, who always hoped to be integrated into the apostles' walk, actually said that other holy sons were difficult to get along with, and advised herself not to get close to them. This is really strange. Moreover, Yisha always felt something was strange. When Emoshi mentioned Qianmian, there was an ambiguous feeling. Yisha, it? Emoshi spread her hands. Yes. No one knows the gender of Qianmian, whether it is a man or a woman. And no one even knows what it looks like. Every time it appears, it looks different. The only features are the white robe and the weird 1,000-face mask. Yisha, how difficult is it to get along with? I think I am difficult enough to get along with. She rolled her eyes. You actually know this yourself. Yisha shrugged indifferently. Shi's expression became serious. Looking out the window, if I have to say, you just isolate yourself from the world and refuse others to enter your world. You only believe in yourself. But it's not that you can't get in touch with others. It's just that it's difficult to enter your world. Yisha, don't say you know me very well. I hate this tone. Shi smiled. And then continued, Qianmian is different. That's a very strange feeling. For Qianmian, it has always been a person. It only has its own world. If it's difficult to enter your world, then no one can enter Qianmian's world at all. Yisha pondered for a moment. Interesting. Let's go. Shi, I'll take you to rest first. What do you think about the matter on Wake Island? Yisha, what do you think? I don't have any ideas. Kill some people. Fight a few games. And then bring things back. That's all. Shi, I mean you may meet your companions, who used to be on the Doomsday train. What do you think about this? Companions? Yisha, only those who stand next to you are considered companions. When they stand opposite, they are no longer companions. Mashi, can you really do it without any scruples? Yisha smiled. You are too naive. After Yisha finished speaking, he walked forward. Hey! Hey! Mashi shouted and caught up with Yisha. How about I go with you? Minghai alone can't help you much. Let's talk about it later. Yisha, I just want to have a good sleep now. Yisha can indeed have a good sleep now. Because of Jiuyu. Yisha does not need to worry about the appearance of nightmares for the time being. So he can close his eyes well and at ease. Then, target Wake Island. Take these stones. Jiuyu handed some crystals to Yisha. I have infused my spiritual power into them. When you sleep, crush a piece, and those nightmares will not appear. However, the effect will become weaker and weaker. You need to pay attention to it yourself. Yisha reached out and took the crystals. Understood. Shi, do you really not need me to accompany you? Yisha, no. Minghai. Let's go. Minghai holds a piece of bread in his mouth. Will you die if you eat before leaving? Yisha, will you die if you eat while walking? Watching Yisha leave, Shi wanted to say something, but was stopped by Jiuyu. Jiuyu, it's not a question of need or not, but you can't accompany him. Shi, if you go, even if this thing succeeds, the credit will be attributed to you. No matter what he did, what he paid, even if you didn't do anything, the credit is yours. Someone will deliberately attribute the credit to you. Understand? So, he can only be alone. He can only rely on himself. Shi, this is unfair. Jiuyu, yes. It is indeed unfair. But many things in this world can be fair and just. Except for feelings. Love. Family affection. Anger. Hatred. Disgust. None of them can be fair. Shi, the great sage hopes that he can integrate with us. And hopes that he can become a true apostle and fight for his faith. The other guides are so repulsive to him, which will only make him drift away. Jiuyu, the great sage is not necessarily right, and others are not necessarily wrong. Moreover, for him, the most important thing at the moment is to gain a firm foothold. Whether he can be accepted by everyone depends on himself and his fists. Shi sighed. I always think this is wrong. This kind of thing has never been solved by only one saint's son. It is too difficult for one person. Jiuyu smiled. Don't think too much. He has no objection. Right? While Shi was talking to Jiuyu, Yisha and Minghai had already walked out of the door. It was a very mysterious feeling. Yisha felt that he had returned to the Doomsday train. To the Doomsday train platform that was always changing. The only thing that remained unchanged was that the moment he left, he could always go to where he wanted to go. And always go to where he should go. Then, the battle began. Chapter 1829 Camp. The so-called space episode in the Apostles' Walk is indeed unusually similar to the entrance and exit of the Doomsday train platform. However, Yisha still feels a little different. When you leave the Doomsday train platform, you will feel surprised, without any signs. Even though Yisha has experienced countless Doomsday train platforms, every time he leaves, Yisha feels very natural. It feels normal to come to a station in a city and then walk out. Even when walking out, it is often on a street, or a shop, or even inside a building. It seems very natural. It was a feeling of gentle rain and silent rain. On the contrary, The interlude space of Apostles' Walk was a bit violent. It could be felt that the space ability was obviously at work. And even the distortion of space. And because of the distortion of space, it could be felt that the whole space seemed a bit violent. In any aspect, Yisha actually felt that Apostles' Walk was inferior to Doomsday Train. However, the process was not important. As long as we could reach the destination. Yisha looked up and saw that it was a small bay with cliffs on 3 sides and a white sand beach on 1 side. Dense forests could be seen above the cliffs. Ming-Hai exclaimed, "How is this possible? Space travel?" Yisha glanced at Ming-Hai. It was not surprising. Those who boarded the Doomsday Train left the Doomsday Train for the first time, and left the Doomsday Train platform basically had the same expression. Surprised and shocked. And even a little bit like seeing a ghost. Don't make a fuss. Yisha, the people from Compu should have arrived. I don't know if there will be anyone on the Doomsday Train. We should take action. No problem. Ming-Hai said, as he untied the cloth bag on his back and took out a large silver gun. Yisha was stunned. Photon energy cannon? Where did you get it? Ming-Hai, it was on the pile of steel-armored men you destroyed. She had people move the parts away and then dismantled the photon energy cannon. That damn woman. Yisha gritted his teeth. She should pay for it. It's my trophy. Ming-Hai, you can't move it away. Yisha, that's mine too. Forget it. Let's leave here first. Yisha looked around. The beach in the inner bay of this island was broken. There was a group of reefs in front. And the beach was blocked by cliffs on 3 sides. So, if you want to leave, you can only climb the cliff or swim. Yisha pointed at the cliff. Can you climb up? Ming-Hai glared. Are you kidding? It's 70 or 80 meters high. And it's at a right angle. And there are no climbing tools. Yisha sighed. Swim. Ming-Hai, I mean, it's just this level. Of course there's no problem. Crack. Yisha couldn't help but clench his fist. And his knuckles made a crisp sound. Yisha gritted his teeth. Don't force me to beat you. Ming-Hai, I'm not afraid of death. So why should I be afraid of you beating me? Let's go. Let's go! Ming-Hai carried the photon energy cannon on his back. Came to the front of a cliff. Grabbed a protruding rock and broke it twice. And after confirming the hardness, he began to climb. It's true. If judged by ordinary people's standards, Ming-Hai's physical fitness is excellent in all aspects. He climbed a cliff nearly 70 or 80 meters high with his bare hands, without even wearing gloves. But Ming-Hai seemed quite relaxed. When he was about halfway up, Ming-Hai finally caught his breath, looked down, and said to Yisha, "Hey, climb." Yisha spread his paper wings behind him, flew up directly, landed on the edge of the cliff, and looked down. Do I need to climb? Ming-Hai rolled his eyes. He had brought trouble upon himself. He had just teased someone, and now he was teased back. Suddenly, Ming-Hai shouted, "Be careful." Yisha turned his body to the side, and then a silver gun but passed by Yisha, followed by a scream, and a figure fell towards the cliff. I noticed it a long time ago. Yisha turned around. By the time you reminded me, the opportunity has already passed. Yisha looked at the figure who had fallen off the cliff. He was already dead. There was a pool of blood under him, and his head was rotten. The clothes the other party was wearing were ordinary Compu Company uniforms. They should be armed personnel of Compu Company. As for why Yisha found out, he smelled a urine smell when he flew up the cliff. He looked back and saw water marks on the edge of the bushes not far away. After a while, Ming-Hai climbed up the cliff. Yisha said, I asked the ice and snow god to search. There should be a base of Compu nearby. Ming-Hai, how did you know? Yisha, if it was a marching team, there couldn't be only one person. Secondly, would you deliberately run far to pee? Even if it wasn't a base, there must be a sentry nearby. While Yisha was talking, he heard the cry of the ice and snow god. Yisha spread his arms, and the ice and snow god landed on Yisha's arms. Yisha stuffed a few strips of raw meat into the mouth of the ice and snow god. How is it? The ice and snow god cooed and shook his head to the side. Yisha, let's go! With the ice and snow god leading the way through the woods above the cliff, Yisha soon saw a large area of military green tents and some Compu Company personnel moving around. Ming-Hai, it's really a base. What should we do now? Yisha, it looks like a temporary base. It should be used to transport things. As Yisha spoke, He pouted his lips toward the side. In the direction Yisha pointed, there was the largest tent, with some things piled up around it, covered with canvas and wrapped with ropes. The curtain of the tent was open, and looking inside, you could see the same pile of things, which were placed outside because they couldn't be piled down. Let's go! Yisha, don't alarm these guys first. Let's go over and take a look. Yisha crouched down and groped from the back. At the door of the tent, there was an armed man with a gun standing guard. Yisha signaled Ming Hai to go around to the other side. And then he went through the gap in the tent. Suddenly, Yisha jumped up suddenly like a hunting leopard, covered the other person's mouth from behind, twisted his neck hard, and broke his neck with a click, and then dragged him into the tent. Ming Hai quickly went around from the other side, and while entering the tent, he untied the curtain of the tent to cover the entrance and exit. After entering the tent, Yisha threw the body aside, came to the side of the piled items, took out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and cut the canvas. Those things turned out to be some piled stones, as well as stone pillars and other things. Chapter 1830 Crazy. Ming Hai, what are these? Yisha, they should be things brought out from the ruins. It seems that the people of Kompu have discovered the ruins. However, these things are useless. Ming Hai, didn't you say that they are relics of ancient civilizations? Yisha spread his hands, not knowing how to explain. Even if there are relics of ancient civilizations, they are not the places where they were found. All the ruins are like that. Relics of ancient civilizations refer to those relics that contain magical powers. Ming Hai had never seen those things with his own eyes, and Yisha didn't know how to explain them to Ming Hai. The people of Kompu Company were probably not familiar with such items, so after finding the ruins, they simply took away whatever they saw, probably wanting to dig up the entire ruins. However, Yisha still cut open all the canvases and checked them. After all, the people of Kompu Company probably didn't know what they were, and who knows if they might have mixed in. After checking everything and confirming that nothing was found, when Yisha was about to leave, a noisy sound suddenly came from outside the tent. Yisha immediately made a silent gesture to Ming Hai. Then he pressed himself against the edge of the curtain, carefully opened a gap and looked outside. Quick! 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 Hurry up and save people. What happened? Team 3 is in trouble, and they seem to be crazy again. Just ahead, the people from Camp 1 and Camp 2 have already rushed over, and we have to go too. So hurry up and line up and set off. Oh! Damn it. What's going on this island? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Yisha heard a conversation not far away, and then the members of Kompu in the camp quickly gathered together, and there were gunshots in the distance. In the blink of an eye, only a few people were left in the camp, and everyone else had left. Yisha stayed in the tent for a while, making sure that everyone had left, and said to Ming Hai, you take care of the rest. I'll go check the things piled outside and the other tents. Okay. Ming Hai agreed and got out of the tent first. And soon, shouts and gunshots rang out. Yisha came to the other side and checked the items piled outside the tent. They were still the items moved out of the ruins, but they were useless. Yisha didn't feel anything strange from those things. Then he checked the other tents. Most of them were for living. One tent was a communication station with communication equipment piled up. However, Yisha did not gain nothing. In the communication station, Yisha found a map with many signs on it, including the camp established by the search team of Kompu Company. In addition, there are some route markings. What makes Yisha wonder is that since Kompu has found the ruins, why are there no signs for the ruins? Moreover, there are some signs on the map that Yisha can't understand. Yisha flipped through the notebook on the table and murmured, there should be records. Yisha kept searching, and at this time, Ming Hai poked his head in. It's all done. Yisha thought about it, rolled up the things on the table, and pulled a piece of canvas from the side and wrapped it. Let's go. Let's leave here first. The two left with their stuff and entered the woods. They could still hear shouting coming from a distance, which seemed to be not far from where they were. Ming Hai, do you want to go and see what's going on? Yisha nodded. Okay. Let's go. Yisha and Ming Hai quickly passed through the woods and soon saw the battle in the woods. A team of Kompu Company people were like crazy, yelling and shooting at all directions with weapons. It can be seen that there is no obvious target, and it is purely a venting of shooting. Those people were mumbling something, revealing brutality, madness, and fear. The armed members of the surrounding Compu company were hiding, and did not show their heads. They obviously wanted to wait until the other party had emptied their bullets before stepping forward to subdue them. Ming Hai whispered, "How could it become like this?" Yi Sha, "How would I know? But it looks like he was scared. Or it could be an illusion or something like that." Ming Hai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pulled off Yi Sha's clothes. "If I become like this, remember to kill me. This makes me feel worse than death." "Yi Sha, are you scared now? Aren't you immortal? So you are fearless." "Ming Hai, do you think it's better to die? Or to lie paralyzed in bed, unable to even move your eyelids?" The two fears are completely different. This topic can't be closed. Some people think it's better to live than to die. Some people think that if it really comes to that, it's better to die than to endure the pain. "Let's go. Yi Sha, there's nothing to see. It's meaningless if we don't know why they went crazy." Yi Sha retreated quickly, exited the woods, and came to the vicinity of the sea cliff. Yi Sha spread out what he found, and then studied it with Ming Hai. "I know this." Ming Hai pointed to a map. "This is a map for navigation." Yi Sha was puzzled. "Huh?" Ming Hai explained, "Look at these signs. They are all longitude and latitude signs. Although longitude and latitude can be used in a wide range of places. In general, you don't check longitude and latitude, right?" Yi Sha nodded. "Ming Hai, navigation is different. Accurate longitude and latitude are essential for navigation." Yi Sha, "But the problem is that this is not a sea chart. This is an island map. Although there is an ocean area on the map in Yi Sha's hand, it is only a small part. It draws the ocean area around Wake Island, and the focus is still on the bird's eye view of Wake Island." Ming Hai spread his hands. "That's not very clear." Yi Sha sighed and threw the notebook aside. "These notebooks are useless. They are all some report records. What things have been found, and some sketches of found items. But they don't write where they were found." Ming Hai holds the map. "Why do you need so many maps? They all look the same." Yi Sha, "They may be maps from different periods. According to Joyo, they found this island from a Nordic Viking manuscript in the 10th century. It's such a long time ago, so the terrain may be different." Ming Hai, "But these are modern maps, right? They should have been hand-drawn maps at that time?" Yi Sha held his chin, and it was hard to judge. Ming Hai, "What do you think these signs mean? Could it be the location where the items were found?" Yi Sha was stunned. "So many?" The signs that Ming Hai pointed to were a circle with the simplified logo of Computech inside. There were quite a few of them. And the most important thing was that the distribution area was almost all over the southeast area of the island. Chapter 1831 Dead Corpses. In Yi Sha's opinion, those signs are likely sentries, camps, and the like. "Yi Sha, if these signs are where things were found, doesn't that mean the ruins are at least spread over half of the island? That's not possible, right?" Ming Hai laughed dryly. "It seems unlikely." Yi Sha scratched his forehead. "The problem with fewer people is that there is less intelligence. And the intelligence system of the Apostle Walk is obviously not as complete as that of Doomsday Train. Yi Sha, if it doesn't work, go to the camp and find another person. Ming Hai, those ordinary armed personnel probably don't know anything, right?" Yi Sha, "But they must be responsible for the transportation. Maybe they transported it directly from the place where it was found." "Wait, we seem to have overlooked a very important issue." Ming Hai, "What?" Yi Sha, "How did these things come out? I mean the relics we saw in the camp just now." Dig. Ming Hai stared. "Dig?" Yi Sha, "Yes. Whether the ruins are on the ground or underground. These relics are likely to be embedded in the wall or in the ground. There are also some large relics that cannot be moved directly. What should we do? After cutting them apart, try to ensure their integrity, and then move them out." Ming Hai interfaced. "So, there must be an excavation team at Compu. Yi Sha, if we find the excavation team, we can find the entrance to the ruins." Ming Hai clapped his hands. "The problem is solved. Yi Sha, finding the excavation team is the solution. Now we just have clues." Yi Sha called out the ice and snow god, and then asked him to explore. The excavation team must have a lot of people, and this is a complete project that requires equipment. So in Yi Sha's opinion, it should not be difficult to find. Moreover, the excavation team also needs to rest, so they need a base. There are camp signs of Compu on the map. Look for them all, and you will probably find them. But even though Yi Sha was confident that he would find the excavation team, He did not expect the ice and snow god to be so fast. It took about a quarter of an hour for the ice and snow god to circle back in the air. Yisha looked at the ice and snow god on his shoulder, found it. The ice and snow god shook his head and nodded, which made Yisha confused. What did shaking his head and nodding mean? The ice and snow god simply flew forward and led the way. Yisha understood the meaning and called out to Ming Hai, "Let's go!" Yisha and Ming Hai quickly entered the woods and walked forward, following the ice and snow god. What surprised Yisha was that the place where the ice and snow god took them was actually the previous Compu Company camp. What does this mean? Ming Hai, why are you back again? Is the excavation team here? I didn't see them before. Maybe the excavation team was working before, and now they are back? Yisha frowned and suddenly said, "Something is wrong." Ming Hai, what's wrong? Yisha, the smell of blood. Yisha quickly entered the camp and saw a large number of corpses. All the armed personnel of Compu were dead, lying on the ground in all directions. There were also some in the tent. Yisha squatted on the ground and turned a corpse over. There were multiple knife wounds on the corpse. The skin and flesh turned outward. The wounds were very deep, and the fatal wound was at the neck, where the throat was cut by a knife. Ming Hai was beside him. This guy was hacked to death, and it is not clear where the fatal wound is. Moreover, if the weapon used was a sword, the sword is probably not very sharp. The cut surface of the wound is very rough and not smooth at all. Yisha touched the wound and rubbed his fingers. It's not just a dull problem. It's even rusty. Ming Hai leaned over. Rust? Yisha nodded. Yes. Ming Hai, who did it? Yisha, it's hard to say. Did the people on the Doomsday train arrive? Yisha really couldn't say. There were many strange weapons on the Doomsday train, and maybe there was a rusty knife, as long as the effect was good. As for the apostle walking aside, it should be unlikely. According to Mo Xianqiu, this mission needs Yisha to complete it independently. He brought Ming Hai with him because Ming Hai had spontaneously become Yisha's guardian before. That is, the silver robe. In fact, Yisha felt that this mission was a warning from some guides, who didn't expect him to bring anything back. In fact, they hoped that Yisha would fail, so that they would have an excuse to punish him. As for sending people to support him, the probability was so low that it was negligible. So, are there zombies or something like that on this island? Or ancient species? Ancient species don't seem to need knives. Right? Yisha, go and see if there are any survivors. Ming Hai nodded, quickly walked around the camp, and then shook his head at Yisha. Yisha carefully looked at the ground, trying to find some clues. Suddenly, Yisha squatted again. Did you find anything wrong? Ming Hai said, it's just a corpse. There's nothing wrong with it. Yisha, the color of this blood is very light. And Yisha walked forward a few steps and came to a place where there was less blood and corpses. He found a pool of liquid, wiped it with his hand, put it in front of his nose, smelled it, and then licked it with his tongue. It's seawater. Yisha, the blood mixed with the seawater, so the color faded. Ming Hai, it's understandable that there is water here. But what about the seawater? How should I know? Yisha thought for a while. Go. Find a place with seawater. Quickly. At the edge. Ming Hai spread his hands and went to find seawater without any nonsense. And Yisha also started to move. Suddenly, Ming Hai shouted, there are a lot of water stains here. Yisha immediately ran over, sniffed, licked, and it was indeed the smell of seawater, and immediately said, let's go. Following the seawater, Yisha and Ming Hai ran through the woods and saw a beach in front of them. Ming Hai, there are a lot of footprints. On the beach, you can see a lot of dense footprints, and the traces of seawater are more obvious. But all this ends here. At the beach, the traces of seawater and footprints disappeared. Ming Hai, the footprints did not separate to the sides, but went directly into the sea. Did they swim away? Yisha did not speak, but looked down at the footprints. Judging from the number of footprints, there were quite a lot of people on the other side. Probably at least 10 people. This did not seem like the work of mutant zombies. As for the Doomsday train, although some people on the Doomsday train acted in teams, there were actually very few teams of 10. Chapter 1832 Night Battle. Yisha looked at both sides. This beach can go to both sides. It is not the inner bay of the island, and the way is blocked by the cliffs. In this case, what is the reason for going to the sea? Ming Hai, boat? If the boat is too big, it can't get close to the coast. Yi Sha, then you should use a rubber boat. Can you swim faster than rowing? Ming Hai thought for a while. It is indeed very strange. And judging from the seawater, the other party must have swam here and then swam away. Yi Sha, I have a feeling that if we figure out the origins of this group of people, we can probably find the ruins. Ming Hai, the key is that we can't figure it out. Boom! As the two were talking, a loud noise suddenly came from the side and back. Yi Sha looked in the direction of the sound and saw fire emerging in the woods. Yi Sha, there is a fight. Let's go and take a look. Yi Sha ran quickly, followed by Ming Hai, and the two quickly shuttled through the woods. The place where the explosion sounded was not far from them. The closer they were, the louder the noise was. It felt like it was either a duel between masters with great destructive power, or there were many people on both sides of the battle. Stop! Yi Sha suddenly reached out his hand. Because of his eagle-patterned pupils, Yi Sha's night vision was also very good. He saw a figure passing through the woods, and immediately stopped Ming Hai and slowed down. Walking forward again, Yi Sha soon saw the two sides of the battle. One side was from Compu, which was not unexpected. However, they were not ordinary Compu armed personnel. Yi Sha saw the corpse guys, which must be members of the cleaning team. In addition, there were a large number of Tianlong team members, some technological weapons, and a 4.5-meter high biological mecha. As for the other side, the Doomsday train, it's the people on the Doomsday train. The number of people on the Doomsday train is much smaller. Only 7 people, and it doesn't look like they are in a team. It seems that they just happened to arrive and ran into the people from Compu. And then, they started fighting. They fought on their own, without any tacit understanding or teamwork. And they didn't want to fight, as if they wanted to break out of the siege and leave here. Ming Hai came to Yi Sha's side and whispered, "What should we do now? Help? Who are you helping?" Yi Sha, who is in the same group with us. Ming Hai, aren't we supposed to find out who those people were? Yi Sha, they might be the people from Doomsday train. This stop of Doomsday train should be Wake Island. Those people might have been in a bad position and fell into the sea. Yi Sha's speculation is still far-fetched. Falling into the sea is possible, although Yi Sha has not encountered such a thing. Many people have had similar experiences. The entrances and exits of the Doomsday train platform often lead to messy places. No one can predict. It is not surprising that they happen to fall into the sea. It is also possible that these people happen to be in the same area. However, it doesn't make sense why we have to go back to the sea. We can just go ashore. Why go back to swim? However, the arrival of the Doomsday train is both bad news and good news. The bad news is that there are more competitors. The people of Compu are not very familiar with the relics of ancient civilizations. If Yi Sha really wants to snatch them, I'm afraid the other party won't care much. The people of the Doomsday train are different. They are definitely going for the relics of ancient civilizations. The good news is that when the Doomsday train issues tasks, the direction is relatively clear. If you are a crew member, you can get more information or intelligence. If you catch one and ask, you may get unexpected gains. This is actually what Yi Sha is most satisfied with. When Yi Sha was still a member of the Doomsday train, it was very difficult to get information from the apostles. Almost every apostle was a tough guy. Now it is the other way around. It is much more convenient. The people on the Doomsday train are not so tough. They just cling to the Doomsday train to survive. When their lives are threatened, they naturally cannot be tough. But Yi Sha does not want to get involved now. A melee is too troublesome. Anyway, since the people from the Doomsday train have come, they can always find a way to capture someone back. Yi Sha is not in a hurry. He should be patient when he should be patient. The one who laughs last is the winner. Yi Sha winked at Ming Hai and prepared to retreat. He ran to the battle circle to take a look. For Yi Sha, the gain was that he knew that the people of Doomsday train had arrived. In fact, things can be considered in the long run. Yi Sha and Ming Hai began to retreat. They walked about 100 meters, which was considered to be a little farther away. But at this time, puff! Ming Hai was walking and tilting his head to talk to Yi Sha. But at this moment, puff! A feather arrow flew over suddenly. And before Ming Hai could react, the feather arrow pierced Ming Hai's head, leaving a blood hole. And a cloud of blood mist exploded. Plop! Ming Hai's eyes widened. His body leaned back, and he fell straight to the ground. Yisha was stunned for only a moment, and then immediately ran to the side. When Yisha ran out, the feather arrow appeared again, passing through the shadows of the trees and coming towards Yisha. A flame appeared in front of Yisha, crystallizing rapidly. The red flame armor suddenly activated, and then Yisha turned his body to the side. With a click, a crystallized feather arrow was shot through, brushing against Yisha's cheek and flew past. But it did not stop Yisha's footsteps, and he continued to run forward quickly. After a while, Yisha slowed down and began to look around. From the angle and the trajectory of the feather arrow, the opponent should be nearby, but no one was seen now. This is a veteran. Yisha made a judgment in his mind. He changed his position after missing the first strike. Obviously, he was quite smart. However, since the opponent took the initiative, his intention was very obvious. He wanted to kill Yisha and Ming Hai. Now it was night again, and the sky was dark and sparsely lit. For hunters who were good at bows and arrows, it was the best battlefield. There was no reason for the opponent to retreat because of a missed strike. Then, he should be hiding somewhere, waiting for the opportunity to launch another attack. Yisha slowly retreated, came to the front of a big tree, leaned against the tree, and used his body to cover himself. The little ancient cat quickly emerged from Yisha's shadow and ran to the side. Yisha remained alert, pulled out the sword Luo Nanjiang, held it horizontally in front of him, and then moved in a small range. On the one hand to find the opponent's position, and on the other hand to attract the opponent's attention. Then, the roar of the little ancient cat suddenly sounded, and then Yisha heard the sound of collision. The little ancient cat found the opponent. Chapter 1833 Ruanmingji. Yisha moved quickly and ran towards the place where the little cat was shouting. Soon, Yisha saw the man entangled with the little cat behind the tree, kicking the little cat's body with one foot and holding a metal bow. The bow was quite unique and full of technology. It was made of pure silver, equipped with a scope, with pulleys on both sides, and could even be fixed directly on the arm. Bang! Yisha stepped forward without hesitation and kicked the other person in the face. Kicking him out, the little cat rushed forward like chasing a ball of wool, biting the man's calf. Son of a bitch! The other party cursed and kicked the little cat, then quickly put an arrow on it and shot it at Yisha. Although the other party's bow was full of technology, the arrow was full of ancient atmosphere, with a wooden pole, a triangular arrowhead, and the tail feathers were really made of feathers. Yisha tilted his head and stretched out his hand suddenly. Snake bite. Yisha's left hand was wrapped around the purple python phantom, and he grabbed the arrow shaft and squeezed it hard, breaking the feather arrow into two pieces. Yisha came to the other person again and moved his mask a little. What gave you the courage to kill me? The other person was surprised. Captain? You joined the Apostles' Walk. Yisha knew the other person, but he didn't know his name. He was a flight attendant, and he must have been a flight attendant for a long time. Yisha had seen him many times in the dining car, and he seemed to have his own team, all of which were 5 people in a group, which was quite eye-catching. Yisha remembered the other person's appearance. The man lost the will to struggle in an instant. He did not participate in the pursuit of Yisha, but he also knew how many people died in that pursuit. Hundreds of pursuers in the death car died. 17 crew members died, and the 4-star Yutong fell. The guy in front of him was a real killer. If the whole team was there, maybe they could try to fight back, or at least escape. Yisha was alone, and could not chase 5 people at a time. He might not be able to survive. But now he was alone, and the man really couldn't think of resisting at all. Damn mask. The man cursed helplessly in his heart. Yisha squatted in front of the other party. I give you 2 choices. Either I beat you to death, or you follow me. Come on. Choose. The man decisively. I follow you. Yisha smiled. I like well-behaved guys. Let's go. Yisha did not take any measures to restrict the other party. It was meaningless. The other party could not beat him, nor could he run faster than him. Returning to the place where he was attacked before, Yisha looked at Ming Hai lying on the ground, and stepped directly on Ming Hai's head, still pretending to be dead? Under the man's astonished gaze, Ming Hai pushed Yisha's feet away. Don't pretend. A head injury is very troublesome. Lack of oxygen. A little dizzy. Let me lie down for a while. Yisha, then you continue to lie down. I'm leaving. Don't. Ming Hai jumped up from the ground and glanced at the man next to Yisha. Did you catch him? Yisha, Let's talk about it after we leave. Yisha's target is the island bay where they arrived. There are not many people there, and it feels like a relatively safe place. When they got there, Yisha extended his hand to signal the man to do whatever he wanted. But the man really didn't dare to do it. Yisha, what's your name? Man, Ruanmingji. Yisha, be direct. Answer my questions, and I can let you go. Ruanmingji said simply. Okay. Ruanmingji is a man who knows the current situation very well. The most important thing is that he can understand the situation. He knows that he is not qualified to negotiate terms. He can probably guess what Yisha wants to ask. And this is the key. Yisha doesn't necessarily need Ruanmingji. If Ruanmingji doesn't answer, Yisha will just catch another person. Therefore, Ruanmingji doesn't care whether Yisha will keep his promise. He can only take a gamble. Yisha, tell me the mission of this Doomsday train. Ruanmingji, the mission is divided into 3 parts. The first part is to kill members of the Freedom Pirates. Each kill will earn points. The captain, deputy captain, first mate, second mate, third mate, and other members will get higher points. Finally, rewards will be given according to the ranking of points. Yisha was puzzled. Freedom Pirates? Nguyenmingji, I don't know the details. We just left Doomsday train. The designated characters are Captain Harmon, Vice Captain Brocky, First Officer Singer, Second Officer Daegu, and Third Officer Kyril. Yisha nodded. Continue. Nguyenmingji, the second mission is for Compu. But the main thing is to find a man named Mark Ford, who is a senior executive at Compu headquarters. He has a treasure map in his hand, but the specific content is unknown. The mission content only mentions the treasure map. Yisha nodded again. What's the last part? Ruanmingji, look for ancient ruins. Find the relics of ancient civilizations, and then bring them back to the Doomsday train. The last task was simple and straightforward, and it was not unexpected for Yisha. The relics of ancient civilizations must be one of the criteria for the Doomsday train. However, this mission seemed to have some inside information. Regardless of the pirate group, Compu's mission was not only a hunting mission, but also a treasure map? What was the treasure map? Yisha, how many people came on the Doomsday train? Ruanmingji, there are 5 death carriages. 17, 29, 55, 78, and 198. With about 70 to 80 people. The crew members are also a collective task. I only know that there are at least 12. I saw them when I left. I'm not sure if there are more crew members. Yisha narrowed his eyes. There are quite a few. I killed a lot of them last time. How can you send so many out? Ruanmingji, we have conducted crew selection. Just at the last stop. The total number of crew members is about 150 to 160. Which is a bit more than before. That's right. Yisha curled his lips. It's time to select. When we were in Sahai, many crew members died. And another group died when we were chasing Yisha. Almost 1/3 of the crew members died in the short term. If we don't recruit people, the train conductor will soon be out of work. Yisha thought for a while. Is there anything big happening on the Doomsday train recently? Ruanmingji, no. It's mainly the collective assessment of the crew members and job changes. Yisha narrowed his eyes. Whose position is mine now? Ruanmingji, Niepe. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Not bad. Are there any other changes? Ruanmingji hesitated. Captain Gon Lin. She should be called the deputy train conductor now. Chapter 1834 Demon Body. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Gon Lin? Ruanmingji, I heard that she seriously injured deputy train captain Malfarian. Because the train captain arrived, the two stopped fighting. And then the Doomsday train announced that she was the deputy train captain. Yisha squinted his eyes for a long time, and then seemed to sigh. The Doomsday train is still so interesting without me. Ruanmingji hesitated. Can I leave? Yisha waved his hand casually. Let's go. Yisha was so straightforward that Ruanmingji was worried and became more hesitant. He stood up and looked back every few steps, fearing that Yisha would suddenly attack and kill him. It was only a few dozen meters away from the woods. But Ruanmingji walked for nearly 10 minutes before entering the woods, and then ran away madly. Yisha suddenly said, You should kill him. Me? Minghai pointed at himself. You said to let him go. Yisha, I only said that I would let him go. But I didn't tell you to let him go. If you kill him, everything on him will be yours. Come on. Minghai, I can't beat him again. Yisha, If you keep this mentality, I advise you to go back to Hong Kong. The Apostles' Way is not suitable for you. Ming Hai, I don't quite understand. Yi Sha, do you think you are fearless because you have the ability to be immortal? Well, you can be fearless. But it is precisely because you can't die that you have no reverence for death, and you don't know fear. This is wrong. Yi Sha turned around and looked at Ming Hai. This world is very simple. Yi Sha, you kill others, or you are killed by others. Climb, climb, and try to climb up, making yourself cold and strong enough. You have the convenience that others don't have. You can't be killed. In this case, you should work harder to kill others. Ming Hai, then what? Yi Sha, who knows? At least, you don't have to be killed by others all the time. Ming Hai was silent, and seemed to think for a long time before nodding. I know. Yi Sha, then. Let's think about what to do now. Yi Sha pondered. The appearance of the Doomsday train made things a little complicated. The relics of ancient civilizations were undoubtedly the most important. However, Yi Sha was very concerned about the treasure map mission on the Compute Company. The countless experiences on the Doomsday train in the past proved to Yi Sha that the missions on the Doomsday train were never random and had their own meaning. As for the last Freedom Pirates, they are what Yi Sha cares about the most. How come there is a pirate group among the three forces? But relatively speaking, although he cares, since it is just a hunting mission, there should be no major conflict with Yi Sha. On the Apostle's side, Yi Sha's only mission is to get the relics left by ancient civilization. Ming Hai, so now we can't find the excavation team? Yi Sha sighed. It's hard to find. The Doomsday train arrived, and as the first Compute member to arrive, they must be the top target. So there will be chaos for a while. Thinking of this, Yi Sha felt a little sad. When he was on the Doomsday train before, he always felt that the Apostles had inside information and could seize the initiative most of the time. Now that the situation has turned around, Yi Sha found that he still has to rely on the Doomsday train to find clues. And the intelligence support he got is less than before. Of course, it is also possible that the Apostles deliberately did not give him too much intelligence. Let's go! Yi Sha stood up. Let's walk and see. Ming Hai nodded, stood up and followed Yi Sha. But at this moment, Yi Sha glanced at Ming Hai's body, and suddenly his pupil shrank. He immediately pulled Ming Hai and pulled Ming Hai away. The sound of chopping. When Yi Sha pulled Ming Hai away, the ground suddenly made a chopping sound. And then a crack appeared. The next moment, a shadow suddenly appeared where Ming Hai had been sitting before, and quickly retreated to the back and left. Familiar smell. Yi Sha immediately rushed forward. Although they didn't meet, Yi Sha was very sure that it was Gemini. After countless battles, Yi Sha was too familiar with the smell of Gemini. He rushed forward and soon entered the woods. Yi Sha stopped and looked around. He could hear rustling sounds around him. And then one figure after another appeared and surrounded Yi Sha. It's not Gemini, but mass-produced Gemini. Ming Hai chased after him. Why are these damn things here again? Yi Sha, they are just stalling for time. The real Gemini is nearby. Kill them. Ming Hai didn't waste any words, because there was already a mass-produced Gemini approaching him. He took off the photon energy cannon on his back and fired forward. Boom! As the gun barrels lit up, there was a loud bang, and two mass-produced Geminis were blown away. Yi Sha reached out and stroked the mask. Taking a deep breath, let me try. How useful this mask is. Demon body, imagination ability. A random part of the body turns into a demon body, lasting 15 minutes, with a 12-hour interval between each use. When Yi Sha's palm wiped over the mask, the pupils of the mask suddenly lit up red, hidden under the black mist, revealing a deep feeling. The next moment, black smoke appeared under Yi Sha's feet. Surrounded by the black smoke, Yi Sha's legs began to phantom, and soon turned into a pair of huge cow hooves. The foot part? Yi Sha stamped his feet twice. What's the use? Although his feet turned into cow hooves, Yi Sha didn't feel anything. He still moved normally. After tiptoeing twice, he suddenly rushed forward. This jump scared Yi Sha himself. What a fast speed! Yi Sha jumped up and came 5 or 6 meters away without much effort. The next moment, Yi Sha raised his foot and swept it. With a bang, Yi Sha kicked the mass-produced Gemini's head. The opponent's metal triangular head made a crunching sound, and then it was completely twisted. Blood kept flowing out from the gap of the twisted head. The power is also very good. Yisha's eyes lit up. This mask looks better than he thought. He smashed a lot of materials. So it seems that it is not in vain. While thinking, Yisha kicked forward again and kicked a mass-produced Gemini long sword. The long sword made a sharp sound and almost twisted to a 90-degree angle. Leg strength, running speed, jumping ability. In these three aspects, Yisha gained a great improvement in an instant. Chapter 1835 Skeleton. Bang. Bang. Yisha kicked forward again, leaving only a shadow in the air as he swept his foot across the air. The two mass-produced Geminis were kicked out again. A gap was opened in the encirclement. But when Yisha wanted to rush out, the mass-produced Geminis began to retreat quickly, evacuating from different directions and dispersing quickly, making it difficult for Yisha to chase them. After all, Yisha was only one person. Minghai came over with a photon energy cannon. Chase? Yisha thought for a moment. Don't worry. Gemini can only provide military support to Compu. Yisha has encountered many constellation monsters so far, from the perspective of intelligence. Except for Virgo, other constellation monsters cannot communicate. At best, they can vaguely express their emotions. Scorpio, Leo, and Taurus are pure beasts. Gemini, it's hard to say. Their heads are covered with metal. But judging from their performance, Gemini's intelligence should be higher than the other three, but lower than Virgo, a killer type. This means that apart from killing, if there are specific tasks that require constellation monsters to perform, constellation monsters cannot do it because they do not have such high thinking and execution capabilities. This can be seen from the fact that Virgo almost always appeared with Gemini before being killed by Yisha. Virgo's combat power is the weakest among the constellation monsters, except for the incomplete Scorpio. However, Virgo is the brain and Gemini acts as the executor, which can be said to be a very outstanding combination. Wait a minute. Yisha suddenly asked, if that's the case, what's the meaning of Compu suddenly releasing Gemini? Minghai, of course, it's because the people from Doomsday train are here, and Compu can't beat them. Right? Yes. Yisha, Gemini is released to kill people. So what's the reason for killing people? Yisha doesn't think he can expect Gemini to kill everyone. Besides, Yisha has been on Doomsday train and knows the style of Doomsday train very well. Even if there is no role for the purser at this station, the appearance of Gemini will definitely issue the train conductor mission or the deputy train conductor mission, and the purser and the deputy train conductor will be dispatched. Even if Gemini is strong enough, it cannot be said that there is no chance to kill the purser and the deputy train conductor. But it is not certain that they can be killed. Delay time. Yisha, let Gemini out to kill people continuously in order to delay time, and Compu will take action. Yisha quickly guessed Compu's intention, and immediately released the ice and snow god, and stuffed him with a few raw meat strips, find a large number of Compu members to take action, and then come back to tell me. The ice god spread his wings, and quickly flew into the sky, disappearing into the night. Minghai, are we just waiting here? Yisha took out the map. No. We should go to the nearby Compu camps to see if we can just wait. If Compu takes any action, they should mobilize people from the surrounding camps. As Yisha spoke, he found the nearest camp on the map and quickly entered the woods. After about half an hour, Yisha found a Compu camp. Entering the camp, the tents, supplies and other things are still there, but there is no one. And most importantly, the weapons are gone. Minghai, sure enough, he ran away. Yisha nodded. Let's go. Keep looking. It would be best if we can find some clues and find people. As Yisha was talking, the cry of the ice and snow god suddenly came from the sky. After hovering above Yisha's head, the ice and snow god quickly flew forward. Minghai ran and took out the map. It's the direction of the sea again. Yisha frowned. Could it be that the ruins were in the sea? Running forward for about half an hour, Yisha and Minghai heard some shouts and screams. And suddenly, the roar of explosions also sounded at this moment. Yisha and Minghai looked at each other and immediately increased their speed again. At this moment, the sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and Yisha and Minghai jumped to both sides at the same time. Looking sideways, they saw an iron arrow nailed to the tree trunk. The iron arrow was full of rust, and even deformed and twisted because of it. And it kept shaking on the tree trunk. There, Minghai yelled, then stared. Damn! What the hell is this? In the bushes not far away, The owner of the iron arrow was a skeleton. The skeleton was about 1.7 meters tall, with rotten clothes on the outside of the skeleton. The outline of the clothes could barely be seen. In fact, it was just some rags put together. The pants had long been rotten, and no one knew where they fell. The skeleton was covered with sea water, and the body was wet, with water dripping down. He held a bow in his left hand, and an arrow in his right hand. There was an axe on his waist, and a shield hanging behind him. These weapons can be summed up in one word: rotten. Not only are the weapons rusty, but the craftsmanship is also the kind of thing that you can't tell how many years ago it is. Yisha whispered, "Seawater." Ming Hai suddenly realized, is this guy the one who destroyed the camp of Compu? Yisha, look at the waist. There is a triangular scarf hanging on the waist of the skeleton. To be precise, it should be a headscarf. But it is not tied around the head, but hung on the waist. There is a skull painted on it, wearing a captain's hat. And below the skull are crossed axes and swords. And behind the skull are two crossed battle flags. Ming Hai, pirates! Freedom pirates! Yisha, this time we'll have some fun. Let's keep going and find out where the people from Compu are. Skeletons can't be considered zombies. The appearance of skeletons has nothing to do with the zombie virus. But Yisha wasn't surprised. After seeing the skeletons, Yisha figured out some things. And some of the previous clues could be connected. The power of the relics of ancient civilizations. These skeletons are undoubtedly the pirates who died on Wake Island. They came back to life because of the relics of ancient civilizations. So they were included in the mission of the Doomsday train. If so, then the ruins are probably just ahead. However, Yisha and Ming Hai wanted to go over, but the skeleton was naturally unwilling. When Yisha and Ming Hai started to move, the skeleton immediately raised the bow again and aimed at Yisha. Ming Hai, old-fashioned stuff. Now is the era of technology. Ming Hai raised the photon energy cannon fiercely, and with a flash of light, the photon energy cannon suddenly fired. The next moment, with a bang, the skeleton was blown to pieces by the photon energy cannon. Chapter 1836 Ghost Ship. Ming Hai proudly posed the photon energy cannon. It's a piece of cake. Yisha, I don't think it's a piece of cake. Crack, crack. As Yisha spoke, the broken skeletons began to move, quickly gathered together. And soon, they turned into skeletons again. Ming Hai stared, same as me. Yisha was not very surprised. Gonlin controlled the underworld and had summoned skeletons before. These skeletons could not be considered zombies. That is, living dead, but undead creatures. Of course, it doesn't mean it can't be killed. According to Yisha's experience, the number of times it can be reassembled is also limited. It can't be reassembled all the time, or even the bones are crushed into powder, and it will naturally die. Yisha, keep shooting. Ming Hai didn't waste any words and continued to pull the trigger. Bang! The skeleton was blasted into pieces again before it could draw its bow. But it quickly reassembled again. Bang! Ming Hai didn't need Yisha's instructions this time, and fired again. A total of 7 times. And the skeleton finally stopped standing up. Yisha silently remembered in his heart that this might be the number of times the skeleton was reassembled, or the completeness of the bones, and it could no longer be reassembled. Let's go! After a little delay, mainly to get a good feel for the characteristics of the skeleton, Yisha and Ming Hai quickly passed through the woods. Just outside the woods was a beach, and at this moment, a large area had been dyed bright red. The number of armed personnel of Compu Company reached more than 200, and even a lot of corpses had been left behind. On the other side, all of them are skeletons. Freedom pirates? There are about 40 or 50 skeletons, which is quite a lot. Although it doesn't seem as many as the people of Compu. The key is that the skeletons can be reassembled. If a skeleton can reassemble its body 7 times, then it means that the number of skeletons is actually 7 times. Yisha and Ming Hai lie in the bushes. Ming Hai whispers, "What should we do now? We have found the real culprit." Yisha, we need to figure out one key point, which is what Compu's purpose is. Ming Hai, for example? Yisha, let's assume that the people from Comp Corporation are here for the ruins. Right? Ming Hai nodded. Yisha then? According to the current situation, the ruins are likely to be on the seabed. On the contrary, what about these skeletons of the Freedom Pirates? They are probably protecting the ruins. So the two sides are fighting now. Makes sense. Ming Hai, Then why don't we find a way to sneak in first? Yisha, I'm just speculating. I'm not sure it's correct. Also, don't forget that Compu already has a lot of relics. If the Freedom Pirates Skeleton Society stops Compu, how did they get those things out? Minghai grinned. Can you stop making things so complicated? You can live longer if you use your brain. Yisha thought about it and shook his head. Forget it. You can live longer without a brain anyway. Minghai, I smell a strong sense of sarcasm. Yisha, that proves that you still have some brains. And my inference is correct. Look at the sea. Ship? Minghai squinted his eyes and took a look. Then was surprised. Ghost ship? On the sea. A huge ship was heading towards the island. The ship was very old. Even tattered. With a huge skull logo painted on the white sail. And a pirate flag with a skull logo on the flagpole. There was no doubt that this was the ship of the Freedom Pirates. Of course, it was only once. Now, this ship is a ghost ship, as Minghai said. But then again, a ghost ship is actually better. It can sail without wind and waves. You know, the main power of this kind of ancient wooden ship is wind. Yisha suddenly pointed to the side. Look over there. Minghai looked in the direction Yisha pointed, and soon saw several speedboats coming out from the other side of the beach, quickly heading towards the ghost ship. At the same time, the originally tense battle on the beach suddenly became more intense. Compu began to use some technological weapons. And at the same time, sentry machine guns suddenly rose in the woods. The bullets fired by those sentries were not ordinary bullets, because ordinary bullets were useless to skeletons. Most of the time, they would shuttle through the bones. Even if they hit, the damage caused was not great. A few bones were broken, and the skeletons could still fight, and they didn't even need to reassemble their bodies. Therefore, all the sentry machine guns were modified, and the muzzles were transformed into gun barrels, firing fist-sized metal balls, which were very lethal to the skeletons, and could quickly smash them into pieces. At the same time, some armed personnel from Compu opened their backpacks, which turned out to be filled with diving suits. As for the Tianlong warriors mixed in, their power backpacks had underwater propulsion functions. Yisha could see that Compu had not exerted any effort before. Minghai is not stupid. If he can't see any clues, he can test his IQ. He directly asked, they want to go to the sea? No. They want to board the ghost ship. Yes. It's obvious. Yisha, let's go. What's on the ghost ship? Why does Compu want to board the ship? Yisha is not sure. But Compu's goal is very clear. That is the ghost ship. In this case, let's board the ship first. The other questions may be answered naturally after boarding the ship. Yisha, can you swim? Minghai, nonsense. I could swim in the bathhouse when I was 3 years old. Yisha rolled his eyes. You are just bragging. Can you? Even if you can swim at the age of 3. The bathhouse does not allow 3-year-old children to enter. However, it is okay to be able to swim. Yisha made a gesture, then bypassed the battle circle from the other side of the beach, and then jumped into the sea. Yisha did not plan to fly over. Flying over would be too conspicuous. Yisha did not take the people of Compu Company seriously. But Compu Company has a lot of technological weapons, which is always a trouble. And secondly, it has been proved that Gemini is also on the island. That guy is not easy to deal with. Since we can't fly, let's swim. Minghai's swimming ability is really not exaggerated, and his speed is faster than Yisha. But Minghai's physical fitness can't be compared with Yisha. The ghost ship stopped at a certain distance because it would run aground. Yisha and Minghai swam to the bottom quickly, and saw a yacht docked on the side. And there were ropes hanging, which were left by the armed personnel of the Comp Company, who drove speedboats to the ghost ship in advance. Chapter 1837 Full of Skeletons. Yisha pointed at the ropes. Climb! There were enough ropes, and Yisha and Minghai each grabbed one and began to climb up. This was a very easy task for both of them. Minghai could climb a cliff of dozens of meters with his bare hands, not to mention with ropes. And Yisha was even easier. However, as soon as he climbed to the edge of the boat railing, Yisha was startled. A rusty knife was right beside him, and then swept over. Yisha leaned back almost instinctively, and the whole person was hanging in the air, relying entirely on one arm to hold the rope to avoid falling. The next moment, Yisha stretched out his hand and grabbed a skeleton's ribs. The skeleton was dragged into the sea by Yisha, and Yisha turned over and jumped onto the deck. Fuck, % and Yi Sha looked forward and couldn't help but swear. The deck was full of skeletons. So many that they almost filled up the deck. Yi Sha didn't have much time to react. It felt like he suddenly jumped into a group of zombies. Right in the middle. With no place to land. Yi Sha punched out directly, smashing the head of a skeleton, and then swept to the side and kicked the skeleton away. After finally having some space, Yi Sha moved his body, but almost stumbled, and something grabbed his ankle. Yi Sha looked down and saw an armed man from Compu with blood all over his face. He raised his head and said weakly, "Save me." Yi Sha looked around again, and there were densely packed corpses around the other party. All the armed men from Compu, who boarded the ghost ship in a speedboat, were dead. Damn. You're sick. Yi Sha couldn't help but curse again. You came here to die? The current scene was completely different from what Yi Sha imagined. Yi Sha didn't even think that the ghost ship was full of skeletons. Judging from the actions of Compu, their target should be the ghost ship. And then they fought with the skeletons of the freedom pirates on the beach. Based on this, Yi Sha thought there was something on the ghost ship, and Compu's purpose was to attract those skeletons, and then go on board to find what they wanted. Therefore, even if there are skeletons on the ghost ship, there should not be many. It must be a situation that the armed personnel of Compu can handle. Otherwise, are they really here to die? As a result, when I boarded the ship, I saw that they were really here to die. Get out of here. Yi Sha kicked the other party in the head. With a click, the neck of the armed personnel of Compu was broken directly. At the same time, a bunch of skeletons jumped towards Yi Sha. The skeletons kept coming one after another, constantly pressing on Yi Sha. And then, boom, flames suddenly burst out from under the skeletons. And then, the skeletons pressing on Yi Sha were blown away and smashed into the skeleton crowd. At the same time, Ming Hai climbed onto the deck, and before he could react, he screamed and was chopped into pieces by the swords. Open it for me, Yi Sha roared, and then punched out, and a current swept forward, illuminating the surroundings and continuously smashing the skeletons. Yi Sha quickly came to Ming Hai's side. Ming Hai's body kept squirming, and then slowly recovered, cursing, "What happened? Who knows? Yi Sha, all those people from Compu are dead." Ming Hai recovered quickly, and then shouted, "Enter the cabin. The deck is blocked." Yi Sha, the entrance to the cabin? How should I know? Ming Hai, climb the sail and go up the mast. Yi Sha nodded, grabbed Ming Hai's collar, and threw Ming Hai towards the sail. Ming Hai hit the sail, paddled with his hands and feet, quickly grabbed the mast, stabilized his body, picked up the photon energy cannon, and kept pulling the trigger downwards. Bang, bang, bang. The photon energy cannon kept firing, and the skeletons kept exploding. Many skeletons were shattered by Ming Hai, but they still reassembled quickly. This reassembly characteristic is possessed by every skeleton. Ming Hai fired while saying, "Come up quickly." Yi Sha opened his fists continuously, constantly hitting the skeletons, knocking them down or flying them, and then quickly moved towards the mast. Zila! Coming to the bottom of the mast, Yi Sha's body once again burst into electricity, which quickly spread out in all directions, blowing away the surrounding skeletons. After the skeletons were blown away, a vacuum zone was briefly formed around Yi Sha. Taking this opportunity, Yi Sha jumped up and quickly climbed up the mast. Ming Hai helped Yi Sha. And then, have you noticed that these skeletons are stronger than the ones you saw before? Yi Sha, what do you mean? Ming Hai, the photon energy cannon could shatter the skeleton's body before, but now it occasionally breaks it down. But it is not completely broken. Yi Sha frowned. In other words, the strength of these skeletons is not fixed. Then, what is the standard? The fighting power before death? Yi Sha did not have much time to think, because some skeletons had already grabbed the rope of the mast and climbed up quickly. Ming Hai quickly stepped forward and stepped on the head of a skeleton, stepping it down, but was quickly grabbed by the calf by the skeleton behind. The next moment, an electric current surged and shattered the skeleton holding Ming Hai. Ming Hai stood up, "Thank you." Yi Sha, back to back. One person on each side. The mast sail bar is very narrow, so too many skeletons can't climb up, which gives Yi Sha and Ming Hai a chance to catch their breath. It's very troublesome to suddenly face a large number of skeletons. Just like encountering a zombie tide. Even the chief train attendant and the deputy train conductor are unwilling to face a zombie tide. With the improvement of strength, the death threat of the zombie tide will decrease. But it is also very troublesome to fight their way out. To a certain extent, the increase in numbers also means the increase in strength, which is the same as the proverb that a large number of ants can kill an elephant. Yisha chopped off a skeleton with a knife. Let's not talk about the strength of these skeletons. Compu must have a reason to board the ship. They must be looking for something. I originally wanted to wait for the mantis to catch the cicada. But now those guys are all dead. We can only look for it ourselves. Ming Hai, it must be in the cabin. The deck is full of skeletons. What can it be? Yisha, where is the cabin? Ming Hai, behind. I've seen it. Behind the third mast. Yisha, find a way to get there. Ming Hai grabbed the rope of the mast. Use this. Yisha understood what Ming Hai meant, which was to use the rope to swing to the back. But before they could act, the skeletons used the rope to attack them. Chapter 1838 Battle on the Boat. Ropes were hung around the mast. After the skeletons climbed to both sides, they swung directly onto the mast. With one hand, they grabbed it and climbed onto the mast lightly. Yisha was a little surprised. Is this a skeleton? Is the skeleton so flexible? You should know that the flexibility of the human body mainly comes from muscles. For example, although it is not absolute, for people who exercise, the higher the muscle density and the larger the muscles, the lower the flexibility. For example, if the arms are too strong, they may not be able to touch their backs when they hug themselves. And that movement, it doesn't look like something a skeleton can do. Ming Hai on the other side, they were pirates in front of him. Ancient pirates. Ming Hai said that. Yisha felt that it was understandable. Pirates at that time didn't use guns and cannons, but swords, and they would climb up the mast to fight. As for the influence of biological structure, damn, the skeleton's ability to move is enough to violate the biological structure. What else is strange? Clang. While thinking, Yisha swung his sword forward. After a crisp sound of metal clashing, Yisha cut off the opponent's rusty sword with one sword, and then kicked the skeleton down. Using space is the key. Those skeletons are not difficult to deal with, but there are too many of them. If there are so many that you don't even have a chance to lift your phone, it will be troublesome. But standing on the mast, the opponents are approaching one by one, so it is not as difficult as imagined. Yisha retreated while fighting, and the two of them approached the center of the mast. Yisha said to Ming Hai, "You go first." Ming Hai nodded, kicked a skeleton off the mast, and then grabbed the rope and swung to the back. Ming Hai smashed into the sail of the second mast, slid down along the sail, and quickly grabbed a rope to stabilize his body. After Yisha waited for Ming Hai to pass, he also grabbed the rope. But at this moment, iron arrows flew. The pirate skeletons below drew their bows and shot at Yisha. Yisha cursed in his heart, and had the urge to sink the ghost ship. But if he wanted to find what Compu was looking for, he couldn't do that. Yisha formed 5 fingers into claws and swept forward. Zila! A sharp electric current sounded, and as the 5 fingers grabbed forward, the current surged, and an electric net appeared in front of Yisha. And then the flying iron arrows were knocked away. After dealing with the flying iron arrows, Yisha immediately turned around and jumped forward, jumping onto the second mast. Here! At this time, Ming Hai's shout rang in Yisha's ears. And then he looked sideways and saw Ming Hai swinging a rope towards him. Yisha immediately took advantage of the situation and grabbed the rope. He continued to swing forward and soon came to the front of the third mast. Yisha did not grab the mast, but directly crashed into the sail and slid down along the sail. Under the third sail was the cabin. "Don't worry about me." Yisha looked up and heard Ming Hai shouting, "You go into the cabin first. I'll hold it. Anyway, you won't die." Yisha nodded. It's good to have a meat shield. Yisha must admit that Ming Hai is still useful occasionally. Sliding down the sail, Yisha punched down fiercely at the moment of landing. Lightning and thunder, accompanied by the piercing sound of electric current. A current hit down. The current exploded, and the surrounding skeletons were swept away. At this moment, Yisha landed and quickly ran towards the direction of the cabin. This time, Yisha was much more cautious. Who knows if there are also a large number of skeletons in the cabin? It would be bad if they were blocked. Even so, when Yisha pushed open the cabin door, a huge fist of bones flew out. With a bang, Yisha covered his mouth and kept backing away. Yisha was not careless, but the opponent was too fast. It was a very tall skeleton, about 2 meters tall, and in front of it should be a very rough man. The skeleton carried a shield and axe on its back, and when Yisha entered the cabin, he was hit by the opponent's fist. The surrounding skeletons kept approaching, shaking their bodies and making crackling sounds. But at this moment, the tall skeleton suddenly pulled out its shield axe and hit each other vigorously. The surrounding skeletons suddenly stopped and retreated to the back. Yisha narrowed his eyes. This was the tradition of pirates. The other party wanted to fight him one-on-one. This was interesting. Although the other party looked like a skeleton and did not seem to have any intelligence, it seemed to have retained some characteristics of his life. These characteristics are not only combat abilities, but also seem to be the traditions and characteristics of pirates themselves. Although, Yisha, I don't praise this characteristic. Having more people is also a kind of strength. As Yisha said this, he punched forward. Zila! A stream of electricity surged from Yisha's fist and blasted towards the opponent. The next moment, the tall skeleton held the shield across his chest. When Yisha's current hit the shield, it exploded directly and turned into a pile of arcs. Yisha was stunned. Was it blocked? Just that broken shield? The shield in the skeleton's hand didn't look very good. It was almost made of wood, with a round iron plate in the middle. It looked crudely made, but considering the forging technology of that era, this level was already good. After countless years, the iron plate had changed color and the wood began to rot. Even when Yisha saw the other party shaking the shield, with chips clattered down. But such a broken shield actually blocked his own current. Puff! Puff! At the same time, green fireballs suddenly flashed in the eyes of the skeleton. Yisha frowned, and could clearly feel that the momentum of the skeleton opposite was increasing, which felt very different from before. The next moment, the skeleton pounced towards Yisha. So fast, Yisha could feel that the skeleton was faster than before, and it jumped forward. Yisha only felt a gust of wind suddenly, and the skeleton came to him, and then raised the knife and chopped him down. Bang! Yisha held the twin serrated swords horizontally to block the opponent's attack, and then swept his foot across. The next second, Yisha bared his teeth. This guy was obviously different from ordinary skeletons. His body was so hard. Yisha suddenly remembered the task provided by Ruanmingji. There seemed to be several targeted targets in the Freedom Pirates. So, this guy should be one of them. Right? Yisha thought about it. But his hands moved quickly, and he punched forward again. However, this time it was not an ordinary fist. Zila! The sound of the surging current soon sounded. Chapter 1839 Yu is here. When the current surged, the skeleton slashed forward with a knife, and then shattered Yisha's current. This time, Yisha looked carefully. It was the will-o'-the-wisp. The will-o'-the-wisp wrapped the blade. Otherwise, with that broken knife, Yisha could have broken it in two with one punch without using the Thunder Emperor's ability. This indirectly proved Yisha's guess that the skeleton in front of him was not ordinary, and it was 99% likely to be one of the designated targets in the Doomsday train mission. Yisha was very interested in what the Freedom Pirates were, but he had no interest in the designated targets in the mission, because Yisha was no longer a member of the Doomsday train. Yisha is not willing to do things that have no benefits. It will be troublesome to kill these designated targets, and Yisha has no benefits. Yisha only cares about the relics left by ancient civilizations. The reason for his interest in the Freedom Pirates is that it may be related to the relics left by ancient civilizations. However, since the other party is standing in front of him, it is another matter. While thinking, the skeleton took another step forward and chopped down Yisha's head. Clang, clang, clang. There were continuous sounds of weapons colliding. The skeleton was very skilled. After being blocked by Yisha, he twisted his body and immediately slashed the second time. After being dodged by Yisha, he turned the blade and changed from slashing to sweeping, attacking Yisha again. The two sides advanced and retreated, and more than a dozen moves were made in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the skeleton's blade made a puff sound, and the ghost fire that was originally only wrapped around the blade suddenly swelled and turned into a large ball, and even twisted continuously, turning into the shape of a skull, and slashed towards Yisha. Bang! Yisha was hit by the ghost fire, but he didn't feel the burning sensation. Instead, he felt like he was hit by a heavy object and quickly retreated backwards. At the same time, As the ghost fire burned, Yi Sha felt a chill covering his whole body. The ghost fire was not hot, but cold. Extremely cold. Yi Sha kept slapping his body to extinguish the ghost fire. Looking at the skeleton coming towards him again, he directly lifted his hands. In Yi Sha's palm, the sun and the moon appeared, and at the same time, the blade wrapped with the ghost fire came to Yi Sha again. The battle was about to start. But, boom! At this moment, a huge roar suddenly sounded, and Yi Sha stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He stabbed the twin serrated swords into the deck in time, and then he barely stabilized his body. The whole ghost ship was shaking constantly, and huge waves rolled up on the sea. Countless sea water rolled up and hit the deck. Yi Sha frowned and looked at the sea around him. The wind and waves did not seem to be naturally formed, and the shaking of the ship was more like something hitting it, rather than the waves hitting it. The reason was simple. Although the waves suddenly became very big, the wind and current around did not change much, and it was not a rainstorm. Before Yi Sha could think too much, the ghost ship began to shake again. Yi Sha held the handle of the knife tightly to stabilize his body, while the skeleton was thrown out directly and hit the railing hard. The next moment, on the other side of the ghost ship, a figure suddenly rose from the sea and floated above the ghost ship. Damn! It's this woman. Yi Sha saw the person coming clearly. If it was the other party, it would be very easy to do what he was doing. Because Yi Yu was here. Yi Yu floated above the ghost ship. The skeletons picked up their bows and arrows and shot in the direction of Yi Yu. However, when the iron arrows fell in front of Yi Yu, they seemed to lose their power and fell downwards. The next moment, Yi Yu lowered her head and looked downwards, and then saw Yi Sha. Word spirit. Yi Yu stretched out her hand downwards. Break! With a bang. A mass suddenly had numerous cracks, and then fell down, right in front of Yi Sha. Blood boundary sword slash. Yi Sha used the twin serrated swords without hesitation to cut his fingers. And as the blood mist rose, the blood light turned into a huge blood sword, first cutting off the mass with one blow, and then soaring straight up towards Yi Yu. Word spirit. Yi Yu casually stretched out her hand, absorb. In front of Yi Yu, the air suddenly twisted, and then a huge crack appeared, with a strong suction force, and the airflow around could be clearly seen being sucked into the crack crazily. Of course, what was sucked in also included Yi Sha's blood boundary sword slash. After absorbing the blood boundary sword slash, Yi Yu did not stop at all and stretched out her hand to press downwards again. Word spirit. Yi Yu shouted softly, return. The crack that disappeared reappeared, and the huge blood sword that had just been swallowed flew out and fell towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows, looked at the blood sword flying towards him, and then stretched out his hand forward. Zila! Electric current shot out from Yi Sha's palm, smashing the blood sword into pieces, and then went towards Yi Yu again. Word spirit. Yi Yu waved her hand casually. Cut! Yi Yu stretched out her hand and slashed forward, and the long dragon-like electric current was cut into countless arcs, falling downwards like fireworks. Yi Sha moved the mask away a little and looked at the sky. Long time no see. Yi Yu nodded. Yeah. Yi Sha, you don't seem to be surprised. Yi Yu, the lady boss said that you might become an apostle. Besides, we all know, and you know it yourself, that you are a person who cannot bear loneliness. Besides, even if you are wearing a mask and a cloak, I know your weapon. You still fight me even though you know it? Yi Sha laughed. You are too ruthless. Yi Yu, when did you become naive? Yi Sha, that's right. You are no longer standing beside me, but opposite me. In this case, everything is natural. Besides, I should probably praise you for doing the right thing. The two chatted like old friends, but their hands never stopped. Yi Yu waved her hands and used her brain to control the wind flow to fall towards Yi Sha. However, the wind flow just approached Yi Sha and scattered. Yi Yu, I almost forgot that before you became a traitor, your title was 8-Direction Wind and Rain. Yi Sha, if you really know me so well, you should run away now. You can't beat me. Yi Yu, will you kill me? We are old friends. Yi Sha smiled. Are you naive sometimes? Boom! A loud noise broke out in the sky, and a huge fireball exploded in the air, located between the two. Even for a minute or a second, when they spoke to each other, the two had no intention of stopping. Chapter 1840 Storm is coming. Word spirit. Yi Yu shouted, break it. Accompanied by Yi Yu shout, The mast on the ship broke again and fell down. The skeletons around had been trying to approach the two people, but Yisha and Yi Yu had already started to fight seriously, and it was not easy for those skeletons to intervene in the fight between the two. Yisha punched out casually, and the electric current that flew out was as sharp as a knife, smashing the falling mast into pieces. Yi Yu looked down and said, "Do you recognize this dress? You should recognize it. After all, you helped me get it back." Yisha narrowed his eyes. It was a red and white witch dress from an island country. Yisha could no longer remember the name, but he remembered the origin. It was indeed handed to Yi Yu by himself. "Yi Yu, you haven't seen me use it before? Then you can see it this time." While Yi Yu was talking, he suddenly put his hands together and formed a strange handprint. "Word spirit," Yi Yu shouted again, "Shikigami." At the moment Yi Yu finished speaking, two balls of white flame suddenly appeared beside Yi Yu. The flames kept spinning and growing, and then turned into two white foxes with red flame marks on their foreheads and fell towards Yisha. Yisha punched out again, and the electric current was still raging. But the two white foxes were extremely flexible and actually circled around the electric current, avoiding the current while rushing towards Yisha at the same speed. "Get out of the way!" When the white fox approached, Yisha flicked his fingertips, and the thin wires flew out from the string ring. The two white foxes still tried to dodge quickly, but at this moment, the thin wires suddenly exploded and rushed into the air. Rainstorm Spear. Rainstorm Spear. Release a large number of strings, covering an area, and attacking continuously. The thin wires arced in the air, and then fell rapidly downwards, densely packed like a rainstorm. The two white foxes lost the space to dodge, and were instantly pierced by the thin wires. However, the white fox that was pierced through the body did not die, but turned into a ball of fire again and merged together again. Soon, a woman wearing the same clothes as Yi Yu walked out of the flames, with long black hair. Her face was covered by a fox mask, and behind her were 9 white fox tails, which kept dancing, suddenly became longer, and fell towards Yisha. Boom, boom, boom. The fox tails attacked Yisha continuously, and as Yisha moved his body, they kept hitting the deck. The sound of collisions continued to appear, and the deck was constantly shattered by the fox tails, revealing large holes one after another. Suddenly, Yisha slid sideways and looked at Yi Yu in the sky. "You should know that I have a lot of these guys here." When Yisha stopped, the fox tails suddenly twisted and tangled together, and then attacked Yisha again. However, this time Yisha did not move. The next moment, a large piece of aurora appeared behind Yisha, flowing like a ribbon, looking extremely beautiful. Then, boom, the dancing auroras suddenly gathered together, forming a beam of light, flying forward, colliding with the fox tails, making a huge noise. The Ice Queen appeared behind Yisha, and with one finger, she shattered the opponent's attack. At the same time, the air became colder. The moment the Ice Queen appeared, the temperature of the air dropped suddenly. The humidity on the sea surface was already heavy, and when the frost appeared, it felt bone-chilling. The ice goddess spread her arms, and the ice and snow flew in the direction of the fox girl. She pointed her fingertips again, and a beam of aurora flew forward again, directly meeting the opponent. Yisha had no time to care about the battle situation, nor did he want to waste time on such minions. Yisha's target had not changed. That was Yi Yu. Word spirit. Yi Yu reacted quickly, and before Yisha launched an attack, she took the lead again. Phantom Dragon. A phantom in the shape of a dragon appeared in the air, falling downwards, and grinning at Yisha. "One dragon?" Yisha smiled. "I have 6. 6 dragons flying." Yisha rose into the air, and swung the twin sawtooth swords forward. The blood-colored sword light soon surged out from the blade of the twin sawtooth sword, soaring into the sky, and quickly transformed into blood dragons, equally ferocious, equally threatening. The power of the phantom dragon created by Yi Yu was really good. The moment it collided with the blood dragon, it let out a dragon roar, and then the dragon claws tore and shattered the first blood dragon. The first blood dragon of the 6 flying dragons was actually powerless in front of the phantom dragon, but it was only the first blood dragon. Soon, the second, third, and fourth blood dragons quickly entangled with it. In just a blink of an eye, they surrounded the phantom dragon and kept biting it. Angry wails sounded, and the phantom dragon was slowly torn into pieces. Yisha looked up Any other tricks? Your ability should be more than this. Of course. You should also understand that I haven't done my best. So don't give me the chance to kill you. Yi Yu suddenly sighed. You know very well what happened on the Doomsday train. So you should know that a mission is a mission. My goal is to get the relics of ancient civilizations. Even if it's you. I won't back down. Yi Sha smiled, then. Continue. I can't beat you. Yi Yu didn't feel embarrassed. And said bluntly. And then, so? Let's stop here today. Yi Sha frowned. But he didn't understand what Yi Yu meant. From the meaning of this sentence, Yi Yu had the intention to retreat. But the previous sentence showed that Yi Yu had no intention of stopping. Moreover, Yi Sha knew Yi Yu's strength. Yi Yu had more abilities that had not been shown. And Yi Yu's brain ability was not overused. The brain was not overloaded. And it was completely possible to continue fighting. Suddenly, while Yi Sha was thinking, the surrounding sea surface raised huge waves again. And then under Yi Sha's astonished eyes, tornadoes suddenly rose on the surrounding sea surface, constantly rotating and sucking water. Like long pillars, those tornadoes connected the sea surface and the sky together. Storm? Yi Sha stared at Yi Yu. Are you crazy? Are you going to die together? When those storms appeared, Yi Sha roughly guessed what Yi Yu meant. But it was a little unbelievable. Because Yi Yu planned to destroy this ghost ship. What does this mean? Yi Yu can't get it herself. So she will never let Yi Sha get it. Yi Sha doesn't think Yi Yu is such a crazy person. But Yi Yu is indeed doing so now. Chapter 1841 Leaving. Yi Yu smiled softly with her lips curled. And then said goodbye. And looked forward to seeing you next time. Yi Yu had no intention of answering Yi Sha's question. Nor did she mean to drag her feet. When the tornadoes kept approaching, Yi Yu turned around and floated away. At the same time, the human fox fighting with the Ice Queen also turned into a white fireball and quickly disappeared. Yi Sha could clearly feel that the ghost ship was shaking violently. There were 6 tornadoes in total, and they were rapidly advancing towards the ghost ship. Yi Sha felt that Yi Yu had planned this, and Yi Yu had intended to do this from the beginning, instead of fighting with Yi Sha. However, the brain's ability was not omnipotent. If the battle was small, Yi Sha could deal with it. But if it was big, it would take time to prepare. The battle was just to delay time, so that Yi Yu had time to prepare for all this. Damn it! Yi Sha cursed. And there was nothing he could do at the moment. Wind and huge waves. The power of nature. Yi Sha could use the power of the apostles to defeat those tornadoes. But that was meaningless. Because those tornadoes and the huge waves were heading for the ghost ship. The result of Yi Sha using the power of the apostles to bombard the ghost ship would still affect the ghost ship. Moreover, the flame of the Son of Flame was not very effective against those huge waves. It could not be said to be useless. After all, it was the power of the apostles. But it was very troublesome. After all, flames were afraid of water. So it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. What bothers Yi Sha the most is why the water spirit's apostle power is not awakened. You know, if the water spirit's apostle power can be used, everything will be fine. The sea is the main battlefield of the water spirit. And no apostle can fight the water spirit on the sea. Moreover, even the shadow demon's apostle power has awakened. Is it because the shadow demon is an apostle embryo? It is easier to absorb? Boom! At this time, the 6 tornadoes have reached within 100 meters. And the huge waves that are advancing have also reached a level of nearly 100 meters. Hitting the ghost ship again. After a loud bang, the huge wave hit the ghost ship. And the whole ghost ship tilted over. Countless skeletons slid down the deck and then fell into the sea. Yi Sha inserted the twin serrated swords into the deck, and his body was half hanging there. At this time, the waves from the other side came and hit the deck directly. Yi Sha felt a pain in his back, and the waves hit him like a heavy blow. At the same time, the waves kept pushing, and Yi Sha was submerged by the seawater, shaking his body constantly, as if he could be washed away at any time. After a while, the waves finally subsided. Yi Sha was soaked all over. He spat out seawater and cursed. Yi Sha's mind was full of thoughts, and he quickly made a decision. Although he was not unable to deal with the current situation, it was not a good choice to withstand the hurricane and waves. He had to retreat first. Yi Sha left as soon as he said he would. Because the waves receded, the ghost ship tilted back again, which was more supportive than expected. However, when Yi Sha was about to jump into the sea, he remembered that there was Ming Hai. He was not worried that this guy would die. But he could not just ignore him. It's still troublesome. Although Yi Sha admitted that Ming Hai was somewhat useful, this guy really was a hindrance when he was a hindrance. Yi Sha grabbed the railing and moved forward quickly. The boat was full of skeletons, but Ming Hai was a living person, so it was easier to recognize him. Soon, Yi Sha saw Ming Hai at the position of the figurehead, swinging on the figurehead. Yi Sha sighed, thinking that he was just unlucky. Other saints were silver-robed guards, and those who died were all guards. Why was he so frustrated that he had to go to help a guard himself? Yi Sha sighed as he entered a fatal state. Black liquid quickly emerged from Yi Sha's body, and then Yi Sha rushed forward. Yi Sha jumped out of the boat, and then ran forward along the hull. When he came to the bow, the black liquid on Yi Sha's body surged and swung forward, sweeping away the skeletons that were still attacking Ming Hai. Retreat! Yi Sha shouted. Jump! Ming Hai, are you crazy? Jumping into the sea in such weather? Even if you are not far from the coastline, you will die. Ming Hai is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of dying all the time. With such weather and waves, the result of jumping into the sea is completely unpredictable. If he is not washed ashore, but washed into the deep sea, it will be terrible. It is possible to drown many times. Even if the wind and waves pass and he floats on the sea, he does not know when he can see the shore, and then starve to death, or die of dehydration, be bitten to death by ancient species, eat, and then excrete. Why does Ming Hai know so clearly? Because he has experienced it. When Ming Hai found the Gashapon machine, he didn't walk to the port city, but was lucky enough to pass through the sea. He died countless times. Yi Sha, it's not a natural weather. It will stop in a while. And I'm here. Oh! Ming Hai, that's no problem. Jump into the sea. Yi Sha and Ming Hai jumped down. When the two fell into the water, they realized again that the power of nature is indeed terrible. Although it is man-made, the surging waves are simply irresistible. Moreover, it is terrifying because it is man-made. Yi Yu's urging of the tornado to drive the waves is already so terrifying. So what if a hurricane really appears? However, if Yi Yu already has the power to manipulate nature, then Yi Sha is the type who can fight against nature. When the two of them emerged from the sea, Yi Sha raised his head and looked forward. Wind and rain in all directions. A wind-isolated zone appeared around Yi Sha. A complete windless zone. No matter how strong the wind was outside, nothing happened around Yi Sha. Wind could not affect Yi Sha. Ming Hai, why don't you just destroy those tornadoes? Yi Sha, do you think 8 directions wind and rain is omnipotent? I can do it. But the price is not small, and it consumes a lot of my body. I don't want to give others a chance to take advantage of me. Of course, Yi Sha can destroy the surrounding tornadoes. He can use the power of the apostles without 8 directions wind and rain. But it does not mean that Yi Sha does not need to pay the price for it, which may cause an uncontrollable situation. Of course, Yi Yu is not feeling well after making such a big noise. This is Yi Yu's ultimate move. But Yi Sha is alone. Okay, there is Ming Hai. But if a fight really breaks out, Ming Hai cannot be relied on. It is hard to say whether Yi Yu is alone. At the same time, Yi Sha raised his hands. The sun and the moon are in the sky. When the moon in Yi Sha's hand floated into the sky, a piece of the sea surface in front of Yi Sha froze. However, the waves were more terrifying than expected. The sea surface that had just frozen quickly began to break into pieces. Chapter 1842 Gemini reappears. Although the ice is constantly breaking, this degree is enough for Yi Sha and Ming Hai. Stepping on the broken ice, leaving the center of the storm circle, it will be much easier to swim directly to the shore. When Yi Sha and Ming Hai returned to the shore, the ghost ship was already overwhelmed by the storm, and the already fragile hull was completely destroyed, split into 2 pieces, and began to sink rapidly. Ming Hai, are we running out of clues again? Yi Sha, I don't believe it. Ming Hai wondered, what do you not believe? There is no way to explain this to Ming Hai. If you want to explain it, you have to first explain the Doomsday train. What happened to Yi Sha on the Doomsday train? And Yi Sha's relationships with people at that time. This is too complicated and too troublesome. But it is very simple to sum up. Yi Sha does not believe that Yi Yu would rather not let herself not get something, so that she can not get something herself. This is not Yi Yu's style. Nor is it the style of the people on Doomsday train. Simply put, the people on Doomsday train only care about the results, not the process, and exclude the issue of personal grudges. Although this style of behavior is influenced by personal character, it is mainly caused by the task mode of Doomsday Train. When Doomsday Train issues tasks, it never cares about the process. Even if there is internal fighting, it doesn't matter if it is robbed, picked up, or stolen. As long as the result meets the task conditions, you can get the task reward. Because of this mission mode, most people on the Doomsday Train have developed this style of behavior. If it were the other way around, the apostles would be more likely to do this kind of thing. The apostles are a group of people who are supported by their beliefs. Of course, Yisha is not included. This kind of people are often crazy, and can do some crazy things at any cost. The apostles often do things that will lead to their own destruction, let alone such a thing of breaking up. Yiyu? Impossible. So, what is the purpose of Yiyu doing this? Yisha couldn't figure it out. But Yisha believed that this matter could not end here. Let's go! After thinking about it, Yisha quickly stood up. Go to the beach where Compu fought with the Freedom Pirates. Maybe we can find some clues. Since Yisha believed that Yiyu was up to something, and this matter was not over. Then, from another aspect, if we don't start with Yiyu, where else can we start? Compu. Yisha got the answer very quickly. This, Minghai was surprised. Where are the bodies? Following the coastline, he came to the place where Compu Company fought with the Freedom Pirates. There were actually a lot of bodies, densely packed, all of them, and even the blood dyed the beach red. However, there were only the bodies of Compu Company members, not the bodies of the skeletons. In other words, the skeleton bodies disappeared. Disappeared? Yisha murmured, looking at the place where the ghost ship sank thoughtfully. Minghai, what? Did you find anything wrong? Yisha, one thing. Maybe the ghost ship didn't sink. No, that shouldn't be the meaning. But even if it sank, it might reappear. Or, the ghost ship is not the main thing. Minghai, if the ghost ship is not the main thing, then what are the people from Compu doing? Yisha, I don't understand. The people from Compu are not all wiped out, right? Minghai nodded and pointed to the other side. They retreated from that direction. There are footprints. And in addition, we saw before that there were sentry machine guns set up at the edge of the woods. And now those sentry machine guns have also been taken away. Yisha thought for a moment. Is Compu so calm? If they really want to find something on the ghost ship, will they just watch it sink? Minghai, what can they do in that situation? Yisha pondered. First of all, Yisha still firmly believed that things would not end so easily. But the problem was what to do next. There was still too little information at present. Yisha held his chin and looked at the ground. This was just a habitual action of Yisha when thinking. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly found that there was something wrong with the flow of sand. And some fine sand was rolling slightly backwards. The flow of sand was very weak. But Yisha still found it. The next moment, Yisha pushed Minghai away, and at the same time drew out the twin serrated swords and slashed back. Clang! The first sound of metal collision was heard. And then Yisha saw Gemini. Gemini was extremely strange. Just appeared there, as if it had been there from the beginning. But Yisha and Minghai did not see it. After one strike, Gemini blocked the Gemini Satu's sword. And then the second arm quickly pulled out the second black knife and chopped it down towards Yisha. Fire at me! Minghai shouted and rushed forward. Puff! With a knife in hand, Gemini chopped down and hit Minghai's neck. Then Minghai's head flew up, and the headless body fell straight to the back. Yisha kicked Minghai's head away. Don't get in the way. If you're alive, go away. Minghai can still participate in dealing with those skeletons. But in the battle with Gemini, Minghai's participation will only cause trouble. They are not on the same level. What else can Minghai do except continue to die? Yisha pushed Minghai away, mainly because he didn't want to block him, not because he cared about Minghai's life or death. His immortal ability is best used at this time, without worrying about life or death. While talking, Yisha twisted the Gemini Satu's sword, and the big sword became a pair of swords. However, in terms of the number of weapons, Gemini has 4 arms. Clang! The second sound of weapons colliding soon sounded, and the second black knife of Gemini blocked the second sword of Gemini Satu's sword. At the same time, the third black knife was pulled out by Gemini and swept towards Yisha again. Zila. Electricity suddenly surged out of Yisha's body, and also formed a third weapon. A thunder blade. The thunder blade hit the black knife, unable to completely block the black knife. But it could change the trajectory of the black knife. With a bang, Gemini's third black knife chopped on the beach, making a loud noise, stirring up a large area of white sand. Yisha quickly retreated to the back at this time. It was not a reasonable choice to fight Gemini at close range. In terms of attack frequency alone, Yisha would be at a disadvantage, just because Gemini had 4 arms and 4 knives. So, Yisha chose to fight back. The next moment, the sun and the moon were in the sky. The moon and the sun appeared in Yisha's palm and floated into the sky. The radiance of the sun instantly illuminated all directions. Chapter 1843, The Third Party. The biggest feeling that Gemini gives Yisha is that they come and go without a trace. It was okay when he was with Virgo before. After all, he followed Virgo's command. But since Virgo was killed by Yisha, Gemini started to act independently, and he felt a bit like a ghost. Suddenly appear, suddenly disappear. The meaning of Gemini's existence is to kill, and it is assassination. If you can kill, you kill. If you can't kill, you leave. The most important thing is Gemini's speed and strange stealth ability, which really makes Gemini an assassination master. Yisha doesn't know how many people have been assassinated by Gemini, but at least Yisha has been tricked a few times. Although he didn't die or get injured, every time Gemini appears, Yisha feels headache and trouble. However, this time, it seems different. If the normal process is followed, Gemini should run away at this time. The best opportunity for sneak attack has been missed, and Gemini seems to have only pure close combat ability. When Yisha distances himself from Gemini and does not intend to let Gemini get close easily, it means that the assassination is over. However, Gemini did not run. Bang! Gemini kicked his feet and rushed forward. At a distance of nearly 10 meters, Gemini almost immediately arrived in front of Yisha. Not only is it fast, Gemini's explosive power is also terrifying. In terms of mobility, Gemini is definitely the type with the ultimate physical evolution. But Gemini is slightly lacking in strength. This is not a shortcoming. On the contrary, it represents the progress of Dr. Witzel. That guy can already create a constellation monster with quite a lot of characteristics, instead of just being printed out of a template like Leo and Taurus. However, Gemini's black knife failed to cut it down. Crack! Crack! When Gemini came to Yisha, an icy sound came out of his body. Gemini's arms and legs were frozen with frost, restricting Gemini's movements. Moonlight is bright. Of course, this restriction is very low, and it is impossible to restrain Gemini all the time. But just a moment is enough. Yisha took a step to the side and dodged it lightly. With a bang, Gemini chopped the sand with a knife. But Gemini was very fast and immediately swung the knife again. But at this moment, the blazing sunlight exploded in front of Yisha, covering the front, and the strong light made people unable to open their eyes. However, Gemini still jumped out of the light at the first time and slashed at Yisha. Yisha raised his eyebrows. No effect? Yisha actually wanted to find out how Gemini hid. The strong light was also a test, in order to force Gemini to hide. At the same time, under the strong light, Yisha was likely to see through the other party's hiding method. However, unexpectedly, Gemini rushed out of the light. The dazzling light was completely ineffective for Gemini. It's not the eyes, but the ability of perception? Yisha murmured. It was impossible for the eyes not to be affected by such strong light. The only possibility was that the other party did not use eyes to confirm the target. Perception. This is actually the ability of hiding. Many times, when the other party cannot see you with their eyes in the hidden state, it means that you cannot see the other party with your eyes. In this case, we need the ability of perception to confirm the location of the opponent. Yisha grinned. It's a bit troublesome. But the sun and the moon shine together. The moon and the sun in the sky burst out with dazzling brilliance again, waving their light downwards. From the continuous attacks of Gemini, Yisha is almost certain that this guy is not going to sneak attack and escape this time, although he doesn't know why. But if you want to fight, then fight. I have killed quite a few constellation monsters. Yisha doesn't mind killing one more. When the sun and the moon competed to radiate their brilliance, Yisha stretched his arms to both sides, and 2 fireballs appeared in his palms. The power of the Son of Flame. But at this moment, excuse me, a smiling voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Can I participate in this battle? Yisha's pupil suddenly shrank at this moment, and then quickly expanded. With a clear rhythm, Gemini stopped attacking, and the only sounds around were the waves hitting the rocks and the faint sound of the wind. A figure slowly walked out from the woods. He was wearing a formal dress, holding a cane, and his gray hair was meticulously combed back. He had a faint smile and looked very gentlemanly and kind. However, Yisha knew that the other party was not kind at all, because the one coming was Malfarion. Yisha narrowed his eyes habitually, looking up and down at Malfarion, and after a long time, he suddenly said, "Mr. Deputy Train Conductor, long time no see. If you want to participate in this battle, I will feel honored." Malfarion smiled. "The question is, which side will I join?" As Malfarion spoke, he suddenly pointed his cane forward. A black beam of light shot forward, because Gemini attacked again at this moment. Seeing the black light flying, Gemini's body suddenly twisted and jumped back. The beam of light passed in front of Gemini and hit the sea in the distance. Boom! A huge sound appeared at this moment, and a column of water rushed up to the sky, and a large amount of water splashed around. Yisha's eyes flashed coldly, and he looked at Malfarion. "Are you threatening me?" The black beam seemed to stop Gemini from attacking Yisha, but it was actually a warning, or a threat. Malfarion could attack Gemini or Yisha as a third party. It depends on Gemini's attitude at this time. If Gemini is determined to fight Yisha, or kill Yisha, then Malfarion, as a third party, has the right to choose. It can be to directly participate in the three-way melee. It can be to help Yisha. Of course, it can also be to help Gemini. It depends on Malfarion's will. No. 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 Malfarion smiled. "I have no interest in taking your life. I just come to make a deal." "Yes. A deal." Yisha frowned. "What kind of deal can we make? I am no longer a member of Doomsday Train. In fact, I am now an apostle." Malfarion smiled again. "It's different. If it was really an apostle, you should rebuke me now and kill me at all costs. In essence, you and the apostle are not the same kind of people. So we can make a deal as long as you are willing." Chapter 1844 My Father. Yisha pondered for a moment, then asked, "What is the content of this transaction?" Malfarion, "I am interested in something on you. Or rather, that thing was not originally yours. I just took it back." Yisha raised his eyebrows. "Oh?" From what Malfarion meant. This thing was on the Doomsday Train? Yisha first thought of the ice and snow god. The ice and snow god usually doesn't look very good, but the key is that he can't laugh. The ice god smiled. First scared off Noah's apostle, and then killed the train conductor again. Of course, he failed to kill him, but it was not easy to let the train conductor die once. If we break it down, Yisha thinks it may be something he got from Malfarion. After all, Yisha has completed many deputy train conductor tasks. So, what is it? Malfarion gave the answer. "I want that sword." "Sword?" Yisha patted the sword hanging on his waist, and then raised the twin serrated swords in his hand. He was obviously puzzled. Both are good weapons. But, is Malfarion crazy? The sword falling south and the twin serrated swords are certainly good weapons. But Yisha doesn't think it's worth it for Malfarion to trade with him. After all, trading is for the ultimate profit, which can be unilateral or bilateral. But at the very least, the benefits must be greater than the risks. For these two swords, Malfarion wants to trade with him. The risk is not ordinary. Yisha is now a trader of Doomsday Train. And, being a trader is fine. Yisha has also joined the Apostles' Walk. The most important thing is the power of the Apostles. Because of the power of the Apostles, Yisha is now the person that the train conductor wants to kill. If the train conductor knows about this deal, Malfarion will not be finished. But at least, he will have to bear a huge price. So, the facts prove that Yisha was wrong. Neither the sword falling in southern Xinjiang nor the twin sawtooth swords are worth Malfarion taking such a big risk. "I don't want these two." Malfarion, "I want this sword." Yisha was stunned. "Ah!" Malfarion, "Dongfang Yu's sword." Speaking of Dongfang Yu, Yisha remembered that he had killed Dongfang Yu and obtained two things. The first one was the title of sun and moon in the sky. There is nothing much to say about this. It is just a word of strength. This can make Yisha improve the title ability of 1-star rating in the extraordinary level. The other thing is something Yisha can't understand. That is, this is a sword. This is a sword. Which is the name of the sword? This is a very strange sword. Except for a name. There is no description, but instead, Yisha wanted to study it. But later he left the Doomsday train and didn't know how to study it. Or there was no clue or direction for research. So Yisha threw it aside. After a long time, Yisha almost forgot about this thing. But Malfarion appeared. And he wanted this sword? Yisha, what on earth is that sword? Is it worth you to trade with me? Malfarion smiled and said nothing. Yisha also thought that this question was a bit silly. Malfarion must know. But even if he knew, he would have to be stuck in the door to tell Yisha what the sword was, or what it was used for. Malfarion, that sword is useless in your hands. So no matter what the sword is, no matter how good it is garbage to you. So this deal can be established. Malfarion's words are quite realistic. He does not deny the value of the sword. Of course, it is useless to deny it. As long as Yisha is not stupid. He can feel it. Is it worthwhile for Malfarion to trade with Yisha for something worthless? So, there is nothing to deny about this. Whether the transaction is established is not just based on the value of the item. Malfarion, my condition is that I will help you deal with this guy. I also know your purpose of coming here. I will help you get the relics left by ancient civilizations. And you give me the sword. How about it? Yisha, can't I do it without you? Malfarion smiled. Then I can only end it. Yisha, so? It's still a threat. Malfarion, you can regard the threat as part of the deal. In fact, you are not at a disadvantage. At least you have exchanged your life for something useless to you. And something useful to yourself. Yisha curled his lips. And his voice suddenly became deep. I killed a deputy conductor. And I really want to try to see if I can kill the second one. Malfarion sighed. I didn't want to use the most troublesome method. But if you insist on doing so, I have no choice. Malfarion acted as he said, raising his staff and pointing it in the direction of Yisha. The black beam that appeared before appeared again and flew straight towards Yisha. Yisha's shoulders shook, and his figure suddenly flashed. Go step. Yisha quickly moved sideways 5 or 6 meters to avoid the black beam. He heard the sound of the black beam falling to the ground. And a huge roar rolled up the fine sand and flew into the sky. But at this moment, Yisha felt that the space behind him seemed to be distorted. He looked forward and did not see Gemini. Yisha knew something was wrong and quickly turned around and raised his sword. Clang! Gemini really appeared behind Yisha, holding a black knife and slashing at Yisha. A crisp sound of fighting rang out. And Yisha cursed in his heart. What was wrong with Gemini? Why did he suddenly recognize him? If Gemini had not been staring at him, Malfarion's strategy would not work at all. He could stand on the side of Gemini to kill Yisha. Similarly, Yisha could also cooperate with Gemini to kill Malfarion. However, Gemini is determined to kill Yisha first. So Yisha has no choice. At the same time, Malfarion stepped forward, spread his palms to both sides, and a black ball of light condensed. You still have a last chance to consider. Yisha gritted his teeth and cursed. Consider your uncle. Malfarion, this is not my fault. Fortunately, you have become an apostle. I can take anything from your body. Malfarion raised his hand while speaking. But, at this moment, there was a breeze. A gust of wind swept behind Malfarion, blowing away the sand behind him. Malfarion was very alert and immediately turned around, intending to push the black ball of light out. But before that, a huge fist had already pressed on Malfarion's face. Bang! With just one punch, Malfarion was blown away more than 10 meters. My father. I'm coming! Chapter 1845 Ares. Malfarion sat up from the ground. He didn't expect that he would be attacked by surprise. And he didn't expect that the other party could approach him so easily. Of course, he didn't expect that he would be knocked away by a punch. Gemini lowered his arms and tilted his head, as if expressing doubts. Slowly, the figure walking on the beach emerged and smiled at Yisha. Yisha's pupils dilated wildly, and even trembled a little. Yisha, Ares? The one coming is Ares. Ares' appearance has changed slightly from what Yisha had seen on the Doomsday train, but it is still basically the same. A human-shaped body. Arms are human-shaped. Fingernails are long, triangular, and very sharp. But there are only 4 fingers, and the shortest little finger is missing. The legs to the feet are still human-shaped. Very strong, with explosive muscles, which is not proportional to the relatively normal upper body. But the feet are sheep's hooves. Naked. Like Virgo. Without sex-identifying organs. The face is basically human-shaped. But with a goat's nose. A protruding forehead. A particularly large skull. And two huge horns that bend backwards behind the head. Extending all the way to the back. At the same time, Aries' chest has dense cracks. But they are not wounds. It is like the meridians that are revealed. Constantly emitting a dark red light. It's you. Monster. Malfarion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. How dare you interrupt me? Suddenly, Aries disappeared from the spot. And when he reappeared, he had come to Malfarion. Are you talking to me? Bang. Surprisingly, Aries is obviously very different from other constellation monsters. And the difference is that Aries can actually speak. Normal opening. Normal pronunciation. Normal speech. The tone is clear. The logic is clear. Just like human communication. Yisha has only seen this kind of situation in Virgo. But Virgo itself is made of human body. And even retains parts of human brain. But Aries is obviously not like this. Almost all the materials used to make Aries were collected by Yisha. So, Dr. Davis succeeded? He made the strongest constellation monster? At the same time, while Aries was talking, his arm was directly swung out. Malfarion's pupils shrank sharply. And then he raised his arm. And his arm emitted a black light. In an instant, the surging black light seemed to have substance. When it was hit by Aries' arm, it was like a broken glass, with countless cracks. Then Aries' fist hit Malfarion's face fiercely. With a bang, Malfarion's body flew out again, rolling continuously on the beach, sweeping away a large amount of sand and dust. Aries looked at Malfarion. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Get out. Malfarion's face was gloomy. And he slowly clenched his palm into a fist. And his finger bones kept making crackling sounds. It can be seen that Malfarion was extremely angry. However, Malfarion did not take action. His chest rose and fell. Malfarion took a series of deep breaths. And then stood up again. I will come to you again. That sword does not belong to you. Malfarion glanced at Yisha. Then slowly retreated until he left the beach and retreated back to the woods. This surprised Yisha quite a bit. Malfarion was the deputy conductor after all? He just backed off like that? Yisha frowned. There were many reasons for backing off. Maybe courage. Maybe balance. Maybe restriction. Or even, if you think about it more simply, it was the difference in strength. But after Dongfang Yu died, Malfarion was probably the strongest person besides the train captain. The reason why I say probably is because Gon Lin is also the deputy train captain. And Yisha can't judge. So, Dr. Davis created Aries. What role does Aries currently play on the Doomsday train? Who got it? Who does it obey? It can't be an independent existence. Right? About the last point, Yisha has doubts. But he thinks it is possible. If it is a general constellation monster, it is at best a thug. And at most a terrifying and powerful thug. But Aries can speak, can communicate, and most importantly, has clear logic and is not incoherent. Which means that he can think and can be regarded as an independent individual. While Yisha was thinking, Aries had already rushed out. The target was not Yisha, but Gemini. Aries came to Gemini in an instant. And Gemini also moved at the first time. Fast. Very fast. Gemini's body is black, while Aries is naked, shaped like a human. But his skin is pure white. Two figures, one black and one white, moved quickly on the beach. Apart from the flying sand, it was impossible to see how the two sides fought. However, the sound of weapons and fists hitting each other continued to ring out, which showed that the two sides were fighting. And it was a fierce fight. This fight did not last too long. Only about half a minute. But in just half a minute, Yisha was sure that Aries and Gemini fought at least a dozen rounds. Then, when the two figures, one black and one white, stopped, Aries pinched Gemini's head and lifted Gemini up. Bang! Aries raised his hand and threw Gemini out. Gemini hit the ground, and the sand flew. Gemini twisted his body on the ground, and quickly supported the ground with the black knife, trying to get up again. Aries flashed and came to Gemini again. Bang! Aries raised his leg fiercely, and kicked Gemini's head hard. Gemini's triangular metal head was directly shattered, and then flew backwards. flying from the beach to the edge of the woods, hitting a big tree and breaking the trunk. Get lost. Ares looked at Gemini with his hands behind his back. I don't have time to deal with you. So you should cherish your chance to live. Gemini got up from the ground, and 4 black knives came out, ready to pounce on Ares again. But only halfway through, Gemini seemed to have received an order, suddenly stopped, and put the black knife back into the sheath. Gemini slowly retreated. His body became fainter and more blurred, and finally disappeared into the shadows, completely disappearing without a trace. Watching Gemini leave, Ares finally set his eyes on Isha and walked towards Isha. Then, kneel down. My father. Ares looked up and smiled. Nice to see you. Chapter 1846 Fierce Battle. Isha frowned and stared at Ares. Although Ares' sudden appearance seemed to solve the problem for Isha, even so, Isha would not let down his guard, because the one kneeling in front of him was an extremely dangerous guy. And that weird name. Because? Isha, my blood? Yes. Ares smiled. You gave me life. So you are naturally my father. Isha teased. Does Dr. Davis count as a mother? Ares seemed to be thinking, and then thought, if you want to think so, I don't object. Isha choked. Why did he feel something was not normal? And he always felt that he was at a disadvantage. Isha took a deep breath. Then what? What is the reason for you to appear here? Ares stood up and looked at Isha seriously. I hope you can continue to raise me. You still have a son. Minghai saw that everything was fine, and walked up, although it looks a little strange. Almost in an instant. Go step. Isha took a step back and distanced himself from Ares. At that moment, Isha felt the breath of danger. Very dangerous. Ares' nurturing is definitely not ordinary nurturing. Ares had a blank expression on his face, and didn't seem to care about Minghai's words. But in the next moment, puff! Ares' palm pierced Minghai's chest, and the whole arm passed through, making a bloody hole in Minghai's body, and then lifted Minghai's body up and threw it aside casually. Ares looked at Isha. So, my father, in order to raise me, can you give me all the remaining blood so that I can grow up healthily? Isha, if you want to grow up, you should work hard. Right? Ares tilted his head, thinking again, and then nodded. You are right. When Ares' last word fell, his body suddenly moved. Fast. Extremely fast. Isha once again felt Ares' unparalleled speed, and he came to Isha in almost an instant. And then Isha saw Ares' fist blasting towards his head. Bang! Isha instinctively held the twin serrated swords horizontally in front of him, with Ares' fist hitting the sword. A loud metal collision sound was heard, and Isha kept retreating backwards. Not only the speed, but also the power of Ares was terrifying. Ares said seriously, I should not beg for my father's charity, but should work hard to get it myself. Thank you for your teaching. While Ares was speaking, he rushed forward again. Sizzle! At this moment, Isha swung the sword forward with all his strength, and with the sound of electric current surging, a current surged towards Ares. Ares didn't care about the current at all. He shook his hand vigorously and smashed the current into pieces, turning it into countless arcs falling to the ground. But at this moment, light appeared in the dark night sky. The sun and the moon shined together. The sun! The moon! Almost at the same time, the sun and the moon floating in the sky began to pour out their light crazily and fell downwards, hot and cold. In front of Ares, a large piece of moonlight fell, and then the beach in front of Ares was frozen. The frozen beach is harmless. At least it doesn't seem to be. But the biggest threat of the attack of sunlight and moonlight does not come from the outside, but from the inside. The feeling of coldness began to sweep over Ares' body, seeping into the skin. Extremely cold, as if to freeze the bones into ice chips. The feeling of coldness slowed down Ares' speed, and the next moment, Isha raised his fist and blasted forward. Sizzle! The electric current surged forward, hitting Ares' chest hard, pushing Ares backwards. Isha did not stop and rushed forward. Moonlight can impose some restrictions on Ares, but it cannot completely restrain Ares. So it is necessary to kill Ares at the moment when Ares is restricted. Unfortunately, Isha guessed wrong. Moonlight can't even restrict Ares. At the moment when Isha was about to reach Ares, roar! Ares raised his head and roared suddenly. And then the cracks on Ares' chest emitted a red light. Burning. Extremely burning feeling. The temperature of the air rose suddenly. And then a large amount of flame suddenly appeared in the red cracks on Ares' chest, surging up and burning fiercely. The flames wrapped around Ares' body, and at the same time dispelled the cold feeling in his body. Yisha looked at the oncoming waves of fire, and could only keep retreating backwards. Because that was not an ordinary flame. It was the power of the Son of Flame. In a moment, the surging flame slowly weakened, and Ares, with fire all over his body, stepped forward and walked out of the center of the flames. Ares looked at Yisha sincerely. "Father, this is the power you gave me, but I don't think it's enough. I want more," Ares said as he waved his hand forward. And then a large piece of flame surged towards Yisha, spreading rapidly to form a wave of fire. Yisha remained silent, but there was already a fireball in his open palm. And then Yisha threw it forward with force. Boom! The fireball collided with the fire wave in front of it. And then a huge roar sounded. The power of the fire wave and the fireball was not great. The horizontal distance of the fire wave did not reach 1/3 of the beach, and Yisha's fireball was only the size of a fist. However, at the moment when the fire wave and the fireball collided, the flame seemed to be poured with oil, and suddenly exploded. Almost in an instant, the surging flames pushed to the surroundings and covered the entire beach in the blink of an eye. One after another, huge pillars of fire continued to rise into the sky, surging towards the sky. The dark night sky was rendered red at this moment, and the dark clouds emerged with a red color, like a burning cloud, covering the sky. The two flames kept pushing and colliding, appearing extremely fierce. Then, in the center of the flame, a hole suddenly cracked, and Yisha and Ares rushed out at the same time. In midair, Ares raised his hand, and a large piece of flame emerged again from the cracks on his chest, gathering on his fist, and then bombarded in the direction of Yisha. And Yisha's fingertips lightly tapped, and soon, two flame clones appeared on both sides of his body, rushing towards Ares. Boom! The violent roar sounded again, and the explosion shook the sky. Chapter 1847 Sudden Injury. Yisha and Ares were both rapidly approaching each other. Then, Ares punched. Yisha drew his sword. After one sword strike, Yisha's body flew out like a cannonball, slamming hard on the beach, with sand and flame swaying in all directions. After a loud bang, a deep pit was smashed directly into the beach by Yisha. Puff! Yisha opened his mouth and felt something blocking his throat, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Ares has the power of an apostle, and can use the power of the Son of Flame. Yisha is not surprised. Ares' blood comes from Yisha. If nothing unexpected happens, Dr. Davis also uses Yisha's genes and cells. This is the way to transplant the power of an apostle into Ares. However, Ares' apostle power will not be stronger than Yisha. However, close combat is too strong. Ares is clearly the standard of the extreme evolution of physical fitness. Speed, strength, everything. Even above Leo and Taurus, and far beyond the level of the former two. Although Yisha was beaten badly by Leo at the beginning, that was then. And Yisha is also getting stronger. Yisha is confident that if he meets Leo again now, even if he is still inferior in physical fitness, he will not be as miserable as before. But the fact is that Yisha felt that he could not take the punch of Ares just now. It was too strong. A constellation monster with extreme physical fitness evolution, and also has the power of an apostle. This has broken the conclusion that the type with extreme physical fitness evolution is weak in other aspects. And that's not all. Ares stretched out his hand downwards, and white dust suddenly began to float around his body, falling continuously downwards. Yisha couldn't help but take a breath. It was a dust explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued, and the dust explosion came suddenly, and quickly covered a large area. After a while, Yisha rushed out from the side, and looked up at Ares. Dr. Davis really created a monster. The dust explosion was the ability of the Great Wilderness Dragon. The most tragic thing was that the Great Wilderness Dragon was killed by himself, and the materials were also obtained by himself. Yisha suddenly felt that he was so cheap, that he had created a monster just to kill him. Yisha didn't have much time to scold himself, because Ares fell from the air again and punched Yisha. Bang! Yisha had no chance to dodge. Ares was too fast, and Yisha didn't even have a chance to judge the opponent's punch. The only thing Yisha could do was to punch out. Bang! Ares' fist hit Yisha's chest, and Yisha's fist hit Ares' shoulder. Ares' body shook, and Yisha was knocked out by a punch again. Ares did not stop, and when he stabilized his body, he jumped forward again and came to Yisha. Yisha quickly flipped over, turned over from the ground, and then punched out. With a sizzling sound, electric current surged from both sides of the destroyer, and white gas continued to spurt out. Heavy punch. Bang. This time, the two fists collided with each other. Crack. The next moment, cracks appeared on the destroyer, starting from the position of the fingers, and then turned into pieces of metal that kept falling down. Destroyer. Wrecked. The destroyer in Yisha's hand was completely shattered, even to the point where it had no shape left. Ares didn't just smash the destroyer to pieces, but smashed it directly. Yisha kept retreating, while putting his right hand behind his back. Yisha's 3 fingers were obviously twisted, and his bones were twisted unnaturally. Yisha could feel severe pain, and it was most likely broken. I'm going to play for my life. Yisha took a deep breath. Desperate? Half human? Half god? Both are fine. Yisha will enter the 8-direction wind and rain state according to what abilities appear. Of course, the apostle power is Yisha's biggest trump card, but it consumes too much. Yisha decided to use all his strength to activate it. Ares is not an opponent that can be easily dealt with, because Ares is currently only in the first form. But at this moment, poof! Ares suddenly half knelt on the ground, and then spit out a mouthful of blood. Flames continued to surge out of the cracks on his chest, beating wildly and uncontrollably, surrounding Ares' body. Ares covered his mouth with his hand, opened his palm, looked at the blood in his palm. His eyes flashed fiercely, and suddenly became hysterical, shouting at Yisha, "Give me blood! Give me blood!" Yisha was also a little stunned. Such a change was really beyond Yisha's expectations. Ares was injured? Yisha was sure that he didn't do it. The previous confrontation could be said to be a draw. In fact, if you are serious, Yisha should be the one who suffered the loss. After all, 3 fingers were broken, and the destroyer was also destroyed. However, Yisha reacted quickly. No matter why Ares was injured. After all, injured. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Yisha stretched out his hand without hesitation and wiped it in front of him. A row of fireballs appeared in front of Yisha. And then those fireballs flew forward. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion sounded again, and the flames swept forward, covering the sky and earth, and swallowed everything in an instant. The continuous flames formed a wave, sweeping forward, and almost in an instant, it swallowed up the entire beach. Yisha stood with his hands behind his back, waiting slowly. After an unknown amount of time, the raging flames finally slowly dissipated. However, there was no sign of Ares. He ran away. Yisha actually discovered that Ares had run away when the flames swept through, but he had no intention of chasing him. As the saying goes, don't chase a desperate enemy. Ares, who was suddenly seriously injured, was even more dangerous. Moreover, Yisha was not sure whether Ares was faking an injury. This injury was too sudden. Of course, Yisha felt that the more likely possibility was that the production of Ares was not completely completed, or that there should be hidden dangers. So Ares needed Yisha's blood. More blood. Yisha slapped his forehead. The original task was to find the relics of ancient civilizations. Why did it suddenly become so complicated? That old thing Malfarion appeared. 2 constellation monsters also appeared. Damn it. This is the standard for competing for apostles. And the most important thing is that 2 of them don't seem to be very interested in the task. And they are here for Yisha. One wants the sword. The other wants blood. Thinking of this, Yisha suddenly felt that the apostle's walk was a bit stupid. It was totally not worth it to send him to do this job. He seemed to be more valuable than the relics of ancient civilization. Of course, he just complained in his heart. After the job was done, he still had to do the work he should do. Hey, get out if you're not dead. Yisha shouted in the direction of the woods. Let's go. Chapter 1848 Old Friends. Minghai ran out of the woods and sighed. It seems that I really need to work hard. Otherwise I really can't help you. Yisha, I'm glad you have this intention. Yisha walked towards the woods. But at this moment, Yisha turned back suddenly. On a sea cliff not far away, there was an obvious reflection, which lasted for about half a minute. Sniper? Yisha murmured. Strictly speaking, It was a very unprofessional sniper. The reflection of the scope could last for 30 seconds. No. Even if it was an amateur sniper, it would not be possible for such a long time if he made a mistake. Bang! At this time, the other party fired a gun and hit a big tree about 5 meters away from Yisha. And Yisha knew who the other party was. "Let's go!" Yisha said to Ming Hai, "Meet some old friends." Yisha walked towards the cliff and saw Niepa with a gun on his back at the top. Yisha smiled. "Should I congratulate you on becoming the chief train attendant?" Niepa also smiled. "This position is not easy to sit in. The pressure is really not small. And the competition is too great." "Yisha, didn't Gan Lin become the deputy train conductor? By the way, you don't know the current situation of Doomsday train." "Niepa, there are 3 crew chiefs now." Yisha, "Oh? Who else?" "Niepa, one is called Shisi. You probably know him. And the other is called Chen Bailey." Yisha knew Shisi, a veteran crew member. As a crew member of the first period, he became a crew member earlier than Yisha. Almost all the crew members of that period died, and only a few people were left. Because of this, it is clear that those who are still alive must be very strong. As for the other person, Yisha was not sure. It was probably a new attendant who had completed the task or passed the train conductor's assessment. "Yisha, it seems that you are not having an easy time either. So, let's talk about some business. Niepa, I have a task for the chief attendant to kill the Holy Sun. It seems that it is you?" Yisha smiled. "What do you think?" Niepa sighed. "It seems that this task is not easy to do." Yisha, "Fortunately, I don't have the task of killing the chief attendant. Then I should be thankful." "Niepa, let's get straight to the point. Are you here for the relics left behind by ancient civilizations?" "Yisha, you're asking even though you already know the answer." Niepa took out a cigar and lit it. "Then I'll just say it directly. I want this mission, and I want to take the relics left behind by ancient civilizations." Yisha's eyes became deep. "It's hard to say. You should know that although I have changed my identity, my position remains the same. It's just that I'm doing things on a different side. What belongs to me is still mine." "Niepa, can't our friendship be exchanged for your failure once? If you play the emotional card." Yisha narrowed his eyes. "My answer is yes. Just because you helped me when I was being hunted, I can leave now. But you should understand that love and friendship will gradually fade." "Niepa, of course. You can't do things that require repayment for favors too many times. So I decided to save this emotional card for later." Then, Yisha slowly drew out the twin serrated swords. "In fact, I have wanted to fight with you for a long time." Yisha was not provoking or testing. But telling the truth, Yisha really thought about what it would be like to have a serious fight with Niepa. It is actually surprising that Niepa can climb to his current position, because he plays with guns. In this era, firearms, a hot weapon in peacetime, have become a disadvantage. Niepa is good at killing people. Yisha knows that long-range sniping is still very powerful. But how strong is Niepa in a head-on battle? It is hard to imagine how strong Niepa is just based on firearms. Therefore, Yisha has always known that Niepa has hidden abilities. The simplest thing is that Yisha has hardly seen Niepa use abilities that are not related to firearms. But Yisha knows that Niepa must have them. And they are very strong. Otherwise, he would not be able to climb to his current position. "Unfortunately, I don't want to." Niepa smiled. "So, let's trade." "Yisha, more than 10 minutes ago, someone also wanted to trade with me. But I refused." "Niepa, I know." "Malfarian." "Yisha, I can't accept his trade. Malfarian obviously doesn't understand me. When I am not doing well, I don't want others to be well either. However, you are an exception. Tell me, what do you want?" "Niepa, I want the relics of ancient civilizations." "Yisha, what's the price?" "Niepa, nothing. But I can provide very important information. About Doomsday train. About you. Well, there are some things, but I don't want them. You can get them yourself." "Yisha, it's hard to assess the value of information." Niepa spread his hands. "I can only hope that you believe it." "Yisha, can you guarantee that it's absolutely worth it?" "Niepa, okay." "Yisha, because it's you. Then, I believe it." Niepa said seriously. "Thank you." "Yisha, then, tell me." Niepa smiled. "Logically speaking, intelligence is not a commodity, and there is really no way to give it in advance. However, just like you, because it's you, I believe it. Yisha smiled. Nyepa, first of all, Ares is completed. And he wants to kill you because there are defects. Dr. Davis did not completely produce Ares, and can only move for a short time. Dr. Davis needs your corpse to complete Ares. Yisha, I already know. Although there are some guesses. Nyepa, don't worry. The second piece of news. You will be surprised. Dongfang is not dead. Yisha raised his eyebrows. This news. It is indeed very surprising. Nyepa, you don't have to doubt the authenticity. Dongfang is really not dead. In fact, I feel that he is even stronger. I fought with him. I almost died. And he was looking for you. Yisha, oh? Nyepa, he obviously didn't know that you had left the Doomsday train. After seriously injuring me, he forced me to tell him whether you got off at that stop at that time. It is indeed surprising and useful information. Yisha smiled. In fact, I am also very interested in your ability to fight against Dongfang and survive. Nyepa said leisurely. To survive on the Doomsday train, you must know how to hide your weaknesses and keep a few cards. Yisha smiled again and continued, but just this is not enough to make me give up the relics of ancient civilization. Of course, I haven't finished yet. Nyepa, Malfarion also wants to find you. Not to hunt you down as a traitor of the Doomsday train, nor because you are the son of God, but because he wants something from you. Yisha, a sword? Chapter 1849 News. Yeah. Nyepa, I saw you fighting with Malfarion and Ares. It's normal for you to know what the other party wants. But do you know the function of that sword? Yisha shook his head. He really didn't know. And Yisha was very curious. Nyepa, Malfarion and Dongfang are looking for you for the same reason. Both for that sword. At the same time, I know some reasons. The first reason is that we all know that Dongfang has the sun and the moon in the sky. But in fact, Dongfang's strongest is... Yisha interrupted. It's the sword. I know. I fought with Dongfang. And, theoretically, I killed him once. Nyepa, that's the point. It is said that Dongfang was also an ordinary passenger before. But he became a steward at the second stop. And became the chief steward at the third stop. Relying on his extremely powerful swordsmanship. And Dongfang's swordsmanship all came from that sword. Oh! Yisha, didn't he exchange anything on the Doomsday train? Nyepa, I don't know about this. But the sword is undoubtedly the most important thing for Dongfang. I don't know more specifics. And this is not the only reason why the sword is important. Yisha, what else? Nyepa, that sword may be a key. Sorry. I don't know what the key is used for. But according to the information I know, Malfarion wanted the sword not for Dongfang's swordsmanship ability, but because it was a key. And there was another more important reason. Yisha nodded to indicate that he was listening. Nyepa, you killed a conductor once. Didn't you? Yisha, probably. I can't say for sure whether the conductor was dead at that time. Nyepa, the conductor cannot be killed. At least the general means cannot kill the conductor. I don't know if there are other ways to kill the conductor. But the sword is a way to kill the conductor. Yisha frowned. Although the first two pieces of news had surprised Yisha, this piece of news was the most explosive. Yisha didn't know how to describe his mood. Or rather, there was no accurate word to describe it. Surprise, astonishment, joy, etc. Maybe all of them. And even doubted how true what Nyepa said was. Nyepa was not in a hurry, as if waiting for Yisha to digest all this. After a moment, Yisha, anything else? Nyepa, finally. There are two more sentences. This is not a secret on the Doomsday train. But I think it is very important to you. It was said by the train conductor. Yisha, you say it. Nyepa, the first sentence. Do you want eternal life? Yisha, eternal life? Nyepa nodded and continued. When the Doomsday train arrives at the terminal, you may get eternal life. Yisha took a breath. Who did you say that to? Nyepa, all the crew members. Of course. The chief purser. And the deputy conductor. As for whether the people in the death car knew, I'm not sure. The conductor said it in a mysterious voice. It can be distinguished because it is the conductor's voice, not the mechanical, emotionless synthetic sound of the mysterious voice. Yisha, in other words. Is the Doomsday train about to arrive at the terminal? Nyepa, I don't know. But many people speculate so. So the Doomsday train has been crazy recently. Because the conductor's words reveal an obvious message that not everyone can get eternal life. The conductor used the word maybe. Yisha stretched out his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose. Then, Apostle Noah. Yisha had no evidence. But he had a feeling that everything had changed since the appearance of Apostle Noah. The apostles believed that the root of everything was Apostle Noah. So what about the conductor? Who is the conductor? What does he know? Yisha always felt that the meaning of the Doomsday train arriving at the terminal was not that simple. Yepa, are you satisfied with the information? Yisha, the things are yours. I will leave here. Wait a minute. Yepa, the transaction is not yet completed. Yisha was stunned for a moment. Then, you don't want me to help you get the things? Nyapa, why not? There are some troublesome guys on the island. Yisha was happy and pointed at himself with a smile. Hey, I am the apostle. The apostle will not negotiate a deal with me. Nyapa, besides, I won't let you do anything that has no benefits. There is a good thing here. I don't know what it is, but it is related to those skeletons. Oh! Yisha became interested. Isn't it related to the relics of ancient civilization? It is also related. Yepa thought for a while. What you said. In addition to the magical power of the relics of ancient civilization, there are other things. You also know that the perception of superhumans is far superior to ours in some aspects. Yisha nodded. What do you need me to do? Nyapa, you saw the ghost ship, right? Yisha nodded. Nyapa, the ghost ship appears at the same time every night. This is why you destroyed the ship. If you are interested, see you tomorrow. If not, then see you next time. I hope we can still talk face to face in such a friendly way next time. Yisha suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Yi's destruction ship withdrew. And the people from Compu also withdrew after seeing the ghost ship destroyed. It turned out that there was more than one chance. Yisha took a deep breath. Goodbye. Nyapa, goodbye. Yisha walked towards the bottom of the cliff. And Minghai trotted to catch up with Yisha. Minghai, are you really going to let it go? If you don't bring the things back, your situation may be a bit bad. Yisha smiled. What do you know? Minghai, please. I'm not stupid. I can guess how you are doing in the Apostles' Walk. I think other people's attitude towards you can be guessed. This is an opportunity to show your ability. If you perform well, they will change their views on you. Yisha, first. I don't care what their attitude is towards me. I can still live well without the Apostles. I don't deny this. Minghai smiled. At worst, we can do it alone. Who is afraid of whom? However, it feels a bit stupid. I finally ran away from the port city and ran back again. I didn't say I would hang out with you. If you want to go back, you can go back by yourself. Yisha, second. I may die in this mission, but I will never fail. Ah? Minghai was stunned. Why? Yisha, because I have extra relics left over from ancient civilizations. Chapter 1850 Waiting. Does Yisha not care about the attitude of the apostles towards him? Of course not. Yisha does not have any sense of belonging to the apostles as she expected. But it is undeniable that it is necessary to gain the trust and change of the apostles. At least, it is not like now, where one person comes to stir up trouble. And the most troublesome thing is that there is no intelligence. The apostles actually know a lot of things. When he was still on the Doomsday train, Yisha had felt several times that the apostles actually knew more. For example, the apostles often get the upper hand when it comes to the relics left by ancient civilizations. Now, Yisha has no support in this regard. So if Yisha wants to know more, he must change his situation first. What's the solution? Of course, there is a solution. When Joyo spoke, Yisha had already thought about it. It didn't matter whether he could get the relics left by ancient civilizations this time. Yisha had a lot of them, so he could just throw one away. Anyway, only Yisha and Minghai came here, and the apostles knew nothing about it. Moreover, even if they knew, what would the guide do? An ancient civilization relic was placed in front of him. What should they do? Denial that Yisha found something? Then Yisha would take the thing back. No denial? That would mean that Yisha had done what they wanted to do. Of course, if the guide was shameless enough, denying that Yisha found something, and asking Yisha to hand it over as the Son of God, then Yisha would have nothing to say. But it was still good for Yisha. Handing over the ancient civilization relic would not change the guide's opinion, because the guide knew that Yisha did not succeed in bringing the thing back. However, the opinions of other apostles will still change. And Yi Sha's situation will still change. It depends on how the guide handles this matter. If he announces that Yi Sha has not completed the task and forces Yi Sha to hand it in, then it will be a complete fallout. At best, he will just turn against him. Yi Sha does not really need to join the apostles. Yi Sha believes that he can live well alone. If that doesn't work out, he can work for Compu, which actually has a lot of information. Moreover, as the source of the end of the world, Compu still has some stuff. Thinking of this, Yi Sha felt that going to Compu to hang out was not too bad. The only trouble is Dr. Witzel. The old man has always wanted to make Yi Sha into a constellation monster. In short, Yi Sha is not worried about the current situation at all, and he will not suffer any loss. After listening to Ming Hai, he nodded. Don't worry. I will keep it secret. Yi Sha, it doesn't really matter whether it is confidential or not. But let's do it this way for now. Yi Sha was not very interested in the relics of ancient civilizations at the moment, because the information Nieppe gave was more explosive. Especially the Doomsday train might arrive at the terminal. Nothing could be more surprising than this. Except, this is a sword. After finding a secluded place in the woods, Yi Sha and Ming Hai sat down to rest. Taking out this sword, Yi Sha studied it carefully. Appearance, material. To be honest, Yi Sha really didn't think there was anything special about this sword. It was a very ordinary sword with no special appearance. The only thing worth mentioning was that the sword had a very beautiful silk pattern on the blade. The material was metal. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be iron, and probably inlaid with copper. Yi Sha waved it twice. What's so strange about this sword? Ming Hai said, why don't you break it and see? According to martial arts stories, if there is a secret of a sword, it must be hidden in the blade. Yi Sha rolled his eyes. Malfarian and Dongfang, you both know the secret of this sword. At least part of it. But the sword is intact. Ming Hai, is it possible that they are fooling you? Yi Sha, it's possible. Ming Hai, do you know who I'm referring to? Yi Sha, Nieppe. Who else could it be? Ming Hai was surprised. You don't trust him? Based on your conversation, I thought you had a good relationship. A close friendship. Yi Sha, indeed. We have a good relationship. A close friendship. Ming Hai, in that case, why do you doubt him? Don't deny it. If you didn't doubt him, you wouldn't have said his name when I asked. Yi Sha, suspicion has nothing to do with whether we have a friendship or not. And it has nothing to do with whether the relationship is good or not. I don't know what other people are like. The basis for my judgment of a thing is never these. Because feelings can change. And there is never absolute and fixed. Moreover, my friendship with Nieppe has not reached the point where I dare to break up with you until the mountains are gone and the sky and the earth are united. Ming Hai complained, if you are really that close, it means that you have a hidden body transaction. Yi Sha shrugged and ignored Ming Hai's ridicule. Ming Hai, now that you mention it, I am very curious about how you view this matter. Yi Sha, standpoint. Ming Hai was puzzled. Standpoint? Yi Sha, he is the conductor of the Doomsday train. And I am the son of the apostle. This is the position. The opposing position is the root of everything and the basis of judgment. Not the friendship you mentioned. Ming Hai, just like first love is usually madly in love. But it will break up anyway. Yi Sha, yes. In my opinion, any emotion that changes is not enough to make a judgment. Even if it is the closest person. For example, the phrase father is kind and son is filial. The father must be kind first. And then the son will be filial. If the father is a gambler, alcoholic, and domestic violence, do you think the son will still be filial? Of course. It is not denied that the father is a very good father. But the son is a bastard. Ming Hai, you are such a dark person. Yi Sha, I never thought I was a good person. But in this respect, I don't think I am dark either. I just want to ask you, am I telling the truth? Isn't there such a thing? Ming Hai spread his hands. Okay. You are right. Yi Sha, in the end times, it is cruel and cold. The so-called feelings are even more fragile, and not enough to be used as a reference. The only thing that remains unchanged is the stance. When standing in the same camp, you can be trusted. But when standing in different camps, you cannot be trusted. No matter who the other party is. Ming Hai was surprised. Then you still agreed? Yi Sha, after all, I don't deny that Nieppe might be telling the truth. I have doubts. But I don't deny it completely. Ming Hai, okay. Since you know what's going on, you don't need me to remind you. What should we do next? Yisha, wait for the ghost ship. Chapter 1851. The ghost ship reappears. We still have to wait for the ghost ship. Yisha is still a little interested in what Nyepa said. Secondly, it would be good to take a look at the relic of the ancient civilization. What if it is a power related to spiritual power? Then Yisha can only apologize to Nyepa. Going back on his word? Well, it can be considered. Minghai thought about it and suddenly said, when should we go look for the capsule machine again? Yisha, why do you suddenly think of this? I'm not willing to give up. Minghai took out a cloth bag from his arms. You know, this is my most important thing. The first thing I do when I get up every day is to check if the things are there. And the last thing before going to bed is to check if the things are put away properly. Minghai said, as he untied the cloth bag and poured the things inside onto the ground. Coins. All coins. Minghai, since I got together with you, I have become more determined. Gashapon machine. Yisha whispered. Yisha also cared about the Gashapon machine. But he had tried to find it before and failed. Yisha was indifferent. Some things are hard to force. Yisha put away this is the sword and lay down. Go find it when you have time. No words for the whole night. After the Doomsday train arrived, the island became very lively. You could always hear the sound of fighting. But it had nothing to do with Yisha. Yisha's current target was the ghost ship. Until night, when they came to the beach, Yisha picked up the telescope and looked at the sea. After looking for a while, Yisha handed the telescope to Minghai. Minghai, there are a lot of people. Yisha nodded. First of all, the people from Compu came again. Just like last night. A large-scale deployment. It can be seen that Compu is a little anxious. The appearance of the people from the Doomsday train is a big threat to them. Obviously, they want to speed up the process, find out something, and then leave. In addition, Yisha found some people on the Doomsday train who were hiding. Don't underestimate the people on the Doomsday train. It's normal that Yisha believes the news about the ghost ship. And Nyepa knows it. After all, the purser has relatively more resources. But there is no impenetrable wall in the world. And it's normal for some people to have the key. However, the target that needs attention was not found. Yiyu didn't show up. Nyepa didn't show up. Malfarian didn't show up. And Ares. It should be impossible for him to show up. Ares is very powerful. But if what Nyepa said is true, Ares should be unable to participate in the war again. At this time, Minghai put down the telescope. Here it comes. Yisha took the telescope and looked at the sea. Sure enough, the ghost ship appeared again, approaching rapidly from the horizon. At the same time, the sea suddenly surged. Near the beach, countless skeletons emerged from the sea one by one, holding weapons, and quickly walked onto the beach. The battle began. Compu used the same method. A large number of armed personnel fought with the skeletons on the beach, delaying the skeletons' pace, and then arranged for others to board the ghost ship. However, with the previous lesson, Compu will not send minions to the ghost ship again. The people of Doomsday train also started to move and went out to sea. Some found ships, and some swam directly. After all, the ghost ship was not far from the beach. Those people were greeted by skeletons again. Compu has obviously studied it. Those skeletons must all go ashore. Otherwise they will also be attacked in the sea. Moreover, skeletons are not affected by sea water and can move on the seabed. Obviously, as creatures, they will suffer more when fighting in the sea. Therefore, the most correct method is the method of Compu, which is to attract the skeletons, then send personnel to contain them, and then approach the ghost ship. Of course, it is just a little troublesome. Yisha does not think that the people of Doomsday train cannot even get on the ghost ship. Minghai, shall we take action? No hurry. Yisha, we can wait a little longer. But you can go first. Minghai, why are you not in a hurry? But I am? Yisha, I can fly. Can you? Minghai immediately slipped away obediently, ready to find a corner where no one was to jump into the sea and swim. Yisha picked up the telescope and looked in the direction of the ghost ship. What on earth was that ghost ship? Yiyu had not appeared yet. But Yisha believed that Yiyu would not give up easily. That is, it was not the time for her to appear yet. Considering that Yiyu did not appear immediately last night. Is there a reason for the time? Yisha murmured. But as Yisha said, he was not in a hurry at all. From Yisha's position to the position of the ghost ship, using the paper wings and the ability of the Son of Wind, and pushing with the wind and rain from all directions. Yisha rushed to the ghost ship, and it took at most 1.5 minutes. Time passed by minute, and through the telescope, Yisha could clearly see that there was another chaotic battle on the deck of the ghost ship. Skeletons were all over the deck, and anyone who boarded the ghost ship would be attacked crazily. At the same time, Yisha also saw Ming-Hai. Yisha had to admit that this old guy was not stupid, because Ming-Hai did not board the ship at all. Ming-Hai climbed onto the anchor chain through the hull, and then tied himself to the chain with a rope. There was a lively fight on the deck, but Ming-Hai was not affected. After about half an hour, Yisha finally moved, because the ghost ship started. The ghost ship came to a place not far from the beach, and then anchored there, and the skeletons began to invade the ground. However, the ghost ship started to move again. Yisha raised his eyebrows, feeling that he seemed to have thought of the key. There was actually nothing on the ghost ship. They boarded the ghost ship not because there was anything on it, but because the ghost ship could take them to where they wanted to go. In this case, there was no time to lose. The paper wings behind Yisha instantly spread out, and then he quickly flew forward, flying towards the ghost ship. When approaching the ghost ship, Yisha saw Yiyu on the other side. Sure enough, Yiyu would not give up so easily. Yiyu said directly, "Get on the boat first, and talk about other things on the boat. The boat is moving, and we can't get to the place even if we follow in the air." Yisha nodded. Yiyu just floated forward and had no intention of attacking. In this case, Yisha also gave up attacking and said directly, "Then I will go first." Yisha's speed was faster, and the paper wings behind him flapped again, and then landed on the deck. The moment Yisha fell, the surrounding skeletons quickly surged up, but they were unable to reach Yisha. Sizzle! Yisha's body. Lightning arcs jumped straight. Countless electric currents spread out in all directions, smashing those skeletons. Chapter 1852 The World in the Past. Yisha pulled out the twin sawtooth swords. He didn't want to waste too much energy on these skeletons, so the twin sawtooth swords were the best choice. With a strong swing, Yisha chopped the skeletons that rushed up to him into pieces. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly felt a weight on his back. Several skeletons rushed up from behind and hung behind Yisha. But, crack, crack, the skeletons made a loud noise, and then broke into a pile of bones. Then, Yiyu landed on the deck. "It's been a long time since we cooperated." Yisha waved his sword and said, "However, I have to confirm your position first. Yiyu, Nyepa has found me." "Okay. Then the position is confirmed." "Yisha, anything you want to say? You know what I care about. After all, the relics left by ancient civilizations are no longer mine. Yiyu, the ghost ship appears every night. The people from Kompu have come here a long time ago and discovered this, but they have not been to the ruins. Yisha, but they have things found in the ruins. Of course. Yiyu, there are also some ruins on the island, but those are just scraps. We all know what is really valuable. In addition, some things they found at sea." "Yisha, at sea?" "Yiyu, I don't know that specifically, but there are indeed some. However, there is no doubt that we are currently heading for the real ruins." "Yisha, what about what Nyepa said?" "Yiyu, I'm sure there's something else. You probably haven't investigated the situation of Kompu. There are many people from Kompu who are exploring the ruins on the island. And then, they went crazy." "Yisha, crazy?" Yisha thought about it, and found that he seemed to have seen it before. "Yiyu, so? I'm sure there's another force at work. And we can assume that if the power of the relics left by ancient civilizations is what brought the people of the Freedom Pirates back to life, those skeletons were affected by the relics left by ancient civilizations. Then what about this ship? Ghost ship? Yisha, is there something wrong?" "Of course it's wrong. Yiyu, do you think a normal ship can reappear the next day after it sinks?" "Yisha, what do you mean?" "Yiyu, I don't know, but I'm sure that skeletons have entities. They will die after the number of times they are reassembled. But ships don't. Ghost ships are a kind of empty substance. You could understand it as a spiritual creation, or a phantom manifestation. In fact, there is no difference between the two. Do you remember Zhonglingxiu?" "Yisha, I have a vague impression. There are very few superhumans, and even fewer powerful superhumans. This is not only the case on Doomsday Train, but everywhere else. On Doomsday Train, the superhumans that can make people remember are Yiyu and Zhonglingxiu. But Yiyu is just better. Yi Yu, Zhong Lingxiu's exclusive brain ability is called Imagination Embodiment, which is the same as Fantasy Embodiment. He can show everything he imagines. But the brain ability consumed is different depending on the material that is shown. But that's roughly what it means. Yi Sha, is this ship probably the same? Yi Yu, 9 out of 10. After Yi Yu finished speaking, she suddenly looked at the sea. A large amount of light appeared on the horizon. The space seemed to be distorted, and it seemed that something was affecting it, making everything look extremely chaotic. Yi Yu, I'll know the answer soon. The ghost ship was still in chaos, and then slowly entered the light. Boom, boom, boom. When the ghost ship entered the twisted space, suddenly, a violent noise suddenly appeared. Yi Sha looked up and saw a cannonball appear in the sky, then fell into the sea, creating a large splash of water. It was not a traditional cannonball, but a solid cannonball, a black sphere. Yi Yu suddenly pointed to the side. Look there. Yi Sha looked up and murmured, Is that the Navy? On their side, there were 3 Navy ships. The next moment, Yi Sha and Yi Yu looked down and saw that the broken ghost ship had actually begun to repair itself. Soon, it was no longer rotten and broken, but had returned to its normal appearance. A roar suddenly sounded. Yi Sha looked at the skeletons around. The skeletons opened their mouths and roared loudly, and actually made a sound. Then flesh and blood appeared on their bodies, turning them into fierce pirates, and then continued to attack the people around them. This is an image of the past. Yi Yu, look there. At the bow, a man wearing a captain's hat stood there, holding a huge axe in his hand. Very tall. However, what Yi Yu asked Yi Sha to look at was obviously not the captain, but the figurehead. Generally, the figurehead is made of metal, but the figurehead of this ghost ship is made of stone. And then Yi Sha clearly felt the power contained in the relics of ancient civilization. Yi Sha, it's the figurehead. This was really an unexpected result. They had always thought that the ghost ship would take them somewhere, but they didn't expect that the relics of ancient civilization had always been on the ghost ship. Boom! At this time, the shells attacked again and hit the ghost ship. 3-1. The Navy seemed to have the upper hand. But at this moment, the speed of the ghost ship suddenly increased and rammed into the Navy ship. Boarding battle. The ghost ship quickly collided with the Navy ship, and the bow seemed to break through the hull of the Navy ship. The pirates rushed to the deck of the other party and started to exchange fire. There were shouts and cries of killing everywhere. Yi Sha, Niepa should be on the ship. Right? Yi Yu, he should be. Yi Sha, contact him. I'll go get the things, and also find out what I want. As Yi Sha spoke, he walked quickly forward. The twin serrated swords kept swinging, slashing at the surrounding pirates. It seemed that the guys of the Freedom Pirates had become weaker. When they were still skeletons, they at least had the ability to reassemble, which was very troublesome. But now, they were just a group of slightly stronger and fiercer gangsters. Looking at it this way, the Freedom Pirates, who seemed to have returned to the past, seemed even less worthy of mention. While thinking, Yi Sha leaped forward and jumped towards the deck of the Navy ship. Die! Yi Sha fell from the air and slammed his raised fist hard into the deck. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and as Yi Sha's fist fell, the electric current flew wildly around. Chapter 1853 Captain. Yi Sha didn't care who it was. All the pirates and Navy fighting around were blown away. After death, those pirates and Navy did not become corpses, but directly vaporized, as if evaporated, and disappeared without a trace. In fact, they were not creatures that existed in this world. As Yi Yu said, they could be understood as something like a phantom, or something from the past was presented. It was too easy. The skeletons are more troublesome, and will constantly entangle Yi Sha. Now, it can be said that there is no difficulty. After Yi Sha dealt with the guys around him, he smashed the deck with a punch and then jumped down. The figurehead was right in front of Yi Sha. Be careful. At this time, Yi Sha's ears rang with Yi Yu's voice. It was Yi Yu who was using the brain area ability to talk to Yi Sha remotely. Of course, it was only one-sided. I can feel that the power is becoming more obvious and gathering. Yi Sha, position? Yi Yu, of course it's your position. Boom. The moment Yi Yu finished speaking, the deck above Yi Sha's head shattered again, and a figure suddenly fell down. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes. The pirate in front of Yi Sha was a pirate, but he was not an ordinary pirate. The other party was wearing a gown, with his clothes open, revealing a strong body, holding a scimitar, and most importantly, wearing a captain's hat. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Captain Harmon? This is the information Yisha got from Wan Mingji, the captain of the Freedom Pirates. I think that's his name? Well, it doesn't matter what you call him. Yisha stretched out his hand forward. Either die or get out of here. It's your choice. Yisha's arm was surrounded by electricity, and as Yisha's fist blasted forward, an electric current blasted towards Harmon. Bang! When the electric current flew, Harmon suddenly took a step forward, then raised his knife and chopped it forward. Sizzle! The electric current was chopped off by Harmon, but Harmon kept retreating, and the scattered electric current covered Harmon's body. Yisha smelled the smell of burning. Harmon's body was obviously not as strong as imagined. The skin and flesh were torn apart by the electric current, and the blood and flesh were turned inside out, and dirty blood kept dripping. However, Harmon did not die. Harmon shook his body, and the burnt ash on his body kept falling off, and he was restored to his original state in an instant. But at this moment, the blade suddenly appeared. Yisha leaped forward, and the twin serrated swords in his hand swept forward. With the sudden appearance of the sword light, Harmon's head flew up. Yisha bypassed Harmon and continued to walk towards the figurehead, but suddenly heard a strong wind coming from behind. Yisha instinctively turned his body, and with a clang, a crisp metal clanging sound rang out. Looking up, Yisha saw Harmon standing in front of him again, and the chopped head appeared on Harmon's neck again. Hey, Ming Hai, come and see your relatives. Yisha wanted to shout like this. 2 consecutive attacks were fatal to Harmon, but Harmon was fine. Immortality? No, not immortality. Ming Hai's ability is real immortality, while Harmon is purely due to some kind of power. Ming Hai is a living creature with a physical body, while Harmon obviously does not have one. Instead, he was created like a projection. Yisha thought about how to solve this troublesome thing, and then thrust forward again, piercing Harmon's heart. Tick, tick. Blood kept dripping down and fell to the ground. However, even if the heart was pierced, Harmon was still not dead. Bang! Harmon raised his sword and fell, slashing the ground, chopping a section of the floor. Before that, Yisha had already turned his body to the side and distanced himself from Harmon. But the speed has increased. The power has increased. Yisha quickly discovered some problems. It seems that every time Harmon suffers damage, he will become stronger. This is a bit troublesome. If Harmon cannot be killed, and will become stronger after being attacked, then should I attack? Or not? Yisha quickly made a decision in his mind, kicked Harmon away, and ran towards the figurehead. Killing Harmon was not Yisha's goal, but getting the figurehead was. But Yisha felt depressed. If the figurehead was a relic of ancient civilization, it would belong to Nyepa. Damn it. He fought so hard. But the real owner didn't show up? While thinking about it, Yisha had already quickly approached the figurehead. Just as he was about to raise his sword to chop it off, Harmon had already rushed over again. But at this moment, bang! A violent sound. Like a gunshot, but very loud. Like a cannon firing. Then a big hole was opened on the side of the cabin, and Harmon was blown away directly. Nyepa walked in holding a strange gun and shouted, Yiyu! Yiyu fell from the big hole on the top of the cabin, with a stream of light in her eyes. Then black smoke continued to pour out of Harmon's body, and soon he turned into a pile of bones and fell to the ground. Nyepa said to Yisha, This is the agreement with Yiyu. The captain is hers. Yisha, I only care about where you have been for so long. Nyepa threw a book to Yisha. I will definitely do what I promised. This is your thing. In addition to the relics of ancient civilization, there is another thing with strange power on the ghost ship. It is very old, but it is preserved like a new book. I found it in the cabin before. Yisha nodded, chopped off the figurehead with a sword, and then said, This is yours. Nyepa, thank you. Yisha, I still don't understand. You seem to be very familiar with ghost ships. You should have more information than I thought. If so, why did you force me to come here just to give me this book? Nyepa, of course I asked you to come here because I need you. Now it's up to you to play. You have to let us go back. Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Yiyu, this is a past world that has been materialized. Although we have obtained the things, we are also trapped here. Therefore, we need to destroy everything before we can leave. Yisha, What do you mean by destroyed? Yiyu, it means literally. To destroy the entire materialized world. Or you could understand it as creating a doomsday and destroying this past world. There are not many people who have such ability and can do it in a short time. Nyepa and I may be able to do it. But it is not something that can be easily done in a short time. We also need to bring the things back to the doomsday train. We don't want to consume too much here to avoid being tricked when we go back. On the contrary, you can do this without excessive consumption. Chapter 1854 Return. Yisha, you really think highly of me. This is to create the apocalypse. Yiyu, this is not a real world either. It's just an illusory little world. Nyepa, just to remind you. This is the sea. When Nyepa said this, Yisha knew what he meant. Isn't it that he has the power of the Lord of the Sea? Yisha nodded. I'll take care of it. You guys finish it. Nyepa, okay. Yisha left the cabin and quickly entered the Dragon State. And then entered the White Dragon King State. Taking a deep breath, Yisha spread his arms. The sea water continued to surge. The waves began to rise continuously. And formed an impact towards the front. And the ghost ship and the navy ship continued to shake. However, this was just the beginning. Everything ends here. Yisha murmured in a low voice. The waves were layered, accompanied by continuous impact. And each wave was stronger than the previous one. In the blink of an eye, the wave surged to more than 100 meters, covering the sky and the sun. When the wave rose, the ship seemed extremely small. Everyone looked at the wave in amazement. And the only thought left in their minds was one. Irresistible. Boom! The wave fell. And everything returned to nothingness. In front of the huge wave, everything seemed vulnerable, and swallowed up everything easily. When the wave completely swallowed the ghost ship, the surrounding space twisted again. And then the sea surface became calm. The ghost ship was not far away from the island at all. It was nearby. And the sea was full of people. Yisha quickly descended, passing over the sea, looking for Ming Hai's trace. Here, Ming Hai floated on the sea and waved to Yisha. Yisha, let's go back directly. The Apostles' Walk is not without merit. The people on the Doomsday train can only go back through the Doomsday train platform entrance and exit. In this regard, the Apostles' Walk is relatively simple. It uses the device called interlude space to locate, and can lead no matter where it is. It is obviously more convenient than finding the Doomsday train platform entrance and exit. However, the more troublesome thing is that there is a lead time of about 3 to 5 minutes. And positioning is required. During positioning, you cannot move and must stay at the same coordinate position to successfully position. But the living people are trying to swim towards the beach. So who has time to watch Yisha and Ming Hai? Take out the device and start positioning. After a while, white light appears on Yisha and Ming Hai's body, and then disappears without a trace. Just like entering and exiting the platform of the Doomsday train. Yisha and Ming Hai's eyes are dark and bright. When the light reappears, Yisha and Ming Hai are back to the entrance of the headquarters of the Apostle Walk. There were apostles walking around, and they were not surprised. After all, they had all used the device of the interlude space. However, when they saw Yisha, many people looked disgusted. Yisha ignored them and walked directly into the building. Ming Hai, done? Yisha nodded, and then threw the book to Ming Hai. I'll give it to you, so that you don't have to do anything but seek death. Book of the Soul, an ancient book that has been passed down for countless years. Mind shock. Perform a mind attack on no more than 15 targets. And the target will suffer mind shock and mental shock, and see the things they fear most. The effect is reduced for those with strong will. Mind writing. Using mind writing, the illusion manifests what will happen in the next 15 minutes. Mind world, domain generate a small world with mind illusion. And one of the 5 domain effects will appear randomly, which lasts for 30 minutes. This book of mind is very powerful. Quite powerful. Mind shock is a direct attack, which can be understood as a brain ability such as mental shock. The effect is hard to judge. After all, it depends on the opponent's will. For example, Yisha feels that it probably has little effect on himself. The biggest disadvantage is that it is ineffective against zombies. But mind writing is amazing. This is completely the future predicted by the Emperor of Time. And it is 15 minutes. And it is a future that he can create. Of course, the Book of Mind is not a prop of the law of time. The future created by mind writing is fake and manifested by illusion. In other words, the two look similar. But the Book of Mind can be cracked. while the Emperor of Time cannot, because one is the real future, and the other is the fake future. But it is strong enough. The strongest is the field ability of the spiritual world. The 5 field effects are amplification, weakening, environment creation, climate creation, and phantom materialization. Phantom materialization is the strongest. Universal form. And the others are also very powerful. The only flaw is that it is random, and cannot be selected according to the actual situation, which may be a pitfall. For example, amplification and weakening are both possible, and phantom materialization is needless to say. But Mihai has no requirements for the combat environment and combat weather. Then these 2 effects. The former can freely create the environment, and the latter can freely create the weather. But for Mihai, they are useless. But overall, this thing is still strong. If it is placed on the Doomsday train, the starting price is at least 200 gold skull coins. After entering the building, there is a person in charge of contact at the front desk, mainly to facilitate finding people. The headquarters building of the Apostle is still very large. Yisha, let Emoshi come over. The other party lowered his eyelids, as if he didn't see Yisha. Yisha grabbed the other party's clothes and lifted him up. I asked you to find Emoshi. The Apostle next to him immediately shouted at Yisha, what do you want to do? Boom! As soon as the man finished speaking, an electric current passed by his head and smashed a piece of the wall. Get lost? Yisha glanced at him with disdain, and then said, don't make me repeat my words for the 3rd time. The Apostle was strangled and couldn't breathe. He struggled hard. Yisha threw him to the ground. The Apostle quickly contacted Emoshi. About 5 minutes later, Emoshi appeared in front of Yisha and spread her hands helplessly. You are causing trouble again. Yisha, why don't you ask the one who caused the trouble? Emoshi helplessly, okay. Let's not talk about this. Okay. Of course. Yisha, I will give you the things. And besides, I need you to help me with something. Emoshi, what is it? Yisha, I want to see the great sage. Emoshi frowned. You are going to Valen City? You brought back the relics of ancient civilization and proved yourself. You should have more tasks next. So, Yisha pointed at the ceiling and interrupted. Do you think I care about those old immortals on the roof? What they want is their business. I need to see the great sage. It's that simple. Emoshi was helpless. Let's deal with the relics of ancient civilization first, and we'll talk about this later. Yisha nodded. Chapter 1855 Great Sage. The item Yisha handed over was the sarcophagus, which was the only relic of ancient civilization that Yisha knew how to use. But because it was known how to use it, it was the least valuable. Moreover, Yisha knew how to use the sarcophagus, which was nothing more than the evolution of alien creatures. But at present, Yisha did not have any alien creatures that needed to be evolved. In contrast, other relics of ancient civilizations were more valuable because their uses had not been studied. The guide did not say anything, or rather, did not praise or criticize. Maybe he knew that Yisha had taken something to impersonate, or maybe he did not. The guide did not say a word about Yisha's performance. He took the sarcophagus and gave Yisha a pair of double guns. Both guns were based on the famous Desert Eagle. They were silver and extremely huge. They were worthy of the nickname of hand cannon. However, the Desert Eagle was not really a good gun, although it was indeed very famous. It was originally made as a hunting rifle. In addition to its beautiful appearance and great power, this gun had a lot of shortcomings. But the weapon that the guide used could not be an ordinary Desert Eagle. Otherwise Yisha would have dared to smash the gun directly on the guide's face. The name of the double guns is the Wind and Thunder double guns. The left gun can shoot wind bullets, and the right gun can shoot thunder bullets. According to Emoshi, the power is quite good, but Yisha has no use for it. He can control wind and thunder. What does he need this broken gun for? He just threw it to Minghai to save this guy from being useless in the battle. Leaving the guide hall, Yisha, how is the trip to Valen City? Emoshi spread her hands. The guide has no objection. Originally, many guides did not like Yisha, and it was the wish of the great sage to bring Yisha back. Since Yisha wanted to find the great sage, let Yisha find him. Most guides were indifferent. Yisha, then let's go. The reason why Yisha wanted to find the great sage was, of course, because of the information he got from Nepa. The fact that the Doomsday train might soon arrive at the terminal made Yisha very concerned. And Yisha was also very concerned about the sword in his hand. Yi Sha thought that the only people who could give him answers or ideas were guides. After all, they were all old immortals. The longer they lived, the more they knew. However, Yi Sha did not want to ask most guides, let alone expose such information to them. In Yi Sha's opinion, the attitudes of guides towards him can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category is the Great Sage, who has expectations for Yi Sha and believes that the Apostle Walk needs Yi Sha. At the same time, they welcome Yi Sha to join the Apostle Walk. She is a loyal supporter of the Great Sage, so her attitude is the same. The second category is mainly Weiss, who hates and is hostile to Yi Sha because he has killed too many apostles. Yi Sha can understand Weiss's attitude the most. It is not easy to turn enemies into friends. The third category is more special, mainly Jiuyo. They trust the Great Sage very much because the Great Sage has a high status and reputation in the apostles. But their attitude towards Yi Sha is ambiguous, neither rejecting nor accepting. This is most obvious in Jiuyo. Although Jiuyo helped Yi Sha solve the nightmare problem and spoke for Yi Sha in the guide hall, Yi Sha can clearly feel Jiuyo's indifference. Simply put, it was all for the sake of the Great Sage, and had nothing to do with Yi Sha himself. Yi Sha originally needed to perform well in order to win the support of the third type of guides. Those who hated Yi Sha would never change because of a simple mission, or their ideas could not be changed at all. In general, Yi Sha could not find anyone to ask in the Fog City base camp. Relatively speaking, Yi Sha did not completely believe in the Great Sage. But people respect me 3 points, and I return 3 points. The attitude of the Great Sage is undoubtedly the most friendly, and Yi Sha has some trust in the Great Sage. Leaving the building. This time you don't need to take a plane. You can use the interlude space to directly reach the Cathedral of Valen City. Impossible. The Great Sage received Yi Sha, then showed a look of astonishment and stared at Yi Sha. You said that the Doomsday train will arrive at the terminal? No. It's impossible. For thousands of years, the Doomsday train has not arrived at the terminal. Why is it suddenly arriving at the terminal now? Yi Sha shook his head. Great Sage, I think you didn't understand the meaning. The word terminal has many meanings. If used on a train, it means arriving at the destination. But how about another sentence? For example, their relationship has reached the terminal. The Great Sage understood a little. And then, what do you mean? Yi Sha, what I mean is that the existence of the Doomsday train. No. It should be said that everything should have value and meaning. So it was born. And the Doomsday train is no exception. So, what is the will of the Doomsday train? What is the will of the conductor? Arriving at the terminal may not be to reach the destination, but to do what the conductor has to do, which may be completed or usher in the end. The Great Sage pondered for a while and nodded. You are right. But the key is what the conductor wants to do. Yi Sha, that's why I came to you. The Great Sage, I'm sorry. The Apostle Walk has been paying attention to Doomsday train. But to be honest, although we know a lot about Doomsday train, we only know the surface and can't get to the core. The only thing we can be sure of is that Doomsday train has the behavior of exploring the world. Yi Sha said, explore the world? The Great Sage nodded. What do you think is the purpose of giving rewards when tasks need to be performed at each station? And, with all due respect, the rewards given by Doomsday train are even more valuable than what you need to find. And the goal is not clear. For example, in the Apostle Walk, we have been exploring the truth of the end of the world and ending everything. But the tasks of Doomsday train seem to be very complicated. Yi Sha nodded, not denying it. Great Sage, I think this is an exploration of the world. Before and after the end of the world are 2 completely different worlds. After the end of the world, too many unknown things were born. And the Doomsday train is exploring all of this. Yi Sha, what's the meaning? Great Sage, the meaning is unclear. I really can't tell you more about the news of the terminal, because I was also very surprised when I heard the news. But I will find a way to investigate. Yi Sha nodded again, and then took out this is the sword. Can you help me look at this thing again? The Great Sage took the sword, and then stared at Yi Sha. Do you know what this is? Chapter 1856 The Black Beast reappears. Yi Sha was not polite and asked, why would I ask you if I want to know? The Great Sage turned the sword over and over, and looked at it carefully. Yi Sha, Great Sage, do you know this sword? The Great Sage, yes. Yi Sha could not hide his joy. What exactly is this sword? The Great Sage, not sure. Yi Sha almost vomited blood. This old man was playing with himself. He knew it for a while, And then, he didn't know it. Great sage, first of all, what do you want to know? Yi Sha, I know this sword may have some secrets. The great sage nodded, I know. Yi Sha, I just want to know what the secret is. Moreover, this sword may have more than one secret. Great sage, I don't know about that. Yi Sha clenched his fists, wanting to hit someone. The great sage smiled, okay. Let's stop playing dumb. I know this sword, but I don't know what it's called. I know this sword has a secret, but I don't know what the secret is. Yi Sha, why don't you just tell me what you know? The great sage smiled, yes. This sword comes from the origin land. Yi Sha was surprised, ah. The great sage recalled, actually, strictly speaking, this is the first time I have seen this sword. But I have seen a sword steel that looks exactly like this sword. And that sword steel is in the origin land. If nothing unexpected happens, this sword must also come from the origin land. And it is likely related to an ancient civilization. Yi Sha was curious, how come you know so much about the origin land? You can't get in. Great sage, who said I haven't been in there? Yi Sha was surprised again, do you have the power of an apostle? I used to have it. Great sage, didn't you read my past? When my civilization was destroyed, and there was a bloodbath. That place was actually in the origin land. Yi Sha nodded. He had no interest in exploring the great sage's past. This old guy had lived for so long. If he really wanted to explore the past, it would probably take him 10 days, or half a month to finish. Yi Sha then, if I go to the origin, can I find out the origin of this sword? Great sage, probably. Yi Sha, great sage, do you still remember the location of the sword monument? The great sage shook his head, I can't say I can't remember. And I can't say I can remember. Yi Sha looked puzzled. Great sage, the sword monument is in front of a mountain. There are thousands of swords in the mountain, like several rivers. If you want to climb up to get the sword, you have to pass the sword monument. But the sword monument is invincible, and no one can go. Yi Sha nodded. Isn't this a very clear memory? The great sage explained, but knowing is one thing. The land of origin is so big that it's not that easy to find even if you know it. I don't remember how to get there except for the sword mountain. Moreover, countless years have passed. Who knows if there have been any changes in the land of origin? Yi Sha, anyway, I want to go to the land of origin again. The great sage nodded, that's no problem. Duh. At this time, clear footsteps sounded, and the three of them couldn't help but look towards the door. And then, they saw an apostle walking down the stairs in a hurry. Great sage, it's not good. The apostle panted, news from the headquarters. The highest level of battle news. The great sage frowned, and then said to Emoshi and Yi Sha, you go and rest first. I'll see what's going on. The great sage turned into a ball of light and left quickly. Emoshi and Yi Sha walked up the stone steps. Emoshi, there is a big trouble. Yi Sha, Emoshi, do you know what the highest level of combat information is? Yi Sha, it can't be that the train conductor has appeared. Right? Emoshi, it's almost time. Only when an apostle is found can the highest level of combat information be issued. Yi Sha counted silently. All the apostles are almost here. Right? Does Apostle X count? No. Emoshi, Apostle X is quite special. His origin is unknown at present. But according to the guide's judgment, he should be different from the apostles we know, and is related to Apostle Noah. Oh! There are two more. Yi Sha, if it is related to the apostles, I can understand the terminal station the train conductor meant. Emoshi, I'm not sure it's the apostles. But no matter what it is, we definitely have something to do. Yi Sha nodded. If it was a battle at the level of the apostles, then, without a doubt, the Son of God would definitely go out. Emoshi would definitely go. And then Yi Sha was stunned. It seemed that he would also go. He was now considered the Son of God. Right? Frankly speaking, Yi Sha was not in a good mood. Yi Sha was more interested in Don Fang Yu's sword and wanted to go to the origin. However, everything was unknown, so he wanted to see what happened first. Just as he was thinking, the great sage's light ball suddenly penetrated the ceiling and landed in front of Yi Sha and Emoshi. Follow me. The great sage, it's really a big deal. The great sage quickly floated forward, and Emoshi's face immediately became solemn. She called Yi Sha and quickly caught up with the great sage. The great sage led the two into the room and changed into human form again, Look! There was a projector in the room. And the great sage quickly played the screen. A lot of monsters. On the screen, there was a wilderness. And in the wilderness, there were densely packed monsters. Or, Yisha, a black beast? Yisha did not use an affirmative sentence, but a question. In the screen, those monsters looked very much like the black beasts that appeared in the new third city when Apostle X appeared. And they were very similar in appearance. However, very similar means that there are some differences. Like the black beast, those monsters have black scales and a similar body structure. However, there are huge bone spurs on the shoulders, backs, and lower backs of those monsters. There are also subtle changes in the head, which is more narrow and long, and less human-like. There are things like tentacles on the forehead, black horns similar to those of Argali above the ears, and thick tails like crocodiles above the hips. In Yisha's opinion, it is very likely to be the evolution of the black beast. As expected, the great sage nodded and approved of the black beast's statement, and then asked, "Do you know what has appeared?" The great sage did not keep the suspense, and asked directly after asking, "Do you know the Tower of Babel?" Yisha, yes. It is a huge tower built by the ancient Babylonian country. There is also a temple of Marduk on the high tower of ancient Babylon. The ancient Babylonians called it the Gate of God, and also called the road leading to the ancient Babylonian tower the Road to God. Chapter 1857 Tower of Babel. The great sage nodded, "You are right. Unfortunately, I am not talking about the ancient Babylonian tower. Moshi, then there is only one other tower. According to the 11th chapter of Genesis in the Old Testament of the Bible, humans united to build a tower that they hoped would lead to heaven. In order to stop the human plan, God made humans speak different languages so that they could not communicate with each other. The plan failed and humans have since dispersed. This legend is believed to be the reason why humans split into different races." The great sage nodded. And then the scene changed, and a huge tower appeared in front of Yisha and Emoshi. The tower was extremely huge, made of pure stone, in a circle, and stacked up layer by layer. Each layer had countless doorways, towering into the clouds, and it was impossible to judge how high it was. And around the tower, there were a large number of black beasts, like an ocean, densely packed and endless. The great sage, "This is the Tower of Babel." Yisha, "Is this just a legend?" The great sage, "Yes, but it has appeared now. In addition, please recall the origin of the Tower of Babel carefully." Moshi thought for a moment. "The Great Flood?" The great sage nodded. And then, after the Great Flood, the reproducing human beings began to build the Tower of Babel because they did not want to suffer the end of the world like their ancestors and be swallowed by the Great Flood. They did not believe in God's promise. So the Tower of Babel was seen as a rebellion against God. I think the appearance of the Tower of Babel at this time is obviously a metaphor. Yisha thought for a moment. Resist the end of the world? The great sage, maybe. She suddenly realized, it's Noah. According to records, the new humans at that time were called Noah's descendants. And Noah was their ancestor. Yisha also understood. And his pupil shrank. Noah's apostle. The great sage nodded, correct. It should be Noah's apostle who appeared again. And the Tower of Babel is inseparable from Noah's apostle. Yisha, should we go over there? Of course. The great sage nodded, remember. For us, Noah's apostle must be the real enemy, and the most important enemy. The appearance of Noah's apostle will be the root of all destruction. Because time has proved that the appearance of Noah's apostle is the beginning of the complete annihilation of every civilization. Yisha, then, what should we do? The great sage, it's not clear at the moment. We have only seen the Tower of Babel, but not Noah's apostle. But you can think of it this way. Whatever Noah's apostle wants to do, you destroy it. Yisha, like what the people on Doomsday Train did to Apostle Walk? The people on Doomsday Train have a consensus. That is, no matter what Apostle Walk wants to do, it is right to prevent Apostle Walk from having a good time. Of course, it is not ruled out that killing Apostle Walk will bring more benefits. The great sage was stunned for a moment. Then, you can think so. Yisha, I understand. The great sage, get ready. The interlude space will start in 1 hour. Because of the influence of the power of Babel Tower, we can only send you to the periphery. In addition, people from Doomsday Train will definitely appear. The great sage hesitated for a moment, then said, perhaps, this is the terminal of the Doomsday Train? The Tower of Babel leading to heaven. Yisha, unfortunately. The Tower of Babel is not completed. The great sage nodded. Then said, go and prepare. Prepare? There is nothing to prepare. Mainly to adjust the mentality and state. The tension and pressure do not come from the battle, but from before the battle. Actually, all you have to do is wait. Leaving the room, Yisha said to Emoshi, I'm thinking about something. So I have a question for you. What happened to limos in the end? Emoshi wondered, who? Yisha, the name of Noah's apostle. At the beginning, Yisha got what Noah's apostle wanted, and used the substitute doll to lead directly, and took the things back to the Doomsday train by trickery. Yisha was not very clear about what happened afterwards. Did the train conductor and Noah's apostle fight to the death? Anyway, the train conductor returned to the Doomsday train. At least the train conductor did not lose or die. But it was hard to say about limos. Emoshi, we dispersed after you left. The train conductor had no intention of fighting to the death with Noah's apostle. Once the train conductor left, of course we would leave too. You took everything away. So why fight? Yisha, that is to say, if the Tower of Babel was created by the apostle of Noah, then it is very likely that it was limos again? Emoshi, probably. Yisha, this is good news. Limos is very strong. But no matter how strong he is not as strong as the new apostle of Noah. Emoshi and Yisha leaned against the corner of the cathedral. The apostles around them were in a hurry, and most people were talking about it. The great sage has already handed down the task. The apostles' headquarters will send more apostles. And the target is the apostle of Noah. With the lesson learned last time, according to the great sage, 3 guides will be dispatched. Guides cannot be dispatched casually, in order to prolong their lifespan. All guides transform themselves into light source life, or they can be understood as life forms that exist in the form of energy. Every action consumes a large amount of energy. This consumption is different from the physical strength of other creatures. It is an irreversible consumption. Simply put, it is like a bucket full of water. Every time a guide fights, it is equivalent to pouring some of the water in the bucket. The physical strength of other people can be restored, which is equivalent to refilling the bucket. But the guide cannot. The water in the bucket can only be consumed and cannot be replenished. When the water is used up, it is the death of the guide. However, on the contrary, as long as there is always water in the bucket, the guide is almost immortal. If there is no battle, this consumption is negligible for the guide. All guides eventually die because they die in battle or enter continuous and fierce battles. The great sage is very weak. Emoshi secretly told Yisha in a sad tone that the great sage may die at any time, because the great sage participated in the battle with the water elves before. He was able to hold the train conductor back, and the great sage made an indelible contribution. But the great sage also paid a very tragic price, and his life is about to come to an end. Yisha couldn't help but think of the great sage's speculation about the train conductor. The train conductor might be the guide, although Yisha felt that this speculation was quite unreliable. However, it is a fact that the train conductor cannot easily leave the Doomsday train. The boss lady told Yisha that although the train conductor can leave if he wants to, he has to pay a considerable price every time he leaves. So, what is this price? Is it similar to the situation of the guide? Chapter 1858 Departure. Yisha was lost in thought, when suddenly, several apostles appeared and stood beside Emoshi and whispered something. They were Emoshi's guards in silver robes. Yisha, you go first. Emoshi, not in the same group? Yisha, I'm used to being alone. Damn. Minghai came over from the other side of the corridor. I'm not a human. Yisha smiled. I'm used to being with 2 people. Emoshi nodded. See you at the Tower of Babel. Yisha nodded. Minghai leaned against the wall next to Yisha. This woman takes good care of you. Is she interested in you? Yisha, she takes care of me because she follows the will of the great sage. The apostle's way is not my destination. I have no meaning and value here. Everyone's attitude towards me actually depends on the will of the great sage. Approval. Denial. Wait and see. The fundamental reason is because of the choice of the great sage. Minghai, where is the Doomsday train? Yisha, neither. It's just for survival. Minghai, what is your destination? Yisha, wherever I am. That's my destination. Everything is because of me. Minghai, I don't understand. Yisha, there's no need to understand. Being alive is the greatest happiness. You're great. Always happy. Minghai spread his hands. Sometimes it's actually quite painful. You know you're dying. And sometimes you're bored. The most important thing is to know that you can't die. And you're not afraid of anything. That feeling is actually not that good. After all, fear and terror are also emotions that normal humans should have. I almost don't have them. I'm not even afraid of death. What else can I be afraid of? Yisha chatted with Minghai for a while. And the apostles had already started to leave. Using the interlude space to leave here. Even after leaving the Doomsday train. Some of Yisha's habits have not changed. For example, he always likes to be the last to leave. Leaving the cathedral with Minghai, the interlude space was activated. And when he came to his senses, Yisha found himself in a wilderness, surrounded by a large number of red rock mountains. Suddenly, some black shadows appeared above Yisha's head. Some black beasts jumped down from the top of the rocky mountain. Let me do it. Let me do it. Minghai was very excited and suddenly pulled out his gun into the air. Bang! He pulled the trigger, and a crisp gunshot sounded, and a thunder bomb was fired. It looked no different from an ordinary bullet. But soon, the flying bullet made a harsh sound of electric current surge, and after turning into electric current, it turned a black beast into charcoal. Minghai was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He finally had a means of attack. And finally, he didn't have to seek death. Yisha watched from the side. What should he say? The black beast. It is stronger than the one he encountered in the new third city. But the improvement is not too obvious. The main reason is that Yisha looks at it with his own strength. The black beast in the new third city was dealt with by Yisha with one punch. And the black beast now is still dealt with one punch. For Yisha, there is essentially no difference. However, Minghai can kill it easily, which is still worthy of praise. The praise is not for Minghai, but for the two guns. The guide is at least not as petty as Yisha thought. These two guns are really good, and are definitely the level of mid-range weapons in the treasure list. The 100 or so gold skull coins are still worth it. Of course, he is definitely not as wealthy as the train conductor. Yisha, is there no limit on the gun? Minghai, yes. There are 2 magazines with 7 bullets each. They will be automatically regenerated after they are used up. But it takes time to regenerate. Yisha nodded. It would be terrible if he kept shooting, Minghai said as he stretched out his hand forward. And then he was shocked. Why is the mind shock useless? Yisha blew up the black beast's head with a punch. And then, you use mind shock to deal with a group of brainless guys? It would be strange if it works. This, Minghai really couldn't refute. Helpless. What if the bullets are used up? Yisha, you can go and die. Minghai, okay. I'll go then. Minghai thrust his double guns behind his waist. And then went righteously. Yisha smiled. And in the shadow behind him, the corpse flower vines suddenly emerged. And the moment they swept forward, they killed the black beasts. Yisha smiled. I would feel ashamed if you had to die to deal with such a thing. And it was my own fault. After dealing with the black beast, Yisha began to lead the way forward. This is just the periphery. Otherwise, they will encounter a large number of black beasts. This time, Yisha got relatively complete information. The location where the Tower of Babel appeared was in a small town called Sahel. And their current location was a rocky desert called Ulsan. In addition to this simple but necessary information, Yisha also had a map. Minghai looked at the map and said, it's about 15 kilometers. And it will take some time to walk. Yisha, there is no transportation in this place. Just as Yisha finished speaking, a sound was heard on the road beside them. And a jeep drove past them. Minghai, no transportation. Yisha decisively, grab it. Hey! Minghai, they are our own people. There were 3 apostles in the car. Yisha, they will only be considered our own people if they give me the car. Yisha directly threw out a large piece of A4 paper, flew in front of the jeep, and quickly formed a paper wall to intercept the jeep. Yisha came to the car and opened the door forcefully. You guys go away. Or should I do it? An apostle said angrily. Yisha. You are? Yisha grabbed the man's clothes and pulled him out of the car. Then threw him aside. Minghai, I advise you to go away. You can't beat him. So why bother? The apostle who was thrown to the ground said angrily. I will tell the great sage. Yisha, whatever. I don't have time to care about you now. The rest of you, get off quickly. Stealing the car and getting on the passenger seat. Yisha had no pressure. He just complained. And Yisha didn't take the identity of the apostle seriously. Which was not right. Fortunately, he was the apostle. Otherwise, Yisha would have killed him directly. Ming Hai drove. Actually, it's not good to do what you want. This car can seat 5 people. Yisha, it can seat. So I told him to get out. Ming Hai was stunned for a moment. Then understood. Since it can seat 5 people, the other party should stop the car and take Yisha and Ming Hai with them. But unfortunately, the other party didn't. Since the other party was not polite. Yisha was naturally not polite either. Yisha has always been like this. Either a companion or an enemy. Ming Hai shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking nonsense. Chapter 1859, War Begins. 15 kilometers? It is much more convenient to have a car. But it is impossible to go to the front of the Tower of Babel. Ming Hai stopped the car about 1 kilometer away. The front was densely packed with black beasts. With no gaps at all. Completely blocking all directions. At this level, the number of black beasts is at least close to 100,000. Yisha and Ming Hai stood on a rocky mountain. And Yisha looked out with a telescope. Ming Hai, there are still many people around. Why don't you take action? Because they had a car. Yisha and Ming Hai were the first to arrive. But they were not the only ones. There were some people around. Some of whom did not mind being exposed. And some of whom hid. But none of them took action. Yisha, fear of death. A very real answer. Ming Hai could not think of it, because Ming Hai was not afraid of death. So, only using strength to measure. Under normal circumstances, it is not impossible for an apostle to walk and kill the black beasts and enter the town. However, there is still a degree of danger. A 50-50 result. Just like no one wants to encounter a zombie tide. Yisha does not want to. Even though Yisha's current strength is not what it used to be. Secondly, we must be on guard against other people. If we are attacked by a black beast group, the consequences will be disastrous. Ming Hai, what should we do? No one is moving. It's not a good idea to keep the stalemate going. Yisha, I'm waiting for someone to break the deadlock. Ming Hai excitedly, what about me? Yisha looked at Ming Hai in confusion. You? Ming Hai, I'm not afraid of death. You just want to wait for others to take the initiative to attack. And then the situation will be broken. I can do it. Yisha said bluntly, idiot. Ming Hai was dissatisfied. Hey, be polite. Or, I'll die in front of you. Ming Hai thought about it, and it seemed that his threat of force had no effect on Yisha. However, after Ming Hai shouted like that, he knew why Yisha called him an idiot. Ming Hai was indeed not afraid of death. But the key was that he couldn't kill his way in. He couldn't get through the Black Beast group. In this case, there was no effect of changing the situation. Ming Hai, but it's boring to just wait like this. Yisha, it won't be boring soon. Because people are coming. Yisha pointed to the side. Ming Hai looked in the direction Yisha pointed. And soon saw several helicopters appear. Intending to pass through the Black Beast from above. Ming Hai, people from Compu? In Ming Hai's impression, Compu should be the only company that can mobilize helicopters at will. The Apostle Walk also has airplanes. But there are not many of them. The Apostle Walk does not rely on this as the main means of transportation. It can use the interlude space. And it will only be used in special circumstances. Yisha, no. It's someone from the Doomsday train. Yisha is very clear about how the Doomsday train works. In this case, the purser is the main combat force. And exists to deal with Noah's apostles. It is impossible for him to come here by himself like the others. Logistical support also exists for times like this. However, based on the current situation, Yisha doesn't think that the helicopter can enter directly. If it can be so easy to enter, Yisha would have flown in with paper wings long ago. Sure enough, Yisha was thinking. With a loud bang, a helicopter suddenly exploded from the top. And the propeller exploded, with flames surging. Then, the helicopter fell towards the group of black beasts. Yisha saw a figure falling from the helicopter and falling into the group of black beasts. After a roar, the surrounding black beasts fell down. At the same time, the remaining 2 planes also exploded. Yepa was on one of the planes. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be 3 crew chiefs for the 3 helicopters. Yisha was very satisfied with the results. And it was not unexpected. It would be strange if the helicopter was not shot down. Then what? The helicopter crashed for sure. If Yisha dared to use the paper wings, Yi Sha would be the target of everyone. Those who stayed on the periphery were not doing nothing. Whoever wanted to go in, whoever could go in, would be the enemy. However, it was impossible to kill the opponent at this level. What should he do after falling into the Black Beast group? Of course, he would kill his way in. Retreat? In theory, it was possible to retreat. He was still at the edge. If he rushed in first, he would definitely become the target of blocking. But Yi Sha knew it would not happen. The chief steward has the bearing of a chief steward. If he can't do this, he is not worthy of being a chief steward. Yi Sha had been in that position before, so he naturally knew what to do. Then, the deadlock was naturally broken. Ming Hai, shall we do it? Yi Sha, 5 minutes later. Yi Sha was not in a hurry. Patience is often indispensable. Passing the Black Beast group 5 minutes earlier or 5 minutes later will not affect the result at all. However, passing the Black Beast group 5 minutes later can make it safer when passing the Black Beast group. Yi Sha was still waiting, but the waiting time was not too long. The fourth person to enter the Black Beast group appeared, and it was Noi. The 3 stewards had all entered. The apostles could not stay still. If they did not move, they would be at a disadvantage and lose momentum. Noi directly summoned the giant god soldier, and the giant sword slashed forward, and a large number of black beasts were directly beheaded. If the 3 stewards were the signal to break the deadlock, then Noi was the fuse, directly igniting everything. When Noi killed his way into the Black Beast group, many people began to move and attack the Black Beast group. Let's go! Yi Sha put down the telescope and put on the mask. It's time for us to go too. Yi Sha jumped down from the rocky mountain. With a loud bang, a large area of the ground broke. And then, boom! The second loud crash sounded. Yi Sha looked back and saw Ming Hai lying there in a pool of meat paste. If you can't jump, don't jump. Yi Sha, it's disgusting. Yi Sha walked forward and came to the edge of the Black Beast group. Going first doesn't mean winning. Yi Sha curled his lips, and then spread his hands to both sides. Boom! The next moment, Yi Sha punched forward, and the electric current surged forward, like a long dragon, blasting into the group of black beasts. Almost instantly, a piece of the Black Beast group in front of Yi Sha was missing. With one blow, countless black beasts fell to the ground with electric currents on their bodies. Yi Sha stepped forward and officially entered the group of black beasts. The surrounding black beasts roared continuously, making deafening noises, and then madly approached Yi Sha and began to attack frantically. Yi Sha seemed to have heard nothing, and walked forward, with the electric current surrounding him and flowing along his body. A black beast suddenly leaped up, but the moment it came to Yi Sha, the electric current swept through it, and the black beast's body was cut into pieces, turning into a pile of mincemeat falling to the ground. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Chapter 1860 Black Beast Group. Yi Sha strode forward, relying entirely on the power of the Thunder Emperor. The electric current on his body shot out in all directions, shaking the black beast away. The battle begins? Fighting does not necessarily require face-to-face, and many times, competition is also a battle. As the 3 crew chiefs began to attack the Black Beast group, those who were confident of rushing through the Black Beast group began to move. Yi Sha glanced at the situation of the charge. The one in the lead was not Nyepa, but Shi, a slender blonde man. Very handsome. Even according to the aesthetic concept of Oriental people, Shi was handsome. There were 2 illusory snakes around Sis's body, constantly circling around him and biting the black beasts that rushed up from the surroundings. More importantly, the bodies of the 2 snakes were as sharp as knives, and the black beasts that approached would be chopped up continuously. Nyepa was in the second position. This guy, he actually used a gun. Nyepa used a machine gun, which Yi Sha had never seen before. He kept firing forward, and the black beasts fell one by one. There was nothing new. Yi Sha was very familiar with Nyepa's attack method, but Nyepa used his defensive ability, which Yi Sha had never seen before. All the black beasts approaching Nyepa were blocked by an invisible barrier. The third place was still the flight attendant, an Asian in his 20s, with a delicate face and a small body, but giving people a very fierce feeling, because this guy used his fists. Every time he punched, the surrounding black beasts would explode and be smashed to pieces. This guy turned out to be an extreme evolver of physical fitness, and the only flight attendant Yi Sha didn't know was probably Chen Bailey. The fourth one. Seeing the fourth one, Yisha was shocked. It was not Noi, but an apostle. The way the other party charged into the formation made Yisha confused. Yes, it was totally incomprehensible. The other party just moved forward, and the black beasts around him kept falling to the ground and dying. Their bodies were covered with scars, as if they were cut dozens of times in an instant. Moreover, not just one, but all the black beasts that approached seemed to be cut dozens of times in an instant. The apostle walked with his hands behind his back, moving forward, and black beasts fell along the way. So strong, terrifyingly strong. The apostle should have entered the black beast group later, but he has already advanced farther than Noi, and his speed has not slowed down. At the speed of the apostle, it will not take long for him to surpass the 3 crew chiefs. Yisha was shocked. There is such a strong guy among the apostles? Apart from the guide, the Son of God should be the strongest. Yisha and Moshi are the strongest among the sons of God. But after just one look, Yisha knew that the other party's level was not lower than his own. Could it be Qianmian? Yisha remembered the last Holy Son, but the feeling was not the same as when he first saw him. As for the 5th place, it was Noi. The giant god soldier was a piece of cake to deal with the black beasts. He was extremely brutal. With a swing of the big sword, a group of black beasts would fall to the ground. Noi sat on the shoulders of the giant god soldier. It seemed that Noi was the most relaxed, because he was the only one who didn't need to do anything. The 6th place. It's not worth mentioning. The people behind are a distance away from the boss of the 5 people in front. They are not at the same level at all. Even if they are slightly ahead and reach the 6th place, it is obviously meaningless. Who? Yisha took a deep breath, knowing that it was time for him to get serious. Competition is also a battle. Since everyone has taken action, then who can get through the black beasts first is of course also a confrontation. Yisha opened his hands. Come out. Wreak havoc. Destroy everything. The shadow behind Yisha suddenly stretched out and became extremely huge, forming a huge circle with a radius of at least 15 meters. The next moment, corpse flower vines. Countless corpse flower vines. A dozen extremely thick corpse flower vines surged out, waving wildly in the air, and then smashed down in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The corpse flower vines fell to the ground, continuously making loud noises, smashing the black beasts into pulp. And this was just the beginning. The ice and snow god cried out, then spread his wings and flew into the sky. And then as the ice and snow god's wings flapped, large pieces of frost fell downwards. The earth froze. The ice queen swayed her body, emerged from the shadow behind Yisha, and pointed forward. A beam of aurora flew forward. 1, 2, 3. The aurora passed forward, piercing through at least hundreds of black beasts. At this moment, many people looked in the direction of Yisha. Yisha was also telling everyone in this way. Yisha. Here he comes. Yisha continued to move forward, quickly opened up the distance, and came to the 6th position. This is the real competition. The first person to pass through the black beast group can only be one of these 6 people. Yisha narrowed his eyes, knowing that the real battle is about to begin. At present, the positions of the 6 people are staggered, but they are approaching each other. It is conscious. The root of this battle is not only to pass through the black beast group quickly, or in other words, there is more than one way. The real way to win is not to be the fastest, but to be faster than others, so that others can't be fast enough. Fighting is the best way. Everything started as Yisha thought, and the first to enter the battle was Nuyi. Qin Bailey has fallen to the 5th place, overtaken by the weird apostle Xingxing. It must be said that the type with extreme physical evolution is at a disadvantage at this time, because there is no ability to kill in a large area, and can only rely on fists and feet. The speed of killing the black beast is certainly not fast. It can only be said that relying on the strength of the body, the black beast can't stop him. After falling to the 5th position, Qin Bailey obviously began to approach Noi. This meant that he was going to fight. Currently in the middle of the black beast group, Qin Bailey's attitude was too eager, but his intention could be clearly guessed. Sure enough, Qin Bailey suddenly shouted, then jumped up and came towards Noi. Noi had expected it, and the giant god soldier attacked in the direction of Qin Bailey. The giant sword and fist collided with each other, making a loud noise, and the terrifying air waves spread out in all directions, and the surrounding black beasts were shaken away one after another. Qin Bailey roared in anger, then exerted force on his arms again. His muscles tensed, And then, the giant god soldier was knocked away by Chin Bailey's punch. The giant god soldier flew towards Yisha. And Yisha snapped his fingers. And the corpse flower vine surged, catching the giant god soldier and throwing it aside. Yisha had no intention of taking action. Or rather, he had no intention of participating in the fight between Nuyi and Chin Bailey. After putting down the giant god soldier, he continued to walk forward. Chapter 1861 Chin Bailey. However, just because Yisha didn't want to participate didn't mean that everyone thought so. Chin Bailey suddenly punched the ground, breaking a piece of the ground, and then directly dug up a stone slab, raised his hand, and threw the stone slab in the direction of Yisha. Bang! The moment the stone slab flew in front of Yisha, the corpse flower vine swung it hard and lifted the stone slab away. Chin Bailey suddenly jumped up, twisted his body in the air, and kicked Yisha. The surrounding corpse flower vines quickly surged over, crisscrossing in front of Yisha, forming a wall to meet Chin Bailey. With a bang, Chin Bailey landed his foot on the corpse flower vines, crushing them, and then came to Yisha and suddenly punched. Yisha casually waved his hand forward. Shock wave. An invisible force appeared and pushed towards Chin Bailey. This was force majeure. Even if Chin Bailey was a type with extremely evolved physical fitness, he could not resist the impact of the shock wave. However, it was impossible to cause any harm to Chin Bailey. Twisting his body in the air, Chin Bailey fell to the back. But without stopping, he turned around and punched behind him, because the giant god soldier was behind Chin Bailey. Bang! Chin Bailey's fist collided with the giant god soldier's fist. And then, the giant god soldier was beaten back continuously. Yisha looked at Chin Bailey. It seems that your plan is not to stop one at a time, but to stop both of us? Chin Bailey, I'll stop two of them. And it'll be 2 against 1. Doomsday Train will win. That makes sense. Yisha, but what gives you the confidence to fight 2 against 1? Chin Bailey ignored Yisha's provocation and jumped forward again. Noi commanded the giant god soldier to charge forward. But at this time, the corpse flower vine swept across. The corpse flower vine swept the giant god soldier and Noi away. And they fell far away. Stop getting in the way. Get out of the way. Yisha knocked Nui away. Then looked at Chin Bailey. It seems you don't quite understand what I mean. Snap. Yisha suddenly stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers casually. Yisha, what I mean is, you can't even deal with me. And you still want to fight 2 people at once? Is ignorance the source of courage? When Yisha finished snapping his fingers, the shadow behind Chin Bailey suddenly stretched out, becoming like a rope, and suddenly wrapped around Chin Bailey. Chin Bailey's charge came to an abrupt halt, and he fell heavily to the ground. Chin Bailey roared and kept reaching out to pull the shadow on his body. But the shadow was not so easy to pull off. It was simply stretched. And then Chin Bailey let go, and it returned to its original state. At the same time, Yisha took out the bronze pocket watch. The hour hand was moved to the 2 o'clock position. 2 o'clock, time push the enemy's time and advance the enemy's target's time to 10 minutes later. Ah! Chin Bailey suddenly screamed, raised his head and roared. And then, there were dense wounds on his body. Blood kept flowing, soaking his clothes. Plop! Chin Bailey bent his knees forward and fell to the ground, his chest heaving and gasping for breath. Yisha came to Chin Bailey, grabbed Chin Bailey's hair, and lifted Chin Bailey's head. A corpse flower vine rolled from behind and directly strangled Chin Bailey's neck. The conductor is really going backwards. Yisha, are you qualified to be a conductor? Ah! Chin Bailey was extremely angry. He raised his head and roared. He suddenly struggled violently, broke the corpse flower vines wrapped around his neck, and punched Yisha. Yisha tapped his toes, then jumped back and moved the time of the Emperor of Time to 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, time turbulence can disrupt the time of the enemy target, lasting for 5 minutes. Yisha watched Chin Bailey attacking him, standing still with his hands behind his back. And then Chin Bailey's fist brushed past Yisha's body. Chin Bailey was stunned. Didn't hit? Yisha didn't move at all. Chin Bailey turned around and punched Yisha, but still missed. This is the use of time turbulence. Chin Bailey's time has been chaotic. Chaotic time is not stagnant or accelerated, but it can stop or accelerate. In the last second, Chin Bailey's time must be 10 times slower than Yisha's. In the next second, Chin Bailey's time may be 10 times faster than Yisha's. Whether it is accelerated or slow, whether it is 10 times or 5 times, In these 5 minutes, Chin Bailey's time is completely disordered and cannot be measured by normal time. Why can't Chin Bailey hit Yi Sha? Because the time of the two is not equal. Chin Bailey's eyes deceive Chin Bailey. It seems that Yi Sha is right in front of him. But if time slows down, Chin Bailey only sees Yi Sha in the past. And if time speeds up, Chin Bailey sees Yi Sha in the future. Naturally, none of them could hit. Ah! 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 Chin Bailey roared, punching and kicking continuously, attacking Yi Sha continuously. But it was completely useless. An attack that couldn't hit was meaningless. Bang! Yi Sha punched and hit Chin Bailey's lower abdomen hard. 2 corpse flower vines swept from behind, hitting Chin Bailey's back and knocking Chin Bailey out. Yi Sha stepped forward. But at this moment, Yi Sha looked up at the sky. In the sky, a large number of beams appeared, arcing in the air and falling in his direction. Gunfire roared. A huge roar. The next moment, those beams fell madly in the direction of Yi Sha. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions continued, and huge fireballs exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, everything around was completely engulfed by the flames. I don't know how long the billowing burning flames lasted. Slowly, a figure emerged from the flames. Yi Sha walked out of the burning flames. The flames kept tumbling, but a vacuum zone formed where Yi Sha was. The moment the flames approached Yi Sha, they would sweep around. The power of the Son of Flame. The flames could not hurt Yi Sha. After walking out of the flames, Yi Sha looked into the distance. Is it Nyepa? Yi Sha looked around, and Chin Bailey had disappeared. He had obviously been rescued. Yi Sha had no intention of looking for or chasing, but stretched out his hand forward, and the tumbling flame swept forward, burning the black beasts. In the blink of an eye, a large number of black beasts in front were killed. Keep moving forward. Chapter 1862 Roadblock. Yi Sha was not the first to leave the black beast group. Because Chin Bailey was causing trouble, Yi Sha fell behind a little. But it was not a big problem to kill the black beast group. Those black beasts were very interesting. They seemed to wander only in a certain range. When they entered the town behind the black beast group, they stopped chasing and let Yi Sha come and go. However, there were no black beasts. There were fusion beasts. The place where Yi Sha stood was suddenly covered by a large shadow. Looking up, a huge corpse egg floated above Yi Sha's head. The next moment, 2 tentacles suddenly emerged from both sides of the corpse egg and fell downward. Yi Sha quickly dodged, and when the ground was hit by the tentacles, a huge crack appeared. The sword flashed, and the corpse egg fell from the air and hit the ground. Because the appearance of the corpse egg was almost certain to be the work of Noah's apostle. But I don't know whether the fusion beast is Lemur's exclusive ability or can be created by Noah's apostle. If it is good news, that is, Limos can make it alone. Which is better. Although Limos is also very strong. They have fought each other, and are more familiar with each other. If the Noah apostle can make it when walking, it is difficult to determine whether the person who appeared here is Limos or another Noah apostle. A new Noah apostle who has never been in contact with walking is obviously a greater threat. Of course, Yi Sha also thought of the third possibility, which is also the worst possibility. There are 2 Noah apostles, Limos and a new Noah apostle. Yi Sha thought as he walked forward. However, Yi Sha did not go far. A desolate town, with fusion beasts floating everywhere in the sky above the town. A man stood in front of the street. He looked to be in his 30s, with Asian features, but with a high-nose bridge, blue eyes, and red hair. He seemed to be mixed race. Someone on the Doomsday train. The other party spoke first. Let me introduce myself. I am Bruce, Mr. Sit's crew member. I was ordered to stop you. I am the former crew chief. Sis? Yi Sha narrowed his eyes. It seems that you don't have a good relationship with him. Bruce was puzzled, then smiled. I respect Mr. Sis very much, and provoking me is useless. I think you misunderstood. Yi Sha, if your relationship is good enough, why would he let you die? This is my mission. Bruce, besides, I don't think this is a suicide. Click. Click. Bruce was very straightforward, and didn't communicate too much with Yi Sha. He said to start the action and acted decisively. Along with the sound of something breaking, large cracks appeared on the ground. All around, a red light appeared from under Bruce's feet, pushing out to the surroundings, covering a large area. Domain ability. Bruce opened his domain at the first opportunity. I know how powerful you are. So any reservations and temptations are unwise. Only a full-strength fight. Bruce stretched out his hand forward. Land of thorns. In the area, countless thorns suddenly pierced out from the cracks in the ground and stabbed in the direction of Yisha. Yisha quickly retreated to the back. Boom! 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 The thorns continued to pierce the ground, making loud noises continuously. The already cracked ground became even more broken, and pieces of sand and dust were stirred up. Bruce shouted, piercing. Suddenly, the thorns began to swim along the ground, wrapped Yisha in the center, and quickly rotated, and then continued to rise. The dense thorns continued to rise, forming a cylinder, and then fell towards Yisha like a mountain collapse. Boom! The huge roar sounded again. The ground below made a loud noise, like a whale. And then the ground collapsed downwards, and the surrounding buildings collapsed one by one. Almost in an instant, everything around turned into a large piece of ruins. Bruce exhaled a foul breath, and seemed very satisfied with his attack. Is this your full strength? But at this moment, a sword flashed, and a gap was cut in the thorns. Yisha came out. Should I say you are too confident? Or too ignorant? Bruce's face changed, and he stretched out his hand forward again, and the surrounding thorns surged again. Don't waste your energy, Yisha, because you are already a dead man. When Yisha spoke, he was about 15 meters away. But the moment he finished speaking, Yisha suddenly appeared behind Bruce. Bruce looked down at his chest in disbelief. There was a blood hole there. One glance lasts 1,000 years. Yisha casually shook off the blood drop on the sword falling on the southern border. I can probably guess what Sis is thinking. It's nothing more than delaying. One person delays for 10 minutes. And sending 3 people can delay for half an hour. This is enough for him to get to the location of the Tower of Babel first. But Yisha turned around and looked at Bruce, who fell to the ground with a thump. The problem is, Yisha, are you really qualified to delay me for 10 minutes? Yisha took out his pocket watch and checked the time. 36 seconds. Not bad. Bruce could no longer hear Yisha's words, because he had completely lost his voice. Yisha began to wonder if there was any meaning in arriving at the Tower of Babel first. This time, the apostles still had some information support, but the intelligence they had was indeed not much, because the Tower of Babel appeared suddenly, and none of these information indicates that being the first to arrive at the Tower of Babel brings any benefits. In this case, why is Sis so anxious? And why did he send people to die? Just to buy time? You know, it is understandable to compete for the first place in the Black Beast group. After all, so many people are watching. And Doomsday Train and the Apostles are mortal enemies. People are fighting for a breath. And the first to rush out of the Black Beast group is the winner. Of course, this winner does not mean much. But it is difficult to understand why it is the first to arrive at the Tower of Babel. No one is watching. And most people are still struggling in the Black Beast group. If there is no benefit, Yisha does not think Sith will be so anxious. Does Doomsday Train have some information that the Apostles don't know? Yisha thought as he walked forward. At this time, with a loud bang, a house on the side suddenly collapsed, and a large piece of rubble pressed towards Yisha. A humanoid fusion beast walked out of the collapsed house, baring its teeth and approaching Yisha with a ferocious face. Chapter 1863 Roadblocker Number 2. Yisha looked at the other party, and knew that this guy was a bit troublesome. This was not the first time Yisha had seen a fusion beast, and he knew some of the characteristics of these things. First of all, the difference between strong and weak can be judged. Corpse eggs are the worst. That thing is to piece together a bunch of corpses into a sphere, and then use the broken corpse parts to attack. Just like the characteristics of zombies, attacking the body is ineffective. You must find the face, and then kill it with one blow. Next are some fusion beasts in various forms, including beasts, birds, and insects. Cutting off their heads will kill them. Generally speaking, they are much stronger than corpse eggs. Finally, there are humanoid fusion beasts, which are the most powerful forms. They are almost at the level of mutant zombies, and can basically reach the platinum level. There are also king-level beasts, but they are relatively rare. Another way to judge is the splicing of the body. For example, corpse eggs are spliced, but the fusion beasts in front of us have almost no traces of splicing, although it can be seen that the hands and feet look different and come from different corpses. They are completely fused together. In fact, this level can be truly called a fusion beast. Boom! Yisha took a step forward. His chi sank into his dantian, dragged one arm back, and then swung it forward like a whip, punching out. Exploding lava. Flames emerged from Yisha's fists, and those flames quickly solidified and turned into magma. The power of the Son of Flame. Boom! After a loud noise, magma gushed out from Yisha's fists, turning into a stream of magma, rushing towards the fusion beast. The fusion beast immediately raised his eyebrows, feeling the burning heat all around him, and the faint smell of burning in his hair. He couldn't help but look embarrassed. Although he had given the first move, the little guy in front of him was really rude. However, the fusion beast also reacted very quickly. Knowing that it was impossible for him to avoid the impact of the magma, he simply stretched out his hand and pressed forward into the void. Barrier. A spherical barrier appeared in front of the fusion beast, protecting its body. This should be a trick of superhumans. Fusion beasts definitely do not have intelligence. But whether they have brain abilities, they do have some. It can only be understood as an ability given by Noah's apostle. However, the moment the magma impact was received, the barrier began to melt. Against non-physical attacks, the barrier is indeed not as good as imagined. However, the barrier did block the magma impact to some extent, giving the fusion beast some time. After a flash, the fusion beast moved aside. The next moment, the barrier was shattered, and the lava flow rushed to the wall behind. And then Yisha blasted a circle of melted holes in the wall. Roar! At the same time, the fusion beast roared. Spiritual power. A very strong spiritual power was overflowing from the fusion beast, rushing forward quickly. While the fusion beast roared, it stretched out its hand violently, and 5 nearly transparent spheres flew out at the same time, bombarding Yisha. Yisha's expression remained unchanged, and he immediately performed the shadow step. Boom! 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 Yisha's figure was like a ghost, moving continuously, dodging those spheres, and those spheres continued to make loud noises after falling to the ground. The next moment, Yisha dodged all the spheres, and then rushed straight to the fusion beast. What a pity! Yisha, even if the power is very good, it is meaningless if it can't hit. Yisha rushed forward and punched out with force. But at this moment, the fusion beast suddenly leaped up. Yisha was speechless when he saw the fusion beast leaping 5 or 6 meters. It was normal for normal superhumans to float in the air. But how could they have such good physical fitness to jump so high? Boom! 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 The next moment, 5 spheres hit Yisha continuously. Yisha looked at the 5 spheres flying towards him. But he was not in a hurry. He also stretched out his hand and pressed the air. Red flame armor. A circle of crystallized flames appeared in front of Yisha and caught the 5 spheres. After continuous collisions and explosions, Yisha's crystal flame shattered, turned over in the air, and landed steadily on the ground. As Yisha spoke, he waved his hand and slashed in the air, and 2 volleys of slashes went towards the fusion beast. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded, and a wave of air swayed in the center, pushing the 2 people away. At the moment of stabilizing his body, Yisha rushed forward fiercely, and spiritual mist appeared on his body. Ghost step. Yisha suddenly appeared beside the fusion beast. But at this moment, the figure of the fusion beast suddenly disappeared. Yisha was stunned. Does the fusion beast also have this ability similar to teleportation? The fusion beast appeared on the other side. Yisha used the ghost step twice in a row. After his figure flashed, he landed in front of the fusion beast and then punched forward. Oops. I was fooled. After Yisha punched out, his fist actually went straight through the body of the fusion beast. Yisha knew that he had fallen into the trap of the fusion beast. However, Yisha was also very agile. He immediately jumped to the side when he saw that something was wrong. Even so, Yisha was still hit by a punch and was blown away. Yisha shouted softly, then suddenly drew his sword at a very fast speed, and kept slashing forward. 6 dragons flew into the sky. Roar! The dragon roared suddenly, and then with each sword strike of Yisha, a dragon-shaped energy fell from the sky and blasted forward. Bang! 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 As the dragon-shaped energy hit the ground also made a series of loud noises. This is Yisha's method. The fusion beast just disappeared, but it did not cease to exist. By using a large-scale bombing, the fusion beast can be forced out. Sure enough, the fusion beast showed up, somewhat embarrassed. At the same time, Yisha completed the bombing, and was not polite. He flipped his body in the air, stretched his legs downward, and kicked with the force of falling. Watching Yisha falling rapidly, the fusion beast did not dare to neglect it. He was indeed able to suppress the source power. But from the perspective of comprehensive strength, the fusion beast really did not dare to take it lightly. He quickly summoned all his 5 spheres, and kept rotating them in front of him. Boom! The next moment, Yisha's body suddenly caught fire. The power of the Son of Flame. The burning flames turned into a dragon shape, with 5 claws slightly bent, revealing a ferocious look, entwining Yisha's body. Then, as Yisha kicked a sphere, a huge roar resounded through the sky. In a moment, the ground broke into pieces, and large spider web cracks appeared. Amid the huge roar, pieces of sand and dust flew up, covering a large area of space. After a moment, the sand and dust gradually dispersed, and Yisha slowly stood up. The ground under his feet had already turned into a big pit, deeply sunken, and the ground was destroyed beyond recognition. With Yisha as the center, there was no intact ground around him, and it was completely shattered and collapsed. Chapter 1864. The battle continues. The fusion beast disappeared. But, however, Yisha looked serious and did not take it lightly, because the fusion beast has not lost yet. At this time, on the other side of the sand and dust, the fusion beast also showed up, coughing and spitting out 2 mouthfuls of sand and dust. This fusion beast is more troublesome than Yisha imagined. The superhuman has obvious advantages and disadvantages. The brain ability is very strong, but the physical fitness is really not good. Therefore, when fighting against the superhuman, experienced people have the same choice. Or in other words, there are only 2 choices. Attack the superhuman's body, and don't take the superhuman's brain ability seriously. The second method is to wear the opponent out. But the fusion beast in front of him is an alien, and it cannot be treated with normal superhuman standards. On the one hand, its physical fitness is also very strong, and on the other hand, it has been fighting for a long time, and the strength of its brain ability has not decreased at all. Yisha guessed that the fusion beast may not have the so-called brain consumption. Then, without a doubt, he can only force it. Ghost step. Boom! Yisha's continuous ghost steps approached the fusion beast, and a deep pit was stepped on the ground under his feet. A barrier appeared in front of the fusion beast, ready for defense. But is Yisha's fist an ordinary fist? The supreme martial arts. Yisha's aura suddenly changed, and it became fierce in an instant. The supreme martial arts was Yisha's last trick in the early days. Now it is almost eliminated. But almost eliminated is not eliminated. Moreover, the supreme martial arts is actually an ability that can be used for a lifetime. In some special situations, the supreme martial arts is still very useful. For example, in a purely physical confrontation, when it comes to causing considerable damage to the enemy's body, the ancient martial arts of the martial arts supreme are very outstanding. A fist with internal energy is not an ordinary physical attack. Roar! When Yisha punched, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. The next moment, Yisha's fist was intercepted by the barrier without any suspense. However, this is not the end. Although Yisha's fist was blocked, the dragon-shaped energy ignored the mental barrier and penetrated directly, forcing towards the fusion beast. This change was enough to give the fusion beast a hard blow. Yisha didn't think that the fusion beast would have any research on internal energy. However, the fusion beast in front of him might not have been an ordinary person when he was alive. He had a lot of combat experience. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and pressed it. A nearly transparent sphere appeared, which slightly blocked the attack. And then the fusion beast disappeared without a trace. But, is Yisha's attack over? Of course. No! Boom! Boom! There was an inexplicable explosion under the feet of the fusion beast. It turned out to be a stream of magma rushing out from the ground below. With a huge impact force, the fusion beast was blown away. This time it should be cruel enough. Yisha curled his lips. Unfortunately, Yisha was disappointed. The fusion beast lay on the ground for a few seconds, and then stood up again. Yisha could see that there was a piece of armor on the fusion beast. Damn it! Yisha was stunned for a moment, and then cursed. This guy has a lot of brain abilities. Yisha kept on walking despite his scolding, and appeared in front of the fusion beast again, using the ghost step. The fusion beast watched Yisha approaching him and punching him again. So he naturally didn't dare to use the mental barrier again. Unless he was a fool. Fortunately, the fusion beast seemed to have no wisdom. But in terms of combat judgment, it was the same as normal humans. The fusion beast suddenly raised its hand forward. Yisha suddenly felt an invisible wall appear in front of him. And then he ran straight into it. Ugh! Yisha groaned. Then just hung in the air, sliding down along the invisible wall. It was still a barrier. But the barrier was not used to protect the fusion beast, but stood directly in front of it. This was somewhat beyond Yisha's expectation. The barrier could actually be used in this way. Since it could not block the penetration of the chi, it directly stopped Yisha's progress. Exploding lava. Yisha immediately changed his moves, and a large piece of flame appeared on his arm. The lava flow quickly erupted forward and headed forward. Buzz! Yisha suddenly felt tinnitus in both ears, and then a sharp noise sounded in his ears. Ah! Yisha roared and kept retreating. Mental force impact. The mental force impact is to simulate the effect of sound wave noise with mental force. Listening to the sharp sound, Yisha felt like his head was about to explode. The fusion beast stepped forward, used the mental force ball to move to Yisha's front, condensed a ball in his palm, and pressed it on Yisha's lower abdomen. Bang! When the ball pressed on Yisha's body, Yisha was blown away like a cannonball, flying about 15 meters away, hitting the wall hard, smashing it to pieces. Asshole! Yisha pushed away the rubble pressing on him and got up. Can't you just die honestly? Yisha didn't want to consume too much of himself on the fusion beast. After all, it was just an insignificant battle, and it was just an ordinary fusion beast blocking the way. But now, Yisha was really angry. The sun and the moon were in the sky, Yisha shouted, and a small sun appeared in Yisha's palm and flew into the sky. Meteor. Under the sunlight, countless magma balls suddenly exploded and scattered around. The fusion beast had no way to deal with this. The range of the meteor even covered a large area of space. What could he do? The next moment, the fusion beast opened the barrier and condensed armor outside its body, intending to attack hard. Boom! 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 The meteorite landed, and then a series of roars sounded. However, this move is also a large-scale attack skill. The fusion beast does not need to bear all the impact of the meteorite, and the pressure is not as great as imagined. However, just as this side took the attack, Yisha rushed up. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. The sword light is cold. The meteorite that fell from the sky has completely blown up the defense of the fusion beast. The barrier has long been broken, and the armor on the fusion beast has been difficult to maintain its shape. Countless cracks have appeared, and it can no longer defend. At this moment, the sword light stabbed by Yisha also reached the front of the fusion beast. With one sword, the sword light turned into 24. The body of the fusion beast froze in place in an instant, and there were sword holes on its body, and blood was constantly oozing out. The most important thing was that Yisha's sword Luo Nanjiang pierced through the forehead, completely penetrating the head. Plop! The next moment, the body of the fusion beast softened and fell forward, with a pool of blood under it. Chapter 1865 Maya's Hand. Yisha continued to move forward and soon found that there was something wrong with this town. From the outside terrain, the town was a very ordinary town. A town built near the Western Desert Highway. It looked very desolate. But this kind of town was actually very common in countries with vast land and sparse population. The town had all the necessary facilities, and it only took an hour at most to drive to the nearest city. There was nothing special about it, and Yisha did not pay special attention to the town itself. But after entering the town and walking for a while, Yisha found that this town was really a bit tricky. I don't know how to describe the feeling. Or should I say, a maze? The dilapidated houses and dilapidated streets. If you believe everything you see with your eyes, then this town is nothing special, except for the fusion beasts that appear from time to time. But after walking for a while, Yisha found that he was always circling in an area. It was easy to distinguish this point. The town was not big, and the Tower of Babel was towering in front, which was a very obvious sign. But after circling for 15 minutes, Yisha found that the distance between him and the Tower of Babel was still not getting closer, and Yisha knew that there was trouble. Yisha lowered his chin and pondered, feeling that this was interesting. This must be the work of Apostle Noah. There is only one possibility: that the other party does not want anyone to approach the Tower of Babel. This is the interesting part. When Limos was in Sahai, he did not seem to deliberately stop everyone from going to the cylindrical tower. There are two possibilities. One is that the Tower of Babel is not of the same level as the cylindrical tower. The Tower of Babel is obviously much more important to Apostle Noah. Another possibility is that Limos has learned his lesson. He was beaten up by the train conductor and realized that he is not so invincible. So he began to become cautious. But no matter which one it is, whether Yishah's guess is correct, we must first reach the Tower of Babel. While thinking, Yishah turned his body suddenly and jumped back. Boom! A loud bang appeared, sweeping away a cloud of dust. And then a big hand slowly emerged from the dust. Hand of Maya. Yishah raised his eyebrows. He recognized the big hand that appeared. The hand of Maya is not a fusion beast, but an alien creature. It is said that there are 5 parts in total, namely the hand of Maya, the head of Maya, the body of Maya, the heart of Maya, and the foot of Maya. If the 5 parts are gathered together, they will evolve into an extraordinary alien creature, the Maya God King. However, what is said means that there is no evidence. It is just hearsay, because no one has ever seen all the Mayan parts. And even if all the parts appear, they have to be put together. The probability is too low. But Yishah believes that the Mayan God King exists, because there are 4 Mayan parts in the purchase list of alien creatures on the Doomsday train. But there is no Mayan heart. This means that it is definitely possible to put them together. But the Mayan heart cannot be purchased and can only be obtained through tasks. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. It is an extraordinary alien creature, and it is obedient. The purchase price of the 4 parts alone is as high as 850 gold skull coins. However, with such a high price, it will definitely be fiercely sought after. So it can only be limited in the mission. Maya's hand is floating in the air, but it can only be less than 3 meters above the ground. It can't be considered flying, and it's even a stretch to say that it is floating. After Yishah found Maya's hand, he didn't say anything nonsense. He drew out the twin serrated swords from his back and went to meet it. Ghost step. Yishah took a ghost step forward and closed the distance directly. But he didn't expect that Maya's hand could actually determine the position of the ghost step. Yishah took a step and almost hit the sharp fingertips of Maya's hand, which scared Yishah. Yishah had seen people who could catch up with the ghost step or keep up with the speed of the ghost step. But this was the first time he saw someone who could predict the movement of the ghost step. Yishah wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, then immediately turned around and drew his sword. The twin serrated sword slashed towards Maya's hand with a sword light. Clang! A crisp metal sound. Maya's hand was really strong. The twin serrated sword slashed down, leaving only a mark. However, the damage to Maya's hand was more than that. Yishah held the hilt of the sword with both hands and swept it hard. And Maya's hand was swept away by Yishah. Boom! The wall of the house collapsed, and Maya's hand fell directly into the rubble. After Yishah finished speaking, he rushed towards the rubble of the collapsed wall. Maya's hand finally broke through the rubble, but it was hit by the edge of the twin serrated sword and was hit back into the rubble. Yishah held the sword horizontally, and was very satisfied with his prediction. However, after a while, Maya's hand did not appear again. Instead, a very small bulge appeared on the ground. Yishah could not help but smile. This little trick was enough to fool him. Yishah quickly jumped back, and then stabbed the ground with a sword. After picking up the tip of the sword, Maya's hand obediently left the ground, reappeared, and floated up. After being attacked repeatedly, Maya's hand seemed to become angry, and no longer thought about escaping. The metal finger suddenly grabbed Yishah, but he did not expect that Yishah had dodged to the side early, holding the hilt with both hands and slashing down Maya's hand. Before it landed, the twin serrated swords quickly swept across and swept Maya's hand into the rubble again. After a moment, the rubble was shattered. Maya's hand kept grabbing at Yishah, but Yishah kept retreating to avoid it. Then he stabbed Maya's hand with a sword and stabbed Maya's hand to the ground. Quickly follow. Maya's hand's attack was very pure. Just flying, and flying again. It was very powerful and destructive. There were more than a dozen holes on the ground. But this was the attack method that Yishah was least afraid of. Yishah could clearly predict the attack in advance and then dodge it. Occasionally, when he really couldn't dodge it, he would use the ghost step. Maya's hand couldn't do anything to Yisha. After another collision, Maya's hand smashed into the ground and was even stuck by the rocks. It struggled but couldn't get out quickly. Yisha would not miss such a good opportunity. He raised his sword and stabbed Maya's hand forward. At the same time, the sword passed through and cut along the center of Maya's hand, directly cutting the back of Maya's hand. Bang! Maya's hand hanging in the air fell to the ground and kept squirming. But in just a moment, Maya's hand was silent. Yisha slowly approached. But at this moment, Maya's hand on the ground suddenly bounced up, which scared Yisha. He quickly jumped back to avoid it, and then punched it. The flames rushed and quickly enveloped Maya's hand. Chapter 1866 Rock Giant. Bang! The flames hit Maya's hand, turning it black and scorched. It fell back to the ground again. Its 5 fingers twisted, as if exerting force. But it was unable to float again, and lost its voice again. Yisha stepped forward and knocked it with the twin sawtooth swords. It was quite surprising that this thing could fake death. If it could fake death once, it could fake death a second time. Therefore, Yisha was obviously much more careful and cautiously guarded against Maya's hand attacking again. However, this time Yisha was too worried. The Mayan hand was completely dead. But Yisha was still puzzled. In Yisha's opinion, the Mayan hand should not have appeared by itself. That is, Yisha thought someone attacked him. Most likely someone from the Doomsday train. If things go wrong, the Mayan hand is just the beginning. And then other Mayan parts will probably appear. And maybe the Mayan god king will be encountered. But the facts prove that Yisha really thought too much. The Mayan hand died, and nothing happened. Although he was doubtful, it was always a good thing to be free of trouble. So Yisha continued to move forward. This time, Yisha did not move forward along the street, but walked from the roof. The distance between the buildings was very narrow, so he could move forward by jumping. In this way, no matter what was in the town, Yisha believed that he would not be able to continue to circle in the same position. The only trouble was that after jumping onto the roof, the corpse eggs floating in the air would inevitably attack Yisha continuously. Yisha didn't hesitate at all. He looked at the corpse eggs falling from the sky and punched directly into the air, with electricity surging. Sizzle! As the electricity surged into the air, a large number of corpse eggs fell downwards. You can't do this. At this time, a voice sounded behind Yisha. The more you kill, the more there will be. Yisha looked back and saw that it was Noi and the giant god soldier who arrived. Yisha jumped down from the roof, even if there will be more. Are you still worried that you can't kill them all? Noi shook his head. First, the power of Noah's apostle is emerging under the Tower of Babel. Fusion beasts will continue to appear. And there are more corpse eggs. Second, do you like to be a noble person? No need to answer. I know you are not. In this case, why help others to lead away the fusion beasts? Yisha, there is something wrong with the town. It always circles in one area. Noi, I know. And this is the third problem. You can't get through the roof. There are some forces at work here. It should be left by Noah's apostle. Strictly speaking, it's not the town that has a problem, but this space. You walk on the roof, but you are still in the space. Yisha, do you have a way? Noi looked around. I think this town is isolated into areas. There must be some way to get out of the area. We have to find a way. This is nonsense. What method? Yisha curled his lips. And then, I am surprised that you can talk to me so calmly. Don't you want revenge? Noi, I said. I fight with you not to help my brother revenge, but because of the position. My brother is the son of God, walking an apostle, and you are the conductor on the Doomsday train. Fight. Kill. Die. This is fate. Fate makes you meet. Fate destined one of you to die. That's all. Of course, I understand, but it doesn't mean I don't hate you. Yisha, you can vent your hatred. Noi, if I have the chance, I will do so. But I know what the overall situation is. I hate you and I don't trust you. But I trust the great sage. My reason tells me that I can only suppress my hatred. Yisha, I like rational people. After Yisha finished speaking, he walked forward. Noi, where are you going? Yisha, my reason tells me that it is better not to stand with those who hate me. We should each find a way out. Yisha waved his hand and disappeared at the street corner. Yisha kept moving forward, but still couldn't get close to the Tower of Babel. Yisha couldn't help but frown, and remembered what Noi had said before. It seems that we have to think of a way. Yisha looked around. Then let's try a rougher method first. The sun and the moon are in the sky. The little sun flew into the sky and then emitted light. Falling stars. Countless fireballs fell from the sky and hit the bottom. Since there's a problem with this space, let's destroy it. Boom. Boom. As if there was an earthquake. The surrounding ground trembled violently and shook continuously, and pieces of stone chips fell off the surrounding walls. The ground became muddy like a swamp. Gradually, a huge arm drilled out of the ground and slapped the ground on one side. Boom! The loud noise appeared again, and the ground was actually collapsed by the slap. A huge rock giant drilled out directly from the ground, with two flames flickering in his eye sockets. This is an extremely huge rock giant. After the rock giant came out of the ground, without any pause, it grabbed a piece of gravel and threw it towards Yisha. Bang! Without any hesitation, Yisha punched hard and smashed the gravel. Roar! Yisha suddenly roared, and two continuously jumping arcs suddenly surged out and floated beside Yisha. Break it for me! Seeing the rock giant stepping towards him, Yisha raised his fist and rushed forward without any hesitation. Bang! Bang! The rock giant also raised his fist and slammed it into Yisha's fist. The huge force swept away the airwaves and continued to spread around. The ground under his feet boomed and cracked into a large area of spider web cracks. Yisha felt the pressure. The rock giant was extremely powerful. But somehow, during the wrestling process, his own strength was also increasing little by little. There was a force that was happy and excited. Just because. Full of fighting spirit. Break it! Yisha roared, veins on his arm throbbing. Crack! The next moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the rock giant's arm. Yisha's bent arm stretched out little by little, and he actually suppressed the rock giant's power. Boom! As Yisha's arm was fully stretched out, the rock giant's arm made a loud noise, and it was directly shattered, turning into countless pieces of rubble falling to the ground. Die! Yisha roared again, then leaped up and kicked the rock giant's head hard. The rock head exploded like a watermelon. Bang! The rock giant fell backwards, and after his head was smashed, his body quickly cracked, and finally with a crash, it turned into countless pieces of rubble. Chapter 1867 The Throne of Bones. Inside the Tower of Babel. The long and narrow passage is deep and quiet. Duh, 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 duh. Footsteps sounded in the quiet passage, which were obviously very clear and rhythmic. It was Limos. In the darkness, Limos's voice appeared, and slowly walked to the end of the passage. It was a circular hall. In the circular hall, there were 9 statues standing around. The 9 statues were lifelike. Each statue held a weapon and wore armor. They were obviously statues of warriors. In the center of the circular hall, there was a bronze coffin, brilliant and dazzling, constantly emitting a faint green light. Limos looked at the coffin and smiled, walked along the coffin, stretched out his palm, and gently stroked the bronze coffin. My companion? Limos smiled, walked around the bronze coffin, and smiled. It's time to wake up. Everything will come to an end. Suddenly, the coffin lid of the bronze coffin was pushed open, and a white slender hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the edge of the bronze coffin. Among the 9 statues, one suddenly emitted a red light, and red halos were constantly spreading around. Strong smell of blood. Along with the red light, one could clearly feel the strong smell of blood from the headless statue, as well as the high will to fight to the death. The next moment, a second arm stretched out from the bronze coffin, and in the palm of that arm, there was a bronze sword. Crack, crack. A sound was heard on the bronze coffin, and then slowly, cracks appeared one by one. With a crack, the bronze coffin finally couldn't bear the weight and broke into pieces, turning into countless crystal fragments that flew away with the wind. Outside the Tower of Babel, after killing the rock giant, Yisha could clearly feel that the space around him had changed. It was hard to say what the change was, but Yisha could indeed feel it. It was like 2 boxes stacked on top of each other, one of which was torn apart. Then, black beasts. A lot of black beasts. These annoying things again. Yisha patted his forehead, but he was actually a little happy about the appearance of the black beast, which meant that no matter what force was causing trouble in this area, it should have been solved by him. A black beast suddenly jumped up and pounced on Yisha. No matter who it was, no matter what the reason, no matter what the hatred was, If something wanted Yisha to die, Yisha could only let the other party die first. Get down! Yisha suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the black beast's head, then used one arm to force the black beast to the ground. Bang! Yisha threw the black beast to the ground. The black beast was knocked unconscious, but soon recovered and rushed towards Yisha again without saying a word. Yisha punched again. With a puff, the black beast's head exploded like a watermelon, and blood and plasma were scattered all over the ground. Get out of my way! Yisha roared, punching continuously with both fists, killing the black beast to the ground. Perhaps he felt that the killing speed was too slow. Yisha suddenly roared and stepped hard on the ground. Boom! The blazing flame suddenly burst out from under Yisha's feet, rolling and rising higher and higher. Yisha pushed his hands to both sides, fire waves burning the sky. Two huge waves of fire quickly pushed out to both sides, engulfing the black beast in an instant, and raging wildly. After a while, the fire waves surged, and there was a mess. Many black beasts were burned to death. Even those who were not dead all lay on the ground and wailed constantly. Yisha roared, then punched forward, and violent flames gushed out to the front, burning more than a dozen black beasts into charred corpses, and then twisted his ankle, and his body suddenly rotated. Fire dances! Yisha shouted softly, and as his body spun, the flame spread rapidly in all directions, just like a small stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples. However, these ripples were scorching hot and could burn people to death. In an instant, the area around Yisha's city was cleared. Although the black beasts were strong, they were not fire-resistant. In the blink of an eye, a large number of them were burned to death by Yisha. Yisha clenched his fists and felt that it was almost done. Every time he threw a punch, the bodies of the black beasts around him were smashed to pieces. Then, Yisha raised his hands again, condensed flames, and pressed them down to the ground. Boom! The flames in Yisha's palms quickly extended to both sides, turning into a line of fire. After spreading to a length of nearly 20 meters, the line of fire rose from the ground and instantly formed a huge wave of fire, rushing forward and engulfing the black beasts in front. In a moment, the flames gradually dissipated, and the dense group of black beasts almost disappeared. The remaining black beasts kept chirping, as if they were afraid, and then slowly retreated, little by little, and finally ran, and soon disappeared without a trace. Yisha put down his fist, somewhat confused. Are those black beasts scared? Are those black beasts running away? Why? Those brainless guys actually know how to be afraid and run away. This is obviously abnormal. As a living creature, the black beasts must be much more advanced than zombies. After all, they are mutated and evolved through the power of Noah's apostle. However, in terms of characteristics, there is no difference between black beasts and zombies. Pure beast instinct. All living organisms are their targets. Attack, attack, and attack again, gnawing and biting, without any emotion, until the target is killed, or killed by the target. But now these black beasts are running away. What's going on? Are they afraid of themselves? Yisha murmured, and felt something was wrong. He did feel fear from those black beasts, but it was very obvious that the fear was not caused by Yisha. Suddenly, Yisha felt that the space around him was distorted. Yisha frowned. This feeling was very familiar, just like the feeling he had when he killed the rock giant before. He looked around instinctively, and then Yisha was surprised to find that the world around him suddenly changed. The surrounding buildings suddenly disappeared and turned into a wilderness. The wilderness was red, and the wasteland under his feet was red as if it could drip blood. There were bones everywhere around, appearing out of thin air and scattered all over the wilderness. Looking up and looking into the distance, one after another of the Jingwins made of skulls stood in a row, which made people feel creepy. This wilderness suddenly became a world of bones. And on the highest Jingwan, there sat a strong man wearing dark armor, holding a shield in his left hand and an axe in his right hand, sitting there with a slash. What was terrifying was that the man had no head. Chapter 1868 Attack and Kill. The man's head seemed to have been chopped off, without even a neck. But everyone knew that the man was not dead. He was still alive. It was an indescribable feeling. Inexplicable, but just new. The next moment, countless people suddenly appeared in the blood-red wilderness, holding weapons, with ferocious faces, and then roared one after another. then rushed forward, crushing the surrounding bones, and rushed towards the headless man. Slowly, the headless man stood up, and a puff sound was heard behind him. The green ghost fire suddenly appeared behind the man. The fleeing black beasts were intercepted, and then they went crazy and pounced on the man on the Jingwan. Yisha narrowed his eyes and immediately understood. The previous rock giant was just an appetizer. The headless man in front of him was the root of this area. Killing the rock giant created a gap in this space. So the black beasts poured in. Only by killing that man can we really get out of this area. Then, Yisha said, "Let's fight." The next moment, Yisha stepped forward, and then his speed became faster and faster, and finally turned into a run. Yisha had already killed under the Jingwan. The headless man fought silently. Without his head, he couldn't make a sound even if he wanted to roar. However, all this could not cover up the opponent's strength. The axe swept forward, and an arc of light sprayed forward, directly cutting the leading dozen black beasts in half. And then facing a flying black beast, the headless man raised his shield, held the man, and threw it casually. The black beast, which weighed at least 300 jin, was thrown out like a piece of paper, and rolled down from the Jingwan. Taking advantage of this gap, Yisha suddenly rushed to the headless man and punched him hard, with flames in his fist, making the air around him hot. Bang! The next moment, Yisha's fist hit the headless man's chest. The headless man's body suddenly stopped, as if he was thinking, and after a few seconds, he suddenly swung his shield. Bang! Yisha felt like he was hit by a spaceship, and his body flew straight out. Bang! Yisha's body flew backwards and hit a Jingwan directly, punching a hole in the center of the Jingwan, and then fell to the ground. Yisha rolled on the ground, with a grin on his face, feeling as if all the bones in his body were broken, and it took him a long time to get up from the ground. While talking, Yisha ran forward again, his arms emitting red flames, like two beautiful satins wrapped around his arms, and then turned into flame armor, rushing up the highest Jingwan again. Stepping on the bones, Yisha almost used up all his strength, clenched his fists, and blasted at the headless man. Bang! Yisha's fist hit the giant shield, and then there was a loud noise, and even the sound waves spread out, as if they had substance, one circle after another. Then the headless man swung the shield hard, and Yisha didn't even have the chance to groan, and fell from the Jingwan again. The headless man didn't intend to continue to pay attention to Yisha, but turned around to continue to meet the enemy, facing the continuous enemies, frantically defending, and then attacking. Fire danced Red Lotus. The next moment, red flame surged from Yisha's fist, and then with a light shout, Yisha punched the ground fiercely. A circle of flames quickly spread out in all directions, rolling like a wave, getting bigger and bigger, piece by piece, and finally transformed into a blazing red lotus, enveloping everyone around. Break it for me! The red lotus spread out in all directions, quickly engulfing people. Yisha looked at the headless man on top of the Jingwan provocatively, and then rushed towards the crowd on the other side. Unlike the headless man who always stayed on the top of the Jingwan without moving his body, the headless man was waiting for a challenge. While Yisha was seeking a challenge, Yisha strode forward again, without any retreat, and punched the black beast in front of him away. Roar! Yisha roared wildly, then raised his fist to meet the enemy, facing the crowd rushing towards him, and swept out with a punch, directly relying on the wind of the fist to knock people away. The next moment, Yisha suddenly reached out, grabbed the head of a black beast, and smashed it hard to the ground. Boom! The bones on the ground were shattered, and the ground cracked open. The man's head was directly embedded in the ground. Then, Yisha bit his legs and rushed forward. Charge! A simple and straightforward charge. Yisha was like a wild bull out of control, rushing forward madly. The people in front of him quickly stood in a row to block Yisha's advance. And then, Yisha lowered his head and sneered, "Explode!" Boom! A huge fireball appeared out of nowhere, mixed with billowing black smoke, and suddenly exploded. The violent explosion waves spread in circles around, and the surrounding white bones kept trembling, making crackling sounds. In a moment, the black beasts were blasted into pieces, and only the headless man was left in front of Yisha. As if responding to Yisha, the headless man raised a black beast high up, squeezed it hard with his palm, and then completely crushed the black beast. Now! Yisha looked up. It's your turn. Yisha bent his waist, bent his legs, and then suddenly rushed forward, as fast as a hunting leopard, rushing upward along the slope of the Jingguan. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. All of you get out of the way. Yisha seemed to be a bit crazy, running forward, waving his arms constantly, knocking away the people in front of him, and then jumped up and landed in front of the headless man. Come again! Yisha roared and punched again. This time, Yisha was not knocked away directly. His fist hit the shield. The two sides struggled with each other. Then, Yisha's arm and the shield trembled slightly, and the shield shook and made a slight sound. Yisha gritted his teeth and used all his strength. He could feel that his strength was still inferior to that of the headless man. But, so what? Retreat? No. There is no way to retreat. When two sides meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. Explode! Yisha shouted softly. And then a violent explosion sounded. The fireball suddenly exploded between the two people. With the sound of a roar, the huge momentum spread out, shaking the two people away and falling from the towering Jingguan. Chapter 1869 Killing. Yisha rolled over, bringing up a cloud of bone fragments, and then fell to the ground. After a long time, Yisha staggered to his feet, looked at the headless man who had also stood up, and laughed. At least, you rolled down, too. I never like people looking down at me when talking. As soon as he finished speaking, Yisha rushed forward again, rushed to the headless man, and punched him continuously. Bang, 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 bang. Yisha's fists were like dense raindrops, constantly hitting the headless man's shield, making a violent sound. And the finger bones slowly oozed blood due to the continuous impact. But Yisha seemed to be unaware of it. Suddenly, with the continuous attacks, Yisha's speed gradually slowed down. The headless man took advantage of the gap when Yisha slowed down and suddenly swung his axe. Puff! Yisha could clearly feel the coolness coming from his chest. And then the constant tingling sensation. And blood seeped through his clothes. Yisha's body flew backwards and hit the ground hard. Yisha supported the ground with one hand, gritted his teeth and climbed up, but soon fell back to the ground. The wound caused by the axe spread from the shoulder to Yisha's waist, almost splitting Yisha's body in half. So strong. The opponent's other abilities are unknown, but his physical strength is terrifying. There is no doubt that his physical fitness has evolved to the limit. The next moment, the headless man rushed towards Yisha again, raised his axe and chopped it down at Yisha. The injury from the axe was so severe that it was difficult for Yisha to get up. And it also made Yisha almost lose the ability to think, leaving only instinct. He wanted to stand up. He wanted to fight again. But he was powerless. This feeling is really terrible. But what's the big deal? Poof! The next moment, the huge axe chopped towards Yisha. And then Yisha's head flew into the air, rolled, and fell to the ground. Is Yisha dead? Maybe. A faint light appeared on Yisha's body. And soon, it disappeared without a trace, turning into a halo. Yisha's figure sounded behind the headless man. After all, it's just a clone. And it's dead if it dies. Emperor of Time. 11 o'clock, time clone. You can summon 2 clones from the past time period to fight, which lasts for 15 minutes. Yisha has been fighting with his time clone. Of course, Yisha, death does not seem to be meaningless. At least it proves that I am not a match for a pure close combat. So, Yisha suddenly stretched out his hand to the sky, and a large thundercloud appeared in the sky, surging continuously, and it was dark. Thunder in all directions. Yisha shouted in a low voice, and thick lightning pillars fell towards the headless man one after another. Boom! Boom! Thunder roared. The headless man charged towards Yisha. But at this moment, the shadow behind him suddenly surged up and turned into a black rope, quickly tying up the headless man. Boom! The lightning column fell, covering the headless man's body. In the lightning column, the headless man struggled quickly, twisting his body constantly. After a while, the lightning column dispersed, and the headless man's body was densely covered with arcs, covering his entire body. But this is not the end, because the second lightning column fell. Boom! The blue lightning column fell on the headless man again, bombarding him, and the arc of electricity continued to penetrate into his body. The third, fourth, Fifth, continuous lightning columns fell. And finally the headless man was completely turned into charcoal, kneeling on the ground, not turning into a corpse, but disappearing directly. This time, the space in this area was really restored, and the air around was obviously distorted, and it returned to normal after a while. Noi's voice sounded behind Yisha. It seems you have done it, and you don't need my help. Yisha did not look back, but looked forward, and the Tower of Babel was right in front of him. Noi explained, I came here because I heard the noise, and I didn't follow you. Yisha, I know. The time clone was actually prepared for Noi. One must be on guard against others. After all, it was a great revenge for the murder of his brother. It is normal for Noi to want revenge, and it is abnormal not to take revenge. As for Noi's words, it may be true or false. Maybe he really took the overall situation into consideration and stood on the side of the great sage. He did not intend to attack Yisha. Maybe he was just talking to paralyze Yisha. Let Yisha take it lightly, and look for an opportunity to kill Yisha. Who can know about this kind of thing? Yisha did not guess. There was no point in guessing without evidence. Just be on guard. Yisha, let's go! Yisha took the lead and continued to advance towards the Tower of Babel. This time it was very smooth, and it could be clearly seen that he was approaching the Tower of Babel. Arriving in front of the Babel Tower, Yisha looked around and saw no one else. A bit strange. Yep, and she see. The two crew chiefs must have been the first to arrive at the Babel Tower. Of course, there is also the possibility that they are trapped in the town. But the possibility is relatively low. It is a bit troublesome to break through the town. There are fusion beasts and there are tricks in itself. But Yisha does not think that Nyapa and Shisi can't deal with it. Judging from the time and distance of passing the Black Beast group, Yisha feels that he is unlikely to surpass them. As for the third breakthrough, the suspected thousand-faced apostle is walking, which is a bit possible. Yisha looked at it for a while, then said to Noi, what should we do now? Noi spread his hands. Yisha, what do you mean by spreading your hands? Yisha is not looking for trouble, but he really doesn't know. Yisha and Moshi's intelligence information comes from the Great Sage, and Noi comes from the Fog City headquarters. Will he get more information? Will there be any omissions when contacting the Great Sage? Noi, I don't know. The Tower of Babel appeared very suddenly. We came very quickly this time. We didn't get much information. And, theoretically, we were late. Yisha, are we late? Noi, the Tower of Babel didn't appear suddenly, but grew up little by little. As for how high it would grow, I don't know. But judging from the height when it was discovered, it must have been there for a while. Besides, it takes a certain amount of time to gather black beasts and create fusion beasts. So, we found the Tower of Babel too late. We didn't find it the first time. Of course, the Doomsday train should also be late. They arrived before and after us. And it seems that we arrived first. Yisha rested his chin in thought. And Noi didn't know any useful information. Then, Yisha suddenly heard a sound in the sky, looked up, and saw a large number of armed helicopters in the distance, approaching the Tower of Babel quickly. Noi, there is a Compu logo on the fuselage. It's Compu's people. Chapter 1878 Yisha, these guys don't know much, but they are everywhere. Noi nodded. Then, what do you think now? Yisha, we are not the first to arrive. But there is no one around. So there is only one possibility. They entered the Tower of Babel. Noi, I think so too. Noi said, as he walked towards the Tower of Babel. Yisha, just a reminder. I advise you to wait a while. Noi was puzzled. Huh? Yisha pointed to the top of his head. There are some idiots who are going crazy. Noi looked up and understood immediately. I don't know what the people of Compu were thinking. After the armed helicopter team flew over the Black Beasts, facing the Babel Tower, suddenly, 2 missiles were launched. Noi sighed. It's just a sick and suicidal idea. Yisha and Noi were not worried at all that the Babel Tower would be destroyed by the people of Compu. If it could be destroyed to this extent, it would not be something made by Apostle Noah. As for Compu's intention, I can only say that I don't understand. What's the point of attacking the Tower of Babel? Possible speculation. Compu still has people following up. But there are Black Beasts outside. They probably think that if they destroy the Tower of Babel, the Black Beasts will disperse, and then Compu's people will enter. As for the secret of the Tower of Babel, You may think that there is not much difference between a complete Tower of Babel and a destroyed Tower of Babel. Possible speculation too, it's a purely tentative attack. However, no matter what the purpose is, it's meaningless. These guys are already dead. Boom! Boom! Yisha was thinking. 2 missiles had hit the Babel Tower. A huge roar sounded, and the flames spread out and continued to surround the outer wall of the Babel Tower. Then, the outer wall of the Babel Tower seemed to have a layer of film, blocking the flames outside, and the impact of the explosion could not affect the Babel Tower at all. At the same time, boom, 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 when those armed helicopters approached, there was a strange sound from the Babel Tower, which was a little harsh, like the sound of nails scratching on a blackboard. Then the people in the armed helicopters began to bleed from their eyes, ears, mouths and noses, and those armed helicopters also fell to the ground one after another. The sound of explosions continued, and those armed helicopters were soon burned to charcoal. Yisha was not surprised by such a result. Since he had attacked, he would have to pay a price. Yisha, let's go. I first? Noi, please. We didn't enter the Babel Tower before Compu to prevent being affected. Now that those guys are finished, we can enter naturally. When we came to the edge of the Babel Tower, the overall structure of the Babel Tower was layered up, completely circular. But each layer of the circle had a certain degree of inclination, and there were many doorways. However, when you get closer, you can see an octagonal base at the bottom, with an entrance and exit on each side, and a huge wooden door with a cable. Yisha stretched out his hand. I'll go through this door. Noi understood what Yisha meant and walked to the side. I'll go to the back. Yisha came to the entrance in front of the Tower of Babel, a huge wooden door with a wheel next to it. After pulling hard, the wooden door slowly rose. Yisha entered it, which was somewhat similar to the structure of the cylindrical tower in the past. The octagonal base was cut open. Simply put, there were 8 doors, entering 8 areas. This structure is not strange. Yisha had guessed it long ago. Otherwise, why would there be 8 entrances? One entrance is enough. Clang! Yisha pulled out the sword and slowly walked forward. In Yisha's opinion, such a design could not be meaningless. The simplest and most direct way is that there must be something in the 8 areas. But, no! Nothing. Yisha walked forward and stepped on the brick slabs. The brick slabs showed the traces of time, with a faint smell of soil and some rotten smell. But inexplicably, it seemed to be fresh, just like the smell that can often be smelled in the mountains and forests. Yisha walked through the hall smoothly. In front of Yisha was the staircase leading to the upper floor. Yisha stepped on the stairs, one step at a time. Nothing happened. Only the clear sound of footsteps echoed around. Then, Yisha felt the wind. Yisha had come to the upper staircase. Looking up, there was a corridor in front of Yisha. The corridor had some curves, because the Tower of Babel was round. On the right side of the corridor, there was a solid wall. I don't know if it was solid, but at least it looked like it should be. Like a huge cylinder, supporting the entire Tower of Babel. Or in other words, this was the Tower of Babel itself. On the left side of the corridor, there is an archway at intervals, which is smaller than a real door and larger than a window. There is no so-called glass or anything like that. It is completely hollow, and the wind blows in continuously. This is the structure of the Tower of Babel, which is very simple and direct, and seems to be very similar to the legend. According to the legend, the Tower of Babel was not built for living or anything else, but the road to heaven. Humans want to escape from disasters, do not want to see the end of the world, and refuse the coming of floods. So they built the Tower of Babel in an attempt to reach heaven by human power. So, there is nothing in the Tower of Babel. No rooms. Nothing else. There is only one road. A road to heaven. Yisha walked up the corridor, one circle after another, and then, Yisha smelled some fragrance. Very faint, like the fragrance of gardenia, and very familiar. Soon, Yisha saw a figure at the front of the corridor. A woman, standing in front of an arch, her body gently leaning on the edge of the arch. The wind blew, entering from the arch, black hair and long skirt fluttering. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. Yisha walked forward, stood beside the woman, and looked out along the archway. The scenery outside was not beautiful. Wilderness, dilapidated buildings, dense black beasts, Yisha could even feel the roars and screams, struggles and pains in the black beasts. This is a good portrayal. A portrayal of this era. The weak are preyed on by the strong. And life and death are determined by fate. For a moment, Yisha felt that he was extremely happy to be able to stand here and watch, instead of standing there fighting. After a long time, Yisha spoke first. Long time no see. Donlin smiled, and suddenly stretched out her hand towards Yisha's cheek. But when she was about to touch Yisha's cheek, Yisha took a half step back, and Donlin's fingertips brushed Yisha's cheek. Donlin smiled. I miss you very much. Yisha said indifferently. Do you miss me? Or do you want to kill me? Vice Train Conductor? Chapter 1871 Leaving. Donlin sighed. You are the best in the world at spoiling the fun. Maybe. Yisha, why don't you go up? Donlin smiled. Wait for you. Yisha, do you have anything to say? Donlin tilted her head and suddenly showed some playfulness. I had a lot to say, but you made me very unhappy, so I don't want to say it anymore. Yisha, is it interesting? I think it's very interesting. Donlin smiled. I'm leaving. Yisha looked puzzled. What does that mean? Donlin suddenly took a step forward, then walked out of the archway, and then fell out of the archway. Yisha was stunned, and quickly looked out. Donlin's hair was flying, and she waved to Yisha, and then fell back to the ground. What does that mean? Yisha's puzzlement became even stronger. Donlin said she was leaving. Was she really leaving here? Yisha felt something was wrong. Very wrong. Yisha suddenly turned around and walked towards the stairs. Not up, but down. At the stairs, Yisha happened to run into Noi, who had just walked up. Yisha brushed past Noi without saying a word and started to go down the stairs. Noi wondered, what's wrong? Yisha, leave here. Noi was even more puzzled. Why? I don't know. Yisha, but I know I can't stay here any longer, let alone go up. I have to leave. Donlin must have had a reason to leave. The most likely reason being danger. So, what were the reasons and dangers? Yisha didn't know. Which was why Yisha didn't jump down directly but walked back. The base of the Tower of Babel is 8 octagonal spaces. But the stairs are staggered and will intersect at a certain position. The 8 stairs in the 8 spaces eventually lead to the same place. And there is only one staircase to officially enter the Tower of Babel. Donlin came up from the bottom and left without doing anything. The most likely possibility is that he discovered something while coming up. Yisha returned along the same route, hoping to find the reason why Donlin left. Unfortunately, Yisha found nothing even after returning to the base area of the Tower of Babel. Impossible. Yisha punched the wall, unwilling to accept the fact there is no reason why that woman could find something. But I can't find it. Noi was puzzled, but still followed Yisha back, unable to help but ask, what are you looking for? Yisha lowered his head and said nothing, without explaining to Noi, and without being able to explain. What went wrong? Yisha frowned and thought. At this time, Nui suddenly attacked. Not to attack Yisha, but to draw a circle in the air. And a cuckoo suddenly flew out of the circle drawn by Nui. Yisha glanced at Nui. Nui, communication equipment cannot be used here. There is no signal at all. As for this cuckoo, it is a way for the saints to communicate with each other under special circumstances. It is my personal ability. After Nui finished speaking, the cuckoo spoke, and it was Moshi's voice. Where are you? Inside the Tower of Babel. The bottom floor. Noi glanced at Yisha. Then, Yisha is here too. Moshi anxiously. Withdraw. Withdraw immediately. The Tower of Babel has no meaning. It is a trap. Yisha, what do you know? Moshi, Lemurs wants to kill the train conductor. The Tower of Babel is a trap prepared for the train conductor. Hurry up. Get out of there. Noi and Yisha looked at each other. And Yisha decisively, let's go. Yisha quickly walked out of the octagonal hall, walked out of the gate, and came to the outside of the Tower of Babel. Noi walked and said, how did you know? Moshi, the great sage, found out the origin of the Tower of Babel. There is another Noah apostle in the Tower of Babel. Or rather, a Noah apostle who once appeared but died. Yisha, what's there to be afraid of about death? Moshi, but the Noah apostle is alive. Although I don't know how Limos did it. He did it. In addition, Limos set up a trap to lead the train conductor to the Tower of Babel. But the train conductor did not appear at all. Yisha then? Moshi, no. That's all I know for now. But I think even if the train conductor doesn't show up, with so many people coming to Babel Tower, Limo shouldn't mind killing them all. Yisha quickly stepped forward. I'm curious. What did Limos use to lure the train conductor here? Moshi, what you should consider now is how to leave. Yisha, we've already left Babel Tower. Can't we use the interlude space? Moshi, no. The interlude space is affected by the power of Babel Tower, and can only send us to the periphery. The same is true when we come back. We must stay away from Babel Tower to use the interlude space. You have to get out. I'm already in the Black Beast group. Boom! At this time, a loud roar suddenly appeared. Yisha and Noi looked back at the upper level of the Tower of Babel. It was very high up and hidden in the clouds. Only the sound could be heard, but it could be inferred that there was a battle. At the same time, a large area of black light emerged from the clouds, covering the sky and the earth, forming a black light cross in the air. Yisha, the fight has started. It's the deputy train conductor, Malfarian. In this regard, Yisha really admired Gonlin. That woman was really good at avoiding danger. She was extremely cautious and never put herself in danger. I don't know who she learned it from. Then, Yisha was embarrassed. It seemed that he was probably imitating himself. However, Yisha was not that extreme. Yisha was cautious, but he did not avoid fighting. She continued, Xianyan is also in the Tower of Babel. If you find it, you must tie it up and bring it out. Noi frowned. You can't contact it. She was angry. It's only when you contact it that you know it's there. But do you think it listens to me? Noi, what does it want to do? She, kill the conductor. I told it that the conductor was not there, and it said to kill Noah's apostle. Noi cursed in a low voice, mad. Troublesome guy. Moshi, anyway. If you can't find it, you two should hurry back. Noi nodded, then drew a circle again and threw the cuckoo back. Yisha, what kind of guy is that thousand face? It can make you all dislike it so much. Noi, a maverick guy. Just like you. But I can understand your behavior. You used to be a member of the Doomsday train. You had no companions in the Apostles' Walk. You were alone. Of course you were maverick. But that guy was completely willful. So it's incomprehensible. Yisha shrugged and walked out of the town. But before they walked far, Yisha and Noi suddenly stopped. Chapter 1872 Sith. Yisha pointed to the sign and said, Go in another direction and leave. Noi, I know you don't trust me. I will send alien creatures to fight. You can let your alien creatures keep an eye on me, so you can rest assured because you can kill me at any time. Yisha, you misunderstood. It's just a reptile. There's no need for two people. Noi glanced at Yisha, then walked to the side and quickly crossed the alley. On the other side of the street, someone was blocking the way. Master. Sis. Yisha took out a cigar from his pocket and slowly roasted it, seemingly not in a hurry. After lighting it, he blew out a smoke ring. Yisha, since you are waiting here, you must be ready to fight. Right? Sis laughed. Former master. Do you think I am here to have tea with you? Yisha, I only ask one question. Do you know the current situation? Sis laughed. I heard that you once challenged the conductor. I admire you for this. But because you have challenged the conductor, you should know the conductor's strength better than anyone else. This is also the reason why Apostle Noah wants to kill the conductor. However, I think the conductor's strength is not only strength, but also wisdom. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then understood. Damn it. A game within a game. Yisha couldn't help but curse. He had already guessed it. Although it is unknown how Lamos lured the train conductor. The process is not clear, but it is certain that the train conductor did not fall for it. This is the first game. The second game was set by the train conductor, taking advantage of the game of Noah, the apostle, to deal with the apostle walk. For the Tower of Babel, all the sons of God on the apostle walk were dispatched. And because they had experienced the power of Lamos, they rushed two guides this time. Sis smiled. The conductor is here, but not here. Yisha gritted his teeth. The guide. Babel Tower is a hoax. This is what Emoshi said. Why did Emoshi know? Did the great sage say it? Why did the great sage know? It's very simple. The conductor appeared, not in Babel Tower, but in front of the guide. Sis looked at Yisha. There are two people who must die on the conductor's list. One man and one woman. I believe you should know who one of them is. As a traitor to the Doomsday train. Right? Yisha, The key is that you want to kill me by sending a small fry? Who do you think you are? Yisha raised his hands directly, and flames surged from his palms. The flames continued to gather and grow, forming a fireball. This fireball was really huge. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50. The fireball was like a balloon being blown up, growing wildly, and finally became a thing with a diameter of at least 100 meters, like a rising sun, illuminating the surroundings while making Sith look particularly small. The next moment, Yisha roared, and pushed forward with both arms, and the extremely terrifying fireball flew forward, pushing towards Sis. Sis looked up at the sky, at the huge fireball. As expected of a former flight attendant, Sis took a cloth bag from his back, and inside was a sword. Hell's whale. Sis shouted, a ghost's whale. While Sis spoke, he slashed the bone knife horizontally with force. The bone knife swept forward. The sound of ghosts crying whistled. Countless white wronged souls surged from the blade, and then gathered together, turning into a knife light, fiercely slashing towards Yisha. Yisha's palm surged with fire, and he directly took the knife light, and then felt the huge force coming from the knife light. Yisha's face changed slightly, and the whole person was pushed back directly, rolling in the air in a mess, and finally stabilized his body. Sis looked at Yisha. I dare to appear in front of you. Of course, because I am confident. Yisha, are you confident enough to die? Yisha opened his arms to both sides, and with a crackling sound, a large amount of electricity surged out of Yisha's arms and rushed forward madly. Hell's whale. Sis shouted softly. Second devil may cry. Sis's bone knife slashed forward again, bursting out with a more terrifying feeling. Everything around him became gloomy. 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 And full of a strong sense of death. A large amount of black smoke appeared under Sis's feet, surging madly around and covering the ground. In the black smoke, a terrifying bone hand that was tens of meters long suddenly stretched out and grabbed towards Yisha. Yisha stretched out his hand and pinched the air. The electric current surged and formed a lightning blade in Yisha's hand. The next moment, Yisha raised his hand and chopped the lightning blade out. The electric current continued to surge and spread. Every time it surged and spread, the lightning blade would expand a bit, and then hit the bone hand fiercely. With a boom, there was an angry roar in the black smoke, and then the bone hand retracted. But when it retracted, only the white bone arm was left, and the palm had long disappeared. The roar in the black smoke became even more angry, and then a hideous outline appeared in the black smoke. The face was hideous, and suddenly a mouth opened, and a cloud of black smoke rolled down. Sis's face was ashen, and it could be seen that he was slightly injured in this confrontation. That's all. Yisha, what qualifications do you have to fight me? Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. The next moment, a current struck downwards, falling towards Sis. Boom! Lightning struck, and Sis spat out a mouthful of blood. Electric currents ran through Sis' body, and the intense pain and numbness made Sis' body tremble slightly. Sure enough, he is very strong. Sis gritted his teeth. In that case, what are you waiting for? Kill him! Around Yisha, figures kept appearing, slowly walking towards Yisha and surrounding him. Those people had ambushed in the surrounding buildings long ago. Sis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and looked at Yisha fiercely. Since one person is not enough, I can only find more helpers. Yisha sneered. The difference between an ant and a group of ants. Overestimating one's own ability. Sis said viciously, kill him for me. Yisha looked at the crowd approaching him, sneered, and after spreading his palm, the moon and the sun appeared in his palm and floated towards the sky. Come on! Yisha shouted. Come on if you are not afraid of death. Meteorite. In the sky, the sun was shining brightly. The huge fireball suddenly appeared like a meteorite falling from the sky, burning fiercely, and smashed down fiercely below. Chapter 1873. The Few Against the Many. Bang! Someone took a step forward with his head held high, trying to catch the fireball with his hands. But his face immediately turned hideous, and his body kept retreating as he felt the huge force coming from the fireball. Bang! Immediately, a second person stepped forward, pushing the back of the person in front of him with both hands, trying to block the fireball together. But they were still met with the unmatched impact force, and the huge fireball was not hindered at all. 3, 4, 5. Until the 5 people lined up in a line and pushed each other's backs. The speed of the fireball finally slowed down and was barely held back. At the same time, the remaining people rushed forward and fell around Yisha. Yisha sighed. Brain is really a good thing. But unfortunately, you don't have it. Snap. Yisha casually stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom. The fireball suddenly exploded, and layers of air waves continued to push towards the surroundings. That fireball will explode. If Yisha had not used it before, it would be fine. But if Yisha had used it before and the other party was not prepared, then there would be a problem. As the flames mixed with the air waves pushed out to the surroundings, everyone was blown away and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, a blond man suddenly made a move and punched Yisha. The moment the fist hit, it turned into a huge golden fist mark and blasted towards Yisha. Yisha stood still, sneered, stretched out his hand forward, and directly met the golden fist mark. With a loud bang, Yisha met the golden fist with one hand and took it. Try mine too, Yisha growled, took the golden fist, and threw a punch with his backhand without hesitation. The flame surged and quickly turned into a huge fire fist, which blasted towards the opponent and knocked him away with one punch. However, after this punch, Yisha immediately faced more attacks. This time, Yisha couldn't handle it. After all, Yisha only had 2 arms. Almost in an instant, Yisha was surrounded. But he still had no intention of moving. Fighting 1 against 7. Yisha was not afraid. Zila. A large amount of electric current emerged from Yisha's body, pushing it in all directions, hitting those people, and blasting away those who had just rushed to Yisha. But at this moment, a piece of ice condensed on Yisha's head, turning into a huge ice hammer and smashing down. The blond man made a comeback and appeared behind Yisha again, punching continuously, and the huge golden fist marks appeared continuously, forcing Yisha's back one after another. Yisha sneered, and suddenly a scorching light burst out from his body. The sun and the moon were in the sky. The sun's flames melted the ice hammer almost instantly. And then Yisha turned around and raised his hand to punch the blond man. Get out of here, you sneaky guy. Yisha punched backwards, and the current surged, blasting through those golden fist marks. At the moment when Yisha smashed the golden fist marks, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Yisha looked back and saw a long spear coming towards him. After the spear flew out, it was like a meteor streaking through the sky, turning into a stream of light and heading towards Yisha. Yisha's eyes lit up, and seeing the opportunity, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the stream of light transformed from the spear. Puff! Blood flew out of Yisha's palm, and his body was carried backwards by the huge force of the spear's flight. However, Yisha quickly stabilized his body and actually caught the spear. Yisha narrowed his eyes. Finally, someone I know has come. The owner of the spear was a tall woman. Demon Spear Yi. This woman was quite powerful. She was a trainee of the same period as Yisha. She had been loyal to Samuel, and after Samuel's death, she became an independent trainee. She was one of the most powerful people on the Doomsday train. Without saying a word, Yisha raised his spear and threw it back fiercely, imitating the opponent. After doing all this, Yisha did not look at the result, but turned around and punched, because Yisha had no time to breathe at all. A man with a face full of flesh threw a punch, colliding with Yisha's fist. The 2 fists spread out a piece of chi, which continued to invade the surroundings. At the same time, the sound of thunder came from the sky, and a purple lightning fell from the sky, attacking Yisha. Boom! The purple lightning fell, and Yisha was hit directly. But he relaxed his muscles and bones comfortably, and the thunder core absorbed the current very simply. A man in the distance was stunned for a moment, and then he stretched out his hand in the air, and then pinched out another purple lightning with his bare hands, and struck Yisha fiercely. Yisha still did not move. Before the thunder core was full, no electric current could cause any harm to Yisha. To make the electric current not full was not a difficult task for Yisha. Roar! Yisha looked up to the sky and roared. Lightning flashed on his body, and he blasted towards the man who had been able to swing the golden fist mark. With a loud bang, the golden fist mark was shattered again. The electric current hit the opponent's chest and blasted him away. Not far away, a woman in a wide robe kept whispering, and then suddenly stretched out her hand. Everyone felt the surging spiritual power, which kept coming from behind. Then the electric currents that kept dancing around Yisha suddenly stopped, as if they were grabbed by an invisible big hand. Many people's eyes lit up. Those electric currents were really difficult to deal with. Not only were they extremely fast, but they were also very powerful. Now that those electric currents were controlled, wasn't it the best opportunity to attack? Many people flew towards Yisha. But at this moment, Yisha glared fiercely, and his momentum increased again. Get out of here! The electric current only stopped for a moment, then surged again, forming a circle, pushing away the people who had just rushed over, and forcing them back again. Superhuman? Yisha looked at the woman in the wide robe. That's a problem. What is the most suitable fighting method for superhumans? Combination. Team. Group fight. To put it simply, when fighting independently, because of the obvious weaknesses, if there is no huge gap in strength, superhumans are relatively weak. To be more straightforward, superhumans are not suitable for single combat. However, as the number of people increases, the threat of superhumans will rise sharply. The more people there are, the greater the threat of superhumans. Yisha raised his hand without any hesitation and punched the superhuman. Zila! The current surged, and a current burst out from Yisha's fist, turning into a thunder dragon, and blasted towards the superhuman. However, at this moment, a figure moved sideways and quickly blocked the superhuman. Chapter 1874 Group Fight. Hell's Whale. Sis shouted, "One ghost whale!" Sith's figure flashed, and he came to the front of the superhuman, raised his bone sword and slashed forward, colliding fiercely with the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon was broken, and Sith retreated several steps backwards, then stabilized his body. Yisha stood in place, his chest rising and falling slightly. Sith looked at Yisha, showing a bit of pride. You are indeed very strong. So strong that it makes people feel scared. If you hadn't become a traitor and stayed on the Doomsday train, I think I would probably need to call you the deputy train conductor. But so what? Facing so many of us, being able to do this is already impressive. Do you still think you can beat so many of us? Yisha understood what she meant. This was not a battle of disparity in strength, but a battle of unequal resources. Yisha was alone, while she brought a bunch of people. She meant that even if it was a battle, Yisha would be exhausted to death. Yisha didn't waste any words, but punched again, and a sharp electric sound rang out. No need to answer. Fighting is Yisha's best answer. Stubborn! A man shouted in a low voice, and then spread his hands. Countless gray-white lights appeared, and then a skull made entirely of light appeared in the sky. The skull shook left and right, roaring continuously, and then bursts of black wind blew out from the mouth of the skull. Each black wind was as sharp as a knife, meeting the electric current and cutting it into pieces. Yisha continued to release electric currents, constantly shooting in all directions, forming a huge sword circle, constantly fighting against the skull. But at this moment, the golden fist mark that had appeared several times appeared again. This time, the golden fist print appeared right above Yisha's head. With a whistling wind, it fell from the sky and smashed down towards Yisha fiercely. Yisha's figure flickered, and he wanted to dodge to the side. But at this moment, two phantom snakes suddenly appeared, biting Yisha's ankles on the left and right. At the same time, the golden fist print fell in front of Yisha, and Yisha raised his palms and once again met the golden fist print. Bang! A huge sound appeared, and Yisha opened his arms and hugged the golden fist print directly. Yisha gritted his teeth and growled, "Break it!" Crack! A crisp sound appeared, and Yisha crushed the golden fist mark. Yisha's chest was heaving, and he seemed very tired. The blond man showed a happy expression and growled, "He is already tired. Kill him now." The blond man was shocked and punched down again. The second golden fist mark appeared and fell. After the two golden fist marks overlapped, the pressure on Yisha suddenly doubled again. Yisha's body kept retreating, leaving two marks on the ground. The blond man's face became more joyful, and he punched continuously. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly tilted his head, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Tired? Yisha smiled disdainfully. How did you know that I was tired? The moment Yisha finished speaking, the shadow behind him suddenly rushed forward, under the surprised eyes of many people. Behind Yisha, two huge black figures rose up out of thin air, then raised their palms fiercely and slapped forward. Bang! Bang! The two unlucky guys were hit by the palm of the black figure before they could come to their senses. They were directly knocked out and stabilized in a mess. At this moment, almost everyone had the same thought. This kid's physical strength is too good. He is an indestructible cockroach. He has been fighting for so long. But he really doesn't feel tired? Of course Yisha will be tired. But the opponent didn't notice that during the battle, Yisha would grab the twin serrated swords from time to time. Fight to the death, great sword, dual swords when fighting with this sword. Through the transformation of the core energy in the sword body, there will be no physical consumption. And you will fight to the death without getting tired. So, come on. Yisha growled. I will never fall down before you fall down. It's not that Yisha won't get tired. It's just that the opponent doesn't understand the effect of the twin sawtooth sword. Otherwise, the first thing is to destroy the twin sawtooth sword in time, so that the group fight will be effective. With Yisha's roar, two new giant figures rose up. The next moment, the giant figures around attacked at the same time, and the huge palm swept across. And in an instant, people and horses were thrown to the ground. However, it was only a moment. The superhuman murmured again, and then a huge black shadow appeared behind the woman. In the black shadow, a huge warrior wearing black armor appeared, holding a black scimitar, and collided with the giant palm of the giant figure. Yisha sneered, "You don't seem to know what you are facing." The giant figure suddenly broke apart and turned into ropes, quickly wrapped around the soldier, and then tightened. Snap! Like the sound of glass breaking, the giant figure that had just been transformed by the opponent's mental power shattered and turned into countless light and shadows. Puff! The superhuman vomited blood. His face turned pale in an instant, and he kept trying to retreat. That giant figure is the ability of the shadow demon. That is, the power of the apostle. Choosing to confront head-on is obviously the biggest mistake. The superhuman overestimated himself. Even if he came, he would have to retreat. However, Yisha has more than one opponent. Yisha felt the strong wind coming, and flames immediately surged from his body. The sun was high in the sky, emitting a scorching glow. A huge fireball fell from the sky and smashed a person away. However, in the next moment, Yisha felt a weight behind him. A guy who seemed to have the ability to be invisible or lurking suddenly came behind him, clenched his fists, and hit Yisha's back hard. Yisha was smashed down like a cannonball. And then he saw two figures flashing, and someone blocked him again. "Get out of the way!" Yisha roared, and after condensing flames with his palms, his body spun violently, and the flames spread out to the surroundings, forming a circle of fire, constantly pushing and forcing the two people apart. But at the moment of forcing the two people apart, a third figure suddenly appeared in front of Yisha, with an incredibly fast speed. Yisha's eyes were slightly stern, and this third figure was an opponent that needed to be vigilant, because it was Yi, the magic spear. This woman attacked again. Yi stabbed Yisha with a gun, and at the same time, a golden light shone on her body, and a set of golden armor appeared on Yi's body, making Yi look as majestic as a female war god. Chapter 1875 Fierce Fight. Yi quickly came towards Yisha. The spear came out like a dragon. Yi thrust forward with a spear, mixed with great power, and the spear reached Yisha. The tip of the spear slightly raised, and hit Yisha's face. The crystallized flame of the red flame armor appeared, but it could not stop the spear. With a click, fine cracks appeared on the crystallized flame, and then it was pierced by Yi's spear. But at this moment, Yi's heart skipped a beat, and there was no real sense of hitting. Yi immediately swept his spear across, smashing the crystallized flame into pieces. Sure enough, Yisha was not behind the crystallized flame. Yisha was above Yi's head. The little sun emitted a blazing light, shining on Yisha's body, making Yisha look like he was shining. The next moment, Yisha stretched out his hand and pressed downwards. Meteorites. Countless balls of fire smashed downwards, fiercely hitting the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball fell to the ground, and the sound of hitting continued, smashing deep pits on the ground. Yi swept his spear and smashed the fireball at the moment of hitting it, and then jumped up from the ground. With a flash of his figure, Yi came to Yisha again, and thrust the golden spear in his hand forward with force, turning into a golden stream of light, piercing Yisha directly. Seeing that the golden spear was about to pierce Yisha. At this moment, Yisha suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden spear. The sharp tip of the spear was just in front of his eyes. Less than an inch away. Yi Yi was surprised. His thunderbolt was blocked so easily. How is it possible? How is it possible? Yi Yi's face was filled with horror. At that moment, Yi Yi felt that Yisha's strength had suddenly become much stronger. At least in terms of physical fitness. Bravery, holding this sword. You enter the brave state. And your physical fitness increases by 75%. The duration is 300 seconds. After each use, there is an interval of 1800 seconds before the next use. Blood prayer. Ninth sword use the blood transformation ability to bless your own blood circulation and improve physical fitness by 15%. Two physical fitness enhancement abilities are activated at the same time. And Yisha's physical fitness is of course strengthened a lot in an instant. I'm already tired of this game. Yisha said fiercely. I'm beginning to feel bored. Just when Yi Yi was surprised, Yisha's figure suddenly flashed. And he came to Yi Yi with a ghost step. And suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Yi Yi's shoulder. So fast. Yi Yi quickly retreated, trying to avoid Yisha's attack, but found that Yisha's palm was like a pair of pliers, tightly clamping her golden spear, making it impossible for her to withdraw. Puff! The next moment, Yisha stretched out his palm and grabbed Yi Yi's shoulder. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, Yisha exerted force violently. Blood splattered. With Yisha's force, the shoulder was torn off by Yisha. The blood fell on Yisha's face, bit by bit, very mottled, making Yisha look extremely hideous. Then, Yisha tilted his head, stuck out his tongue, and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yi Yi turned pale instantly, and kept retreating to the back. Fear was revealed in her eyes when she looked at Yisha. Is this the strength of the chief train attendant? No, not the chief train attendant. Rather, the strength of the deputy train conductor. Yi had followed Samuel, and now followed Sis. She was very clear about the combat power of the chief train attendant. Yi was also an ambitious person. She believed that there was a gap between her strength and that of the chief train attendant. But it was not too big. She was waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for an opportunity to replace him. However, Yisha ripped off one of her arms. The arm is not a big problem. As long as she is alive. Nothing is more important than being alive. As for losing an arm, as long as she is not dead, she can be treated when she returns to the Doomsday train. What was ripped off from Yi Yi was her confidence. Yisha simply, directly, and domineeringly ripped off one of her arms, and also ripped off Yi Yi's confidence. Yi Yi's strength may be close to that of the chief train attendant, but it is still far from the level of the deputy train conductor. I want to retreat. However, obviously not everyone is as sensible as Yi Yi. The blonde man attacked again, leaping into the air above Yisha's head. The golden fist print fell downward like a meteor. The whistling sound of the strong wind sounded, roaring, as if it could break everything. And then Yisha suddenly raised his hand. Yisha was too lazy to even look up, and just raised his hand. Bang! The golden fist print hit Yisha's palm, and he took it lightly. The man could not hide the shock on his face. This was completely different from the previous result. You won't know what's good for you unless you kill a few of them. Yisha, then go and die. The next moment, flame suddenly burst out of Yisha's palm, rising continuously, shattering the golden fist print, and then suddenly flew into the air, also turning into a huge fire fist, hitting the opponent's chest fiercely, and directly blasting the man away. Puff! The man opened his mouth and spurted blood. The clothes on his chest were burned, revealing a charred color and bloody flesh. Yisha grinned and continued to move forward. The blond man staggered to his feet and yelled to the surroundings, "Save me! Save me!" Yisha sneered, "Who can save you?" Yisha sneered, and the sun floating in the sky fell down with a bang, began to expand continuously, became increasingly huge, and then fell heavily on the blond man. Ah! In the flames, screams rang out. The man struggled continuously. Flames rose on his body, and finally fell to the ground, turning into a charred corpse. Yisha looked up and looked around. Who wants to continue? The people who rushed up formed a circle, but they were frightened by Yisha's words, and did not dare to approach easily. What are you afraid of? Sith growled. Let's go together and kill him. Yisha said fiercely. Then come on. Boom. 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 The moment Yisha finished speaking, the ground suddenly made a series of loud rumbling noises, and the shadow behind Yisha squirmed. and then a large number of corpse flower vines surged out and quickly swept around. The next moment, the Archon jumped up from a corpse flower vine, and 2 black chains smashed down fiercely. At the same time, the cry of the snow god sounded, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The Snow Queen took a step forward, and the gorgeous aurora began to bloom. Roar! The little ancient cat kept roaring, and the hair on its body stood up, and its body began to grow huge. In an instant, all of Yishaw's alien creatures appeared. Chapter 1876 Battle with Sis. Sis looked at Yishaw, his face expressionless. No joy or anger could be seen, but his heart was already full of waves. After a moment, Sis said, "You are more powerful than I thought." Yishaw said disdainfully, "Is this already powerful? I haven't really started yet." Sis took off his coat, revealing the strong muscles tightly wrapped in the vest, twisted his neck, and then moved his arms. "Sis, then let me see how powerful you can become." Monster sword. Countless pieces of flesh suddenly appeared on Sith's sword, wrapped around the blade, and a layer of flesh membrane. The flesh on the hilt spread upwards, and the flesh quickly wrapped around Sith's forearm. The blade suddenly burst into black smoke, and a tentacle suddenly stabbed forward, piercing Yishaw's face. While cursing, Yishaw twisted his body to avoid the tentacle, then picked up the twin serrated sword and chopped at Sith's tentacles. But the twin serrated sword slash obviously did not cause any damage to the tentacles, and the tentacles were stronger than expected. Yishaw pressed forward. The moon in the sky shone, and the tentacle quickly froze, but it only lasted for a moment before the tentacle shattered the ice. Yishaw waved his hand again, and the ice that was shattered by the tentacles turned into ice ridges, which fell towards the tentacles. The tentacles danced and swung forward, leaving a residual image to shatter the ice ridges. Yishaw's eyes were slightly cold, and then he jumped up and swept his sword forward. The sword light was cold. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Boom! The sword light collided with the tentacle, and Sith's tentacle finally retreated, obviously resisting the sword light of Yishaw. Sith's expression became ferocious, and then he roared, and the tentacle suddenly swelled up, swelling in circles, becoming extremely terrifying. Boom! A huge roar suddenly arose, and then the ground shook violently, and stone chips kept falling from the walls of the houses in the alleys. The tentacles swept across and smashed all the surrounding buildings to pieces. Yishaw remained indifferent. When the tentacles were thrown in front of him, Yishaw suddenly attacked. 6 dragons flying in the sky. Yishaw raised his sword, and the blood-colored sword light surged. After it swept forward, it quickly turned into blood dragons and crashed into Sis's tentacles. Boom! 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 The sound of collisions continued, mixed with the sound of flesh and blood being torn. 6 blood dragons flew by, and the huge tentacle was immediately cut into pieces. Sis raised his hand fiercely, and the broken tentacles were retracted. After being stretched straight, they became normal size. Yishaw held the twin serrated swords horizontally, and then quickly leaped towards Sis. Clang! Sis swung his sword to block. When the 2 swords touched, he felt the power from the twin serrated swords, and knew that he could not easily block it. He immediately gave up the idea of blocking the sword directly, and let the sword tip slide along the twin serrated swords, leading the twin serrated swords to the ground. Bang! The tip of the sword pierced the ground, and the solid ground instantly cracked into a spider web crack. Yishaw picked up a piece of stone and covered Sis. Sis took a half step back, raised his sword and swung it, smashing the rocks. But at this moment, Yishaw suddenly raised his twin serrated swords and chopped them down again. Clang! A tentacle stretched out from the side of the strange sword in Sith's hand, and after it stretched straight, it became a new sword, blocking the twin serrated sword. Yishaw shouted, "Break it!" As the strength in Yishaw's hand increased, the tentacle sword made a muffled sound, and suddenly cracked, and was cut off by Yishaw's sword. Sis moved his feet and passed by Yishaw. The tentacle sword in his hand touched the twin sawtooth sword in the air, and a golden spark was rubbed out. At the moment of passing by, Sis stretched out his hand and grasped the air. The second tentacle sword appeared and slashed towards Yishaw, but it clanged again, making a crisp sound of fighting. Yishaw also had a second sword, and the twin sawtooth sword blocked the second tentacle sword. The 2 secretly competed. This short round of competition can be summed up in one word. That is fast. The several rounds of fighting were actually completed in just a moment. The 2 were not only fast, but also extremely agile. Each move was just right. And they fought back and forth. Puff, puff. A dull sound suddenly appeared. Yisha and Shishi jumped up at the same time, and then quickly retreated. There was a cut on Yisha's clothes at the shoulder, and Shishi was more miserable, with an extra hole on his shoulder. However, there was no blood, because some pieces of flesh were squirming and wrapped around Shishi's body. Although Yisha hit with a sword, he only pierced the outer layer of flesh. Yisha made a sword flower and walked slowly to the side. A little surprised. Shishi's skills are much better than Yisha imagined. He should have relevant sword skills or fighting skills. You know, good skills and good physical fitness are two different things. For example, is Fei Long's physical fitness good enough? A top physical fitness enhancer. It goes without saying that he has great strength. Although he is as fat as a ball, his speed is also very fast. But, can you say that Fei Long is good at skills? Of course not. Maybe because the physical fitness of the extreme evolvers is too strong. These guys purely rely on their bodies, without any routines. Straightforward. Not to mention any skills. Yisha looked at Shishi and smiled. It's a bit interesting. The moment he finished speaking, Yisha swept his sword forward again, and the sword light suddenly burst out. The ground under his feet was pressed by the sword light, making a loud noise and shattering. Sis seemed indifferent. Just took a step forward and jumped out lightly. But when his toes touched the ground, he strangely did not even raise a trace of dust, and floated towards Yisha like a ghost. Clang! Sith's tentacles collided with the twin Satu swords, and a piece of gravel on the side of the two suddenly exploded, and the surrounding dust rolled away like a wave. If Yisha and Sith were competing in skills before, then now the two are purely competing in strength. The two swords were withdrawn, and Sith swept the tentacle sword in his left hand horizontally, while Yisha thrust the sword Luo Nanjiang forward with all his strength. Compared with the extremely swift movements before, the two now seemed very slow. As slow as two old men, slowly attacking each other with weapons. Then, bang! The sword Luo Nanjiang brushed past the tentacles. The ground behind Yisha made a sound, and a piece of the ground suddenly exploded. The surging sand and dust went straight into the sky, turning into a sand spring, rushing up for dozens of meters. On the other side, where the sword Luo Nanjiang and Yisha's hand pointed, a wall in the distance made a loud noise, and with a bang, it broke into pieces, and huge rubble collapsed downwards, fell on the ground, and piled up into a ruin. Chapter 1877. Back and forth. After two moves, the two still had no intention of stopping. Yisha switched to his left hand again, and the twin serrated swords rose forward. Sith also slashed out with another tentacle sword again, meeting the twin serrated swords. Dang! The crisp sound of the two swords clashing. Then, boom! The ground under the feet of the two made a loud noise, and the sand and dust blown away by the agitation of the air force rolled up the sand waves again. This time, the circle of scattered sand waves even reached about 20 to 30 meters, rushing and covering the surroundings. Interesting. Yisha licked his lips. I admit that being able to become a flight attendant does give me some strength, but it's not enough to kill me. Far from enough. While Yisha was speaking, he suddenly punched behind him. A man sneaked around behind Yisha and planned to attack him. But at the moment of attack, Yisha's fist burst into flames and punched the other man away. But at this moment, Sis suddenly stepped forward. This kick was 10 meters away, and Sis appeared directly in front of Yisha, swinging his sword and slashing. Clang! Yisha used the twin Sawtooth swords to block the sword, then sneered and suddenly exerted force. So strong. Sis's face showed a look of horror. Yisha's strength did not increase a little bit, but increased exponentially. The huge force pressure made Sis's arms tremble constantly. The next moment, Sis raised his sword again, raised the tentacle sword in his other hand, and then fell hard, also slashing on the twin Sawtooth swords. The power that burst out at that moment allowed Sis to resist the overwhelming force. But even so, Sis couldn't help but fly backwards. Yisha took another step forward and caught up with Sis, who was flying directly. After landing on the side, he swung his sword again. Sis quickly crossed the tentacle sword in front of him. Clang! Yisha's twin serrated swords fell again, and Sis was hit again, and flew backwards to the side again. Yisha was still one step away, and used the ghost step to catch up with Sis again. With a flip of his wrist, he raised the sword again. Shishi quickly swung his sword to meet him, But he didn't expect that Yisha was just faking a sword. And then he lifted the sword from the bottom up. Puff! The sword flew across Shisa's chest. And a blood flower flew into the air. Then Shisi fell to the ground. And the blood spill dyed the surrounding ground red. Yisha looked at Shisi and sneered. It seems that you didn't understand what I meant. What I mean by a little strength is that I really just have a little strength. As Yisha spoke, he swept the twin sawtooth swords and the sword from the south, waving away the blood flower on the tip of the sword. Yisha, of course, to be able to sit in that position. I believe you should have more means than this. So, use all you can. Only in this way. Yisha rushed forward and swung his sword again. You can survive. Boom! Yisha slashed down with his sword. And the ground made a loud noise. And a large piece of it was broken. But Yisha failed to hit. Sis turned over and jumped back before the attack came. Fire spear suddenly appeared. Yisha waved his hand. And 6 fire spears appeared in front of him, forcing towards Shisi. Shisi moved quickly, running to the side quickly, and the fire spears hit the ground continuously, making a huge explosion. Swish! Suddenly, a smaller fire spear as long as an arm appeared above Shisi's head, smashing down on his head. Shisi was so scared that he quickly rolled to the side to hide, and the tentacle sword swung out to knock down the fire spear. At this moment, Yisha took a step forward. Go step! The twin serrated sword slashed and slashed towards Sith. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing appeared. The two weapons collided again. But at this moment, the fire spear that was about to fall to the ground suddenly seemed to have regained life. And it floated into the air again, and then swept towards Sith. Boom! Boom! When the fire spear landed, Sith was blown away again. Sith lay on the ground, panting for a while before slowly sitting up, opening his mouth and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Sith looked up and saw that Yisha didn't chase him, because Yisha was stopped by others. But the so-called stopping could only serve as harassment. Sith's face was ferocious. He clenched his teeth, looked at the tentacle sword, and his murderous intent became stronger. He stood up and walked towards Yisha. The body of the demon is transformed. Sis shouted, giant fist. Sis's right arm suddenly grew purple-black scales. And then the whole arm suddenly swelled like a balloon, becoming extremely huge. The whole arm was 5 or 6 meters long. And the fist was bigger than Yisha. And he threw a fierce punch. Yisha punched a sneak-attacking man and sent him flying. Suddenly, he felt a strong wind coming from behind. He turned around and saw that Sith had already rushed to him. Bang! Yisha quickly crossed his arms and took a solid punch. He felt the huge force coming from his arm and was immediately sent flying. Yisha kept retreating and finally managed to stabilize his body. He looked up at Sith and was a little surprised. This guy was much stronger than before. Ha! Sith didn't stop and punched forward again. The wind was blowing hard all around, and the hurricane swept towards Yisha. In the hurricane, Yisha half closed his eyes and raised his arm to block it. Then, when the wind passed by, Yisha's body was cut by the wind. The body of the demon is transformed. Sis shouted again, stab! There was a hissing sound from Sis's left arm, and his clothes were completely torn. The tentacle sword kept squirming and quickly climbed up Sis's left arm, completely merging with Sis's arm. The next moment, the tentacle suddenly swung out towards Yisha. Bang! Yisha's arms blocked the attack of the tentacle. But at the moment when Yisha blocked the attack, the tentacle suddenly changed direction flexibly, passed through Yisha's arms, and directly wrapped around Yisha's neck. After the tentacle wrapped around Yisha's neck, it quickly tightened, and then dragged Yisha to Sis. As the tentacles tightened little by little, it can be clearly seen that Yisha's face gradually turned purple, and his expression was somewhat painful. He grabbed the tentacles with both hands and kept exerting force, trying to break free. Sis was ferocious. Look carefully. This is my real strength. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. While Sis was talking, the tentacle began to wriggle again little by little, and it was obviously tightened more, and the pain on Yisha's face naturally became more obvious. Chapter 1878. Even if there is a last word, I don't intend to listen. But at this moment, when Shisi was thinking this, the painful expression on Yisha's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a weird smile. Suddenly, Yisha raised his hand and grabbed Shisi's tentacle. Sorry. I lied to you. Yisha, if you can kill me so easily, Do you think I will still stand here? Puff! Yisha's palm suddenly exerted force. And then Shixi's tentacle broke with a sound. And blood spurted out. Sis's eyebrows raised. And then he raised his fist again. The demon's body is transformed. Sis was angry. Giant fist. Sis's right arm suddenly swelled up again, becoming extremely huge, and slammed towards Yisha fiercely. Yisha was not to be outdone, and punched out in the same way. Hot flame surged out, wrapped around Yisha's arm, and then continued to burn, expand, become extremely huge, and condensed into a huge fire fist to meet him. Bang! The two fists collided, and Yisha's fire fist was smashed to pieces. But Sis was also not well off. The huge fist was shaken away by a blow, and at the same time, there was a faint smell of burning. Demon's body is transformed. Sith, demon's claws. Clang. Clang. Sith's nails suddenly grew to about half a meter, becoming sharp and hard, making his hands look like two claws, and then fell forward fiercely. After the claws fell, 5 silver lights appeared in the air, slashing down fiercely towards Yisha. Yisha retreated half a step, and the shadow behind him suddenly surged up, turning into a black curtain, quickly shrinking into a hemisphere, meeting Sith's claws. With a loud bang, Sis's claws fell and slashed at Yisha's shadow. The shadow hemisphere did not move at all, but Sis's claws made a crack sound and a crack appeared. After blocking the attack, the shadow retracted, and Yisha punched out again without hesitation. Zila! Electricity surged between Yisha's fists, and he blasted forward. Sis's arm became huge again, pushed forward, collided with the electric current, and smashed it to pieces. However, there was an obvious look of pain on Sith's face, and his body was full of blue electric current. The body of the demon is transformed. Sith, demonized wings. Puff! Puff! The vest on Sith's body was completely torn and damaged, and then a pair of wings made of meat grew out from Sith's back, and quickly swept to both sides. The demonized wings were extremely sharp, and actually shattered the arc. Then Sith spread his wings and flew away. Yisha sneered. Get down. Capture the dragon, and let the crane fly. Capture the dragon in one move. A huge suction force appeared, and Sis had just flown into the air when he was pulled down and fell to the ground. Sis got up from the ground, stared at Yisha fiercely, clenched his teeth. Yisha didn't say anything nonsense, but waved his fist again and blasted at Sis. Yisha punched out. The fist wind whistled, and along with the punch, the flames continued to invade forward, like a wave, attacking Sis layer by layer. Demon's body is transformed. Sis puffed out his chest, demonized body. A layer of gray-black luster suddenly flashed on Sis's body, and then fine scales appeared on Sis's body. Bang! Yisha's fist hit Sis's body, making a sound of metal, as if hitting an extremely hard metal. Sis took the flame, but the flame of the Son of Flame was not so easy to take. Yisha shouted softly, stretched out his hand and grasped the air. Explode! The flames that were wrapping around Sith's body suddenly exploded, and a huge air wave swept around, blowing Sith away. The game should be over. Behind Yisha, paper wings suddenly spread out, and then Yisha flew into the air. Looking down from above, game over. Zazila! Electricity surged on Yisha's body, and a circle of electricity pushed out in all directions. At the same time, a huge thundercloud gathered in the sky at some point, constantly churning. The 9 heavens domain is open. Boom! 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 Thunder roars. Yisha looked down and said fiercely, Go to hell. Divine thunder. Sizzle! Yisha spread his hands, and the golden divine thunder appeared, blasting down. Boom! Boom! The golden thunder ball fell to the ground, and then exploded quickly, pushing in all directions like a tide, surging and rushing wildly. The corpse flower vine surged rapidly at this time, constantly tumbling on the ground. Attack with all your strength. The corpse flower rarely appeared. The main flower swayed in the wind, constantly spraying out poisonous stings and poisonous mist, pushing it out in all directions. The Archon raised his head and stood on the corpse flower, with the crystal wings behind him spread out. Boom! Boom! Countless red crystals swept across the surroundings and suddenly exploded when they landed. The flames and poisonous mist formed a circle, sealing people inside. Boom! Boom! The only thing Yisha did was to continuously throw divine thunder downwards. The golden divine thunder continued to fall, and then exploded wildly. The exploding arcs covered the sky and earth like a golden waterfall, bombarding the bottom, which was extremely spectacular. The 6th, 7th, 8th. After the 8 divine thunders were thrown, the bottom was completely broken, and the flying dust was like a mushroom cloud, covering the sky and the sun. Yisha smiled grimly, and then threw the last divine thunder down. Boom! As the 9th divine thunder fell, a violent sound came from below. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, there was a constant tremor, as if an earthquake had struck, and then cracks appeared on the ground, pushing wildly in all directions. The buildings in the town continued to collapse in the roar, and continued to collapse, turning into ruins one by one. Boom! The extremely violent roar sounded again, and the ground collapsed, falling down one section at a time, and countless boulders surged up. Crisscrossing, Yisha opened his hands, and the winds around him gathered and swept forward, blowing away the dust. The paper wings behind Yisha folded up and fell back to the ground, stepping on the broken rocks. Yisha walked forward and came to Sis. Sis was already bloody, and no longer in human form. His body was completely soaked in blood and covered with wounds, although his chest was heaving, proving that Sis was still alive. He only had his last breath left. Yisha grabbed Sis's hair and lifted his body up. Are there any last words? Puff! Yisha suddenly stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers became a knife, piercing Sis's heart directly. Sorry, Yisha, even if there are last words, I don't intend to listen to them. Chapter 1879 Leave. Bang! Yisha casually threw away Sis's body and looked around. There were still people around who were not dead. Yisha said coldly, Sis is dead. Do you still want to continue fighting with me? The people around him showed hesitation on their faces. Suddenly, Yisha attacked. A flame burst out from Yisha's fist and hit a man's chest. Ah! The man screamed and was blown away by Yisha. He fell from the ruins, squirmed his body, and then lost his voice, having already suffered heavy damage from the divine thunder. After being hit again, the opponent's life was completely swallowed up by the apostle's power. Yisha, if you don't want to fight, get out of here. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. As Yisha spoke, he walked forward and walked down from the ruins. Those who were blocking Yisha unconsciously made way for him and let him pass by. Soon, Yisha disappeared in front of everyone. At this time, boom! A huge roar came from the direction of the Tower of Babel, attracting everyone's attention. Looking up, everyone showed a horrified expression. In the clouds, the Tower of Babel was broken and fell down. A huge noise appeared, and a piece of the base of the Tower of Babel was smashed, and countless rubble rolled around. The ground was shaking. No! The Tower of Babel was shaking and shaking continuously, and countless stone chips began to fall down along the outer wall of the Tower of Babel. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. It was unknown who took the lead and shouted. And then the flight attendants dispersed one after another. On the other side, Yisha had already reached the edge of the Black Beast group, and there were still people who didn't know the truth rushing into the Black Beast group. Yisha didn't waste any words, and didn't want to waste time. He spread his paper wings and headed for the periphery. At first, some people attacked Yisha, but Yisha killed 2 people in a row with thunderous force, so no one dared to attack, especially since Yisha was flying outwards, and there was no inevitable conflict with them. Flying out of the Black Beasts, Yisha soon saw Minghai smoking on a huge rock not far away. Minghai waved to Yisha, and Yisha landed. Damn it. I died more than 30 times and only walked 100 meters. Minghai cursed, venting his resentment. And then, how did you come out and solve it so quickly? Yisha, it's a long story. I can't stay here. Let's go. Minghai was confused, but he didn't ask any more questions. He got up and followed Yisha. Yisha, is the car we used when we came here still there? Minghai, it's still there. I hit it. Yisha, let's go. Find a car. Leave. Damn it, Yisha said quickly. And then, he couldn't help cursing. What's this? Coming all the way here, and it turned out to be a trap. And it wasn't a trap for them. And what's more tragic is that the trap that was not originally aimed at them turned into a trap for them. And they were ambushed. It would have been so nice to watch the show. Let the train conductor fight with Noah's apostles. As long as the apostles didn't show up, Yi Sha believed that the train conductor still had a lot of ideas about Noah's apostles. After all, the existence of Noah's apostles should also be a big trouble for the train conductor. In fact, it can be said that the apostle Noah is the only one who can fight the train conductor at present. The guide is not good, and can only consume it at most. Moreover, to deal with the train conductor, sending out one guide is not enough. If several guides are sent out together, it means that they are no match for the train conductor. Driving away quickly along the road, Yi Sha looked back and saw that the black beasts were still there. What's more important is that the Tower of Babel is constantly collapsing. Is it Malfarion? It is certain that Malfarion is in the Tower of Babel. But Yi Sha is sure that Malfarion is not enough, because Malfarion alone cannot beat Limers. Last time, 4-1 failed to defeat Limos. This time, Malfarion alone is not enough. I think the train conductor has other plans. Just as Yi Sha said, the train conductor still has some ideas about Noah's apostle. Damn! What is this? At this time, Ming Hai screamed. Yi Sha looked sideways, and found that a nearly transparent light circle appeared on the side. And a cuckoo flew out. The cuckoo made a voice like Emoshi. Yi Sha. Is the military green jeep you? Yi Sha, yes. Emoshi, stop the car. I'll be right over. I've seen you. Yi Sha signaled Ming Hai to stop the car. And Su? Emoshi appeared, followed by Nui and Nan Rongjishir. The three of them got on the back seat. And after Emoshi signaled to drive, she said, we already know what limos used to lure the conductor to appear. Yi Sha, what? Emoshi, Apostle Zero. Yi Sha was puzzled. Apostle Zero? What is that? Nui spread his hands. We don't know either. Yi Sha, then this sentence is just nonsense. Emoshi, it's not nonsense. Let's put it this way. The apostles are numbered. Of course, this number has no meaning. It is purely numbered according to the order in which the apostles appear. For example, the first one we found was the Son of Flame. The Son of Flame was the first apostle discovered. When the Son of Flame was still an apostle embryo, it was difficult to determine what type of apostle it was. We called the Son of Flame the apostle number 1. Similarly, the second one we found was the Son of Light. We called the apostle embryo of the Son of Light the apostle number 2. Yi Sha, is apostle number 3 the water spirit Moya? Emoshi nodded. That's right. Yi Sha wondered, how about apostle number 0? Nan Rongjishir said bluntly, there is no apostle number 0. Emoshi explained, according to our numbering, there is of course no apostle number 0. Because the first apostle to appear was apostle number 1. But the current situation is obviously problematic. Yi Sha, because apostle number 0 appeared? Emoshi, it's not that simple. According to our numbering, this number has no meaning at all. It is just the order of appearance. In fact, the order of appearance is not equal to the number. Strictly speaking, it should be the order in which the apostles are discovered. Yi Sha, that is to say, this number is purely for the convenience of the apostles. But suddenly there is a number 0 apostle, which is not a normal number. The problem is not with the apostles, but the number itself is wrong? Emoshi thought for a while. That's about it. Noi, in conclusion, the apostles may really have numbers, but the meaning of this number should be different from the number we understand. And this number is definitely not just for convenience. It must have some meaning. Chapter 1880 Speculation. Yi Sha probably figured out a meaning. The apostles gave the apostles numbers for the convenience of simple address. This number is meaningless. It turns out that the apostles really have numbers. This number is not their number. But this number probably has meaning. It sounds very convoluted, like a tongue twister, but that's probably what it means. In fact, it's better to say that apostle 0 is meaningful than to say that the number is meaningful. After all, it was Lemurs' trick to attract the conductor. If it was meaningless, could it attract the conductor? Obviously not. Nan Rongjishir, we must first figure out how the apostles' real numbers are arranged, what they are arranged on, and what they mean. From this, we can infer what the 0 apostle represents and what its meaning is. Noi, yes. Yi Sha, you've watched too many detective movies. Right? Nan Rongjishir, then what do you think should be done? Yi Sha took out a cigar from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Find it out. Kill it. It's that simple. This answer. Everyone in the car was speechless. Although this statement was unreasonable, it had to be said that it was simple and straightforward. Fundamentally speaking, It was indeed the best way to solve the problem, no matter what the meaning is. The conductor wants Apostle Zero? Then I will kill him. Not letting the conductor succeed is the best solution. Yi Sha blew out a smoke ring and continued, so, we should find a way to find Apostle Zero. First, Limers used Apostle Zero to lure the conductor. But Limers did not have Apostle Zero, and did not even know where Apostle Zero was. Emoshi, why? Although it is a trap, it does not mean that Limos does not know about it. Yi Sha, if Limos really has Apostle Zero, it is not a conspiracy, but an open conspiracy. Even if the train conductor sees through the Tower of Babel as a trap, he can only go to the Tower of Babel. But the train conductor did not come. So Limos does not have Apostle Zero. Emoshi nodded. It makes sense. Yi Sha, on the contrary, I think the train conductor may know the whereabouts of Apostle Zero. Non-Rongjisher, because the conductor didn't fall for it. Yes, it is undeniable that this is a very realistic speculation. Yi Sha, because the conductor knows the whereabouts of Apostle Zero. It is natural that he will not fall for it. However, it cannot be said to be absolute. There is no 100% certainty in speculation. Noi, but the problem is that if the conductor knows the whereabouts of Apostle Zero, and Apostle Zero is what the conductor needs, then why doesn't the conductor go to find Apostle Zero? Ming Hai interrupted, isn't this simple? Knowing the whereabouts doesn't necessarily mean you can beat him. This made everyone stunned. Ming Hai's words actually made sense. For example, everyone knows where the bank is and there are a lot of money in the bank vault. But even if you want to rob, is it a place you can rob whenever you want? However, subconsciously, everyone believes that as long as the train conductor wants, there is nothing that the train conductor cannot do. The train conductor is so powerful that it is shocking. At least so far. As long as the train conductor takes action, he has never failed. Well, failing to stop Yi Sha from leading the Doomsday train was probably the only failure of the train conductor. But in fact, it can only be said that Yi Sha was lucky enough at that time. So, no one thought that the train conductor would be unable to defeat Apostle Zero, even though he knew the whereabouts of Apostle Zero. Ming Hai, why are you all looking at me like that? I'm just guessing. It's not impossible. Yi Sha smiled. It's indeed possible. But you don't have to say it so absolutely. Maybe the train conductor knows the approximate location of Apostle Zero, but can't be completely sure. Maybe there is some trouble in finding Apostle Zero, so the train conductor has not taken action for the time being. These are all possible. Yeah, that makes sense. Emoshi, the key is... Emoshi made an apologetic gesture halfway through her words, and picked up the communicator. Because they were far away from the Tower of Babel, the communication equipment finally recovered some of its functions, and no longer had no signal. After Emoshi picked up the communicator, her face suddenly changed. And then the communicator in her hand slipped, and fell to the ground. Noi and Nan Rongjisher knew something was wrong and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Emoshi had tears in her eyes, but she managed to hold them back. She gritted her teeth and said, "Two guides, the guide Satiti, have left us." Noi and Nan Rongjisher both looked sad. Yi Sha was not surprised. The two guides were bound to die. The train conductor went to find them personally. How could they not die? To put it another way, with such a big scene, if two of them didn't die, the train conductor would have worked in vain. Therefore, when the train conductor went to find the two guides personally, the death of the two guides was already doomed. Yi Sha said to Ming Hai, "How far are we from being able to use the interlude space?" Nan Rongjisher punched the back of the passenger seat. "Are you heartless? The guide is dead?" Yi Sha spread his hands. "What does it have to do with me?" Nan Rongjisher was angry. "You are a bastard. Although I believe in the great sage, he is wrong this time. You are not worthy of joining the Apostle Walk, let alone becoming the Son of God. It is the biggest mistake to pin the hope of defeating Noah's apostles on you. Yi Sha, can you please be reasonable? What's the difference between this and pointing a gun at me and forcing me to cry? Please, I haven't even met the two guides you mentioned." "Okay. Maybe I met them once in the foggy city, but I didn't even say a word to them. Not even a word. You make me sad? Why should I be sad? Am I familiar with them? Look at him. Is he sad?" Yi Sha said, pointing at Ming Hai. "Hey, don't bring the war to me. Ming Hai, I really haven't even met him. Why should I be sad?" Nan Rongjisher wanted to speak, but Emoshi stopped him. Emoshi, don't fight over this kind of thing. Now is not the time to quarrel. Noi patted Nan Rongjisher's shoulder to comfort him. Don't impose your feelings on others. This time, he is right. There is a saying that blood is thicker than water. Is it true? It is true. But not absolutely. If a baby is separated from his father since birth, and meets him again after 20 years, will he cry and burst into emotions? In most cases, it is impossible. Because it is more likely that both parties feel that the other party is a stranger. Feelings are accumulated and cultivated. Blood is not the root of feelings. But time is. As Yisha said, he is really not familiar with the two guides.